The legendary king, renowned across the globe, returns discreetly to the city, now transformed into the personal bodyguard of a stunning female CEO. A man, enigmatic and exceptional, possesses formidable martial arts skills and remarkable medical expertise. A diverse array of women, each with captivating charm and unparalleled beauty, surrounds him. Witness as this once great ruler re-enters the martial world, ascending to new heights, commanding life and death, and stirring a tempest of blood and chaos. The summer in Ninghai City is indeed sweltering. Having just entered June, it has already descended into a roasting heat. At the magnificent Qingqing International, Yi Fei stands at the foot of the 36th Street building, clad in a wrinkled blue and white striped shirt and donning a pair of holy shoes. He gazes up at the architecturally modern edifice, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Constructing such a building must have required a considerable sum. He muses how wealthy they must be. It seems his effort of braving the scorching sun and taking 3 buses to arrive here was not in vain. Yi Fei examines the crumpled recruitment flyer in his hand, arching an eyebrow. Hiring bodyguards, requiring at least the strength of a special forces soldier. Huh. A chuckle escapes him as he lights a cigarette and strides toward Qingqing International. Hey, you there, stop. Just as Yi Fei reaches the entrance, a middle-aged security guard in uniform steps forward, barking, "This is not a place for you, leave at once." His disdainful gaze and contemptuous expression reflect his impatience, as he waves his hand dismissively, akin to shooing away a fly. It is no wonder, given that Yi Fei's attire is exceedingly shabby. The total cost of his outfit barely exceeds 100 yuan. What's the matter? The door is open. Am I not allowed to enter? Yi Fei finds humor in the guard's condescending attitude. Others can enter, but you cannot. The security guard retorts mockingly. With your appearance, don't even think about telling me. You work here. You must be joking. I've never seen you before. Hey, my friend, perhaps we might actually become colleagues in the future. Yi Fei grins, raising the recruitment flyer in his hand. The guard pauses, immediately recognizing the document Yi Fei holds as the very recruitment flyer for Qingqing International. He stares, momentarily taken aback, and asks, "Are you here to apply for the job?" "Indeed. Does it not state clearly that they are hiring bodyguards?" Yi Fei replies, a smirk on his lips. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged guard bursts into laughter. "You think you can apply to be a bodyguard? You're neither tall nor strong, and there's hardly any meat on your bones. I suggest you go back and train before returning." Yi Fei merely smiles faintly, shaking his head. He tosses away his cigarette and, in an instant, extends his right hand like a specter. In the next moment, the guard's baton, previously secured at his waist, appears in Yi Fei's grasp. "What the hell?" The guard finally comprehends, his astonishment evident as he stares at Yi Fei in disbelief. How did the baton end up in this young man's hand without him noticing? Yi Fei chuckles softly, exerting force with both hands to bend the alloy baton into a U shape. This scene leaves the guard wide-eyed, the expletives that had been on the tip of his tongue swallowed back. This young man is far too formidable. The alge-crafted baton has been bent by him. Goodness, I doubt even Brother Zhao possesses such skills. "Excuse me, do I qualify for the job application?" Yi Fei inquired with a cheerful smile. "Absolutely, absolutely. You are precisely the talent we seek." The middle-aged security guard beamed with a smile, nodding vigorously. "Huh." With a grin, Yi Fei handed the bent baton to the middle-aged guard, patted his shoulder, and stepped into the enchanting City International. Upon entering, Yi Fei's eyes instantly brightened. He beheld a parade of ladies clad in various OL uniforms and an array of stockings, each embodying innocence, charm, and allure truly a sight to behold, with scarcely a male employee in sight. Heavens, has one stumbled into a kingdom of women? What a delightful scenario. As he glanced at the lovely receptionist, Yi Fei mused to himself. How is it that receptionists nowadays are so enchanting? The neckline is a tad too low, isn't it? One cannot help but wonder if she is here to attend to guests or to attract the attention of her superiors. Perhaps it is a blend of both. Indeed, returning to Ninghai City was a wise decision. Applying at City International was even more fortuitous. Only these charming ladies can heal the wounds of my heart. Yi Fei could not help but exclaim, then proceeded towards the waiting area, where he observed over 20 men already gathered tall, short, stout, and slim, each clutching the same recruitment flyer as him. "Hey, are these fellows here to compete for my job?" Yi Fei casually glanced at them, yawned, and shook his head. Only 2 or 3 individuals barely matched the strength of the soldier. The rest seemed wholly unqualified for the application. What courage compelled them to show up? He found a seat and pulled out his phone to engage in a game. "Hey, buddy, are you here to apply for the bodyguard position as well?" At that moment, a stocky man in camouflage attire, with a round face, patted Yi Fei on the shoulder. "Yes, indeed. I must be out of my mind to come here otherwise." Yi Fei chuckled at the man's attire. It appeared he had adequately prepared for the occasion. "Haha, looks like we are kindred spirits." The round-faced man laughed heartily. "Kindred spirits? What do you mean?" Yi Fei asked, puzzled. "In the work area, please refrain from loud noises. Anyone who continues to be disruptive will be asked to leave." At that moment, the well-endowed receptionist shot a gaze as piercing as a laser beam. "Wow, this lady has quite the personality. Doesn't she fear scorching her undergarments with such fiery temperament?" The round-faced man shrank back and then lowered his voice. "Buddy, you can't be this reserved. You're here for the job. Aren't you tempted by these enchanting ladies?" "Not at all. I came here for the high salary," Yi Fei replied, increasingly bewildered. While the ladies indeed possessed striking allure, his initial motivation was far from that. "Alas. My friend, are you still pretending?" The round-faced man struck Yi Fei with a playful fist, smirking as he said, "Do you not know that the charming International is famously known as the land of women?" "I would appreciate your guidance, dear brother." Yi Fei cupped his hands in a gesture of respect toward the round-faced man. "Wanting me, Lu Man, to enlighten you without offering a token of appreciation? How could that be?" The round-faced man smacked his lips and extended his hand toward Yi Fei. "A rogue? Haha, what intriguing title." Yi Fei stifled a chuckle and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, presenting it to Lu Man. Lu Man nodded in satisfaction, placing the cigarette in his jacket pocket, and then slowly remarked, "Charming International manages 3 major industries: fashion, cosmetics, and biomedicine, resulting in a significant proportion of female employees. Moreover, to maintain a favorable corporate image, Charming International exclusively hires employees who are not only beautiful, but at the very least, charming young women." At that moment, a door in the hall swung open. A man and a woman emerged. The woman, her long hair elegantly coiled, revealed a captivating oval face, her black fitted business attire accentuating her alluring figure. She was a stunning beauty, an exquisite gem. Upon seeing this enchanting woman, every man present was captivated. What a gorgeous beauty! Indeed, coming to Charming International for an interview was the right choice. My heavens, if only I could have such a beauty as my girlfriend. I would gladly trade 30 years of my life for that. A chorus of hushed admiration filled the air. One fellow, who had been sipping yogurt, became utterly dazed at the sight of her, squeezing the container in his hand, resulting in a splash of yogurt across his face. Lu Man, upon seeing the beauty, lost interest in continuing his conversation with Yi Fei, his eyes gleaming as he stared at her, swallowing hard. As for Yi Fei, he turned his gaze toward the beauty, a smile creeping onto his lips indeed. It was rare to encounter such an extraordinary beauty in his experience. Though not a perfect 10, she was at least a solid 9. Meanwhile, the man dressed in a blue security uniform was completely overlooked by the crowd. "Good day, Assistant Qin." "Good day, Director Zhao." The receptionist and other employees greeted the two with utmost respect upon their arrival. They nodded to the other employees before approaching Yi Fei and the others. "May I ask if everyone is here to apply for the bodyguard position?" The beauty inquired with a warm smile. "Of course. Beautiful lady, what is your name? May I add you on WeChat?" "Beautiful lady, I am Zhao Tegan, standing at 6 feet tall, with a house and a car. Would you care to join me?" "Beautiful lady, please share your number, let's have dinner tonight." The men began to tease and banter. Yet, in response to their playful remarks, the beauty displayed no hint of annoyance, her smile unwavering. Chapter 002. Coercive Extortion. Enough with the noise. If you keep arguing, you can all leave. A towering middle-aged man, clad in a security uniform, bellowed with palpable authority. Though the crowd felt disgruntled, they refrained from speaking out, fearing expulsion. To his satisfaction, the man, known as Zhao Qiguang, observed the effectiveness of his intimidation and smiled. "Greetings, everyone. I am Zhao Qiguang, the head of the security department at Qingcheng International. Today, I will be conducting interviews alongside Assistant Qin. Now, I invite Assistant Qin to share a few words." The beautiful assistant cast a sweeping glance over the assembly before addressing them. "Hello, I am Qin Minglan, the assistant to the general manager of Qingcheng International. Today, my colleague Zhao and I will be interviewing you. I will select one individual to serve as the personal bodyguard to the general manager. Those who perform adequately will have the opportunity to join the security department. I encourage everyone to exhibit their best." Upon her concluding remarks, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Zhao Qiguang's expression darkened immediately. "Huh, you lot think you can become the general manager's bodyguard? You'll have to prove yourselves worthy first. If I don't leave you all in shambles today, then I'm not Zhao the Demon King." Zhao Qiguang's ire stemmed from his previous role as the general manager's bodyguard and driver for nearly a month, during which he had hoped for a deeper bond. However, the sudden decree to recruit new bodyguards incited his fury toward the applicants present. "Hey Lu, who exactly is this general manager? Why does the mere mention of becoming their bodyguard send everyone into a frenzy?" Yi Fei inquired, tugging at Lu Man's sleeve, curiosity evident in his tone. "My goodness, you don't even know who the general manager is?" Lu Man exclaimed, animatedly slapping Yi Fei's arm. "The general manager is the president and chairman of Qingcheng International. Moreover, it is said that she is the most beautiful woman in the company. Just imagine being the top beauty in a place filled with stunning women. What an honor." The notion of the most beautiful woman in Qingcheng International sparked Yi Fei's imagination. In his mind, he wondered, is she more beautiful than my own enchanting mentor? All right, without further ado, let us commence the interview. Please follow me to the top floor. Qin Minglan waved to the crowd, and alongside Zhao Qiguang, led them toward the elevator with a sense of urgency. Trouble, trouble. The Iron Blood Alliance is back. At that moment, a young woman in a black professional outfit, sporting thick-rimmed glasses, rushed in, her face awash with panic. Hearing the alarm, the crowd halted in their tracks. "Shaoli, what is happening?" Qin Minglan turned to her. "Assistant Qin, the Iron Blood Alliance has returned to collect protection fees." The bespectacled woman replied, anxiety etched across her features. "What? We just paid at the beginning of the month. Why are they demanding payment again?" Qin Minglan's brow furrowed in concern. The Iron Blood Alliance, a second-tier force in the Southern District, has been particularly brazen in this vicinity. From unlisted companies to street vendors, none have escaped the dire fate of their intimidation. Among those ensnared is the illustrious Qingcheng International. Just then, 4 or 5 burly men strode in, each adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, unmistakably conveying their nefarious nature. Leading the pack was a bald man clad in a flamboyant shirt, his arm inked with the image of a descending tiger, exuding an air of authority and intimidation. He flashed a grin at Qin Minglan, his gaze greedily lingering on her bosom as he approached, saying, "Assistant Qin, it's a pleasure to see you again." Qin Minglan responded with a cold sneer. "Lei Hu, what brings you here today?" "Nothing of great consequence," Lei Hu replied with a smirk. "I merely wish to inquire when the protection fee for Qingcheng International will be settled. Do we not just pay at the beginning of the month? Why are we being asked to pay again?" Qin Minglan's brow furrowed deeper. Times have changed. Starting today, our Iron Blood Alliance has decided to intensify our protection of Qingcheng International. Hence, the protection fee will now be due twice a month, Lei Hu stated cheerfully. "This is extortion in disguise." Qin Minglan's chest heaved with indignation. "And if it is extortion, what of it? This time we are not asking for much, merely 50,000. Whether you like it or not, Qingcheng International must pay up." Lei Hu's patience was wearing thin. He had other establishments to visit for the same purpose, leaving no room for idle chatter. "You." Qin Minglan's face flushed with anger, yet the formidable influence of the Iron Blood Alliance rendered her powerless. The female employees of Qingcheng International, all terrified, retreated to a safe distance, while those who had initially intended to play the hero immediately quailed at the mention of the Iron Blood Alliance. "Brother Lei, let us discuss this calmly. There is no need to escalate matters." Zhao Qiguang approached with a forced smile plastered on his face. "Who the hell are you? Do I know you? Get lost." Lei Hu glared menacingly at Zhao Qiguang. Zhao Qiguang chuckled nervously, quickly silencing himself. After all, Lei Hu was the head of the Iron Blood Alliance's Tiger Hall, commanding hundreds of loyal subordinates, while he, a mere security chief, posed no threat. "Assistant Qin, if you do not settle this payment today, we will be compelled to take more drastic measures." Lei Hu raised his hand, signaling his underlings to brandish steel pipes, their demeanor menacing. "You dare!" Qin Minglan exclaimed defiantly. What do I have to fear? Lei Hu scoffed, then declared, I will count to 3. If you do not pay up by then, you shall face the consequences. 1, 2. How is it that one encounters protection fees even while seeking employment? A voice of resignation interrupted before he could reach 3. Yi Fei strolled over, yawning. Upon seeing Yi Fei, all present were rendered speechless. What on earth? Who is this person appearing at such a moment? Is he seeking death? The interviewers cast sympathetic glances at Yi Fei, convinced that he was destined to be mercilessly beaten by the group. Qin Minglan also spared Yi Fei a few more glances, for no one had stepped forward to defend him just moments before. Brother Lei, shall we have a chat? Yi Fei cheerfully extracted a red double happiness cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Lei Hu. Who are you calling brother? Get lost. Lei Hu did not accept the cigarette. Instead, he forcefully pushed Yi Fei's chest with one hand. However, he anticipated that his strength would easily topple this boy, only to be astonished to find Yi Fei standing firm, unyielding. A shock coursed through Lei Hu. This fellow possessed some strength after all. Yi Fei sighed, reclaiming the cigarette. Brother Lei, it's quite a challenge for me to come all the way here under the scorching sun, having transferred buses twice for this interview. Given my efforts, how about you all return tomorrow? Return tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Lei Hu paused momentarily. Then his fury surged. You audacious little brat. How dare you meddle in the affairs of our Iron Blood Alliance? Are you tired of living? Iron Blood Alliance? What on earth is that? Yi Fei's lips twitched in surprise, exclaiming, could it be the notorious underworld organization? Goodness gracious, they dare to extort protection fees in broad daylight. This is lawlessness. I must call the police. With that, Yi Fei retrieved his second-hand smartphone from his pocket. Brothers, first, give this fool a good beating, then toss him out. Lei Hu waved his hand, and immediately, 2 henchmen charged forward. One aimed to snatch Yi Fei's phone, while the other delivered a kick aimed at Yi Fei's lower back. Yi Fei, however, was too indifferent to make the call. Realizing that summoning the police was futile, he deftly sidestepped, evading the kick from behind. The assailant missed entirely, inadvertently landing a kick on another thug directly opposite him. Ouch! The man was sent sprawling. In that moment, Yi Fei stepped back, extending his left leg horizontally. The man who had just attempted to kick him lost his balance and fell flat on his back. All of this transpired in less than 3 seconds. The spectators were bewildered, unable to comprehend how 2 thugs had suddenly collapsed to the ground. The female employees in the company were left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Qin Minglan's eyes, surprised that this young man who came for the interview actually had some skills. In contrast, she shook her head at the others. At that moment, she made a mental note. Chapter 003. Pass the assessment. Everyone get lost. You 2 buffoons. Lei Hu spat disdainfully, rolled up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms, and approached Yi Fei. Kid, this is your own doing. If I land a couple of punches and leave you with a concussion, don't say I didn't warn you. Lei Hu grinned. Having once been a fighter in the underground boxing scene, his strength was not something an average person could withstand. He raised his fist, as large as a sandbag, and swung it towards Yi Fei's head. Yi Fei remained unperturbed, swiftly dodging the blow and then pulling Zhao Qiguang over. Zhao Qiguang, caught off guard, received a punch to his left eye, letting out a howl of pain. Oh, it's Minister Zhao. My apologies, my apologies. Why are you standing next to me? Yi Fei repeatedly apologized to Zhao Qiguang, though there was no hint of sincerity on his face. This guy must have done it on purpose. Zhao Qiguang shielded his eye and retreated to the side, thinking, you little brat, once these people leave, I'll settle the score with you. Yi Fei paid no mind to Zhao Qiguang's thoughts. His actions were indeed deliberate, especially after that guy had been so arrogant moments ago. He then turned and kicked Lei Hu's calf. Lei Hu cried out in agony, his leg feeling both painful and numb, nearly causing him to kneel. Damn it! Lei Hu gritted his teeth and staggered, throwing another punch at Yi Fei. But Yi Fei had already positioned one of his feet in front of Lei Hu, lightly kicking it toward his face. Lei Hu's nose gushed blood, leaving a shoe print on his face, and he fell to the ground. Brother Lei. The thug stood in shock, astonished that Brother Lei had been utterly overpowered and brought down so pathetically. A group of female employees gazed at Yi Fei, their eyes sparkling with admiration. This man is so handsome. Hey, aren't you going to take him to the hospital? What if he has a concussion? Yi Fei flashed a smile at the other two men, his eyes glinting with coldness. The two men shuddered, hurriedly lifting Lei Hu and rushing out of the company, speeding away in a van. Once the situation was resolved, the female employees erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, the other candidates looked at Yi Fei with envy and resentment, lamenting, "Why didn't I step in to help? If I had, I could have been a hero in the eyes of these women. What is your name?" At that moment, Zhao Qiguang approached, glaring fiercely at Yi Fei. Yi Fei replied nonchalantly. "Yi Fei, do you realize you've stirred up a huge mess?" "How so?" Yi Fei retorted, feeling disgruntled. "I just resolved the problem for the company, didn't I? You may have enjoyed hitting someone, but you've put Sing Chung International in a terrible position." Zhao Qiguang bellowed angrily. Upon hearing this, the female employees suddenly realized, indeed, this guy had just fought against members of the Iron Blood Alliance. They surely would not let Sing Chung International off the hook. The fleeting admiration the women had felt for Yi Fei evaporated, as although they found him strikingly handsome, they were far more concerned about preserving their jobs. After all, the benefits and treatment at Sing Chung International are unparalleled throughout Ninghai City. Yi Fei let out a cold laugh and said, "Minister Zhao, have you not realized? Even if I refrained from confronting the Iron Blood Alliance today, they would not spare Sing Chung International. As the saying goes, where there is one, there is another. If Sing Chung International continues to concede, they will only become more audacious in their demands. Thus, I believe it is imperative for us to deliver a decisive counterattack when necessary, which may compel them to temper their aggression." "Minister Zhao, do you not agree with my perspective?" Zhao Qiguang was momentarily rendered speechless. However, upon recalling the impressive skills of this young man, he felt threatened by the prospect of losing his favorable position. He retorted, "Your arguments are nothing but fallacies. In short, your interview opportunity is hereby rescinded. Leave at once." At that moment, Qin Minglan approached and stated, "I concur with Yi Fei. The audacity of the Iron Blood Alliance to repeatedly extort us stems from our own weakness. Therefore, I also believe we must retaliate at appropriate times. Otherwise, they will perceive Sing Chung International as an easy target." "Indeed, Sister Lan possesses great insight," Yi Fei remarked with a smile. Qin Minglan nodded at him and then cast a cold gaze over everyone present, declaring, "I hereby announce that Yi Fei has successfully passed the interview assessment, while the interview qualifications of the rest are all revoked." "Why? Why are our qualifications being rescinded? We have yet to be assessed." The other candidates clamored in protest. Qin Minglan coldly surveyed the crowd and replied, "You are all cowards who shrink back in moments of crisis for the company and fail to offer assistance. If you wish to work at Sing Chung International, you must consider yourselves part of it. Yet none of you have done so." Hearing her words, everyone felt a deep sense of shame. "Brother Fei, I admire you immensely. May I follow you in the future?" At that moment, Lu Man jumped forward, gazing at Yi Fei with adoration, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He had genuinely been inspired after witnessing Yi Fei defeat those ruffians. Having served in the military for 2 years, he had always revered strength, and he harbored a dream of becoming a formidable individual himself. "Sister Lan, I believe this fellow is quite remarkable. Why not keep him as a security guard?" Yi Fei chuckled. "Very well. Minister Zhao, I leave this person in your hands." Qin Minglan nodded and then turned to Yi Fei, saying, "Come, Yi Fei, I shall take you to meet General Gu." "Absolutely." Yi Fei nodded and followed closely behind. "Brother Fei, you are simply too impressive." Lu Man watched Yi Fei's retreating figure, his face brimming with admiration, nearly ready to offer his life in devotion. "How dashing!" Zhao Qiguang smacked Lu Man on the back of the head. He glared at Yi Fei's silhouette, rubbing his sore eyes, and thought to himself, "Yi Fei, just you wait. Our rivalry is far from over." Upon arriving at the 30th floor via the elevator, Yi Fei felt increasingly convinced that he was indeed in the right place. Sing Chung International was undeniably a veritable haven of beauty. The company was predominantly populated by women, and along the way, he encountered numerous stunning figures. A mischievous smile crept across Yi Fei's lips as he was filled with boundless anticipation for the future. Observing Qin Menglan's curvaceous form, elegantly enveloped in a short skirt, Yi Fei perceived her as a true gem among women. At that moment, Qin Menglan seemed to sense the intense gaze lingering behind her, abruptly halting her steps, while Yi Fei simultaneously averted his eyes. Qin Menglan slowed her pace to walk alongside Yi Fei, casting a glance at him as she inquired, "Yi Fei, what did you do before? Isn't it written in my profile, Sister Lan?" Yi Fei shrugged. "Did you really only serve in the military?" Qin Menglan's enchanting eyes fixed intently on Yi Fei. "Indeed, that is true." Yi Fei nodded affirmatively. "Though I am unaware of your previous endeavors, I must say, you seem far more capable than those who have served in the military." Yi Fei squinted slightly. This woman was rather extraordinary. Perhaps it is due to my diligence. While others completed 1,000 kilometers of training, I would undertake 2,000. While they trained for 2,000, I would push for 3,000. Hence, I am more formidable than the average person. Yi Fei replied with a cheerful grin before shifting the topic, asking Sister Lan, "Just how beautiful is General Gu?" General Gu has been acclaimed as the most beautiful woman at Tingxing International. What do you think? "No, I believe you are the most beautiful, Sister Lan." Yi Fei praised her without a moment's hesitation. Yi Fei, you certainly know how to flatter. I presume you have complimented many girls with such words? Not at all. I have only ever praised you, Sister Lan. Yi Fei vehemently shook his head. Qin Menglan chuckled flirtatiously and replied, "Well, I must admit, you are quite the charmer. I will look out for you in the company. Will you really be able to protect me?" Yi Fei glanced at Qin Menglan's ample bosom, emphasizing the word protect. "Dare you take advantage of me, young man? Do you believe my words could send you packing?" Qin Menglan's smile was playful as she regarded Yi Fei. "I would never." Yi Fei hastily waved his hands, inwardly lamenting how long it had been since he had indulged in such pleasures. Such a rascal. Qin Menglan shook her head with a laugh, saying, "Make sure to perform well in front of General Gu. After all, your fate rests in her hands." "Yes, Sister Lan, I promise to conduct myself admirably." Yi Fei saluted Qin Menglan in a formal manner, eliciting a delightful giggle from her. As he beheld the gentle sway of her curves, Yi Fei could not help but marvel inwardly. Goodness, how magnificent! Chapter 004. The goddess CEO in the CEO's office. Gu Qingsheng regarded the man before her, disheveled slovenly, and exuding an air of indolence. She furrowed her brow and inquired, "Are you the bodyguard selected for today?" "Indeed," Yi Fei replied with a grin, though his gaze wandered over Gu Qingsheng. "Ah, you truly live up to the title of the most beautiful woman in Qingsheng International. Your beauty is simply unparalleled, rivaling even that of my stunning mentor." Dressed in a crisp white shirt paired with a light blue casual business suit, Gu Qingsheng's long, lustrous black hair cascaded to her waist. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like autumn waters, framed by elegantly arched brows and long lashes, while her full, rosy lips and exquisite features combined to create an ethereal aura, as if she had stepped out from a painting. "What is your name?" Gu Qingsheng noted Yi Fei's lingering gaze, and her brow tightened slightly. Although his gaze bore no ill intent, she was not fond of being scrutinized in such a manner. "Yi Fei," he replied with a smile. "Age? 24. What have you done in the past?" "Delivered parcels, washed dishes, carried bricks, drove a taxi." Stop. "No more." Just as Yi Fei was about to elaborate, Gu Qingsheng interrupted. "Assistant Qin, please come here. I have something to discuss with you." "Saint-Sink, ye fils unreliabilit." Gu Qingsheng sought to learn more through Qin Menglan. The two women moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, engaging in hushed conversation, while Yi Fei yawned and surveyed the simple yet elegant office decor. However, his brow soon furrowed slightly. There was something amiss about this office. "Sister Lan, is this person truly reliable?" Gu Qingsheng and Qin Menglan, being close friends, treated each other as equals rather than superior and subordinate. "Qingsheng, I find him quite dependable," Qin Menglan remarked, glancing at Yi Fei. "You didn't see it, but just a moment ago, a group from the Iron Blood Alliance came to collect protection fees. In that urgent moment, he stood up alone and drove all the ruffians away by himself." Qin Menglan held a favorable impression of Yi Fei. Thus she spoke highly of him. What Gu Qingcheng was taken aback, her voice barely above a whisper. Is he truly that formidable? Indeed, if I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it myself. Qin Minglan shrugged, equally astonished. Very well, I shall observe further. Gu Qingcheng nodded and approached Yi Fei, her voice cool and composed. Yi Fei, many aspire to be my bodyguard, yet for various reasons, I have declined them all. Since you wish to take on this role, tell me, what makes you exceptional? Exceptional, you say. Yi Fei smirked, striding toward the office desk. He began to search beneath the desk, then under the coffee table, and finally under the sofa, while Gu Qingcheng and Qin Minglan watched with curiosity, bewildered by his actions. Subsequently, Yi Fei circled around the office before approaching, revealing his open palm before the two women. 3 minuscule black electronic devices, no larger than a pinky finger, lay upon his hand. What is this? Gu Qingcheng inquired with curiosity, her gaze fixated on the little black devices, while Qin Minglan mirrored her bewilderment at Yi Fei. These are miniature listening devices, commonly favored by corporate spies, Yi Fei stated, locking eyes with Gu Qingcheng. With a swift motion of his right hand, he crushed the 3 devices into dust. What? Listening devices? Gu Qingcheng exclaimed, alarm coursing through her veins. Had her previous conversations in the office been eavesdropped upon? If the confidential affairs of Qingcheng International had been compromised by rival companies, it would spell a significant blow to their enterprise. The mere thought sent chills of cold sweat cascading down her back. Do you have any idea who might have placed the listening devices in your office? Yi Fei pressed, his gaze intense. These devices were not ordinary. They hailed from a military factory in a neighboring island nation. Such models were not readily available to the general populace. Whether it was a company or an organization from that island targeting Qingcheng International remained unclear. Yet, what aspect of Qingcheng International had caught their attention perplexed him. How would I know? If I did, I certainly wouldn't let them off the hook. Gu Qingcheng's expression hardened. Now is not the time for anger. Reflect carefully on who could have possibly placed the listening devices in your office, Qin Minglan urged. Typically, only Wang Ma comes to clean my office every morning. I am present at all other times. Gu Qingcheng pondered before gasping. Could it be Wang Ma? While it was a possibility, given that no one had yet been apprehended, suspicion lingered over everyone. Yi Fei noted with a smirk. What should we do then? Shall I call all employees for a thorough inspection? I find that approach unwise, Yi Fei countered, shaking his head. We should avoid alarming the snake in the grass. The listening devices have already been destroyed. If they wish to continue eavesdropping, they will likely send someone else to install new ones. Thus, we merely need to bide our time. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. Gu Qingcheng nodded, then turned to Yi Fei. Yi Fei, I entrust this task to you. Please ensure that you apprehend the individual responsible for placing the listening devices in the shortest time possible. Are you implying that I am hired? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow. Yes, since you were able to detect the presence of listening devices in my office without any instruments, you must possess exceptional skills. Therefore, I will put you on a 3-month trial, with a monthly salary of 100,000. If you perform well, we can establish a long-term contract. As she spoke, Gu Qingcheng retrieved a contract from her desk and handed it to Yi Fei. This is the contract. Take your time to review it. If there are no objections, simply sign at the last page. I believe that a large company like Qingcheng International would not deceive an honest person like me, remarked Yi Fei, casually. He chuckled, thinking that if he were indeed an honest man, then there would be no honest individuals left in the world. Silently scoffing at him was Qin Minglan. Yi Fei picked up the contract and flipped through it nonchalantly, declaring, "All right, I shall sign." Just as he was about to affix his signature, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. "Come in," came the cool voice of Gu Qingcheng. The door swung open to reveal a young man with slicked back hair, dressed in a full Armani casual ensemble, carrying a large bouquet of roses. Upon seeing him, Gu Qingcheng's delicate face turned icy as she coldly exclaimed, "Xiao Dong, what are you doing here?" "Qingcheng, you are becoming more enchanting by the day. Even your anger is captivating." Xiao Dong grinned widely, advancing towards Gu Qingcheng, his gaze almost penetrating her bosom. "These roses, a perfect match for your beauty, are my heartfelt gift to you." Gu Qingcheng did not accept the flowers. Her eyes flashed with disdain as she pointed towards the door. commanding, "Leave at once." "Oh, come now, Qinsheng, do not be angry. I heard you are hiring bodyguards. So I have brought you a few experts," Xiao Dong replied with a broad smile, clapping his hands. "Come in, everyone." Immediately, 3 men over 6 feet tall strode in. Dressed in matching black suits and shirts, sporting crew cuts and sunglasses, they made quite a striking impression. "Qinsheng, do you see? These are the experts I have prepared for you." Xiao Dong beamed with pride, gesturing towards the trio. "I hired them at a great expense from a specialized bodyguard company. They hail from the Tiger, Eagle, and Divine Sword Special Forces, each a king among soldiers, capable of taking on 10 foes without a hitch. You know the Tiger, Eagle, and Divine Sword, right? They rank among the top 10 special forces in our land. Quite impressive. Since when did a king of soldiers become so inexpensive? Just pulling someone and makes them a king of soldiers?" Before Xiao Dong could finish his boast, a mocking voice interrupted. "Who spoke?" Xiao Dong turned around in anger. "I. And you are?" Xiao Dong glared at Yi Fei. "I am Ms. Gu's bodyguard." Yi Fei met Xiao Dong's gaze, raising an eyebrow. "What nonsense? You a bodyguard?" Xiao Dong scoffed derisively at Yi Fei, then imitated Gu Qinsheng's gesture, pointing towards the door. "You are fired. Now leave." "Leave? On what grounds?" Yi Fei's eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flashing within. Chapter 005. Let him go. My people are superior. With an air of arrogance, Xiao Dong regarded Yi Fei, then waved his hand dismissively. "Ahu, teach this kid a lesson." "Yes, young Master Xiao." One of the burly men nodded and stepped forward. "Stop." Gu Qingqing's sharp voice cut through the tension. "Xiao Dong, this is my hire bodyguard. What right do you have to make decisions for me?" Her demeanor grew increasingly frosty, and it felt as though the temperature in the office had plummeted, threatening to freeze everyone in place. Xiao Dong, with a sycophantic smile, replied, "Qinsheng, you must understand, there are far too many frauds these days, employing a myriad of deceitful tactics. I'm concerned you might be deceived. Hence I wanted Ahu to assess this fellow's skills and determine if he is truly worthy of guarding you." Seeing the sincere expression on Xiao Dong's face, Yi Fei couldn't help but chuckle. It was a pity he wasn't in theater. At this point, Gu Qingqing fell silent. Truth be told, she was uncertain of Yi Fei's true strength. Although Qin Minglan had spoken highly of him, she had yet to witness it for herself. Thus, she pondered allowing these special forces warriors to test his capabilities. Qin Minglan, too, was curious about Yi Fei's prowess, which is why she had remained silent, observing from the sidelines. Noticing Gu Qingqing's silence, Xiao Dong's heart swelled with delight. "You little brat, dare to act arrogant in front of me? Soon, you'll be searching for your teeth." He envisioned a scenario where, once he rid himself of Yi Fei and positioned his own men beside the woman, she would be easily swayed. With excitement etched on his face, Xiao Dong commanded, "Ahu, take him down." Receiving his master's approval, Ahu grinned broadly, cracked his neck, and approached Yi Fei. "You're the Tiger Special Forces King, correct?" Yi Fei asked with a smile. "Yes, and you're about to experience Hello Kitty." Yi Fei flashed a grin and then, like a bolt of lightning, unleashed his fist. Boom! His thunderous punch landed squarely on Ahu's chest. In the next instant, Ahu was propelled backward, crashing to the ground and howling in pain. A single punch had sent him flying. Everyone present was left in shock. This was the famed Tiger Brigade's Special Forces King? How unimpressive. Yi Fei casually dusted off his hands, his nonchalant voice echoing in the office. Xiao Dong's lips twitched as he shouted at the other 2 men, "What are you standing there for? Get him." "Yes." The 2 men quickly nodded and surrounded Yi Fei. With sinister grins, they launched their fists at Yi Fei simultaneously. Smack! Yi Fei's eyes flashed with brilliance. He raised his hands and effortlessly caught both fists, then yanked them forward, delivering a series of axe-like kicks with his right leg. Bang! Bang! The 2 men were sent flying, crashing into Xiao Dong and pinning him beneath them, much like a game of human stacking. "Get off me! You're crushing me!" Xiao Dong screeched in distress. Smack! Yi Fei stepped forward and placed his foot on Xiao Dong's chest, saying, "Xiao Dong, esteemed young master, may I ask if I am qualified to be General Manager Gu's bodyguard?" With a scathing retort, he struck Xiao Dong's left cheek with a resounding slap, exclaiming, "You deserve it. Do you even know who I am?" Another slap landed on Xiao Dong's right cheek, and Yi Fei scoffed. What an old glitch. Can't you come up with something more original? I care not who you are. Even if the king of heaven himself were to arrive, he would kneel and sing conquer for me. His brazen arrogance left the two women beside him momentarily stunned. This fellow is rather intriguing. Qin Minglan observed Yi Fei's profile, her eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. After receiving 2 slaps, Xiao Dong was utterly bewildered, losing the audacity to act pretentious. How could this guy deviate from the script? Young Master Qiao, do you believe I am now qualified to be General Manager Gu's bodyguard? Yi Fei inquired with a smirk. Yes, Xiao Dong replied without hesitation, nodding vigorously. A true man knows when to yield, so let us keep it civil for now. Yi Fei, let him go. Gu Qingcheng interjected, not wishing for Yi Fei to offend Xiao Dong too severely, as his background was not to be underestimated. Yi Fei chuckled and lifted his foot from Xiao Dong's chest. General Manager Gu has asked you to leave, so be gone. Just wait, you brat. Xiao Dong spat as he and the 3 men made their hasty exit. Yi Fei closed the door and approached Gu Qingcheng, asking, General Manager, how do you perceive my performance? I think it was commendable. Qin Minglan was the first to voice her opinion. Indeed, quite good, Gu Qingcheng remarked, a glimmer of approval flashing in her beautiful eyes. She nodded and said, please sign here. Taking the contract, Yi Fei signed his name with ease. His handwriting was both bold and elegant, exuding the charm of the Chinese characters. Gu Qingcheng admired the signature, noting that in today's society, few possess such exquisite penmanship. A beautiful signature surely suggests a person of quality. After completing the contract, Gu Qingcheng retrieved a thick leather envelope from her bag and handed it to Yi Fei, stating, this is a cash advance of 20,000. Please count it. Yi Fei casually tucked the envelope into his pocket with a grin, saying, no need to count. I trust General Manager Gu is not in the habit of shortchanging me. Gu Qingcheng chuckled lightly before asking, do you have a place to stay? Yes, he replied. Where do you reside? Taiyan Community. Upon hearing the name of the neighborhood, both Gu Qingcheng and Qin Minglan exchanged glances, their lips curling slightly. How impoverished must he be to live there? It is said that area is slated for demolition soon. Gu Qingcheng remarked. Indeed, it will be torn down by the end of the year. Yi Fei lamented, feeling somewhat helpless, having finally found an affordable place, only to discover it was to be demolished. What a predicament! How about this? Why not move in with me? Gu Qingcheng suggested after a moment's reflection. Cohabitation. Upon hearing these words, Yi Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Qin Minglan was equally taken aback. When had Gu Qingcheng become so open-minded? Gu Qingcheng also sensed the peculiar glances exchanged between the two and cleared her throat softly, stating, Yi Fei, do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely wish for you to fulfill your duties as a bodyguard more effectively. Do you truly trust me? Yi Fei inquired with a playful smile, smacking his lips. It is not you I trust. It is myself, Gu Qingcheng declared, locking her gaze onto Yi Fei's eyes. A flicker of unusual brightness crossed Yi Fei's eyes. Well, I must say, this beautiful CEO is quite the intriguing character. Rest assured, Ms. Gu, since you have such faith in me, I shall undoubtedly carry out my responsibilities as your bodyguard. At least for the next 3 months, I will ensure no harm comes to you. Yi Fei promised, thumping his chest confidently. Then I extend my gratitude in advance. Gu Qingcheng replied with a gentle smile. There is no need for thanks. Having received such a substantial remuneration, it is only fitting that I fulfill my obligations, Yi Fei responded. Gu Qingcheng nodded, saying, I will have Assistant Qin show you to the office next door shortly. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to approach me. Wait, I have an office too? Yi Fei exclaimed joyfully, realizing he could also earn money by helping others train. Indeed, there is an office adjacent to mine. It was previously occupied by another assistant who has since resigned, so it is now available for your use, Gu Qingcheng explained. That sounds splendid. Thank you, Ms. Gu. Yi Fei's smile grew even broader. Gu Qingcheng glanced at Yi Fei and continued. As our company, Qingcheng International, has yet to establish a bodyguard department, you will currently be part of the security division. However, you will only have 2 superiors. One is me. And the other? Yi Fei inquired eagerly. That would be me. Qin Minglan chimed in with a playful laugh. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Yi Fei's eyes. Having two beautiful superiors was indeed a delightful prospect, ensuring that his days would not be solitary. Very well, you need not work this afternoon. Feel free to return home and gather your belongings. Just ensure you arrive to pick me up before the afternoon is over, Gu Qingxing instructed. She then turned to Qin Minglan and said, Assistant Qin, please escort him out. Qin Minglan nodded and prepared to lead Yi Fei away. However, Yi Fei turned back, scratching the back of his head and smiling. Ms. Gu, do you have a car? Yes, why do you ask? Could I borrow it? My residence is a bit distant. Certainly, Gu Qingsheng replied readily, retrieving a set of car keys from her bag and handing them to Yi Fei. Chapter 006, Truly Inked. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Yi Fei chuckled as he accepted the keys, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of a Maserati. Indeed, a splendid choice. Observing Yi Fei's departing silhouette, Gu Qingsheng squinted slightly, pondering the reliability of this fellow. If what her mother left behind were to fall into the wrong hands, it could spell monumental trouble. With a sigh, she gazed out the window and murmured softly, Mom and Dad, rest assured, I shall safeguard the treasures you entrusted to me. Upon entering the adjacent office, Yi Fei surveyed the space with satisfaction. Although this office was merely a third the size of the president's, it was well equipped with a desk, computer, and sofa, everything one could need. So what do you think of this office? Are you satisfied? Qin Minglan inquired with a cheerful smile. Absolutely. I find it rather extravagant for my use. Yi Fei shrugged, then extended his hand toward Qin Minglan, saying, Sister Lan, we are colleagues now. Let us get acquainted. I am Yi Fei. Qin Minglan, Mr. Gu's assistant, she replied with a smile, retracting her hand. The mischievous fellow had playfully squeezed her hand during the handshake. Although somewhat frivolous, it was not entirely inappropriate. Yi Fei unabashedly appraised the woman before him. She was intriguing, not only mature and intelligent, but also possessing a captivating beauty and a flawless figure that made her the envy of all women. She resembled a ripe peach, evoking a desire to take a bite and relish its sweet nectar. Unfazed by the man's roving gaze, Qin Minglan remarked, Well then, Yi Fei, I have some matters to attend to. Take your time to explore. If you need anything, you may speak to Mr. Gu or reach out to me. Thank you. Sister Lan. Yi Fei nodded with a smile. Indeed, both Mr. Gu and I hold high expectations for you. So do perform well. Rest assured, Sister Lan, I shall certainly perform to the best of my abilities, ensuring neither you nor Mr. Gu is disappointed. Yi Fei deliberately emphasized the word perform. Giggling softly, Qin Minglan covered her mouth, then departed. Standing in the office, Yi Fei contemplated the mid-month timing. Having recently come into some funds, it was the perfect opportunity to visit the children. With that thought, he wandered aimlessly around the office for a couple of laps, and upon finding nothing amiss, he exited. As Yi Fei prepared to take the elevator to the underground parking, he noticed Lu Man rushing out in a flurry. Brother Fei, trouble is brewing. This is serious. Seeing Yi Fei, Lu Man dashed toward him. The sky hasn't fallen. So why the commotion? This is an office. Let us maintain some decorum. Yi Fei rolled his eyes at Lu Man. Now, what seems to be the issue? After catching his breath, Lu Man replied, Brother Fei, did you offend young Master Qiao? Young Master Qiao? Are you referring to Qiao Dong? Do you know him? Who in Ninghai City doesn't T know him? It has come to my attention that Qiao Dong's father, Qiao Shan, is the leader of the Longmen gang in Ninghai City. With several thousand subordinates under his command, Lu Man exclaimed with a face full of fear. Goodness, so formidable. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei did not feel fear. Instead, he chuckled. After all, compared to the grand organizations around the world, such underworld forces seemed as trivial as child's play, unworthy of serious concern. If he had faced those colossal entities without trepidation, why should he now? Brother Fei, I assure you, everything I said is true. Why are you laughing? Lu Man was somewhat bewildered, questioning whether Brother Fei was genuinely fearless or merely pretending to be bold. I've heard that those in the underworld are all fierce individuals. Taking a life is as effortless as playing a game. I believe what you say is true, Yi Fei replied with a smile, giving Lu Man a reassuring pat on the shoulder. And then what? Then, Qiao Dong and Zhao Qiguang joined forces, preparing to come after you. I also overheard them calling for reinforcements. Yuman gulpit naufusli. Brother Fei, I took advantage of their inattention to slip out and warn you. Perhaps you should just hide in the company for a while. If they don't find you, they might leave. Hide? That is not my style. Yi Fei responded with a charismatic smile, feeling a surge of gratitude. Despite Lu Man's somewhat lewd and timid demeanor, he exhibited loyalty, making him a worthy companion. He gave Lu Man a hearty pat on the shoulder before stepping into the elevator. Watching Brother Fei resolutely enter the elevator to face potential danger, Lu Man found himself in a state of shock. Goodness, Brother Fei is truly going to face his fate. He clasped his hands together and murmured, compassionate Avalokitesvara, Buddha, Tathagata. I beseech you to grant Brother Fei safety. As long as he remains unharmed, I promise not to eat meat for 3 days. No, 2 days. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, Yi Fei spotted a group of individuals loitering at the entrance. He chuckled, disregarding them as he searched for his vehicle. It did not take long to locate it, as there was only one champagne-colored Maserati Quattroporte. After finding it, Yi Fei did not rush to enter. Instead, he leaned against the car and lit a cigarette. At the entrance of the underground garage, a dozen ruffians were smoking, while Xiao Dong and Zhao Qiguang, both clad in sunglasses, squatted among them. Their eyes brightened upon seeing Yi Fei emerge. "He is out! He is out!" Xiao Dong exclaimed excitedly, waving his hand. "Is that the guy?" A thug with a buzz cut, dressed in a black tank top adorned with a wolf dog tattoo, pointed towards Yi Fei. "Indeed, that is him." Xiao Dong nodded, turning to the thug. "Dog brother, can we handle him?" "Of course. Young Master Qiao has always looked after us. We shall do our utmost for you." Dog brother flattered, then produced a gleaming machete. "Young Master, how many legs should we take from that kid?" At the sight of the machete, both Xiao Dong and Zhao Qiguang shuddered. My goodness, with that blade, the kid would surely not survive. 3 legs, of course. Zhao Qiguang interjected with a fierce tone. Upon hearing this, Dog Brother was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, goodness, this fellow is quite ruthless, demanding 3 legs from someone with a mere word. Indeed, 3 legs. Xiao Dong nodded in agreement, revealing that he too possessed a heart of steel. Truly like attracts like, very well, whatever young Master Qiao decrees shall be done. Dog Brother nodded, but a flicker of concern crossed his face as he inquired, young Master Qiao, what if a life is lost? If a life is lost, I shall bear the consequences. You all may proceed without hesitation. Xiao Dong asserted with commanding authority, gesturing dismissively. That's exactly what we needed to hear from young Master Qiao. Dog Brother grinned, then waved his hand decisively. Brothers, let us depart. At his command, a group armed with machetes and steel pipes surged into the underground parking lot. As the band of ruffians approached, Yi Fei narrowed his eyes. He had nearly finished his cigarette, and their arrival was indeed tardy. You there, are you Yi Fei? Dog Brother stepped forward, brandishing a machete towards him. Indeed, I am Yi Fei, he replied with a smirk. What brings you here, gentlemen? Little brother, your car is quite impressive. Mind if we take it for a spin? Dog Brother jested. My wife is even more impressive. Would you care to take her for a joyride as well? All right, my friend. You're quite the character. Go to hell. Yi Fei's demeanor shifted abruptly, his expression turning icy as he flicked his fingers. Whoosh! The cigarette but flew straight into Dog Brother's mouth. And in a swift motion, Yi Fei stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to Dog Brother. Bang! Dog Brother was sent flying, crashing to the ground in disarray. What the hell? The gang stared in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out. Who was this individual, so formidable? Just moments ago, Dog Brother had been brimming with confidence, only to be toppled in an instant. Dog Brother staggered to his feet, struggling to speak due to a burn on his tongue. What are you saying, Dog Brother? Speak clearly, I can't understand you. Indeed, Dog Brother, don't shout. The gang remained perplexed, unable to comprehend Dog Brother's words, frozen in place. In frustration, Dog Brother kicked 2 of his subordinates and then swung the machete menacingly towards Yi Fei. Chapter 007. The Iron Man's Tenderness. The meaning behind Dog Brother's command was clear. Let us advance. One of the ruffians, displaying a spark of intelligence, shouted loudly, brandishing a steel pipe as he charged towards Yi Fei alongside Dog Brother. The others quickly followed suit, clamoring and rushing towards Yi Fei, unaware of their impending doom. Yi Fei emitted a sharp reprimand and stepped forward, effortlessly swatting aside Dog Brother's cleaver. Grasping Dog Brother by his collar, he hoisted him up and then forcefully slammed him to the ground. Bang! The impact of his head meeting the floor was so intense that Dog Brother felt as if he was on the verge of a concussion. Having taken down one adversary, Yi Fei did not pause. His figure glided through the throng of ruffians like a specter, dispatching anyone who dared to reach for him with a single blow. Within less than a minute, 5 or 6 of the ruffians lay defeated, leaving only 2 or 3 trembling in place, too terrified to approach. From this day forward, this is my territory. Should any of you dare to cause trouble again, your fate will be the same as his. With that, Yi Fei delivered a forceful kick to Dog Brother's abdomen. Phew! A mouthful of bile erupted from Dog Brother's lips, nearly spewing out his previous meal. The remaining ruffians, witnessing Dog Brother's pitiful state, felt a pang of empathy, and none dared to approach him again. Yi Fei smiled and pointed for those who wished to avoid death. I suggest you leave at once. His commanding voice echoed through the underground parking lot. A horde of ruffians hastily dragged the unconscious Dog Brother away, fleeing without a moment's hesitation. Yi Fei scoffed, then opened the car door, slipped inside, and accelerated out of the parking garage, heading straight for Tyne Community. Damn it, I never anticipated this kid would be so formidable. Standing at the entrance of the parking lot, Xiao Dong spat in frustration, nearly beside himself with rage. He had thought that summoning a few more people would suffice to make Yi Fei weep and plead, but it turned out to be utterly ineffective. Young Master Qiao. I initially believed he was merely a second-rate expert, but it appears he is a first-rate one, Zhao Qiguang said, his expression grim. He had assumed that Yi Fei was only slightly stronger than himself, but the disparity was far greater than he had anticipated. In the secular world, strength is categorized into levels: unranked, third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, and master, with the latter 2 classifications further divided into acquired and innate, though those are merely legendary existences. Achieving mastery in the secular realm is sufficient to dominate a territory. Zhao Qiguang had served a few years in the military, placing his strength at the third-rate level. A first-rate expert, indeed. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Xiao Dong chuckled coldly and inquired, Little Zhao, what level is your strength? Third-rate, Zhao Qiguang replied. Very well. I shall return home and request that my father send over a couple of first-rate experts. I refuse to believe we cannot deal with this fellow. Xiao Dong glared in the direction Yi Fei had departed, speaking fiercely. Young Master Qiao is mighty. Young Master Qiao is imposing. Zhao Qiguang opportunely flattered him. Xiao Dong pleased, nodded in appreciation and remarked, Little Zhao, I had not realized that our company harbored such talent during my previous visits to Qingcheng International. Since we have become acquainted today, I shall take you under my wing henceforth, promising a life of indulgence and pleasure. It is truly a stroke of fortune that the esteemed Xiao regards me. Zhao Qiguang with such favor. As Zhao Qiguang spoke, a glint of mischief flashed in his eyes. Xiao Dong nodded, tossing aside his sunglasses, and proclaimed, Let us go. Young Zhao, I shall take you to revel in life's delights. What? To seek out some charming companions? Xiao. Ah, this is indeed to my liking. Let us proceed. Yi Fei, driving a Maserati Quattroporte, took nearly an hour to arrive at the Tyne Community. Situated just outside the city center, some of the residences here boast decades of history. While the buildings may be aged, the affordable rents attract many migrant workers seeking accommodation. As Yi Fei stepped out of his car, a woman approached him. She sported striking red hair and wore a fitted black dress that accentuated her S-shaped silhouette, the hem barely covering her thighs. This woman was his neighbor, whom Yi Fei recognized but did not know well. Just as Yi Fei was about to enter the community, the woman rushed over. Yi Fei, I thought it was someone else. Where have you found such fortune to be driving a Maserati? Her gaze was fixed on the luxurious vehicle, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. Yi Fei merely smiled. It was amusing how this woman, who had previously shown him no interest, was now attempting to engage him simply because he was driving an extravagant car. Such is the nature of society, he mused, and he could not falter for it. Seeing that Yi Fei was unresponsive, the woman, undeterred, continued to smile coyly and suggested, "Yi Fei, I am feeling rather merry today. Shall we indulge in some delightful activities together?" "No, thank you. I have no desire for such company," Yi Fei replied, waving his hand dismissively before stepping into the community. "TCH, just because you have money, you think you're something special. If you wish to play, I would not accompany you anyway." The woman glared at Yi Fei's retreating figure, then cast a lingering glance at the Maserati, biting her lip in frustration. Ascending the stairs, Yi Fei unlocked the door to his modest 30-square-meter apartment and sighed softly. Though the place was dilapidated, he had lived here for a year, and now that he was about to leave, he felt a pang of reluctance. If it weren't for the desire to provide a better life for those children, he would not be seeking a higher-paying job. After all, the income from his various part-time jobs was more than sufficient for his needs. Yet, he held no regrets about his choice. He casually gathered his belongings, a few old garments and a second-hand computer, and stuffed them into a tattered canvas travel bag before exiting his room. Back in the car, he tossed the travel bag onto the back seat and drove away from the Thailand community. Perhaps he would return in 3 months, or perhaps he would never set foot here again. Nonetheless, who can predict the future? Half an hour later, Yi Fei arrived at the entrance of a welfare home situated near the outskirts of Ningxi City's southern district. The welfare institution is named Blue Sky Welfare Home. Its buildings have aged somewhat, with walls adorned by climbing vines, which infuse a touch of vitality into the otherwise austere environment. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Yi Fei's eyes glimmered with a gentle light as he inhaled deeply, stepping through the crimson-painted entrance. Upon entering the expansive courtyard, the sounds of children's laughter and play filled the air. Brother Yi Fei has arrived. Hello, Brother Yi Fei. Several children, appearing to be in their primary school years, greeted him with innocent smiles. Xiao Hao, have you been picking on the little ones these past few days? Duo, have you been diligent with your homework? Yi Fei replied with a warm smile, engaging with the children. It was as if his presence brought an extra layer of liveliness to the courtyard. Brother Yi Fei, you're here. A melodious voice rang out from the side. Emerging from the laundry room was a girl clad in an elegant, pure white-fitted shirt and light-hued, knee-length denim shorts. She possessed a tall and graceful stature, nearly 1.7 meters in height, with long, perfectly shaped legs and delicate, porcelain-like calves, resembling a masterpiece meticulously crafted by an artist. Back to help again? Yi Fei smiled at the girl, saying, "You truly are a trooper. Big sister Lu helped us wash all the clothes. She has been such a help." A little girl chimed in. Duo, big sister is not weary," Lu Yi replied, crouching down to gently stroke the girl's hair. From now on, you needn't come over during lunchtime. Your school is quite far from here. The round trip takes at least an hour. Running back and forth every day is too exhausting. Ye fi sai tenderdi. Gazing at Lu Yi. Compared to you, Brother Yi Fei, what I do is nothing. Lu Yi stood up, sighed, and continued. You work so many jobs every day, and you donate all your earnings here. Don't you ever think about yourself? Oh, what do I need so much money for? As long as I have enough to live on, that suffices. Yi Fei chuckled, then added, besides today, I found a job at Qingsheng International. Really? Lu Yi looked at Yi Fei with excitement. Brother Yi Fei, Qingsheng International is a very prestigious company, and I've heard it's going public soon. What position will you hold at Qingsheng International? Lu Yi inquired curiously. I'll be the boss's driver, Yi Fei replied thoughtfully. Being a driver is great. Who knows? The boss might appreciate your work and assign you to other tasks in the future. Lu Yi exclaimed with delight. Chapter 008, The Divine Needle of Tai. Yi Fei smiled gently, then retrieved a cowhide envelope from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yi, whispering, there are 20,000 yuan inside. After I leave, please give it to Dean Kai. Just say it was donated by an anonymous benefactor. Otherwise, Dean Kai will insist on returning the money to me. Brother Yi Fei, you should keep this money for yourself. The children's lives are improving, and they no longer require such a large sum, Lu Yi replied, not reaching for the envelope. This amount may not be substantial, but it is a token of my goodwill. Please accept it, Yi Fei insisted, pressing the cowhide envelope into Lu Yi's hand. All right, with the weather getting warmer, this will be perfect for buying the children some new summer clothes. Realizing she could not refuse, Lu Yi nodded and accepted it. Yi Fei, you've arrived, a warm voice called from the doorway. A middle-aged woman entered, dressed simply, her shoulder-length hair revealing strands of silver. The passage of time evident on her face. Dean Kai, how is Chinner doing? Yi Fei inquired with a smile. Since you treated Chinner last time, she has improved significantly. The frequency of her heart condition has decreased remarkably, and it is all thanks to you. I can hardly express my gratitude, Dean Kai said, her eyes filled with appreciation as she gazed at Yi Fei. Had she not witnessed Chinner's improvement firsthand, she would have found it hard to believe in Yi Fei's extraordinary medical skills. Dean Kai, you flatter me. If it weren't for your kindness in taking me in, I wouldn't know where I would be today, Yi Fei replied with a smile. Brother Yi Fei, what nonsense are you talking about? Talk of life and death. Lu Yi rolled her eyes at him. Yi Fei laughed heartily and then said, Dean Kai, I have come today to perform the second round of treatment for Chinner. I am confident that she will soon regain her health. Wonderful. Yi Fei, I appreciate your help, Dean Kai nodded with a smile. Then gently led over a frail young girl with pigtails, saying softly, Chinner, Brother Yi Fei is here to treat you today. You should thank him. Thank you, Brother Yi Fei. The girl blinked her large eyes at Yi Fei and asked, Brother Yi Fei, can my illness really be cured? Indeed, Ye Fei affirmed, gently patting her head. Subsequently, Dean Kai led the little girl, along with Yi Fei and Lu Yi, into a room. This was Dean Kai's modestly furnished space, containing only a few simple pieces of furniture, nothing more. This woman had lived a life of simplicity for over a decade, dedicating everything to the welfare of this orphanage. She was a truly remarkable woman, a belief Yi Fei held steadfastly. Chinner, Brother Yi Fei will be treating you soon. You must be a good girl, Dean Kai said with a kind smile as she placed the little girl onto the bed. Yes, I will be good. The little girl nodded obediently. All right, Yi Fei. Let's begin. Director Kai glanced at Yi Fei and spoke. Very well. Yi Fei nodded, extending his index finger to gently press against the girl's pulse, subsequently closing his eyes to slowly attune himself to the rhythm of her heartbeat. Meanwhile, Director Kai and Lu Yi maintained an absolute silence, fearful of disturbing Yi Fei. Time flowed by minute. After 5 minutes, Yi Fei released his hand, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, Chinner's condition has improved significantly. After this acupuncture session and one more to follow, she shall be on the path to complete recovery. Is that truly the case, Brother Yi Fei? Lu Yi exclaimed, nearly brought to tears by her excitement. She held deep affection for the children here, and upon hearing of Chinner's congenital heart condition, she had been sorrowful for quite some time. The news of Chinner's impending recovery filled her heart with joy. Director Kai's eyes glistened with tears, expressing, Yi Fei, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. If you can restore Chinner to health, it would be akin to granting her a second life. Now, Yi and Director Kai, please do not cry. The treatment for Chinner is of utmost importance. All right, no more tears, Director Kai replied, wiping her eyes. Yi Fei smiled once more, retrieving a black cloth pouch from his pocket. As he opened it, a collection of silver needles of varying lengths and thicknesses lay within. Having treated Chinner in the past, Director Kai helped lift the girl's shirt as Yi Fei produced the silver needles. With both hands holding the needles, he took a moment to assess, gathering his energy from the dantian, and with a swift motion, whoosh, 2 silver needles gleamed briefly before being deftly inserted into the girl's back. Buzz, buzz, the needles trembled slightly upon her skin. Although Director Kai and Lu Yi had previously witnessed Yi Fei's extraordinary acupuncture skills, they remained in awe each time. How could the silver needles quiver upon insertion into the acupoints? They had encountered acupuncture before, yet never had they witnessed anything so miraculous. At that moment, Yi Fei maintained an intense focus for while treating the girl. He also needed to channel the vital energy from his dantian to guide the needles. This was the most challenging aspect of acupuncture, the art of energy manipulation. Without a moment's pause, he grasped 4 more silver needles, his movements accelerating. Xiaoai, Tsiuza, Chai's, and Tanzhong acupoints. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Each needle landed precisely, as fluid as flowing water. Then Yifei spread his hands, his fingers dancing. One by one, the gleaming silver needles began to vibrate in a rhythmic sequence. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this juncture, Yifei's complexion began to pale. It appeared that utilizing his vital energy for the Tai divine needle technique was indeed taxing. Had it not been for the damage to his dantian, which caused a sluggish accumulation of vital energy, he would not be experiencing a deficiency in his qi. But for Qin'er's health, he was determined to persevere. Noticing the pallor on Yifei's face, Lu Yi and Director Kai felt a surge of anxiety. They hoped that Qin'er would regain her health, but they also wished for Yifei's safety. As the silver needles trembled increasingly faster, Yifei's complexion grew paler, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Yi, quickly prepare a basin of warm water and a clean towel. All right. In fact, Lu Yi had prepared everything before entering, so she hurriedly placed a basin of warm water beside them. Time passed second by second. After about 5 minutes, the silver needles on the girl's back finally ceased their trembling. Qin'er, bear with it, Yifei gently reminded her, knowing that removing the needles might cause some discomfort. The girl nodded, while Director Kai held her hand tightly. Withdraw, Yifei commanded softly, and then his hands swiftly moved over the girl's back. Ugh! The girl gritted her teeth, letting out a cry from the pain. In the next moment, all the silver needles returned to Yifei's hands. With the withdrawal of the needles, a viscous black liquid flowed from the girl's back. Yi quickly helped Qin'er clean her back. All right. Louis nodded and took the towel to wipe the girl's back. Yifei then placed his fingertip on the girl's pulse, closed his eyes to feel for a moment, then opened them and inquired, Qin'er, what do you feel? Brother Yifei, I feel warm all over, it's so comfortable. The girl replied, Director Kai, Qin'er is nearly well. With one more acupuncture session, her congenital heart disease can be completely cured. Yifei ehalit deeply. Thank you, Yifei. Director Kai wiped the corners of her eyes, looking at Yifei with concern. Yifei, you don't look well. Are you all right? I'm fine, Director Kai. Just a bit fatigued. A little rest will do. Yifei waved his hand with a smile and then said, Director Kai, could you please bring me some paper and a pen? I will write a prescription for Qin'er. You can then procure the medicine from a better pharmacy for her to brew, which will aid in her recovery. Brother Yifei, there's a large pharmacy called the Ren Tang on my way to school. It looks quite reputable. I can help fetch the medicine for Qin'er, Lu Yi suggested. That would be a great help. It's no trouble at all. What I do is nothing compared to what Brother Yifei has accomplished. Director Kai observed the two with a smile of appreciation and then brought Yifei the paper and pen. Yifei nodded, took the paper, wrote out a prescription, and handed it to Lu Yi, saying, Please procure 7 doses according to this prescription for Qin'er to take continuously for 7 days, 3 times a day. I will return in a week to administer the final treatment. Understood, Brother Yifei. Lu Yi carefully placed the prescription in her pocket. After sitting for a while, Yifei felt somewhat better and stood up, stating, Director Kai, I must take my leave. There are matters at the company that require my attention. Aldikt, Yifei, go ahead and handle your affairs. Do not worry about the Welfare Institute. Yi and I are here. Director Kai smiled reassuringly. Goodbye, Qin'er. Goodbye, Brother Yifei. Yifei smiled gently before turning away and departing from the Welfare Institution. Chapter 009, A Beauty Like Jade. Yifei drove away from the Blue Sky Welfare Institute, initially intending to head directly back to Qingqing International. However, a thought crossed his mind. Given that he had clashed with the Iron Blood Alliance earlier that day, it was likely they would seek retribution at Qingqing International. Since he had instigated the conflict, it was only fitting that he resolved himself. With this resolution, Yifei pulled out his phone and made a call. Yujia, I'll be over to visit shortly. No need to come pick me up. Yes, I'll make my own way there. After hanging up, he pressed down on the accelerator and headed towards Huaihai Road. Huaihai Road is the most renowned commercial street in Ninghai City, juxtaposed with Mutant Lake. It is a place where every inch is precious, adorned with upscale cafes, 5-star hotels, and expansive plazas. Tianfu and Mingju plazas showcase an array of world-class brands, fashionable goods, and everyday essentials. The elite of Ninghai City frequent this locale. Along this road lies an extraordinarily opulent yet understated establishment known as the Red Makeup Club. This venue stands as one of Ninghai City's premier private clubs, operating on a membership basis. Without a membership card, even high-ranking officials and dignitaries are denied entry. Thus, those who pass through its doors are individuals recognized by the owner, representing the city's upper echelons. Outside, a dozen luxury vehicles were parked. Porsches, Land Rovers, and BMWs were among the less impressive, while several Maybachs and Aston Martins graced the scene. Yifei arrived in his Maserati Quattroporte and had just exited the vehicle when a young man clad in a well-tailored suit rushed out. "Brother Fei, you've arrived. The young lady is waiting for you inside," the young man greeted enthusiastically. "Shaoli, haven't I told you numerous times not to come out to greet me? If you keep this up, I might not want to come anymore," Yifei replied, shutting the car door with a smirk. Shaoli was taken aback, his expression almost teary. "Brother Fei, please don't say that. If the young lady finds out, I'm finished. Come on, don't be so frightened." "I was just joking." Yifei chuckled and took out a cigarette from his pocket, prompting Shaoli to step forward and light it for him. "By the way, Shaoli, how has Yuji been lately?" Yifei inquired, taking a puff. "The young lady hasn't been well," Shaoli replied, shaking his head with a rueful smile. "Why is that?" Yifei pressed. "The young lady said she is unhappy that you haven't visited her in a month," Shaoli explained. Yifei sighed and shook his head, then handed the car keys to Shaoli. "Shaoli, please park my car for me. It's not appropriate to leave it in front of your club." Shaoli respectfully accepted the keys, his face lighting up with excitement. "Brother Fei, you finally got a new car. I always said an electric vehicle doesn't suit you. However, I believe the Maserati Quattroporte doesn't match your status either. How about I give you my Rolls-Royce Phantom? Shaoli, let us not go there. To me, any car is merely a means of transportation. There's no need to complicate things." Yifei tossed the cigarette but into a distant trash bin and remarked, "Moreover, this Maserati Quattroporte is not mine. It belongs to our boss. I merely borrowed it for a drive." "Indeed, you're absolutely correct." Shaoli nodded in agreement. Yifei sitifit ayon, preparing to enter the Hongzhuang Club. However, upon reviewing his attire, he deemed it inappropriate to enter through the front, thus opting for the back entrance. Noticing Yifei's actions, Shaoli hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "Brother Fei, what are you planning to do?" "I believe it would be unseemly for me to enter through the front as a guest might see me, so I intend to use the back door." Please, do not take the back entrance. If the young lady finds out, I shall be in dire straits. Besides, no guest is of higher status than you," Shaoli exclaimed earnestly. Yifei, conceding, nodded and followed Shaoli into the Hongzhuang Club. The staff within the establishment recognized Yifei, greeting him warmly upon sight. The patrons, though curious about his ordinary attire, refrained from comment, for being personally welcomed by Shaoli indicated his extraordinary status. Upon reaching the door of the final private room, Shaoli halted, addressing Yifei, "Brother Fei, please enter. The young lady awaits you inside." With that, Shaoli departed. Yifei pushed open the intricately carved wooden door, and as his left foot crossed the threshold, he was met with a glint of cold steel hurtling towards him. In a swift motion, he smirked, retreating slightly as his right hand raised casually to block a jade-like arm wielding a silver dagger. The surprise attack thwarted. The dagger twirled in the assailant's hand, seamlessly transitioning into another thrust aimed at Yifei's heart. The glimmer of the blade flashed with urgency. Yifei, unperturbed, placed his hand gently on the warm jade arm, applying a subtle force that prevented the dagger from drawing any closer to his body. The assailant, realizing her strength was no match for Yifei, attempted to thrust her knee into his lower back. However, Yifei had already anticipated her move, shifting the arm holding the dagger downward. Before her leg could fully rise, the dagger had become a barrier, blocking her path. "Oh dear, no more games," the assailant exclaimed, retreating a few steps in frustration. "I must say, Yujia, every time I visit, you initiate a surprise attack. After so many encounters, don't you find it tiresome?" Yifei smirked, then turned his gaze towards the woman before him. Before him stood a woman of breathtaking beauty, her long black hair elegantly styled, framing a delicately exquisite face. Her willow-like brows, high nose, and full, rosy lips were utterly captivating, dressed in a high-slit white qipao that revealed her alluring long legs. The garment was embroidered with a phoenix. Bathed in sunlight, she radiated an ethereal purity, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth or a goddess from ancient Greek mythology draped in white, both enchanting and alluring. The woman before them was none other than the proprietor of the Red Makeup Club, Shaolin Yu. Indeed, every time I attempted to ambush you, I found myself unable to land a blow. It is truly unfathomable how one can hone such extraordinary skills, how one can be so remarkably formidable. Shaolin Yu gazed at Yi Fei with a countenance of intricate emotions. A sister Yu, while it is true that my skills have improved somewhat, you ought not to label me as abnormal. You just now aim to take my life with each move, and now you scold me. This is rather disheartening. Yi Fei feigned a sorrowful expression as he spoke. Who told you to neglect visiting me for so long? Therefore, I shall strike you and berate you. Shaolin Yu retorted with a huff, then settled herself onto a cushion by the low table. Yi Fei offered an awkward smile as he took a seat opposite her, saying, as the saying goes, seeing you is not as delightful as missing you. If I were to visit you daily, the novelty would surely fade. Instead, when I come by occasionally, I find you, sister Yu, to be exquisitely beautiful, akin to a celestial maiden gracing the mortal realm. Enough of your flattery. I know you all too well. Shaolin Yu shot him a knowing glance, then, with a serious demeanor, added, Yi Fei, I have a very important question to pose to you. What is it? Speak, sister Yu, and I assure you I shall respond candidly. Yi Fei patted his chest, eager to assure her. Then let me inquire, how many years must I train to defeat you? Shaolin Yu asked. Yi Fei was taken aback, then scratched his nose, chuckling as he replied, if you wish to experience the sensation of defeating me, simply let me know, and I promise not to retaliate. Donotist. I'm speaking seriously. How many years would it truly take? Shaolin Yu pressed earnestly. Approximately 80 or 90 years, I suppose. Yi Fei responded after a moment's hesitation. And if I wish to achieve a draw with you, how many years would that require? Shaolin Yu inquired, her determination still flickering. To reach a stalemate, it would likely take around 50 or 60 years. Yi Fei replied with a smile. You might as well tell me that I could never hope to draw with you, let alone defeat you. Shaolin Yu sighed, a hint of despondency in her voice. Come now, sister Yu. Did not a certain sage once proclaim that one must hold fast to dreams? After all, what if by chance, what if they actually come to fruition? Yi Fei winked at Shaolin Yu, his spirits evidently lifted. Chapter 010, Master of Tea Ceremony. I am acutely aware of the vast chasm that separates us. There is no need for you to utter sweet words of consolation, for I know the truth within my heart. Shaolin Yu sighed and shook her head, her expression a tapestry of complexity as she gazed at Yi Fei. She simply could not fathom how, despite both being human, the disparity could be so immense. Noticing the woman's gaze, Yi Fei scratched his nose and chuckled softly. His previous words were indeed intended to comfort Shaolin Yu. After all, the journey of cultivation hinges upon both innate talent and diligent effort. The notion that hard work can compensate for inadequacies is merely a platitude of solace. Shaolin Yu understood that no matter how many times she inquired, the answer would remain unchanged. Thus, she chose to refrain from further questioning, instead smilingly remarking, Yi Fei, your timing is impeccable. I have just prepared 2 types of delicacies for you to savor. How delightful! I shall finally have the pleasure of tasting Sister Yu's confections once more. Ye Fei exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Shaolin Yu flashed him a charming smile and, with her delicate hands, clapped lightly. Immediately, 2 enchanting women clad in red qipaos entered, each bearing a meticulously arranged tray. Upon setting the trays upon the table, the women gracefully withdrew. Yi Fei's eyes gleamed as he surveyed the 2 types of pastries. With but a glance, his mouth nearly watered. Are these pu'er scones and meat floss cakes? He inquired with a smile. Indeed, you're correct. Shaolin Yu affirmed with a nod, her eyes sparkling. It took me quite a while to perfect these. Do indulge. Well then, sister Yu, I shall not be modest. Yi Fei chuckled heartily and began to feast with fervor. Take your time. I am not competing with you, Xiaoling Yu said, unable to suppress her laughter at the sight of Yi Fei devouring the treats. Do have some yourself. They are truly delectable, Yi Fei urged, holding a pu'er scone in one hand and a meat floss cake in the other, his words muffled by his mouthful. I shall pass. I am currently on a diet. Xiaoling Yu replied, propping her chin delicately with her hands, her gaze warm and inviting. Sister Yu, your figure is already splendid. There is no need for dieting. Yi Fei countered, waving his hand dismissively. What do you mean no? Dieting is a lifelong endeavor for women, you know? Xiaoling Yu rolled her eyes at him, then playfully inquired, Yi Fei, do you prefer me a bit slimmer or with more curves? Yi Fei pondered briefly, then earnestly replied, I favor a figure that appears slender yet feels ample to the touch. You little rascal, prepare yourself. With a flick of her wrist, Xiaoling Yu drew a dagger, swiftly aiming it toward Yi Fei's neck. He deftly tilted his head to evade the blade, exclaiming, Sister Yu, must we engage in such antics? I am merely enjoying a pastry, and your threats could very well lead to my indigestion. Humph, who told you to tease me? If I did not teach you a lesson, you might think you can ascend to the heavens. Xiaoling Yu glared at him, retracting her dagger. I was not teasing you. Sister Yu, pose the same question to 10 men, and I assure you 9 would respond as I have. Yi Fei finished the last piece of meat floss cake, let out a belch, and contentedly patted his belly, then withdrew a red double happiness cigarette to light. How many times must I tell you not to smoke such harmful cigarettes? They are detrimental to your health. Xiaoling Yu hastily snatched the cigarette from Yi Fei's hand and replaced it with a Cuban cigar, placing it between his lips. Subsequently, she gracefully settled herself onto Yi Fei's lap, her delicate arm draping around his neck, her ample bosom inadvertently resting against his arm. In a soft reproach, she murmured, You're still young. You should cherish your body and treat yourself better. Her breath, fragrant as orchids, wafted into Yi Fei's senses, stirring something within him. Goodness, this woman is up to something. Realizing the effect she had on him, Xiaoling Yu shuddered slightly, her cheeks flushing crimson, creeping all the way to her ears. Sister Yu, you are playing with fire, Yi Fei remarked, holding the cigar with a nonchalant demeanor. Little rascal, I am indeed playing with fire. Dare you join me? Xiaoling Yu replied with a bewitching smile, casting a flirtatious glance at Yi Fei, exuding an indescribable allure. Gazing at her enchanting visage, Yi Fei felt his composure falter momentarily. Yet, he quickly shook off the distraction, his expression turning grave and profound, as if he had transformed into a different person altogether. Sister Yu, let us not proceed this way, he said with a faint smile. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura enveloped the room, as if the temperature of their intimate setting plummeted to absolute zero. This pressure sent a tremor through Xiaoling Yu. She managed a wry smile before rising from his embrace. Silently, she opened a wooden door and walked toward a pavilion situated on the lake. Yi Fei sighed softly. Although the woman was captivating, he knew he could not indulge, for her identity was far from simple. Some matters, once touched, could irrevocably alter one's path. Taking a puff from the cigar, he exhaled a plume of white smoke, his demeanor shifting back to a carefree one, before he made his way toward the pavilion. Inside, the woman knelt on a mat, a wooden low table before her adorned with a tea set and a stove. The charcoal within the stove burned brightly, the copper kettle atop it bubbling vigorously. The water had reached a boil, steam swirling and filling the air. The woman, obscured yet distinct through the vapor, remained as stunning as ever. Yi Fei sat across from Xiaoling Yu with a grin, clicking his tongue in admiration. Sister Yu, your tea brewing skills have improved remarkably. Soon, you'll rival the masters of tea ceremonies. I hardly compare to any tea masters. I merely indulge in a bit of elegance during my leisure. Xiaoling Yu replied with a light laugh, gesturing toward the copper kettle over the charcoal. This water is from the living springs of Langya Mountain, transported via waterways, shielded by lotus leaves from dust and pollution, pure and natural. Ah, splendid. The water for tea is fresh and crystal clear, promising a delightful brew. It seems fortune smiles upon me today. Yi Fei chuckled, speaking aloud. Xiao Lingyu responded with a faint smile, her attention solely focused on her hands. As the water reached a boil, the sequence of actions, purifying the vessel, waiting for the water, rinsing the cup, flowed seamlessly like a graceful dance, pleasing to behold. Soon, the tea was ready. Xiao Lingyu poured a cup for Yi Fei, filling it 7/10 full, and remarked, "This is the Dahong Pao that I specifically had Xiao Li procure. Please, savor it and discern its quality." Yi Fei nodded, lifted the cup, and took a sip, subsequently brewing several more cups until he had sampled 7 in total before taking another sip. "How is the tea?" Xiao Lingyu inquired with anticipation. Yi Fei smacked his lips and declared, "The most remarkable quality of Dahong Pao is its rich aroma, imbued with a hint of orchid, which is both elevated and enduring with distinct rock essence. This tea indeed possesses the fragrance and rock essence, yet it falls short of the lasting aroma, thus qualifying it as a first-grade tea, though it lacks the distinction of being superior." Hearing this, Xiao Lingyu's eyes sparkled with delight. "It appears you are a true connoisseur of tea." Xiao Li claimed this was superior to Hong Pao, yet only you could truly appreciate its nuances. "Oh, I wouldn't consider myself a tea master. I merely gleaned some knowledge from a mentor in the past," Yi Fei replied, scratching the back of his head with a smile. "I know you, always modest and low-key. But, fret not, I find your subtle arrogance quite charming." Xiao Lingyu giggled, then continued, "Have you come to a decision? Would you like to work for me? I'll cover your meals and lodging, offering an annual salary of 50 million. What do you say?" "No, thank you." Yi Fei quickly shook his head. "I think I'm quite content as I am. Earning enough to live is sufficient. Would you not reconsider?" Xiao Lingyu asked, a hint of reluctance in her voice. "Let be, sister you. You know what I desire. A forced harvest is never sweet, is it?" Yi Fei smiled gently, then rose, saying, "It's getting late. I must return now. Farewell, sister you. Can you not stay a bit longer?" Xiao Lingyu lamented. "Sister you, perhaps you should let Xiao Li and the others keep you company." With that, Yi Fei dashed away. "You little rascal, running off so quickly. I wouldn't bite." Xiao Lingyu exclaimed, her cheeks puffed in feigned irritation, followed by a soft sigh. Upon reaching the entrance of the Hongzhuang Club, Yi Fei exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he might indeed be ensnared by that woman. "Fei Gu, your keys," Xiao Li approached, handing him the car keys. Yi Fei nodded, then inquired, "Xiao Li, are you familiar with someone named Lei Hu?" Chapter 011. "I will protect him." "Lei Hu?" Xiao Li was taken aback and replied, "Brother Fei, I know this person. Lei Hu is the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance's Tiger Hall, commanding several hundred men, wielding a bit of power. What is the matter, Brother Fei? Why do you inquire about Lei Hu?" "Oh, it's nothing significant. If you have time, just inform Lei Hu to refrain from disturbing Qingsheng International," Yi Fei said casually. "Brother Fei, has he provoked you?" Xiao Li's expression turned cold as he remarked, "This Lei Hu is quite audacious. I shall take care of him tonight." Hey, Xiao Li, what are you thinking? Always talking about taking lives? Why so violent?" Yi Fei looked at Xiao Li, somewhat exasperated. "Just give Lei Hu a warning to leave Qingsheng International alone." "Understood, Brother Fei." Xiao Li nodded respectfully. "Xiao Li, spend more time conversing with our young lady. I shall take my leave now." Yi Fei waved his hand and then entered his car, departing from the Hongzhuang Club. As soon as the car pulled away, Xiao Lingyu emerged from the club. "Xiao Li, what did he just say to you?" she inquired. "The young lady. Brother Fei instructed me to warn Lei Hu not to disturb Qingsheng International." Xiao Li replied dutifully, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Should I eliminate Lei Hu tonight, young lady?" "No need. Just heed his advice and warn Lei Hu." Xiao Lingyu shook her head. "Understood, young lady," Xiao Li nodded. "By the way, Xiao Li, please investigate the details of Qingsheng International thoroughly," Xiao Lingyu added, turning to re-enter the Hongzhuang Club. "Certainly, young lady," Xiao Li affirmed. "Also, Chairman Sun from the Dihao Group has invited you to lunch tomorrow. Decline the invitation. Tell him I have no time," Xiao Lingyu replied coldly, then stepped into the club. Upon returning to Qingsheng International, Yi Fei first visited the restroom, then strolled towards the security department. Since Gu Qingsheng had urged him to swiftly address the eavesdropping issue, it was time to take action. After a brief period, Yi Fei arrived outside the security department, where he overheard raucous shouts emanating from within. I take on 10. Is there anyone bigger than me? If not, I might just flee. 10 is nothing. I take on a pair of kings. How dare you hide a pair of kings? Yi Fei shook his head and directly pushed open the door. The sudden entrance startled the 3 security guards who were smoking and playing cards. They quickly extinguished their cigarettes and hastily concealed their playing cards. The office was shrouded in smoke, and one might mistake it for a KTV or bar. Yi Fei waved his hand to disperse the haze, smiling broadly as he said, "Gentlemen, I apologize for interrupting your leisure. Who are you?" One of the guards, with a dark complexion, scrutinized Yi Fei, his tone somewhat unfriendly. "Greetings. I am Yi Fei, the bodyguard of General Gu." Yi Fei replied with a cheerful smile. So you are Yi Fei. You do not seem as impressive as they say." The scowling security guard chuckled, then exchanged glances with the other 3 guards. Immediately, they surrounded Yi Fei. The trio were loyal subordinates of Zhao Qiguang, who had instructed them at noon to show no mercy towards Yi Fei. If they could insult him, they should, and if they could strike him, they must obey his orders. "Hey, I heard you had quite an eventful day, going up against Thunder Tiger from the Iron Blood Alliance?" A stocky, square-faced guard spat out smoke at Yi Fei, his demeanor blatantly provocative. Yi Fei smiled faintly, brushing aside the smoke, and said, "I hardly consider it impressive. I am far inferior to you all." "What do you mean by that?" A fierce-looking guard with a square jaw glared menacingly at Yi Fei. "I mean, you all seem quite impressive, smoking and playing cards during work hours. Do you treat this company like a nightclub?" Yi Fei casually swept his gaze over the 3 guards, feeling a faint sigh within. It was no wonder people claimed that Gu Qingqing's office was bugged. If the security at Qingcheng International consisted of such individuals, it was hardly surprising. "Who do you think you are? What we do is none of your business." The scowling guard pointed an accusing finger at Yi Fei, his tone harsh. "If you don't want to lose a finger, I suggest you remove your hand." Yi Fei smiled lightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. So you still dare to act tough." The scowling guard scoffed, "Then wave his hand, boys. Teach this kid a lesson, so he knows who he should listen to at Qingcheng International." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Fei reached out with his right hand, seizing the scowling guard's finger and gently twisting it. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The scowling guard's index finger was abruptly broken. The guard screamed in agony. "Stop your incessant howling." Yi Fei barked coldly, raising his leg and delivering a kick to the guard's abdomen. Bang! The guard did not even have time to react before he was sent flying by the force of the blow. "Damn it! Xiaobo, avenge Haizi! Take this kid down!" The square-faced guard shouted in anger, charging at Yi Fei alongside the square-jawed guard. Yi Fei chuckled coldly, advancing rather than retreating. He was like a tiger among sheep, his fists striking fiercely and sweeping all around. In just 10 seconds, both guards lay on the ground, howling in pain. Although Yi Fei had not exerted even half of his strength, the blows he delivered were still excruciating. With a swift motion, Yi Fei stepped forward, placing his foot on the chest of the scowling guard, and demanded, "Now, tell me, who do you listen to at Qingcheng International?" "Listen, to Brother Zhao." The guard, enduring the intense pain, glared at Yi Fei. "Who do you really listen to?" Yi Fei pressed down harder with his right foot. The overwhelming pressure on his chest made it difficult for the scowling guard to breathe, his face reddening from the strain. Listen, Brother Fei." The black-faced security guard realizes that if he does not yield, he may truly be trampled by this young man. "Wrong," Yi Fei thundered in Qingcheng International. "One does not heed Zhao Qiguang, nor myself, but must listen to General Gu. Yes. We shall heed General Gu." The black-faced security guard nodded repeatedly. It's good that you understand." Yi Fei cast a glance at the black-faced guard before withdrawing his foot. As his foot lifted, the black-faced guard suddenly felt as though he had transcended from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise. Inhaling deeply, for the first time, he realized that breathing could be such a pleasurable experience. Immediately, the 3 security guards scrambled to their feet, preparing to depart. "Wait," Yi Fei called out to them. "Brother Fei, is there anything else you need?" The black-faced guard turned around, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. "Where has Lu Man gone?" Ye Fi inwaited. Lu Man went, When the black-faced guard faltered, his gaze evasive. Zhao Qiguang had informed them that Lu Man was closely associated with Yi Fei. Thus they had planned to make things difficult for Lu Man today. He had just sent Lu Man out under the scorching sun to fetch cigarettes and water, the journey being somewhat lengthy, which was why he had yet to return. Where exactly is Lu Man? Yi Fei pressed, his tone growing colder. Brother Haizi, Brother Bo, Brother Chong, I brought back the cigarettes and water. At that moment, a male voice echoed from outside. It was indeed Lu Man. As the door swung open, Lu Man was taken aback upon seeing the 3 security guards at the entrance, their faces bruised and battered as though they had been in a brawl. What on earth happened? Why do Brother Haizi, Brother Bo, and Brother Chong look like they've been beaten? Brother Haizi, Brother Bo, Brother Chong, here are your water and cigarettes. A broad smile adorned Lu Man's face as he extended the plastic bag towards the black-faced guard. However, the black-faced guard dared not accept it. What is wrong, Brother Haizi? Did I buy the wrong things? I can run another errand. Lu Man looked at the black-faced guard with confusion before turning away. Lu brother, don't run off, come back. Yi Fei chuckled, shaking his head, then pushed the black-faced guard aside. Brother Fei, it's you. I thought you. Upon seeing Yi Fei, Lu Man's expression brightened. You thought I wouldn't return, didn't you? Yi Fei replied with a smile. Hee hee. It seems Brother Fei is fine. That good. Lu Man approached, grinning broadly and scratching the back of his head. It appeared that this fellow genuinely cared for him, for the eyes do not lie. Yi Fei felt a warmth in his heart as he gazed at the sweating Lu Man, frowning as he pointed at the items in his hands. Is this for them? Yes. Lu Man replied with a smile. In the future, do not engage in tasks that are not your responsibility. They sent you out into the sun to fetch water and cigarettes. And you obliged? Are they your parents? Brother Fei, it was just a simple errand. It's no trouble. Since you call me Brother Fei, you're my brother. I shall never allow my brothers to suffer. Ye fi similit faintly. Then turned around and coldly instructed the 3 security guards, remember this, from today onward, I will protect the barbarian. I do not wish to see anyone bully him again. Do you understand? Chapter ferodoce, no enamidi. I heard you. The 3 security guards nodded repeatedly, fearful that a delayed response would result in a beating from this fellow. Since you heard me, then get back to what you were doing. Leave. Yefi commanded coldly. And the 3 guards hurriedly departed. Once they were gone, Lu Man, filled with curiosity, inquired, Brother Fei, what exactly happened? Why are they so afraid of you? Yi Fei chuckled and replied, those 3 troublemakers provoked me earlier, so I gave them a lesson. Naturally, they fear me now. What? Brother Fei, you actually hit them? They are Minister Zhao's trusted aides. What will you do if they seek revenge? Lu Man expressed his concerns with a worried expression. There were over 30 security guards at Qingqing International, and more than half were loyal to Zhao Qiguang, which was why Lu Man was anxious. Manzi, you need not worry about that. If Zhao Qiguang seeks revenge, he should consider whether he possesses the strength to do so. If he is truly foolish enough to pursue this, I wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson in humility. Yi Fei grinned, then glanced at the plastic bag in Lu Man's hand, asking, what did you buy from them? 2 packs of cigarettes and 3 bottles of water, Lu Man replied, handing the plastic bag to Yi Fei. Yi Fei took the bag and smiled upon seeing its contents. Goodness, the benefits at Qingqing International are impressive. Even the security guards can smoke Zhonghua cigarettes. Incredible. Without hesitation, Yi Fei took out 2 packs of cigarettes, stashing one in his pocket and offering the other to Lu Man. Manzi, you've worked hard, so take this pack and enjoy a smoke. No, I'd rather not. Lu Man shook his head repeatedly, hesitant to accept. Take it, don't be so timid. Weren't you a soldier too? Ye Fi insisted, pushing a pack into Lu Man's hands. Lu Man chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Brother Fei, I was a soldier for 2 years. Well, that is sufficient. How can you be so timid after having served? What kind of soldier were you? Indeed, I was a soldier, but I was a cook. Stumbling slightly, Yi Fei's lips twitched. So you went to the military to cook for others? Well, that's more or less the idea. Lu Man chuckled, nodding. Yi Fei looked at Lu Man with amusement and said, Manzi, even though you were a cook, you have a solid foundation and great potential. Stick with me, and I promise to transform you into a super cook. Really? Lu Man's face brightened. He had chosen to follow Yi Fei because he aspired to grow stronger. Now that Yi Fei offered to train him into a super cook, How could he not be excited? Although he had only been a cook, he envied the reconnaissance and artillery soldiers who engaged in real combat. The thought of becoming stronger kept him awake with anticipation for the night ahead. Indeed, it is true. Yi Fei smiled and nodded, then remarked, however, you still need to practice your courage. Brother Fei, I have always been timid since childhood. Can I really build my courage in such a short time? You man inquiet. If I say you can, then you can. It's all about practice. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead, Yi Fei replied, casting a glance at Lu Man before asking, is there surveillance in the company? Yes. Lu Man nodded, then asked, Brother Fei, why do you ask that? Just checking. I've become Mr. Gu's bodyguard now, so I wanted to review the company's security measures to facilitate my work in the future. Yi Fei casually fabricated an excuse, revealing none of his true intentions to Lu Man. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lu Man, but rather that the fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. Too many aware would inevitably cause unnecessary alarm. Oh, Lu Man nodded and then said, Brother Fei, I know where the surveillance room is. I'll take you there. Great. Yi Fei nodded and followed Lu Man to the surveillance room. Upon arrival, Yi Fei asked Lu Man to pull up the surveillance footage and began to scrutinize it carefully, especially the recordings leading to Gu Qingqing's office, which he examined with particular diligence. Seeing Yi Fei so engrossed, Lu Man refrained from interrupting. By now, he regarded Yi Fei as a true elder brother, believing that whatever his brother wished to do, he should simply follow along. 20 minutes passed, and Yi Fei had reviewed the surveillance footage from recent months. To his disappointment, he found no irregularities, apart from the cleaning lady, Wang Ma, who visited the CEO's office every morning. No unfamiliar faces had entered. What could possibly be amiss? Why was there no anomaly in the recordings? Yet someone had managed to place a listening device in the CEO's office. Contemplating this, Yi Fei furrowed his brow slightly. Brother Fei, what's wrong? Are you all right? Lu Man waved his hand in front of Yi Fei's eyes. Oh, I'm fine. Yi Fei snapped back to reality, smiled, and said, Manzi, come along with me for a round of inspection around the company. Huh? What do you mean? Lu Man responded, bewildered. Brother Fei, you're Mr. Gu's bodyguard, not a security guard. Why are you inspecting the company? Well, since I have nothing else to do, I might as well take a stroll, Yi Fei chuckled, withholding the true reason from Lu Man. Oh, Lu Man nodded, not probing further, and began to accompany Yi Fei as they wandered the company. As news of Yi Fei single-handedly driving away a group of thugs spread throughout the company by lunchtime, every place he visited was met with admiration from the female staff, who pointed and whispered. From time to time, some would cast flirtatious glances his way, which made Lu Man envious. Brother Fei truly deserves his reputation. On his first day at the company, he captured the hearts of so many girls. It seems I need to learn from him if I want to address my own romantic endeavors. After their leisurely walk, Yi Fei noticed that the angles of the surveillance cameras around the company seemed somewhat off, though he couldn't pinpoint the exact issue at that moment. Moreover, he harbored concerns regarding the safety of Qingsheng International, as it was encircled by 7 towering edifices. Should a marksman be present, they could easily conduct a comprehensive sniper assault on the company. Additionally, the security at the company's rear entrance was inadequate. In the event of an emergency, there would be little time to react. It seemed prudent to remind Gu Qingsheng to place greater emphasis on the security of the back entrance. Suddenly, Yi Fei couldn't help but tap his forehead, shaking his head with a wry smile. Were a few listening devices truly worthy of such anxiety? After all, he was the formidable Mars. How could he possibly fear the petty tricks of these individuals? If, during the next 3 months, anyone dared to pose a threat to Gu Qingsheng, he would simply eliminate them without hesitation. With these thoughts, Yi Fei felt considerably more at ease and took Lu Man for another tour around the building. Afterward, as Lu Man took over duty, Yi Fei noticed it was still before the end of the workday, so he made his way to the break room of the sanitation department. The most suspicious individual at present was Wang Ma, and Yi Fei intended to have a conversation with her. Upon arriving at the sanitation department, he knocked on the door. Come in, a female voice responded from within. Pushing the door open, Yi Fei entered and saw a middle-aged woman clad in a cleaning uniform engaged in a phone call. He chose not to interrupt, instead standing quietly to the side. Once the woman finished her conversation and noticed Yi Fei's unfamiliar face, she inquired. "Hello, sir. Who might you be?" "I am Gu's assistant. I just joined the company today," Yifei replied with a friendly smile. "You must be Wang Ma, correct?" "Yes, I am Wang. Everyone calls me Wang Ma," she answered with a smile. "Is there something I can assist you with, sir?" "Oh, it's nothing serious. I simply wanted to ask if you've noticed any unusual individuals entering the president's office recently." As he spoke, Yifei's gaze remained fixed on Wang Ma, searching for any change in her expression. "Not at all. I clean the president's office every day and haven't encountered anyone unusual," Wang Ma replied, momentarily taken aback. Yet her demeanor remained unchanged. At that moment, Yifei's eyes deepened, his pupils resembling two unfathomable whirlpools, as if they were about to consume everything in their path. Wang Ma shuddered, her gaze suddenly becoming somewhat vacant. "What is your name?" Yifei inquired. "Wang Xiumei. Where do you reside?" "In the second group of Wangjia village, Shansheng." For the next 10 minutes, whatever Yifei asked, Wang Ma answered. By the end, he was 100% certain that Wang Ma was not the individual who had placed the listening devices, as she was entirely unaware of their existence. So who, then, had planted the listening devices? Chapter 13. Your boyfriend? Yifei shook his head, realizing that he could not conjure any ideas at the moment, and thus his gaze returned to clarity. At that moment, Wang Ma's eyes also regained their usual brightness, as if she had just awakened from slumber. "Sir, what were you asking me earlier?" she inquired, patting her forehead. "I'm getting old. I seem to forget what I just said." "Oh, it was nothing significant, Wang Ma. I'm merely here on behalf of Mr. Gu to express our gratitude for your diligent efforts in maintaining the office over this period. Your hard work is truly appreciated." Yifei replied with a warm smile. "I would call hard work. Managing such a large company is what truly demands effort," Wang Ma said with a kind smile. "Young man, since you're the new assistant hired by Mr. Gu, I trust you are quite capable. Do assist him in sharing the workload more in the future." "Yes, Wang Ma, I understand," Yifei nodded with a smile. "Please take care, and I won't disturb you any longer." With that, he exited the lounge. Once outside, Yifei exhaled a deep breath, rubbing his aching temples and shaking off the lingering drowsiness. Although he had the ability to hypnotize others, it was mentally exhausting over prolonged periods. He realized he must be more judicious in employing such techniques in the future. After a while, the heaviness in his head dissipated, allowing him to proceed towards Gu Tingcheng's office. As he approached the entrance to the president's office, he noticed Gu Tingcheng slightly bent over, locking the door. Yifei was about to call out to her when he caught sight of her form, the fitted skirt riding up to reveal a glimpse of her flawless skin. He lost his composure for a moment, curiosity piquing within him about what lay beneath the elegant exterior of this beautiful president. Unconsciously, he took a few steps back, gazing from a distance and at an angle, when suddenly a clicking sound startled him, prompting him to avert his gaze. Gu Tingcheng turned and found Yifei standing before her, momentarily taken aback. "When did you arrive?" she asked. I just got here," Yifei replied with a cheerful demeanor. "Oh," she responded, not delving further into the matter. "Have you gathered all your belongings?" "Yes, everything is packed." "Then let us depart." With that, Gu Tingcheng turned towards the elevator. Yifei smirked, noting that the beautiful president had a penchant for donning sheer black attire. Indeed, she's quite daring and bold. He mused with a chuckle, hastily following her. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, both Yifei and Gu Tingcheng settled into the car. As soon as they were inside, she picked up her tablet to browse through financial news. "By the way, Ms. Gu, where do we reside?" Yifei asked, glancing at her stunning visage through the rearview mirror with a grin. "The Maple Leaf Villa District, Villa number 6. Gu Tingcheng instinctively replied. "Got it." Yifei made an okay gesture and then pressed the accelerator, heading towards the Maple Leaf Villa District. At that moment, Gu Tingcheng finally came to a realization. What had that fellow just said? Our home. Gu Tingcheng cast a deep glance at Yifei, pondering that this guy was perhaps not as honest as he seemed. Nevertheless, his integrity mattered little. Provided he could genuinely assist her, she could overlook such matters. "By the way, Gu, I took a moment today to visit the surveillance room." Yifei decided to inform Gu Tingcheng about the progress regarding the investigation into the listening device. "Did you discover anything?" Gu Tingcheng asked hastily. I reviewed all the footage from the past few months, but I did not find any suspicious individuals entering your office. No suspicious individuals? Then how could there be a listening device in my office? I'm unsure about that. Yifei shook his head and then inquired, who is responsible for installing our company's surveillance cameras? Zhao Qiguang and Chun Xiaobing were in charge of the installation. Gu Qingsheng replied, then asked with concern, is there a problem with the cameras? For now, I only suspect there might be an issue with the surveillance cameras, but I cannot be certain. Yifei furrowed his brow and asked, who is Chun Xiaobing? Chun Xiaobing is the deputy director of the security department at Qingsheng International, responsible for security at the factory. Do you think he might be problematic? Gu Qingsheng questioned. I can't say for sure yet, but I believe I may have a lead. Just give me a little time, and I will resolve this matter. Yifei spoke with determination. Well, in any case, I will leave this matter in your hands. Once it is resolved, I will grant you a bonus. A bonus? How much? Yifei swallowed hard, inquiring. 100,000. Oh my goodness. That sounds fantastic. Yifei grinned widely, patting his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Gu, I will certainly resolve this matter promptly. Gu Qingcheng chuckled softly, choosing not to say more, and continued browsing the news. By the way, Gu, what is the background of Sister Lan? Yifei shifted the topic. She's a friend of mine. Why do you ask? I feel that Sister Lan is not an ordinary person. You are correct. Sister Lan is indeed extraordinary. I met her at Harvard University. We both entered the MBA program simultaneously, and her academic performance surpassed mine considerably. With her qualifications, she could easily hold a managerial position in any major corporation. However, I returned to my homeland to start a business, and she expressed her desire to assist me, wishing merely to be my assistant without seeking any other position. She is truly a peculiar woman. Who can argue with that? Gu Qingcheng laughed lightly, saying, I have often asked her this question, yet she always replies that she values our friendship greatly, hence she wishes only to help me in a simple manner. Ha! It seems your bond with Sister Lan is indeed profound. Yifei smiled, yet his curiosity about the woman Qin Menglan deepened. Sister Lan is my closest friend, and she has offered me immense support. Perhaps I shall never encounter a friend as wonderful as her in this lifetime. Gu Qingsheng remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Since this friendship is so precious, it must be cherished. Indeed, that is imperative. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and after half an hour, the car arrived at the Maple Leaf Villa district. After parking in the yard of Villa number 6, Yifei alighted with his travel bag alongside Gu Qingsheng. The villa was illuminated, and Yifei paused, pondering whether someone might be inside. Gu Qingcheng, noticing his bewilderment, chuckled. It must be my sister returning home. You have a sister? Yifei exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, did I not mention this before? Gu Qingcheng pondered for a moment, then shyly admitted. I forgot to tell you, I have a sister named Gu Xiaoran. I invited you to be my bodyguard, not only for my protection, but primarily to safeguard my sister. Rest assured, Miss Gu, I vow to protect both of you sisters. Yifei replied earnestly, his heart secretly brimming with joy. Goodness, if Gu Qingsheng is already stunningly beautiful, her sister must be equally enchanting. Oh my, does this mean I will be cohabiting with these two beauties? Just the thought is exhilarating. As they entered the villa's grand hall, Yifei followed Gu Qingsheng and spotted a girl sitting on the sofa, munching on potato chips while engrossed in a Korean drama. She wore a pink camisole and a pair of short shorts, her long, fair legs swinging enticingly, capturing attention effortlessly. Just by glancing at those legs, one could easily give her an 8 out of 10. Upon hearing their arrival, the girl turned her head. As soon as she laid eyes on Yifei, she sprang to her feet and inquired, Sis, who is he? Yifei raised his gaze, taking in the girl's features. Her short hair was streaked with fiery red, exuding a sense of rebellion and flair. She possessed a delicate oval face, her features reminiscent of Gu Qingsheng, yet radiating her own unique charm. Her softly arched brows and long, fluttering eyelashes resembled delicate brushes, and her strikingly beautiful, captivatingly large eyes sparkled with vivacity. Xiaoran, allow me to introduce you. Gu Qingsheng smiled gently, waving at Gu Xiaoran. The younger sister scrutinized Yifei with curiosity and asked Gu Qingsheng, Sis, is he your boyfriend? Chapter 14. Everything seems small. Impudent girl, what are you saying? Gu Qingqing's cheeks flushed as she replied, "His name is Yi Fei, and he's the bodyguard I hired today." Bodyguard? Gu Xiaoran scrutinized Yi Fei with skepticism. Indeed, Yi Fei said, revealing a friendly smile as he extended his hand. "You must be Gu Xiaoran, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. Meeting you brings me no joy. Country bumpkin." Gu Xiaoran retorted coldly. The more she looked at Yi Fei, the more uncomfortable she felt. What kind of person is this? Dressed in a wrinkled striped shirt, knee-length gray shorts, and a pair of clogs. What a ridiculous outfit. Is he a laborer? Xiaoran, how can you speak like that? Gu Qingcheng glared at her sister and said, "Yi Fei is being kind enough to greet you. If you cannot be gracious, at least do not insult him. Did your teacher not teach you about manners?" Oomph. Gu Xiaoran huffed, pursing her lips and falling silent. "From now on, Yi Fei will be living with us." "No way." Upon hearing Gu Qingqing's words, Gu Xiaoran shook her head vigorously. "How can he stay here?" "Absolutely not." "Why not?" Gu Qingqing said sternly. "He is here to protect us. If you think it's inappropriate, I will have him accompany you to school for your personal protection." Both Yi Fei and Gu Xiaoran were taken aback by Gu Qingqing's statement. Yi Fei was left speechless. Was he really expected to follow this girl to school and protect her? A study companion? Gu Xiaoran quickly regained her composure and exclaimed, "Sister, I do not need his protection, and he might not even be stronger than I am." She thought to herself, if this guy follows me to school, how would I attend classes? And would my secrets not be exposed? Therefore, she resolutely opposed the idea of him accompanying her. Hearing Gu Xiaoran's words, Yi Fei chuckled. "What are you laughing at? I speak the truth. I have trained, and you certainly cannot match my strength." Gu Xiaoran shot back, her eyes wide. "All right, Xiaoran, stop the fuss." Gu Qingqing admonished her, then turned to Yi Fei with an apologetic smile. "Yi Fei, please make yourself comfortable. This girl is just like that. Don't take her words to heart. Miss Gu, it is quite normal for children at this age to be a bit rebellious. I won't hold it against her." Yi Fei replied with a cheerful demeanor. "Yes, you two chat for a moment. I will go change and prepare dinner," Gu Qingcheng said with a gentle smile. "Goodness, Miss Gu, I never expected a beautiful president like you would also cook. How remarkable. After all, there are so few women who can cook these days." Yi Fei praised. Xiaoran is at a growing stage, and eating out is neither healthy nor hygienic, so I learned to cook," Gu Qingcheng said with a smile. "Well, with a stunning president like you, I am sure your cooking is exquisite. I look forward to it." Gu Qingcheng smiled lightly, aware that Yi Fei was indulging in flattery. However, the compliments were not excessively obsequious, so she paid no mind and turned to ascend stairs. Upon noticing that the door to Gu Qingqing's room was already closed, Gu Xiaoran cast a disdainful glance at Yi Fei, exclaiming, "Hypocrite! Come on, Xiaoran, how is that hypocritical? Every word I utter is imbued with sincerity, you know?" Yi Fei smirked, gazing at Gu Xiaoran's exquisite visage, and inquired, "Do you not find your sister beautiful?" "Of course she is beautiful. My sister ranks among the top 3 beauties in Songhai City. Do you think your sister's cooking is subpar?" "Absolutely not. My sister is an exceptional cook. Can you cook?" No. "Well then, there you have it." Yi Fei shrugged and remarked, "Your sister is not only stunning, but also an excellent chef. Moreover, it is a rare trait for women to possess culinary skills. Tell me, which of my praises for your sister is insincere?" Yi Fei's words left Gu Xiaoran momentarily speechless. With an indignant glare, she declared, "Regardless, I don't care. You must leave our home. And what if I refuse?" Yi Fei responded with a mischievous grin, reclining on the sofa. "Ah, what a splendid romantica sofa. The fabric and texture are simply exquisite. Lying here is pure comfort. If you do not leave, I will force you out," Gu Xiaoran asserted, hands on her hips, pointing at Yi Fei. "Hey, get up. Aren't you a bodyguard? You should be quite capable, right? If you have the guts, stand up and compete with me. I do not engage in fights with children." Yi Fei shook his head. "Child? How am I a child?" Gu Xiaoran retorted furiously. Yi Fei glanced at her chest and remarked, "The budding lotus only reveals its tips. Even a fried egg has more substance. In every aspect, you are diminutive." Gu Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback, then noticed Yi Fei's gaze, which ignited her fury. She had long harbored insecurities about her modest bust. and anyone who mocked her in the past had either suffered broken arms or fractured legs at her hands. Today would be no exception. How dare he comment on her size? She was determined to teach him a lesson. Get up. We shall compete. Gu Xiaoran glared at Yi Fei like a furious young lioness. I merely stated the truth about your bust. Is it necessary to react so violently? Yi Fei grinned, then gestured playfully, adding, in truth, it's not too bad. At least it surpasses a crepe, and should I intervene, I could certainly aid in your second development. Gu Xiaoran was utterly incensed. She launched a front kick, her long, fair leg bursting with energy as it aimed toward Yi Fei. Goodness, you have truly trained. Yi Fei deftly dodged her attack and stood upright, turning to Gu Xiaoran and asking, have you practiced Taekwondo? At least you possess some discernment. Gu Xiaoran proudly lifted her chin, declaring, I am a 4th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Are you intimidated? Fear is a trivial matter for me. Even if a Taekwondo master were to arrive, I could easily overpower him as if it were child's play. Yi Fei grinned with an air of confidence, boasting without hesitation. Prepare to face my might. Gu Xiaoran exclaimed, her attacks growing increasingly fierce. Her long, fair legs unleashed astonishing energy, launching a relentless barrage against Yi Fei. Front kicks, side kicks, roundhouse kicks, and back kicks. Yet, no matter how fiercely Gu Xiaoran attacked, Yi Fei remained unflappable, evading her strikes with ease. After a series of over 10 attempts, Gu Xiaoran found herself unable to land a blow on Yi Fei. Increasingly alarmed, she realized that this fellow actually possessed some skill. Oh dear, my speed is faltering. Furthermore, I must utilize the ball of my foot to generate greater power. Hey, the angle is also incorrect. I should blend offense and defense, ensuring that my kicks possess a more cunning trajectory. As Yi Fei dodged, he offered pointers to Gu Xiaoran. To his surprise, he discovered that she could indeed adapt and apply his advice. In no time, her attacks evolved further. At this moment, Gu Xiaoran recognized the effectiveness of his guidance. She had merely acted on instinct before, but now it truly bore fruit. However, her sole focus was on driving Yi Fei away, leaving her unappreciative of his help. And her strikes grew increasingly aggressive. After evading a fierce 360-degree spinning kick from Gu Xiaoran, Yi Fei took a few steps back and declared, Enough. Let's cease this sparring. Just because you say so does not mean it is over. Gu Xiaoran charged forward, then pivoted on her left foot, her body momentarily airborne. As her right foot descended like a hammer toward Yi Fei's head, whoosh, a sharp sound filled the air. Yi Fei stepped back slightly, raising his right hand to grasp Gu Xiaoran's ankle, feeling its smoothness and elasticity, unable to resist giving it a gentle squeeze. You scoundrel! Release me! Gu Xiaoran's fury ignited upon realizing her defeat, especially as this rogue dared to touch her leg. I declared this match over, yet you insist on continuing. I shall not let go. Yi Fei smirked, his gaze dropping. He had expected to behold a delightful sight, but alas, Gu Xiaoran wore shorts instead of skirt, revealing little more than a hint of lace trim. You vile rogue, let me go. Gu Xiaoran also noticed Yi Fei's mischievous gaze, her face flushing with indignation. Chapter 15. Let us have a drink. Should I let go? I certainly could, provided you cease to bully me, Yi Fei said with a cheerful grin. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoran became infuriated, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Did this fellow have no shame? Who is truly bullying whom? Are you going to let go or not? Gu Xiaoran glared fiercely at Yi Fei, her teeth clenched tightly. I will not let go, Yi Fei chuckled, continuing to tease the young girl. You're asking for it. Gu Xiaoran exclaimed, her left foot striking the ground with force. She leaped into the air, twisting her body to execute a 540-degree aerial kick aimed at Yi Fei's face. My heavens! Are you trying to disfigure me? Yi Fei yelped, loosening his grip as he hastily retreated several steps to evade Gu Xiaoran's formidable technique. Frustrated that her ultimate move had failed to land a blow on Yi Fei, Gu Xiaoran's anger simmered. Just as she prepared to launch another assault, Yi Fei extended his hand and said, No more fighting, no more fighting. If I say no more, then it's settled. Why should it be settled just because you say so? Gu Xiaoran's cheeks flushed slightly, her small fists clenched tightly, her eyes ablaze with fury. Yi Fei grinned broadly and remarked, if you strike again. I shall inform your sister that I intend to accompany you to school for your protection. Rest assured, with my impressive skills, I could easily safeguard you. You dare. Gu Xiaoran's teeth were gritted, yet she refrained from launching another attack. She was genuinely concerned that this fellow might indeed tell her sister about accompanying her to school, which would utterly ruin her idyllic school life. Do you think I wouldn't? If you continue to provoke me, I'll have no choice but to speak to your sister, Yi Fei teased. Just then, Gu Qingsheng descended from the upper floor. Dressed in a blue and white loungewear that added a touch of intellectual charm, she inquired, "What are you two discussing?" "Oh, Miss Gu, we were just chatting about school." Xiaoran has been sharing so many amusing stories about her school life that I'm tempted to experience the vibrant campus myself, Yi Fei replied. Casting a glance at Gu Xiaoran, who appeared utterly exasperated, her teeth audibly grinding. I share the same sentiment, considering the fierce competition in the business world. My concern isn't about my need for protection, but rather Xiaoran's safety, Gu Qingchang said, looking at Gu Xiaoran with an affectionate gaze. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoran shook her head in despair at her sister. Indeed, Miss Gu, I concur. The competition in today's market is exceedingly intense. Some individuals resort to unscrupulous methods to achieve their goals, and kidnapping family members has become alarmingly common. Yi Fei chimed in. Yi Fei, I find your perspective quite insightful. Gu Qingcheng nodded, her mind drifting to the discovery of a listening device in the office earlier that day, heightening her concern. She then turned to Gu Xiaoran and proposed. How about I have Yi Fei accompany you to school? Sister, I have trained in Taekwondo. Who would dare to kidnap me? Gu Xiaoran clung to Gu Qingcheng's arm, swaying and sweetly pleading. Sister, please don't let him accompany me to school, okay? After this, Gu Xiaoran winked at Yi Fei and silently mouthed, as long as you don't follow me to school, I won't chase you away. Yi Fei smiled and nodded, then turned to Gu Qingcheng, saying, Miss Gu, I believe that Ninghai City is not as chaotic as it seems. A kidnapping is unlikely to occur. Moreover, I just tested Xiaoran's skills, and she performs quite well in Taekwondo. With a little more guidance from me, she should be able to protect herself without any issues. Yes, sister, see? Yi Fei said so, which proves I am indeed quite formidable. So please don't let him accompany me to school. Gu Xiaoran chimed in. Gu Qingcheng hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, looking at Yi Fei and saying, Yi Fei, I appreciate your concern. Miss Gu, it is my duty to protect both of you sisters, and I will fulfill my responsibilities diligently, Yi Fei replied with a smile. Hearing this, Gu Qingcheng felt her fondness for Yi Fei deepen. Although he appeared rather unremarkable, he showed a commendable sense of responsibility. It seems retaining him as a bodyguard is indeed a wise decision. By the way, Yi Fei, have you brought your luggage? Allow Xiaoran to show you to your room while I prepare dinner. Gu Qingcheng glanced at Yi Fei's luggage set aside and then instructed Gu Xiaoran, take Yi Fei to the guest room on the first floor. Okay, Gu Xiaoran replied reluctantly, then shot a glance at Yi Fei and said, let us go. I'll show you to your room. Yi Fei chuckled, grabbing his travel bag and following Gu Xiaoran. Observing Gu Xiaoran's swaying form, Yi Fei couldn't help but smirk. Though the girl lacked in certain areas, she certainly had a charming figure. Arriving at a room not far from the living room, Gu Xiaoran opened the door and then turned to glare at Yi Fei. You'll stay in this room, but it won't be long before you leave on your own. With that, she strode back to the living room. Watching Gu Xiaoran's retreating figure, Yi Fei smiled in amusement. It seemed the little girl was still unwilling to give up. However, what did it matter? He was Mars, after all. If he couldn't handle a mere girl, he would surely become a laughingstock among his subordinates and brothers. Yi Fei chuckled and stepped into the room. Meanwhile, in the living room, Gu Xiaoran wore a distressed expression, completely uninterested in the Korean drama playing on the television. What must I do to get rid of this guy? She tugged at her hair, and suddenly, her eyes sparkled with mischief, a sly smile forming on her lips. I know. I shall use this method. If I don't make you regret your presence, I won't call myself Gu Xiaoran. With that thought, she stood up and called towards the kitchen, Sister, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back soon. All right. Make it quick. Dinner will be ready shortly. The sound of Gu Qingcheng resonated in the kitchen. Sister, I know, Gu Xiaoran replied, swiftly darting out of the villa. After Yi Fei had settled his luggage, he emerged from his room and, noticing Gu Xiaoran's absence in the living room, thought little of it. He sat down on the sofa, grabbing the uneaten potato chips left by Gu Xiaoran, and tuned the television to Animal Planet. Before long, Gu Qingsheng had prepared a number of dishes and was bringing them into the living room. President Gu, do you know where Xiaoran has gone? Yi Fei inquired. I have no idea. She mentioned she had something to take care of and would return shortly. Gu Qingsheng sighed, adding, this girl, even at night, still runs off. She is becoming increasingly rebellious and less obedient. Children are like that. Who hasn't gone through such a phase? Yi Fei chuckled, reassured her, don't worry too much. No need. Gu Qingsheng smiled. It is your first visit to our home. It is our duty to host you. It's all right. I am idle anyway, so I might as well lend a hand. Yi Fei grinned and promptly scampered into the kitchen to assist in bringing the dishes out. As she observed Yi Fei bustling about, Gu Qingsheng suddenly found herself lost in thought. Strangely, it evoked a sense of home within her. It had been a long time since she felt this way, especially since her parents had gone missing. After nearly half an hour, Gu Xiaoran finally returned, just as the meal was ready. At the dining table, Gu Qingsheng admonished, Xiaoran, you are at the stage of growth. Eat more vegetables and do not be picky. As she glanced at Gu Xiaoran's bowl filled with meat, she shook her head and added some greens for her. Indeed, your sister is right. During your growth phase, you must not be selective, or else you may face developmental issues. Yi Fei remarked, casting a glance at Gu Xiaoran's chest. Clatter, clatter. Gu Xiaoran glared at Yi Fei, gritting her teeth in irritation. Then, with a mischievous glint in her eye, she turned to Gu Qingsheng and cheerfully suggested, Sister, how about we have a drink? Drink? Why we drink? Gu Qingsheng gazed at Gu Xiaoran in confusion, while Yi Fei looked equally bewildered. However, it soon dawned on him, and he grinned. Gu Xiaoran's eyes sparkled as she declared, it is, of course, to welcome brother Yi Fei to our home. Chapter 016. You're done for? Sister, how fortunate we are to have crossed paths with brother Yi Fei amidst this vast sea of humanity. It is fate, indeed. In honor of this serendipity, we must raise a glass. Gu Xiaoran continued. Gu Qingsheng paused for a moment, seemingly puzzled. Just moments ago, this girl had been embroiled in a fierce argument with Yi Fei, yet now her demeanor had shifted entirely. However, Gu Qingsheng merely smiled and nodded, turning to Yi Fei. She proposed, I find Xiaoran's suggestion rather delightful. What say you, Yi Fei? Indeed, I concur. It is fate that unites us, and we ought to enjoy a drink together. Yi Fei replied with a smile. Gu Xiaoran beamed, yet inwardly she mused, fate my foot. Who has any connection with this rogue? If I don't leave you weak-kneed later, I shan't bear the Gu name. With that thought, Gu Xiaoran joyfully exclaimed, okay, it's settled then. I shall fetch the wine. She then skipped away to retrieve the drinks. Yi Fei, please indulge yourself. Consider this place your home, and do not feel restrained. Gu Qingsheng said with a gentle smile directed at Yi Fei. Possessing an unparalleled beauty, Gu Qingsheng was already breathtaking, and with that smile, she became even more enchanting, momentarily leaving Yi Fei entranced. Why are you staring at me? Eat. Oh, right. Eating. Yi Fei awkwardly nodded, taking a few bites of his meal before glancing at Gu Qingsheng. Miss Gu, you should eat more as well. I typically eat lightly in the evenings. You needn't worry about me. Gu Qingsheng replied with a smile. Ah, that makes sense. Dieting is indeed a lifelong endeavor for women. Yi Fei recalled the words of Shaoling Yu. Precisely. Well answered, Gu Qingsheng winked at Yi Fei. At that moment, Yi Fei felt as though his very soul had been ensnared. Who said that beautiful CEOs were always as cold as ice? Gu Qingsheng was quite delightful. Dum. The wine is here. At that moment, Gu Xiaoran arrived, cradling a bottle of red wine and 3 glasses. Yi Fei glanced over and inwardly gasped. Goodness, this is a 1982 Chateau Latour. This bottle must be worth upwards of 70 or 80,000. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, Gu Qingsheng's eyes sparkled. Yi Fei, I didn't expect you to be quite knowledgeable about wines. You are correct. This is indeed a 1982 Chateau Latour. While it may not rival the 1982 Lafite, it certainly holds great collectible value. Yi Fei chuckled. Miss Gu, I can hardly claim to be a connoisseur. I simply happened to read about it in a magazine once. But I isn't it a bit extravagant to drink wine worth 70 or 80,000? Not all. This wine was a gift, and I never intended to collect it. After all, isn't wine meant to be enjoyed? Gu Qingcheng's refreshing candidness elevated Yi Fei's opinion of her even further, unperturbed by worldly possessions. She truly was an extraordinary woman, rivaling his beautiful mentor. Enough, enough. Can you two please stop chatting? Gu Xiaoran interjected eagerly, her anticipation to witness Yi Fei's embarrassment palpable. Gu Qingcheng and Yi Fei exchanged knowing smiles, both amused. After pouring the wine, Gu Xiaoran raised her glass and declared, "Sister, brother Yi Fei, let us toast to fate. To our gathering in this little home. Cheers! Cheers!" Gu Qingcheng echoed, lifting her glass. "All right, to fate, cheers!" Xiao Chen joined in, raising his glass. The three clinked their glasses together and consumed their drinks in one gulp. After finishing her glass, Gu Xiaoran picked up the bottle again. Beaming at Yi Fei as she said, "Brother Yi Fei, allow me to pour you another drink. Let us toast once more." "Sure," Yi Fei replied with a smile. Gu Xiaoran poured a glass for herself and Yi Fei, then lifted her glass with a sweet smile, saying, "Brother Yi Fei, I must apologize for my earlier behavior. I should not have scolded you or asked you to leave. This drink is for you, in hopes that you will protect me and my sister in the future. I will certainly look after both of you sisters, and I have a rather forgiving nature. I've already forgotten what happened earlier." Yi Fei nodded, clinking glasses with Gu Xiaoran before downing his drink. Seeing Yi Fei finish his drink, Gu Xiaoran's lips twitched, struggling to contain her laughter. "Xiaoran, why aren't you drinking?" Yi Fei feigned ignorance and inquired. Leaning closer to Yi Fei, Gu Xiaoran whispered mischievously, "You rogue, I've added a laxative to your drink. You're finished." "Really?" Yi Fei exclaimed, visibly startled. "Ha ha! Of course it's true." Gu Xiaoran could no longer hold back and burst into laughter, pointing at Yi Fei. "What is so funny, Xiaoran?" Gu Qingcheng asked, puzzled. "Nothing, nothing." Gu Xiaoran waved her hands dismissively, turning her gaze back to Yi Fei, who wore a slight smirk, seemingly unfazed. What does this scoundrel mean? How can he still smile at a time like this? Humph. Let us see if you're still laughing later. In less than a minute, Gu Xiaoran's expression shifted dramatically, followed by a loud grumble from her stomach. "Ah, my stomach hurts!" Gu Xiaoran screamed, sprinting towards the upstairs restroom. Moments later, anguished cries echoed from the upstairs bathroom. What happened to Xiaoran? Gu Qingcheng, startled by the commotion, quickly stood up. She might have a stomachache from something she ate. Yi Fei replied nonchalantly, chewing his words. "What? A stomachache?" Gu Qingcheng panicked, rushing upstairs. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Fei shook his head with a smile. "Such a trivial trick with laxatives, I mastered at 8. This foolish girl is simply asking for trouble." Upstairs, in Gu Xiaoran's room. At this moment, Gu Xiaoran's once radiant face was ashen, resembling a wounded kitten curled up on the bed, trembling and looking pitifully vulnerable. In the past 10 minutes, she had rushed to the restroom 7 times, leaving her legs weak from the ordeal. During this time, Gu Qingcheng had administered some anti-diarrheal medication to her, but it had proven utterly ineffective. What to do? What to do? Gu Qingcheng paced anxiously beside the bed, nearly frantic. "Sister, my stomach hurts so badly." Gu Xiaoran's voice quivered with distress. Still unable to comprehend why she had mistakenly given Yi Fei a powerful laxative, only to end up suffering herself. Gu Qingcheng halted her pacing, her eyes reddening, and said, "Come on, Xiaoran, I'll take you to the hospital." "Sister, I don't want to go to the hospital. Grandma passed away there." Gu Xiaoran's voice softened with fear. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingcheng's tears fell freely. "All right, Xiaoran, we want to go to the hospital. I'll call a doctor." With that, Gu Qingcheng turned and dashed downstairs, not even stopping to change her clothes or shoes. "Gu Qingcheng, where are you rushing off to at this hour?" Yi Fei inquired, noticing her hurried demeanor. "Xiaoran is feeling very unwell and weak. I need to get a doctor. How about I help treat Xiaoran instead?" Yi Fei suggested after a moment's thought. He believed that although this little girl was mischievous, her intentions were not malicious, and this could serve as a minor punishment for her mischief. She needed to learn her lesson. Gu Qingcheng was taken aback. "You know medicine?" I know a bit of traditional Chinese medicine, Yi Fei replied with a nod. No, that is too unreliable, and you're so young. How could you possibly know traditional medicine? I'll just find a doctor. Gu Qingxing shook her head and left the villa. Watching her departure, Yi Fei let out a faint sigh. He understood that traditional Chinese medicine was often undervalued in the country, with people placing their trust solely in Western medicine. However, he knew that this perception was not due to the inferiority of traditional Chinese medicine, but rather a reflection of society that had become restless, with few willing to delve deeply into the invaluable heritage left by their ancestors. Shaking his head, he touched the silver needles in his pocket before making his way upstairs. Chapter 17. The healing touch. Upon reaching the second floor, Yi Fei pushed open the door to Gu Xiaoran's room, only to find her curled up on the bed, her back turned towards him, shivering and clutching her abdomen in evident distress. Sister, you're back. Did you bring the doctor? Gu Xiaoran's voice was weak, and she did not turn to face him. It's me, Xiaoran, Yi Fei replied with a gentle smile as he closed the door behind him. Upon hearing his voice, Gu Xiaoran, disregarding her discomfort, abruptly turned around and shouted, "Get out! I don't want to see you." Yi Fei sighed softly at the sight of her pale face. "I'm here to help you heal. Just lie still," he said reassuringly. With that, he retrieved a cloth pouch from his pocket and opened it to reveal several gleaming silver needles of varying lengths and thicknesses, their brilliance almost dazzling. At the sight of the needles, Gu Xiaoran felt a wave of panic wash over her, rendering her speechless. What did he intend to do? Was he really going to use those needles on her simply because she had teased him? This felt akin to the infamous scene of Roan Mama piercing the delicate Xiao Yanzi. My heavens, this man is truly ruthless. The more she contemplated, the more terrified she became, nearly on the verge of tears. You, don't come any closer. I know Taekwondo. If you take another step, I swear I'll knock you out. Huh, even in such a state, you still wish to act tough. I wonder who you learned that from. Yi Fei chuckled, shaking his head as he selected 4 needles of similar length from the pouch and approached her. Don't come near. If you do, I'll just die right here. Gu Xiaoran hurriedly pulled the blanket around her, her wide eyes fixed on Yi Fei with palpable fear. Yi Fei sat down at the edge of the bed, a mischievous grin upon his face. Come now, sweetheart, let us remove that blanket. No, you letcher. Get away from me. Gu Xiaoran protested, kicking at Yi Fei, but her feeble attempts amounted to little more than a gentle tickle. Yi Fei laughed softly and, in one swift motion, yanked the blanket away. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoran's long, fair legs and curvaceous figure were laid bare before him. Yi Fei clicked his tongue, thinking to himself how splendid her figure was. If only her bosom were a tad fuller, she would be utterly perfect. Pervert! You scoundrel! Get away! Gu Xiaoran, terrified, shut her eyes and trembled, calling out, "Sister, help me! Stop your wailing. Your sister isn't here. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid," Yi Fei retorted, rolling his eyes. "If I were you, I would lie still and cooperate instead of struggling. Such resistance will only prolong your suffering." Gu Xiaoran gazed at Yi Fei with a mix of indignation and fury, her heart yearning to pummel him. Yet she lacked the strength to do so. Was today the day she would lose her virtue? No, not like this. She hadn't even experienced a proper romance yet. Yi Fei was bewildered that, at such a critical moment, the girl was still preoccupied with trivial matters. He seized Gu Xiaoran's delicate ankle and gently pulled her down to lie flat on the bed. Gu Xiaoran ceased her resistance, fully aware that it would be futile. Instead, she tightly shut her eyes, tears of humiliation streaming down her cheeks. She vowed that if Yi Fei dared to overstep his bounds, she would not let him off easily. Immediately, Yi Fei lifted Gu Xiaoran's camisole, revealing her smooth abdomen. He cast a glance at her midriff, then focused his mind, channeling his energy. With a swift motion, he placed 4 silver needles around her navel, each one gleaming as it pierced the designated acupoints. Suddenly, a faint buzzing filled the silent room. The sound of the silver needles vibrating was startlingly pronounced. Gu Xiaoran's eyes flew open in astonishment. She looked down and was met with an astonishing sight. What was happening? Why were the silver needles trembling on her belly while she felt no pain? Her gaze locked onto Yi Fei, whose expression was now grave, a stark contrast to his previous playful demeanor. Could it be that this fellow was genuinely attempting to heal her? She found it hard to believe that this man, dressed like a laborer, possessed any medical skills. After approximately 3 minutes, the vibrations of the silver needles ceased. Yi Fei then employed a unique massage technique on her abdomen. Moments later, Gu Xiaoran felt a warm current surge from her belly throughout her entire body, as though she were floating on a cloud, enveloped in utter comfort. At that moment, the solemnity on Yi Fei's face vanished. He exhaled a breath of relief, deftly retrieving the 4 silver needles into his hand. He helped Gu Xiaoran adjust her clothing, tucked the needles back into a cloth pouch, and then stood to exit the room. Wait, Gu Xiaoran, feeling her strength returning, sat up and regarded Yi Fei with a complex expression. Yi Fei turned, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, and said, "Are you thinking of thanking me? Haha, there's no need for that. Oomph, who would thank you? Don't get ahead of yourself. Just because you healed me doesn't mean I will let you off the hook. Not a chance." Gu Xiaoran retorted, shaking her fist. Sigh a dog-biting Eldongbin, unable to recognize a good deed when it's done. Yi Fei sighed, turning to leave the room. Gu Xiaoran stood in stunned silence for a moment before she called out to the door, "You are the dog. Your whole family are dogs. You scoundrel, you rotten bastard. I will not let you off. Look at how loudly this girl is cursing. She must be feeling better," Yi Fei remarked, clearing his ears as he descended the stairs and returned to the living room. Just then, the villa's front door swung open, revealing Gu Qingchang accompanied by a male doctor carrying a medical kit. "Yi Fei, how is Xiaoran?" Gu Qingchang asked anxiously, her gaze fixed on him. "She should be fine now," Yi Fei replied with a smile. "Fine? How could that be? Why, I left just now. Xiaoran was in excruciating pain." Gu Qingchang did not linger for long and swiftly ascended the stairs with the male doctor. Alas, why is it that the truth often goes unheeded? Yi Fei chuckled and shook his head, then resumed watching television. Approximately 10 minutes later, Gu Qingchang and the doctor returned. After dismissing the physician, she approached Yi Fei, her gaze fixed intently upon him, revealing a profound sense of bewilderment. Ms. Gu, please do not look at me like that. It makes me feel quite embarrassed." Yi Fei chuckled awkwardly before inquiring, "Is Xiaoran all right now?" "That girl is in great spirits. She's currently engrossed in a game," Gu Qingcheng replied, and then added, "Yi Fei, did you truly heal Xiaoran?" To be candid, even now she found it hard to believe, yet the evidence was irrefutable. With no one else at home, Xiaoran's recovery could not simply be coincidental. The only plausible explanation was that this unassuming man before her had indeed cured her. "Yes," Yi Fei nodded in affirmation. "If you possess such medical prowess, why do you not open a clinic instead of working as a bodyguard?" Gu Qingcheng's curiosity about him deepened. I lack a medical license, and my skills are rather mediocre. It would be unwise to open a clinic and potentially harm others." Yi Fei replied. "However, doctor, Zhang mentioned that you were able to heal Xiaoran in such a short time using traditional Chinese medicine, which is certainly remarkable." Before Gu Qingcheng could elaborate further, Yi Fei quickly stood up, laughing lightly, and said, "Ms. Gu, it's getting late. I shall take my leave and rest. Please ensure you retire early as well. Good night." With that, Yi Fei hurriedly made his way to his room. Gu Qingcheng gazed at his door, a captivating smile gracing her lips. This fellow indeed seemed extraordinary. However, there would be ample time to learn more about you, Yi Fei. In the guest room on the first floor, Yi Fei sat on the bed, exhaling deeply. It seemed he must refrain from being too ostentatious in the future. Otherwise, it would not be long before those individuals sought him out. And then he would find no solace. Shaking his head, Yi Fei removed his clothing and took off the jade pendant from around his neck. The pendant was shaped like a leaf, a delicate green hue, smooth and lustrous, adorned with a vividly carved vermilion bird, exuding a cool touch when held. This jade pendant had been gifted to him by his mother when he was 8 years old. He was uncertain of its significance, only recalling her words to cherish it well. Yi Fei sighed, placing the pendant beside the bed, and then took a shower. Afterward, he sat cross-legged on the bed to practice the heavenly transformation technique imparted by his beautiful master. After completing a full cycle of meditation, Yi Fei ceased his practice. Alas, his vital energy had not increased. It appeared that his damaged dantian would not recover anytime soon. With a wry smile, he shook his head and then contemplated the need to strengthen the brute. He retrieved a piece of draft paper and, based on the brute's physique, composed a simple body tempering technique which he named the dominant body technique. Since the barbarian aspires to grow stronger, let him first establish a solid foundation and refine his physique. After completing all this, Yi Fei collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the jade pendant beside his pillow was emanating a faint green glow. Chapter 018, Fly Away. After a night of silence, dawn broke. Around 6:30 in the morning, Yi Fei rose from his slumber. Following a brief grooming session, he quietly exited the villa. Yi Fei took a leisurely stroll around the vicinity, surveying the surrounding environment. This was a habitual practice for him. Whenever he ventured into unfamiliar territory, he would first assess the area, facilitating his preparedness for any unforeseen circumstances. Just past 7, Yi Fei returned to the villa, where Gu Qingsheng was already awake, busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Upon hearing the door open, Gu Qingsheng peeked out, and upon spotting Yi Fei, she smiled and inquired, "Did you go for a morning exercise?" "Just wandered around a bit," he replied. "It will be ready shortly, so please wait a moment." "Do you need my assistance, Miss Gu?" he asked. "No, you can sit for a while," she replied with a smile. Yi Fei nodded and made his way to the living room, where he noticed Gu Xiaoran glaring at him, descending the stairs with a fierce expression. Gu Xiaoran was dressed in a black and white striped shirt, with black trim on the collar and sleeves, tailored exquisitely to accentuate her petite figure. 2 buttons were undone, revealing her delicate collarbone. A khaki skirt showcased her long, fair legs, complemented by simple yet elegant red canvas shoes. Her short hair, dyed with a hint of red, was tied up, and she adorned her snow-white earlobes with 2 black studs, exuding a fashionable and bold aura. Yi Fei disregarded Gu Xiaoran's gaze and cheerfully greeted her. "Good morning, Xiaoran. I wish you well," she retorted. "I have no sister." Fuming, Gu Xiaoran marched toward him, her eyes ablaze. "Oomph! Don't get too complacent, you scoundrel. I will certainly drive you away. Hey, I saved you last night. It would suffice if you simply expressed gratitude, yet you wish to expel me? That truly wounds my heart." Yi Fei feigned sorrow, his tone dripping with mock melancholy. "Spare me your theatrics. Now that you mention it, I can't help but recall. What on earth happened with that glass of red wine last night?" Gu Xiaoran, having pondered the issue throughout the night, remained perplexed as to why her attempt to ensnare him had backfired. Deep down, she sensed that he was the mastermind behind it all, yet she could not fathom how he had managed it. Upon hearing her words, Yi Fei chuckled inwardly, pretending to be oblivious. "Xiaoran, what are you referring to? Are you talking about the red wine we had last night?" "Oh my, it was simply delightful. That's not what I meant." Gu Xiaoran was incensed, realizing he was feigning ignorance. "Then what precisely do you mean?" Yi Fei inquired, a smirk tugging at his lips. You." Gu Xiaoran glared at him, pointing her finger and gritting her teeth. "Fine, you want to play games? You won't be able to flaunt your arrogance for long. I will ensure you are sent packing." "Xiaoran, Yi Fei, what are you two discussing?" At that moment, Gu Qingsheng emerged from the kitchen, handing Gu Xiaoran a glass of milk. "Oh, we're discussing our studies." Xiaoran expressed her determination to rank among the top 3 in this month's exam for the entire grade. "Really, Xiaoran?" Gu Qingsheng exclaimed with delight, gazing at Gu Xiaoran. "Sister, I never said that. It was him." Gu Xiaoran hurriedly clarified, only to catch Yi Fei raising an eyebrow at her. "Darn it, this guy is too insufferable. How can we enjoy ourselves if he doesn't leave?" "Xiaoran, regardless of whether you said such a thing, I will wholeheartedly support you. Go for it." Gu Qingsheng smiled before stepping into the kitchen. "Keep it up. I will definitely support you." Yi Fei grinned mischievously, raising his fist. I'll kick you to pieces." Gu Xiaoran was nearly fuming, stepping forward and lifting her leg, ready to kick Yi Fei. "Stop." Yi Fei quickly made a gesture for pause, saying, "No more fighting. After all, you can't possibly defeat me." Gu Xiaoran reluctantly lowered her leg. After last night's contest, she had realized that Yi Fei was indeed formidable. Challenging him in a physical confrontation would yield no favorable outcome. "Xiaoran, how about this? Let us coexist peacefully. As long as you don't force me to leave, I want to follow you to school." What do you say? Yifei said with a cheerful grin. No way. You must leave my house. Gu Xiaoran decisively shook her head in refusal. Then it seems there is nothing to discuss? Indeed. All right then. In that case, I shall inform your sister that I will be protecting you closely at school. I'm sure she will agree. Yifei said as he walked towards the kitchen. Wait. You rascal, come back. Gu Xiaoran gritted her teeth, clenching her fists tightly. What did you call me, rascal? How rude. I must have a word with your sister, Yifei remarked as he stepped closer to the kitchen. Rascal. Yifei returned. Gu Xiaoran took a deep breath and shouted. How can you be so disrespectful? You should address me as Brother Fei. Do you understand? Yifei raised an eyebrow and stated. I'll call you whatever I like. What? You wish to call me old master? Isn't that a bit off, in terms of hierarchy? However, if you insist on calling me that, I suppose I can reluctantly accept. Darn it. Gu Xiaoran let out a curse in frustration, then forced a smile and exclaimed, Brother Fei. Louder, I can't hear you. Yifei placed one hand over his ear and replied. Brother Fei. Gu Xiaoran's face turned crimson, straining her voice to shout. Now, that is more like it. Yifei approached with a grin, saying, a child worth teaching, ha. Gu Xiaoran shot him a fierce glare, thinking, you lecherous scoundrel, just wait. A delightful breakfast concluded in a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere, at least on the surface. Yifei drove Gu Xiaoran to Ninghai City No. 1 High School before heading towards Qingcheng International. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road. Gu Qingcheng perused the financial news for a moment before lifting her gaze to Yifei, remarking, Yifei, that child Xiaoran is a bit eccentric and rebellious. Do not hold it against her. Rest assured, Miss Gu, Xiaoran is quite a remarkable child and exceedingly intelligent. How could I possibly hold a grudge against her? Yifei replied with a cheerful smile. Gu Qingcheng nodded and continued, Yifei, I have conferred with Sister Lan and decided to appoint you as my personal assistant within the company. What do you think? I have no objections, Miss Gu. Whatever you decide is perfectly acceptable to me, Yifei responded with a grin. By the way, Yifei, what are your thoughts on the security personnel at Qingcheng International? Gu Qingcheng inquired seemingly at random. Yifei's heart stirred. It appeared that this beautiful president was already aware of the issues concerning the company's security. Otherwise, she wouldn't have posed such a question. After pondering for a moment, he replied, Miss Gu, I believe that most of the security staff at Qingcheng International are quite capable. Most. So, you imply that a small fraction is not up to par? Miss Gu, this is merely my personal opinion. After all, I have only just arrived at the company and am not yet well acquainted with it, Yifei said with a chuckle. Gu Qingcheng nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived at Qingcheng International. At that moment, a white van was parked at the entrance, surrounded by a group of individuals, each adorned with tattoos that suggested a dubious character. Leading them was Lei Hu, who had come to collect protection fees the previous afternoon. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Qingcheng's expression shifted, and she coldly remarked, Isn't that Lei Hu? Why have they returned? Are they still unwilling to relent? Yifei also found the situation perplexing. What could be the reason? Had Xiaoli failed to warn Lei Hu yesterday? But that seemed unlikely. Xiaoli was typically quite reliable. Yifei, let's go over there and see what Lei Hu intends to do today, Gu Qingcheng declared as she exited the vehicle. No wonder this woman could manage such a large corporation. It appeared that I had underestimated her resolve. Yifei smiled and promptly followed her lead. Chapter 019. The Security Minister? At the entrance of Qingcheng International. Lei Hu, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Qin Minglan gazed at the figure of Lei Hu and his group of ruffians, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her. The security personnel standing behind her wore expressions of bewilderment. Upon hearing that Lei Hu was approaching, they were initially taken aback, fearing he had come to cause trouble due to yesterday's incident. However, the current situation seemed to diverge entirely from their expectations. These individuals did not appear to be here for a confrontation. Assistant Qin, I implore you to accept my humble gifts. If you refuse, I will be at a loss to explain myself. Lei Hu, wearing a forced smile, gestured grandly. Assistant Qin, my sincerest apologies. The ruffians behind him chorused in unison. Their loud voices drew the attention of passers-by, leaving Qin Minglan in an awkward position. She waved her hand dismissively and said, Lei Hu, please take these gifts back. As long as you refrain from causing disturbances at our company in the future, that will suffice. Absolutely not. You must accept these gifts, Assistant Qin. Otherwise, Lei Hu paused and added, otherwise, we shall not leave. Just as Qin Menglan felt cornered, she noticed Gu Qingsheng and Yi Fei approaching. President Gu, you have arrived, Qin Menglan exclaimed, her face lighting up with relief as she rushed to greet them. Sister Lan, what is the situation? What do the members of the Iron Blood Alliance mean? Do they intend to collect protection fees? Gu Qingsheng inquired with a hint of concern. It seems we have all misunderstood. They have come to offer apologies, Qin Menglan replied, shrugging her shoulders. What? An apology? Gu Qingsheng was taken aback, as she knew the Iron Blood Alliance members were notorious for their persistence in achieving their goals. Given that they had been offended the previous day, it was expected for them to cause a ruckus rather than extend apologies. Despite Gu Qingsheng's confusion, Yi Fei chuckled. It appears that Shaoli indeed handled things well. Qin Menglan pointed to the foremost ruffian, a middle-aged man with a tiger tattooed on his arm, whose anxious demeanor revealed his unease. That is Lei Hu, the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance's fierce tiger haul. He was the one who came to collect protection fees yesterday. Yet today, he claims to be here to apologize and bring gifts. Naturally, I had no intention of accepting what these ruffians offered, which is why they have been lingering here, insisting on personally delivering their apologies to you. Gu Qingsheng pondered thoughtfully. What could have prompted such a sudden change in their attitude? They must be afraid, after all. Qingsheng International is not a small company. If this escalates, the Iron Blood Alliance would find it difficult to handle the consequences. Yi Fei remarked with a grin. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Gu Qingsheng mused for the time being. However, Qin Menglan held a different perspective. She regarded Yi Fei with contemplative eyes. In response, Yi Fei hurriedly averted his gaze from her, focusing intently on the scene around them. At that moment, Lei Hu caught sight of Gu Qingsheng, his eyes sparkling with admiration, as if he had encountered a celestial being. However, he did not dare to ponder further and hurriedly approached, bowing and nodding to Gu Qingsheng. You must be President Gu of Qingsheng International. Oh my goodness, I have long heard of your beauty, and today, upon seeing you, it certainly lives up to its reputation. Gu Qingsheng smiled awkwardly and replied, Yes, I am Gu Qingsheng. May I ask what brings you here, Master Lei? I have come specifically to apologize today. I sincerely regret any offense I may have caused your company in the past, Lei Hu said, deeply bowing to Gu Qingsheng. Observing the genuine expression on Lei Hu's face, Yi Fei chuckled, realizing that this fellow was indeed quite adept in social manners. Master Lei, since you have shown remorse, I shall not pursue the matters of the past. You may leave now, Gu Qingsheng said calmly. Very well, thank you for your understanding, President Gu. Lei Hu replied with a grin, nodding enthusiastically. He then presented several gift bags he was holding, saying, President Gu, please accept these gifts. Gu Qingsheng understood that if she refused, they might linger, which would not bode well for the company's reputation. Thus, she nodded and turned to Qin Menglan, saying, Sister Lan, please accept these gifts. Yes, President Gu. Qin Menglan nodded and accepted the presents. At that moment, Lei Hu looked up and saw Yi Fei standing behind them. His expression instantly changed. You are. Before Lei Hu could finish his sentence, Yi Fei stepped forward and placed an arm around Lei Hu's shoulder, saying, Xiao Lei, keep your voice down. You are Brother Fei, right? Lei Hu gulped and asked with a trembling voice. Yes, I am Yi Fei. He confirmed with a nod. Brother Fei, I sincerely apologize for offending you yesterday. I hope you can forgive me, Lei Hu said, visibly intimidated. Well, I see you have behaved well today, so I forgive you. Just refrain from coming around here unnecessarily. Understood? Understood, Brother Fei. I promise not to cause any trouble again. Lei Hu replied eagerly. Yi Fei chuckled and patted Lei Hu's shoulder, saying, A wise man knows how to adapt. You are quite promising. Now let us go. Lei Hu and his companions offered a few more apologies to Gu Qingsheng before hastily departing in their vehicle. Yi Fei, what were you discussing with that Lei Hu just now? Gu Qingsheng inquired with curiosity. It was nothing much. I had a scuffle with him yesterday, so we just agreed to meet for drinks next time we have the chance. Yi Fei quickly fabricated an excuse. Gu Qingchang cast a doubtful glance at Yi Fei, but chose not to dwell on it, saying, Yi Fei, come with me to the office. I have something to discuss with you. All right. Yi Fei nodded and followed Gu Qingchang into the company. Upon reaching the door of the president's office, Gu Qingchang opened the door, and Yi Fei stepped inside. As he scanned the office, Yi Fei immediately sensed something amiss. President Gu, it appears some individuals remain undeterred. He remarked with a hint of smirk. Gu Qingchang paused, puzzled. What do you mean? Yi Fei chuckled softly and approached the bookshelf, reaching inside to feel around. Quickly locating an object. President Gu, it seems someone has once again entered your office last night. Yi Fei remarked, curling his lips as he opened his palm to reveal a black electronic device, identical to the listening device discovered the previous day. A listening device. Gu Qingchang's expression shifted in shock. We just uncovered a listening device yesterday, and today another one has been planted. Their audacity is astonishing. Who knows? Perhaps they possess a burning desire to uncover a secret. Yi Fei replied with a smile, before crushing the listening device in his grip. He then turned to Gu Qingchang and inquired, President Gu, I am genuinely curious about what secrets they wish to extract from you. Gu Qingchang's expression altered slightly as she responded, I have no idea what they seek to learn from me. Yi Fei noticed the subtle change in her demeanor, revealing that this beautiful president harbored undisclosed matters. However, respecting her reluctance to share, he chose not to press further. Anxiety grew within Gu Qingchang as she gazed at Yi Fei, asking, What should we do now? President Gu, do not fret. Let's first examine the monitoring room. Yi Fei suggested. All right. The pair made their way to the monitoring room and reviewed the footage from the previous night. Yet, they found no leads or suspicious individuals entering the president's office. Upon returning to the office, Gu Qingchang's countenance was grim, filled with concern. Yi Fei's expression darkened as he stated, President Gu, it appears that either a highly skilled individual entered your office, evading all cameras, or it was an internal accomplice. An internal accomplice? Gu Qingchang gasped in disbelief. Indeed, for only someone familiar with the company would know how to avoid detection by the cameras. Yi Fei contemplated before adding, I will inquire with the security personnel on duty last night to see if they noticed anything unusual. Very well. Gu Qingchang nodded, then fixed her gaze on Yi Fei, saying, Actually, I intended to suggest that you take a part-time position in the security department. What? A security guard? Yi Fei was taken aback. Yes. Gu Qingchang affirmed with a serious expression, then declared, However, I have since changed my mind. I am prepared to appoint you as the head of security. Chapter 020, My Territory. What? Concurrently serving as the security department head? Yi Fei's expression shifted immediately, and he shook his head in response. President Gu, perhaps it will be best to reconsider. Minister Zhao has been performing his duties adequately. It may not be appropriate for me to abruptly take over. What could possibly be inappropriate? My judgment regarding people is quite astute. If I say you are capable, then you are indeed capable. Gu Qingchang's countenance darkened as she continued. In truth, I have long desired to replace the head of the security department, for under Zhao Qiguang's leadership, it has descended into utter chaos. Over the past few months, I have received numerous complaints regarding his deplorable conduct. Zhao Qiguang has formed cliques within the department, harassing female employees, and some security personnel have taken to smoking, gambling, and playing games during work hours. The security department has reached a critical point that necessitates immediate reform. If this continues, what safety can the company possibly ensure? Although Yi Fei had recognized Zhao Qiguang as a scoundrel from the very first day, upon hearing Gu Qingchang's words, he felt that Zhao was indeed the epitome of a rogue. How outrageous! Smoking, gambling, and playing games is one thing, but to harass the female staff is utterly intolerable. Observing Gu Qingchang's flushed face, a testament to her indignation, Yi Fei remarked, President Gu, considering I have only been with the company for less than 2 days, to have me directly replace Minister Zhao may provoke his dissent. What dissent could he possibly have? Zhao Qiguang is merely an employee I hired, whereas I am the president of the company. He must adhere to my directives. Should he refuse, he will be dismissed without hesitation. Gu Qingchang declared, her hand gesturing assertively. Yi Fei, proceed as you see fit. I offer you my unwavering support." In that moment, the aura of authority emanated from Gu Qingsheng, brimming with resolve. After all, if she lacked such fortitude, she would never have been able to manage such a large corporation. The business world is akin to a battlefield. Though the smoke of war may be unseen, it is often more ruthless than actual warfare. Gu Qingqing's ability to establish Qingcheng International and its impending public listing is a testament to her skill and acumen. Yi Fei inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he affirmed, "President Gu, since you have expressed such confidence in me, I shall not decline. In 3 months, I assure you a revitalized security department." Gu Qingcheng smiled slightly, saying, "I look forward to witnessing your miracles." "That is a certainty. There is nothing I cannot accomplish," Yi Fei replied with a grin, suddenly struck by a thought. "President Gu, if I take on the role of security department head, what will happen to Minister Zhao?" "Zhao Qiguang will be demoted to deputy head of the security department," Gu Qingsheng stated. That seems acceptable." Yi Fei nodded, amused internally. He wondered how Zhao Qiguang would react upon hearing this news, particularly after having flaunted his authority before him just yesterday. "Yi Fei, shortly, I will have Sister Lan accompany you to the security department to announce the personnel changes," Gu Qingcheng said, proceeding to call Qin Minglan. "Sister Lan, please come over. I have something to discuss with you." Within minutes of hanging up, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Come in." The door swung open, and Qin Minglan stepped inside. She cast a glance at Yi Fei before addressing Gu Qingsheng. "General Manager Gu, what is it that you require of me?" "Oh, Sister Lan, please take Yi Fei to the security department to announce a personnel adjustment. Effective today, Yi Fei will assume the role of director of the security department, while Zhao Qiguang will be demoted to deputy director," Gu Qingsheng instructed. Qin Minglan paused momentarily, looking at Yi Fei before responding. "General Manager Gu, Yi Fei just arrived yesterday. Is it really wise to appoint him as director today? Can he handle it?" "Ahem. Sister Lan, what do you mean by questioning my capabilities?" Yi Fei interjected with a light cough. "Vin Minglan Chaklet, Yi Fei. Having the ability is not merely a matter of words. I shall prove it to you," Yi Fei declared, initially reluctant about the position, but now feeling a surge of determination. It wasn't that he cherished the role. Rather, he yearned to demonstrate his worth to her. How could a mere security department pose a challenge to him? "Well then, Yi Fei, I look forward to your surprises," Qin Minglan replied with a smile. After Gu Qingsheng provided a few more instructions, Qin Minglan and Yi Fei exited the office, heading towards the security department. "Yi Fei, I didn't expect you to rise so rapidly from your arrival yesterday to a promotion today, and to the level of director, no less. That's a promotion speed that rivals a rocket," Qin Minglan exclaimed with a grin. "I had no choice. General Manager Gu insisted I accept the position." Yi Fei shrugged in response. "Well, General Manager Gu holds you in high regard, so you must strive to meet her expectations." "I will certainly do my best," Yi Fei replied with a grin, adding, "Sister Lan, though I've become the director, you remain my superior, so feel free to exercise whatever unspoken rules may apply." "You little rascal, can you not go a day without teasing me?" Qin Minglan shot back, her eyes narrowing playfully. "Indeed," Yi Fei nodded without hesitation, grinning. "How could I resist when Sister Lan is so captivating? Since I cannot touch, I must indulge in verbal delight." "You incorrigible scoundrel. If General Manager Gu discovers your true nature, she would undoubtedly dismiss you without a second thought," Qin Minglan remarked with a shake of her head, then inquired. "By the way, Yi Fei, what is your relationship with Lei Hu?" "No relationship at all." "Really? Truly no connection?" "Absolutely none." "If there is no connection, then why were you two whispering secretly just now?" Qin Minglan scrutinized Yi Fei closely. "I already mentioned it. Lei Hu and I are merely acquaintances who met through conflict. Nothing more." Yi Fei waved dismissively. "I'd be a fool to take your word for it." Qin Minglan rolled her eyes. "You go ahead to the security department. I'll have a word with HR and join you shortly." "Sure thing." Yi Fei chuckled and departed. Watching Yi Fei's retreating figure, Qin Minglan squinted, pondering. It seems this fellow is indeed quite remarkable. Yi Fei hummed a little tune as he arrived at the security department. Upon pushing the door open, he found Lu Man diligently engaged in cleaning. "Fei, what brings you here?" Lu Man greeted him with a cheerful smile. "I came for a matter, and I also brought you something," Yi Fei replied, pulling out a piece of draft paper from his pocket and handing it to Lu Man. "What's this?" Lu Man asked, a bit puzzled as he accepted the paper. "This is a simplified training regimen tailored to your physique. Follow the instructions I've written here, and within a month, you will experience significant changes in your body," Yi Fei explained. "Significant changes? Am I going to turn into a Super Saiyan or something?" Smack! Yi Fei playfully slapped Lu Man on the back of his head, chuckling as he scolded, "Super Saiyan nonsense. The purpose of this regimen is to strengthen your bones and enhance your physique. Given your current flabby condition, dreaming of becoming stronger is utterly unrealistic. So just follow the instructions and practice diligently." All right, Lu Man nodded, choosing to trust Yi Fei. "Lu Man, have you finished cleaning the office?" At that moment, a harsh voice echoed from outside the door. The door swung open to reveal Zhao Qiguang accompanied by 4 security guards, each with a cigarette dangling from their lips, looking more like ruffians than security personnel. Upon entering, Zhao Qiguang's gaze fell upon Yi Fei, a shadow flickering in his eyes as he greeted with a feigned friendliness. "Well, if it isn't Yi Fei, why are you here in our security department, instead of protecting General Gu up close?" "I'm here for a matter," Yi Fei replied with a smile. "A matter? This is my territory, and I don't welcome you here. Get lost." Zhao Qiguang waved his hand impatiently, though he longed to give Yi Fei a beating. The thought of Yi Fei's formidable skills held him back. After all, this arrogant fellow wouldn't be able to flaunt his bravado for long. Once the 2 elite experts from Xiao Xiao arrived, Yi Fei would surely meet his end. "And what if I refuse to leave?" Yi Fei countered with a smile. "If you don't leave, I will." "You will what?" "I will inform General Gu that you are obstructing the normal operations of our security department." As soon as he uttered those words, Zhao Qiguang felt a twinge of uncertainty. Damn it! If it weren't for the knowledge of this guy's formidable abilities, how could he feel so humiliated? Chapter 021. Resignation and Defiance. The 4 security guards, witnessing Zhao Qiguang's apparent submission to Yi Fei, were filled with dissatisfaction. As the dominant force of Qingcheng International, they had never experienced such humiliation. "Zhao, why waste words with this guy? Just teach him a lesson," one exclaimed. "Indeed, Zhao. Why have we ever been so subjugated? Just say the word, and we will act." Another chimed in. "Have you forgotten? This brat assaulted Heezy and his crew yesterday. We must avenge our brothers." In an instant, the guards behind Zhao Qiguang began to stir. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiguang's gaze flickered, revealing his hesitation. After all, he had witnessed Yi Fei single-handedly incapacitate Lei Hu and others, and subsequently overpower those called by Xiao Xiao with overwhelming force. Such prowess was not something he could contend with. Nonetheless, as the head of the security department, he felt compelled to assert his authority in front of his subordinates. With a fierce glare directed at Yi Fei, he declared, "Yi Fei, I am granting you one last opportunity. Leave this place immediately." "And if I refuse?" Yi Fei replied, a cold smile gracing his lips, his eyes glinting ominously. "Repeat that." Zhao Qiguang's fury reached its peak. Even a clay statue has its limits. He was no mere statue, but the feared Zhao demon. At that moment, Lu Man hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to mediate. "Minister Zhao, Brother Fei, let's all calm down. If we can give each other some leeway, we can remain friends in the future." "How dare you, Lu Man? Who do you think you are to speak here?" Zhao Qiguang's ire redirected towards Lu Man, his voice booming. "We are short-staffed. Get outside and take your post." Scram. "Yes. Yes, Minister Zhao, I won't anger you further. I'm going now," Lu Man responded hastily, nodding vigorously. He then tugged at Yi Fei's hand. "Brother Fei, let us depart." "Lu Man, why are you still dawdling? I swear I'll kick you out. Hurry up." Zhao Qiguang, growing increasingly frustrated with Lu Man's defense of Yi Fei, lashed out. He raised his foot, aiming a kick at Lu Man's rear. However, Yi Fei's response was swifter. His leg swept towards Zhao Qiguang's calf like a battle axe. Bang! Zhao Qiguang let out a pained cry, feeling as if his leg had been struck by a hammer, gritting his teeth in agony. "Zhao, what happened?" The surrounding guards rushed to his side. "This brat is too much. I will take care of him." shouted a burly guard with a buzz cut, preparing to charge. "Do not approach. This kid is formidable, and you are no match for him," Zhao Qiguang cautioned, restraining the guard. He then steadied himself, suppressing the pain in his leg as he confronted Yi Fei. "Yi Fei, what on earth do you mean by this?" "I mean nothing. I simply cannot stand by while my brothers are bullied." Yi Fei met Zhao Qiguang's gaze, responding firmly. Beside them, Lu Man was moved to the point of tears upon hearing those words. "Why should I concern myself with how you manage your subordinates?" Zhao Qiguang scoffed, retorting, "You're merely Gu's bodyguard. The affairs of the security department are beyond your jurisdiction." He added with derision, "You abuse your power and even resort to violence against your subordinates. It's utterly laughable that someone like you can hold the position of security department head." With a calm demeanor, Yi Fei replied, "Do you truly believe your position as security department head is secure? Why wouldn't it be?" Zhao Qiguang shot back, brimming with arrogance. "If you possessed any authority, you demote me or fire me. If you can't, then keep your mouth shut." He laughed heartily, dismissing Yi Fei with a disdainful glance, confident in the power he wielded. At that moment, a melodious female voice resonated from outside. With graceful strides, Qin Minglan approached, clad in a stunning purple-fitted dress, her beauty and alluring figure captivating all. "Lan Jie, you've arrived." Yi Fei greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Assistant Qin." The others, including Zhao Qiguang, greeted her with utmost respect. Though Qin Minglan held the title of assistant, everyone in the company was acutely aware that, aside from Gu Qinsheng, her influence was unparalleled. Even the supervisors and department heads addressed her with deference. Qin Minglan nodded at Yi Fei and then turned to Zhao Qiguang with a stern expression. "Minister Zhao, summon all the security personnel. I have an important personnel announcement to make." "A personnel annoncement?" Zhao Qiguang quickly diverted his gaze from her captivating figure and inquired. "What announcement might that be, Assistant Qin?" "You'll find out soon enough," she replied with a slight smile, urging him, "Minister Zhao, please gather everyone promptly." "Understood." Zhao Qiguang felt as if he had been ensnared by her charm, swallowing hard before making the necessary calls. Before long, around 30 security personnel arrived on duty. "Minister Zhao, is everyone here?" Qin Minglan asked. "Yes, all 36 are present," Zhao Qiguang confirmed with a nod. "Good, since everyone is gathered, I shall now announce a personnel change." Before she could finish her sentence, the hearts of all the security personnel raced with anticipation. Was someone about to be promoted? Could it be themselves? Zhao Qiguang, glancing at Yi Fei's smiling face, suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him. The company was currently in a phase of rapid development, and, consequently, based on decisions made by Gu and the upper management, it was announced that from this day forth, Yi Fei would assume the role of security department head, while Zhao Qiguang would be demoted to deputy minister. As soon as Qin Minglan concluded her personnel directive, a wave of astonishment swept through the room, prompting hushed discussions among the attendees. Particularly, Zhao Qiguang and his confidants wore expressions of profound discontent. "I refuse to accept this," Zhao Qiguang exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. "Oh, Zhao Qiguang, what is it that you find unacceptable? Pray, elaborate." Qin Minglan replied with a dispassionate tone. "I have dedicated so much to the company. Why must I be demoted while a newcomer is appointed as the head of the security department?" Zhao Qiguang's visage contorted with rage. "Zhao Qiguang, your contributions to the company are merely your duty, as the company compensates you for your efforts." Qin Minglan fixed her cold gaze upon him, continuing, "Positions are awarded based on merit. Following the company's assessment, you are no longer qualified to hold the position of security chief. Therefore, a demotion is necessary. Should you remain dissatisfied, you are free to resign." "I cannot believe this. Why? How could this happen?" Zhao Qiguang still refused to accept the reality. "This is the signature of General Manager Gu. Could it possibly be a forgery?" Qin Minglan displayed the personnel directive for Zhao Qiguang to see, then turned to Yi Fei, saying, "Congratulations, Yi Fei. You must strive diligently and not disappoint our expectations." "Indeed, I shall work earnestly." Qin Minglan chuckled lightly before departing from the security department with graceful strides. Once she left, Zhao Qiguang turned to Yi Fei, bellowing, "You little upstart. Don't get too cocky. I'm calling General Manager Gu right now." With that, Zhao Qiguang stepped aside to make the call. A few minutes later, he returned, his expression completely darkened. During the call, Gu Qingsheng had uttered a single phrase, "If you're dissatisfied, resign." Zhao Qiguang realized that this decision was irrevocable, and the security personnel understood that a new era had begun in the security department. Deputy Chief Zhao, do you have any objections? Yi Fei inquired with a smile. Oomph. Zhao Qiguang scoffed, but remained silent. Ignoring Zhao Qiguang, Yi Fei surveyed the crowd and declared, I am Yi Fei, and, as of today, I am the head of the security department at Qingxing International. Though the security department may seem inconspicuous within a company, its importance cannot be overstated, as the safety of a company is intrinsically linked to its security operations. To better construct the security department and enhance the company's safety standards, I will conduct a physical fitness assessment for all present. Those who pass will remain. Those who do not must leave. Chapter 22. The First Blaze. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, the expressions of all the security personnel present shifted dramatically. To remain, one must pass the assessment, and failing it leads to dismissal? How harsh! As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. It seems the new minister is indeed ready to ignite a blaze. Yi Fei cast a glance at the gathered security staff and proclaimed in a resonant voice, I understand that there are grievances among you, that you believe my approach is excessively severe. However, I wish to convey that my intention behind this assessment is not born of boredom, but rather a crucial necessity for the reformation of the security department. Minister Yi, you cannot impose such a stringent evaluation without providing us a rationale. Zhao Qiguang interjected sarcastically, signaling to his confidants, who echoed, Am I not right, brothers? Indeed, Zhao Gu speaks the truth. Minister Yi, surely you owe us an explanation. If you do not provide a reason, it is unlikely that we shall accept this. Zhao Qiguang's followers clamored, attempting to incite the sentiments of others. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes, committing these raucous individuals to memory. They were all Zhao Qiguang's confidants, the proverbial rotten apples within the prestigious security department, and they could not be retained. With this thought, Yi Fei smiled broadly, turning his gaze toward Zhao Qiguang, and inquired, Deputy Minister Zhao, have you arranged for anyone to work the night shift these past few days? Of course. Every night, I allocate 10 individuals for the night shift. Zhao Qiguang replied. Then, if there are personnel assigned for the night shift, why did a thief manage to infiltrate the CEO's office? Not once but twice. Yi Fei's smile vanished, his countenance darkening as he scrutinized the expressions of those present, yet he detected no signs of unusual behavior. What? A thief entered the CEO's office. At this revelation, not only was Zhao Qiguang taken aback, but the other security personnel also expressed their shock, murmuring amongst themselves. Did anything go missing from the CEO's office? Zhao Qiguang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, inquiring. Nothing was stolen. However, CEO Gu is exceedingly displeased, which is why I have assumed the role of security minister. I had no choice but to take on this position. Yi Fei sighed and continued, Thus, to prevent such incidents from occurring, I must assess your capabilities. Zhao Qiguang scoffed, feeling a sense of foreboding. He sensed that Yi Fei would not let him off easily. And how do you intend to conduct this assessment? How do I intend to assess? Deputy Minister Zhao, that is not for you to worry about. Yi Fei smiled nonchalantly, then turned and called out, Lu Man. Lu Man was momentarily taken aback, worrying whether he would fail the assessment. Is there a gym on the top floor of Qingxing International? Yi Fei shot Lu Man a significant look, inquiring. Yes, Minister Yi, Lu Man hastily replied, his heart suddenly enlightened. It seemed that Brother Fei was poised to take action against Zhao Qiguang. All right, everyone, follow me to the rooftop. With a grand wave of his hand, Yi Fei declared, We shall assemble in the gym on the top floor in 15 minutes. As his words echoed, everyone rushed out of the security department, ascending the stairs. Once the crowd dispersed, Lu Man approached, a look of concern etched on his face. Brother Fei, will I fail the assessment? Fear not. Manzi, Yi Fei reassured him with a shrug. This assessment is merely to eliminate the rotten apples in the security department. If you consider yourself a rotten apple, then I have nothing further to say. With that, he strode out of the security department. "Brother Fei, I'm not a rotten apple. I am a security guard," Lu Man shouted after him, then hurriedly followed. On the rooftop of Qingcheng International, an entire floor had been transformed into a gym, spacious and well-lit, equipped with ample facilities. All the security personnel had gathered. Yi Fei stood in the bench press area and addressed them in a commanding voice. "Those security guards are not bodyguards. We must possess a certain level of strength to safeguard the company's assets effectively. Therefore, my assessment consists of two parts. The first involves testing bench press strength, and the second will evaluate combat prowess." The expressions of the assembled guards varied, reflecting a mix of joy and anxiety. Zhao Qiguang, however, smiled, thinking to himself that such a simple assessment posed no challenge. As long as he remained in the company, he could find a way to oust this newcomer. "Deputy Minister Zhao, what are you laughing at?" Yi Fei inquired, fixing his gaze on Zhao Qiguang. "I'm not laughing at anything. If we're going to assess, let us get on with it," Zhao Qiguang replied impatiently. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes and declared, "Very well, the assessment begins now. Deputy Minister Zhao, you will be the first to undergo the test. Bench press 150 kilograms, 10 sets of 5 repetitions each." "What? 150 kilograms?" Zhao Qiguang's face turned pale. His best bench press record was merely 150 kilograms. And now he was being asked to lift that weight for 50 repetitions. Was this not a death sentence? The other guards quickly grasped that the new minister's first act was aimed squarely at Zhao Qiguang. Zhao Qiguang was in for a tough time. "What's wrong, Deputy Minister Zhao? Is 150 kilograms too easy? Shall we increase the weight?" Yi Fei taunted. "You are taking personal revenge," Zhao Qiguang retorted. "I am indeed taking personal revenge." "What of it? If you're dissatisfied, you may resign," Yi Fei replied with a grin. All right, Yi Fei, just wait." Zhao Qiguang shot him a fierce glare, then stretched his arms and began his bench press. 1, 2, 3. Yi Fei counted while encouraging. "Hey everyone, help keep track of the count. We mustn't miscount or skip numbers. 26, 27, 28. The others joined in the counting. Then Yi Fei pointed out a dozen of Zhao Qiguang's loyal subordinates, stating, "You lot, bench press 100 kilograms, also 10 sets of 5 repetitions each. Begin now." The individuals present dared not refute, and one by one, they began to exert themselves with great effort. By the time Zhao Qiguang and his trusted aides had finished, they felt as though their hands were nearing exhaustion, barely able to lift them. After all, it was merely a matter of pushing a 150-kilogram barbell. They appeared utterly drained. Yi Fei chuckled and shook his head, thinking to himself, "Who cannot boast? If you have the capability, step forward." Just as Zhao Qiguang was about to continue his words, he beheld Yi Fei effortlessly lifting the 150-kilogram barbell with a single hand, as if it bore no weight at all. Yi Fei casually weighed it in his hand before tossing it onto the rack with a resounding clang. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was left in a state of shock. "Goodness, this new minister appears quite formidable." Zhao Qiguang swallowed hard, contemplating that this fellow was indeed extraordinary. Subsequently, Yi Fei cast a glance at Zhao Qiguang and his companions and proclaimed, "Vice Minister Zhao, since you have completed the first assessment, let us proceed to the next one." "Yi Fei, do not be overly arrogant," Zhao Qiguang retorted furiously. "What is the matter? Do you wish to forego the assessment? You are free to leave." Yi Fei replied with a smile. "Very well, you are indeed something. Rest assured, your arrogance shall not endure for long. Enough idle chatter, pair up. We shall commence now. The losers must depart. No holding back. Engage with full strength. Should I discover anyone slacking, they shall be dismissed without exception." Yi Fei gestured, and the assessment began. With a command, Zhao Qiguang and his entourage formed several pairs, dragging their weary bodies into combat. Under Yi Fei's vigilant supervision, while these individuals may not have exerted their utmost, they put forth a commendable effort, the sound of fists striking flesh resounding throughout the gym, accompanied by intermittent cries of pain. The remaining dozen or so onlooking security personnel were left in a state of trepidation, thinking, "My goodness, Minister Yi is truly ruthless. He has directly set Zhao Qiguang's men against one another. I must ensure I never fall into his hands, or I would be in grave peril." Enough of the spectatorship. Commence your assessments. Yi Fei instructed the remaining security personnel. Each of you shall bench press 50 kilograms, a total of 5 sets, 5 repetitions each. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiguang, whose eyes were blackened like a panda, along with his aides, felt as though they might bleed from indignation. How infuriating! We're at least lifting 100 kilograms, and they only have to manage 50 kilograms. Is this not a bit too unfair? Once the grappling had concluded, the outcome was evident, with half of Zhao Qiguang's aides departing. Oh dear, I have heard that Vice Minister Zhao was once an elite soldier, correct? Yi Fei inquired with a smile, surveying Zhao Qiguang's bruised form. And what of it? Zhao Qiguang replied, clenching his fists. Well then, in that case, Vice Minister Zhao, why not demonstrate your skills for us? Yi Fei smirked, gesturing toward Zhao Qiguang's remaining aides. You shall take turns sparring with Vice Minister Zhao. Those who win shall remain, while the losers must take their leave. Chapter 023. Personal Vendetta. Yi Fei, you are deliberately targeting me. Zhao Qiguang seethed with anger, having realized that Yi Fei was intent on undermining him, forcing him to abandon his position to save his reputation. How ruthless. I am indeed targeting you. What will you do about it? Yi Fei replied with a bold smile. Zhao Qiguang trembled with rage. Once this assessment concluded, he would certainly call young Master Qiao to send someone to deal with this scoundrel. Deputy Minister Zhao, are you going to proceed with the assessment or not? If you are unwilling, just leave. It's a simple matter. Yi Fei took a sip from a chilled bottle of cola and remarked, do you believe I could send you to the hospital with a single phone call? Zhao Qiguang glared fiercely at Yi Fei. Do you believe a single word from me could have you expelled from the company? Yi Fei countered, meeting Zhao Qiguang's gaze with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiguang immediately softened. It seemed today he would have to bow before this fellow. For the sake of revenge and reclaiming his position as the head of security, he would have to endure. With this thought, Zhao Qiguang turned to a few loyal subordinates and said, Old Wang, Old Li, you should resign voluntarily. Ye Fi Chakret, realizing that Zhao Qiguang possessed some wit after all. However, he refrained from further commentary and directed the security personnel to handle the transition. Zhao Qiguang escorted his few subordinates to the gym door, patting one on the shoulder. He assured, Old Li, don't worry, I will bring you back. Brother Zhao, this kid plays dirty, you must be cautious. Another security guard warned. Rest assured, I have devised a plan to deal with him. Before long, I will ensure this scoundrel is driven away. Zhao Qiguang vowed, thumping his chest. The security guards nodded, preparing to leave when they heard Yi Fei's voice from within the gym. Hey, everyone, pair up for sparring. Please be gentle, just a friendly exercise. After all, we have no personal grudges. Hearing this, Zhao Qiguang and his companions nearly spat blood for frustration. Why didn't he mention being gentle earlier? After sending everyone off, Zhao Qiguang entered with a grim expression. The assessment had concluded, leaving a total of 18 participants, nearly half dismissed. Once a figure of great authority, he now felt utterly alone, a chill settling in his heart. All of this was caused by Yi Fei. He vowed to exact revenge. Yi Fei called everyone to assemble, surveying the group before declaring, Everyone, the assessment has concluded. Those dismissed were merely the dregs of the security department, while the rest of you are the elite. Of course, there may still be a few remnants among us, but that is of little concern. I will ensure they are eliminated in due time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiguang ground his teeth in frustration, fully aware that Yi Fei's words were directed at him, yet he dared not utter a sound. I hope that in the future, everyone can fulfill their respective duties and excel in their roles. Now, to facilitate our work ahead, I shall assign everyone to groups. Subsequently, Yi Fei divided the 18 individuals into 2 groups, with Zhao Qiguang and Lu Man appointed as group leaders. Upon learning that Lu Man was his equal, Zhao Qiguang was thoroughly vexed. By the time the grouping was completed, it was already noon, prompting Yi Fei to dismiss everyone. Once the others departed, Lu Man approached with a cheerful demeanor, offering a cigarette to Yi Fei and said, Brother Fei, to celebrate your promotion and raise, let me treat you to a meal. Sound good. Where shall we dine? Yi Fei inquired, cigarette in mouth, smiling broadly. The company cafeteria, Lu Man replied with a nod. Yi Fei's lips twitched as he exclaimed, You got to be kidding me. I thought you were taking me to a restaurant, not the cafeteria. How stingy can you be? Brother Fei, you simply don't understand. Don't you remember what I said when we first joined the company? Lu Man remarked with a knowing grin. What did you say? Yi Fei asked, perplexed. I mentioned that most of the employees at Qingsheng International are stunning women, or at the very least, charmingly innocent ones. Oh, I recall that. Good to know you remember, Brother Fei. Although our company is filled with beauties, we seldom get to see them. The only place where we can truly encounter them is at the cafeteria. Come on, Lu Man. Do you think I'm the kind of person who just seeks out beautiful women? Yi Fei rolled his eyes at Lu Man, then added with a serious tone. However, I believe we should avoid extravagance and embody the spirit of thrift that our nation advocates. So, let us indeed dine at the cafeteria. After their meal, Yi Fei and Lu Man strolled back to the company. Puffing on a cigarette, Yi Fei remarked, Lu Man, didn't you say the cafeteria was teeming with beauties? It seems rather underwhelming. Lu Man was left speechless. He couldn't forget how just moments ago, someone had been ogling those women, occasionally whistling at them, commenting on one lady's long, fair legs as if he could admire her for a year, and another's ample figure, speculating on her capabilities. What S with that expression? Yuman? Yi Fei asked, raising an eyebrow. Brother Fei, I mean nothing by it, Lu Man replied awkwardly. Yuman, you must believe me when I say this. In my eyes, there are only two true beauties in our company. One is General Manager Gu, and the other is Sister Lawn. Yi Fei exhaled a puff of smoke as he spoke. Gulp. Upon hearing these names, Lu Man couldn't help but swallow hard. Wow, Yuman, do you really need to be this lewd? Yi Fei chuckled, playfully patting Lu Man's shoulder. I understand. Men are naturally drawn to beauty, and that is perfectly normal. However, let me remind you that women like General Manager Gu and Sister Lawn are beyond your reach. I know that. Only you, Brother Fei, could win their favor. Lu Man chuckled in response. You insolent brat, always running your mouth. Yi Fei smacked Lu Man on the back of the head and continued, man. I have a task for you over the next few days. What task, Brother Fei? Just say the word. I need you to keep an eye on the company's surveillance footage, particularly the recordings leading to President Gu's office. If anything seems amiss, report back to me at once. Brother Fei, has something gone missing from President Gu's office? Nothing is missing per se, but President Gu is quite upset and wants to catch that little thief. Understood, Brother Fei. I assure you, I will complete this task diligently. The two chatted as they made their way to the Qingsheng International Building, after which Lu Man headed off to his duty. Yi Fei pondered that having dismissed half the security personnel today, it was inevitable that they would need to recruit more. Thus, he decided to have a word with Gu Qingsheng and made his way to the president's office. Meanwhile, at a small restaurant near Qingsheng International, Zhao Qiguang ordered 2 stir-fried dishes along with a few bottles of beer, drinking alone in solitude. Damn it, Yi Fei, I curse you to an untimely demise. Zhao Qiguang spat, then pulled out his phone to call Xiao Dong. The call connected. Xiao Zhao, what is up? Young Master Qiao. Didn't you say you wanted to eliminate Yi Fei? He asked right there at the company. Hurry and send those 2 top-notch experts over. Upon hearing Xiao Dong's voice, Zhao Qiguang was so agitated that tears nearly streamed down his face. Xiao Zhao, I too wish to deal with Yi Fei, but there has been some trouble in the gang, and those 2 top experts by my father's side are currently tied up. What? Young Master Qiao, does that mean we have to wait a couple more days? Yes, just 2 or 3 days, I suppose. That's not acceptable, young Master Qiao. Yi Fei is becoming increasingly arrogant. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Relax, Xiao Zhao. Let him prance around for another couple of days. I will definitely bring people to take care of him then. All right, that's settled then. I have a date with a young model, so I'll contact you later. Bye. With that, the call ended abruptly. Damn it, unreliable fool. Only knows how to chase after girls. Zhao Qiguang cursed, then shouted to the waiter, Waiter, bring me another case of beer. Chapter 024, Captivating Beauty. In the president's office, Yi Fei was engaged in a discussion with Gu Qingsheng regarding the security department. He did not hold back, sharing all that he had accomplished today. Upon hearing that Yi Fei had dismissed half of the security personnel, Gu Qingsheng's expression shifted in surprise, and she inquired, Yi Fei, how could you dismiss so many guards at once? Yi Fei offered a faint smile and replied, Ms. Gu, the majority of those I dismissed were Zhao Qiguang's trusted aides, for they represent the greatest malignancy within the security department. If they remain, their influence would undoubtedly tarnish the department. Therefore, in my view, whether it is one or several, it is more prudent to dismiss them all. Gu Qingxing nodded in agreement. Having harbored similar thoughts herself, yet refrained from acting on them due to broader considerations for the company. The reality had proven her indecisiveness to be a grave error. As Yi Fei stated, allowing Zhao Qiguang and his cronies to continue their reckless behavior would certainly cast a negative shadow over the company, jeopardizing its property security as well. Clearly, appointing this man as the head of security was a wise decision. At the very least, she required such a sharp blade by her side to navigate some troublesome issues. Contemplating further with a slight furrow in her brow, Gu Qingcheng asked, Yi Fei, given your significant actions, has Zhao Qiguang reacted in any way? With your formidable support, what reaction could he possibly muster? Yi Fei grinned. If he wishes to avoid being dismissed by me, he has no choice but to comply with my directives. Gu Qingqing's brow knitted, expressing concern as she cautioned, Yi Fei, I have heard that Zhao Qiguang is associating with Qiao Dong. Qiao Dong's background is quite formidable. His father is involved in some unsavory dealings. I fear that Zhao Qiguang may join forces with Qiao Dong against you. Chuckling dismissively, Yi Fei retorted, if they dare attempt such a thing, I would not hesitate to teach them the virtues of proper conduct. While your personal strength is commendable, their numbers could overwhelm you. In any case, do exercise caution. Gu Qingqing advised, her face betraying her worry. Thank you for your concern, Ms. Gu. I shall remain vigilant, Yi Fei replied with a smile. Gu Qingqing nodded and then inquired, what are your next steps, Yi Fei? Having only a handful of security personnel is insufficient. Thus, I plan to recruit more. That sounds good. I will coordinate with the HR department for your needs. Please feel free to communicate with Lan Jie and me regarding anything you require, Gu Qingqing assured. Yi Fei smiled and responded, I appreciate your support, Ms. Gu. Just as Gu Qingqing intended to further discuss the construction of the security department, her phone rang. Hello, President Su, this is Gu Qingqing. Now, certainly, I will be there shortly. Please hold on. After hanging up, a wave of excitement washed over Gu Qingqing's face, clearly elated. Ms. Gu, what delightful news do you have? Please share it with me, so I may partake in your joy. Yi Fei grinned and said, just now Mr. Su from Dongheng Group called, expressing his desire to discuss a cosmetics export deal worth billions. Should we secure this contract, our profits at Qingqing International will soar to unprecedented heights, surpassing 1,000 billion. Gu Qingqing, filled with excitement, raised her delicate fist and declared, come on, Yi Fei, accompany me to the Zunju Club. Absolutely. Yi Fei responded with an affirmative gesture, following Gu Qingqing out of the office. Upon reaching the underground parking garage, he drove her to the Zunju Club. Although he was focused on the road, his eyes occasionally wandered to the rearview mirror, glancing at Gu Qingqing. She was adorned in an elegant cream-colored OL suit, accentuating her curvaceous figure, perfectly embodying the golden ratio. Her well-defined waist highlighted her alluring silhouette, making her presence undeniably captivating. Her long, ink-black hair was neatly pinned up, drawing attention to her gracefully swan-like neck, which gleamed with elegance. This woman was truly stunning, living up to her name. One glance at Gu Qingqing could enchant a city. Another glance could captivate a nation. Perhaps due to nerves or excitement, her beautifully arched brows furrowed slightly. Noticing the intensity of Yi Fei's gaze, she turned to him and inquired, Yi Fei, is there something on your mind? Oh, not at all. Yi Fei chuckled, saying, Gu Zong, you seem a bit anxious, don't you think? Well, a little, she admitted. After all, we are discussing an export deal worth hundreds of billions. Since the inception of Qingqing International, we have never handled such a substantial contract. Gu Qingqing tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, reflecting on the situation. Ye fi similet, ri suringli, Guzong. I believe there's no need for you to feel anxious. Just approach it with a calm mindset. As the saying goes, what is meant for you will ultimately come to you. What isn't yours cannot be forced. If we maintain an open heart and treat each matter with equanimity, we can remain unperturbed by praise or blame, simply observing the flowers bloom and wither in the courtyard. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, Gu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, Yi Fei, I didn't expect you to have read Kai Jin Tan. Nowadays, many are familiar with the three-character classic and the Tao Te Ching, but fewer take the time to delve into Kai Jin Tan. I didn't realize you were so well-read. Kai Jin Tan is a classic Confucian work that conveys the essence of life through seemingly casual aphorisms and essays, offering profound insights to those who comprehend it. Gu Qingqing was genuinely astonished that this individual, who once struggled to make a living through food delivery and manual labor, could cite such philosophical wisdom. Yi Fei scratched his nose and chuckled. In my idle time, I aimlessly read a bit. I wouldn't claim to be cultured, but I understand the principles of life. Yi Fei, you're being modest. Although I have read it as well, I cannot recite its classic passages. Gu Qingqing replied with a gentle smile, resembling a delicate, blooming lily. As Yi Fei gazed upon the woman's smile, he momentarily lost himself in thought, finding her to be a striking contrast to the so-called socialites and debutantes. She was the vibrant bloom against the backdrop of mere foliage. Her beauty and grace far surpassed any of those women by a remarkable degree. Yi Fei, I didn't realize you were quite the conversationalist, Gu Qingqing remarked, her lips curving into a subtle smile. After our chat, I feel much more at ease. I shall approach this order with a calm and focused spirit. Ms. Gu, I wholeheartedly support you, Yi Fei replied with a broad grin. Are we now comrades in the same trench? Gu Qingqing teased. That is indeed the case, Yi Fei replied with a playful lift of his brow. With a soft chuckle, Gu Qingqing covered her mouth, her laughter causing her to sway enchanting. The sight was enough to stir a tumult of emotions within Yi Fei, nearly causing him to lose his composure entirely. This woman was already breathtakingly beautiful, and her laughter was a bewitching temptation that was almost too much for a young man like him to bear. Realizing she had perhaps lost her composure, Gu Qingqing cleared her throat lightly and inquired, Yi Fei, what time is it now? Huh? Yi Fei snapped back to reality. It's 2:45. Why do you ask, Miss Gu? What? It's already 2:45. Gu Qingqing gasped, panic lacing her voice. I have an appointment with Mr. Su at 3 o'clock. Normally, it takes half an hour to reach the Zunju Club without traffic, and with the congestion now, how could we possibly arrive before 3? Yi Fei smiled calmly and asked, Do you trust me, Ms. Gu? What do you mean? If you trust me, I assure you we will reach the Zunju Club in 10 minutes. How is that even possible? Just hold on tight, for Yi Fei is capable of anything. With a charismatic grin and a determined glint in his eyes, he pressed down hard on the accelerator. The Maserati Quattroporte roared to life, its exhaust emitting twin tongues of flame as it surged forward like a beast poised for action. The immense force sent Gu Qingqing crashing into the back seat. Fortunately, she managed to grasp the handrail within the car, or she might have been knocked senseless. In the ensuing moments, Yi Fei showcased his exceptional driving skills, the Maserati hurtling through the streets of Ninghai City at breakneck speed. He executed sharp brakes, deft drifts, and overtook other vehicles, even pulling off a dramatic 180-degree drift at an intersection. Amidst the exhilarating speed and fervor, Gu Qingqing's face turned pale with fear. Chapter 025. Infuriated to the point of vomiting blood. With a piercing sound, Yi Fei executed a stunning drift, bringing the car to a smooth stop at the entrance of the Zunju Club. The Zunju Club, one of the premier establishments in Ninghai City, may not boast the same renown as the Hongzhuang Club, yet it remains an essential haunt for the city's elite. Yi Fei glanced at the time, turned his head with a cheerful grin, and remarked, Mr. Gu, 9 minutes and 41 seconds. Not bad, right? Gu Qingqing's complexion was somewhat pale, her hair disheveled, and an expression of bewilderment marked her features. Little did anyone know what she had just endured. Yi Fei had driven like a maniac, racing along the road, narrowly avoiding collisions with other vehicles on several occasions. However, thanks to Yi Fei's exceptional driving skills, he managed to deftly steer clear of every obstacle. Truly, the bold often possess remarkable talent. Gu Qingqing felt as though she had danced on the edge of death, shaken by the experience. Mr. Gu, what are you thinking about? Yi Fei waved his hand in front of her face. With a heavy sigh, Gu Qingqing exhaled and turned to Yi Fei, reproaching him. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? A moment's inattention could have been disastrous for us. Mr. Gu, didn't I mention? You need to trust me. I am an experienced driver. Your concerns are entirely unwarranted, Yifei replied with a carefree smile, dismissing her worries. Gu Qingcheng, slightly exasperated, pointed at Yifei, wanted to scold him, but unsure of where to begin. After all, he had merely aimed to get her to safety as swiftly as possible. Yifei, please refrain from driving so fast in the future. The roads are crowded with people and vehicles. It is unsafe. With a gentle sigh, she reminded him, then adjusted her hair and attire, adding, I will head in first. Park the car, and then come find me in the Supreme Room. Understood. Yifei nodded with a smile. Upon exiting the car, Gu Qingcheng entered the Zunju Club, guided by a staff member towards the Supreme Room. The Supreme Room, the club's most opulent private suite, was adorned with lavish decor, featuring precious oil paintings on the walls and a royal Elizabeth Eilish carpet covering the floor, resembling a palace. As Gu Qingcheng pushed open the door and stepped into the suite, her brow furrowed upon seeing the man seated on the couch. Coldly, she exclaimed, Song Zhuyu, why are you here? The man on the couch appeared to be in his early 20s, clad in a black Versace casual shirt. He had a lean physique and short, spiky black hair, with striking features that conveyed a handsome, yet arrogant demeanor. Song Zhuyu, one of the prominent figures in Ninghai City and the eldest son of the chairman of Hongta Group, was like Xiao Dong, another suitor of Gu Qingcheng. However, in her eyes, Song Zhuyu left an even more unfavorable impression than Xiao Dong. A typical playboy. Song Zhuyu was a refined rogue whose greatest passion was to indulge in women. Models, actresses, alluring married women, and schoolgirls were all his prey. He would lavish money on them, only to discard them once he was done. Last year, several students tragically took their own lives after being abandoned by Song Zhuyu due to unplanned pregnancies. Upon seeing Gu Qingcheng, Song Zhuyu swallowed hard and, with a sinister smile, remarked, Qingcheng, you have arrived. Where is President Su? I have an appointment with him, not you. Gu Qingcheng's tone remained frigid, her eyes flashing with intense disdain. Song Zhuyu chuckled and said, Qingcheng, President Su just informed me that he has an urgent matter to attend to, thus delegating the entire negotiation of this contract to me. Then I'm afraid I shall not engage, Gu Qingcheng replied, turning to leave. Wait, Song Zhuyu called after her, then, eyeing her graceful silhouette. He licked his lips and continued, Qingcheng, personal feelings aside, let us discuss business only today. What do you say? Not a chance. Gu Qingcheng retorted coldly, taking another step toward the exit. Do you not consider the thousands of employees at Qingcheng International? Do you not wish to seize this opportunity to propel the company to new heights? Song Zhuyu posed two pressing questions. Indeed, Gu Qingcheng desperately needed to secure this contract, as it would signify a substantial leap for Qingcheng International, potentially transforming it into a company valued in the hundreds of billions. Of course, she harbored a personal ambition as well, to prove herself, to demonstrate to those who cast her and her sister aside that even without their parents, she could thrive and lead a remarkable life. Qingcheng, do not be obstinate. Did I not mention that we are to discuss only business today without delving into anything else? Is that acceptable? Song Zhuyu pressed on, determined to keep Gu Qingcheng from escaping his grasp. After all, it had been a challenge to arrange this meeting, and he could not afford to let her slip away so easily. In his mind, he resolved to secure this deal no matter what. Gu Qingcheng took a deep breath, setting aside her personal feelings. Turning back, she enunciated firmly, Song Zhuyu, you would do well not to play tricks, for I shall not spare you if you do. Hee. Qingcheng, what do you mean? Am I truly so detestable in your eyes? Indeed. Song Zhuyu chuckled awkwardly, then patted the sofa beside him, saying, Qingcheng, please come and sit. Gu Qingcheng approached and sat down on the sofa, making a conscious effort to maintain a respectful distance from him. How have you been lately? Song Zhuyu inquired with a smile. My well-being is none of your concern, Gu Qingcheng replied indifferently. Very well, I shall not pry, he shrugged, then reached for an elegantly packaged bottle of red wine beside him. Qingcheng, this is a fine Bordeaux I specially requested for my friend of the Lafayette estate. It costs over $100,000 a bottle. I have saved it for your arrival so that we may savor this exquisite vintage together. I'm afraid, Song Zhuyu, I do not drink, Gu Qingsheng stated. It's nothing. Qingsheng. Red wine nourishes the skin without inebriating the senses. With these words, Song Zhuyu opened the packaging and retrieved the bottle of red wine. Suddenly, the door to the private room was flung open with great force. In rushed Yi Fei, flustered and panting, wiping the sweat from his brow as he exclaimed, Mr. Gu, so this is where you are. I search high and low for you. This establishment is enormous, akin to a labyrinth. I checked several rooms, and in one, I unexpectedly stumbled upon a beautiful woman disrobing. Before I could even take a second glance, she threatened to end my life, prompting me to flee in haste. Qingcheng, this is... Song Zhuyu gazed at Yi Fei in bewilderment, yet before he could finish his sentence, Yi Fei darted over, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the wine on the table. My goodness, is it a 1982 law fight and a genuine article at that? Oh, how fortuitous. I happen to be quite parched. Might I indulge in a sip? Surely, Mr. Gu, you would not refuse me? He chuckled. Before Song Zhuyu could react, Yi Fei seized the bottle and began to drink heartily, gulp after gulp. Meanwhile, Song Zhuyu's bodyguards, unsure of Yi Fei's identity, refrained from intervening. Thus, under the astonished gazes of those present, Yi Fei polished off an entire bottle of wine. After finishing, Yi Fei seemed still unsatisfied. Licking his lips, he remarked, One bottle is hardly sufficient, Mr. Gu. Do you have another? Gu Qingcheng looked at Yi Fei, a mix of amusement and exasperation on her face, pondering whether he was doing this on purpose. To treat a bottle of Lafite worth tens of thousands of dollars as if it were mere water was utterly absurd. Who on earth are you? Song Zhuyu erupted in fury, rising to his feet and glaring at Yi Fei like a raging lion. Class, my friend, must you speak so coarsely? You present yourself so well, yet your words are anything but refined. Ye Fei, unfazit, merely cleaned his ears and met Song Zhuyu's gaze with a mocking smile. Do you truly think you can afford this wine worth over $100,000? Song Zhuyu's eyes bore into Yi Fei, his frustration nearly palpable, feeling as though he might explode. Damn it, that bottle costs more than I can bear to think. And before I even had a chance to savor a sip, this lad consumed it all as if it were water. How could this not incite my wrath? Chapter 26. Shall we have a chat? Song Zhuyu, mind your words. This is my assistant. It's merely a bottle of wine. I can compensate you for it. Gu Qingsheng replied, icily. Qingsheng, I didn't mean Song Zhuyu intended to explain, but Yi Fei cheerfully interrupted, exactly, it's just a bottle of wine. What is the big deal? Our general manager has plenty of money. She can easily reimburse you. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, Gu Qingsheng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This fellow was indeed adorably brazen. However, this arrangement suited her well, as she had no desire to be alone with Song Zhuyu. With Yi Fei present, she felt a surge of confidence. Song Zhuyu glared at Yi Fei with barely concealed anger, ready to unleash a tirade, but Gu Qingsheng interjected, Song Zhuyu, let us focus on discussing the agency business with Donghan Group. Taking a few deep breaths to suppress his irritation, Song Zhuyu replied with a smile, All right, Qingsheng, I'll follow your lead. Inwardly, he seethed, If it weren't for my desire to impress the ladies, I would have dealt with you already. Just wait. I'll have my turn. Gu Qingsheng chose to ignore the underlying meaning in Song Zhuyu's words and turned to Yi Fei, saying, Yi Fei, why don't you go have something to eat? Oh, you're discussing business? Very well, I won't disturb you. I'll just sing a song to liven things up, Yi Fei said with a grin, then scampered off to select a tune. Both of you, leave as well. Song Zhuyu waved dismissively, sending away two incompetent bodyguards. He then turned to Gu Qingsheng with a smile, saying, Qingsheng, business discussions are essential, but we should create a pleasant atmosphere first. It will facilitate our negotiations. With that, Song Zhuyu produced another bottle of red wine, declaring, Come, Qingsheng, let us have a drink before we delve into business. It sets the mood. Song Zhuyu, I think it's best we skip the wine. Gu Qingsheng shook her head, adding, Besides, I don't drink. No worries, just a little sip. It won't hurt. Without waiting for Gu Qingsheng to refuse again, Song Zhuyu uncorked the wine, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to her, saying, Qingsheng, This toast is for you. Please grant me a little courtesy. Gu Qingcheng chose not to refuse again, contemplating how quickly she could drink and conclude the business to leave this place. She truly wished to avoid spending even a minute longer with Song Zhuyu. Thus, she lifted the glass and took a small sip. Seeing Gu Qingcheng drink, Song Zhuyu was elated, raising his glass, ready to indulge. Suddenly, a raucous wailing filled the elegant private room, akin to a banshee's cry, startling Song Zhuyu so much that he spilled his drink all over himself. Puffed. Gu Qingcheng, in shock, sprayed the wine she had just sipped directly onto Song Zhuyu's face. He was instantly drenched. What the hell do you think you're doing? Song Zhuyu stood up in a frenzy, his eyes fixed on Yi Fei, nearly ablaze with fury. Ooh, my apologies. I might have gotten a bit carried away. Would you like me to serenade you both once more? Yi Fei chuckled, scratching the back of his head. You dare sing another note, and I shall end you. Song Zhuyu seethed, his anger close to eruption. Enough, Yi Fei, cease your singing. Gu Qingcheng's face flushed crimson, barely restraining her laughter. This fellow was indeed a remarkable jester. Oh dear, if I don't sing, you two might drag me into stardom later. Yi Fei replied with a grin. Stardom? With your pathetic self? You'd be better off as a beggar, Song Zhuyu thought maliciously. Glancing at her wristwatch, Gu Qingcheng remarked, Song Zhuyu, it's getting late. I believe we should reconvene another time. Song Zhuyu refrained from further objections, his previously buoyant mood thoroughly shattered. Even if he were to secure Gu Qingcheng's affections now, he doubted his ability to rise to the occasion. Therefore, it was best to seek another opportunity. At present, his priority was to eliminate this nuisance. Yi Fei, we're leaving. Gu Qingcheng waved at Yi Fei, preparing to exit, but Song Zhuyu interjected urgently. Qingcheng, wait. Is there something else? Gu Qingcheng turned around. With a smile, Song Zhuyu pointed at Yi Fei and said, Qingcheng, it's like this. I find this brother quite amiable, and I wish to have a private conversation with him. Gu Qingcheng was no fool. She was well aware of Song Zhuyu's ulterior motives. Frowning, she replied, Song Zhuyu, as a prominent figure in Ninghai City, you can't possibly hold a grudge against my assistant, can you? Haha, Qingcheng, what are you saying? I have no intention of crossing swords with this brother. I genuinely wish to converse with him, Song Zhuyu asserted earnestly. Seeing Gu Qingcheng still hesitating, Yi Fei stepped forward. Grinning widely, Manager Gu, since young Master Song is so keen to chat with me, I suppose I shall oblige. But Gu Qingcheng's face was marked with concern. She was well aware that Song Zhuyu was a man who harbored grudges. Fear not, Manager Gu. I shall be fine. Just wait for me outside. Yi Fei winked at her. Very well. I shall wait for you outside. Do hurry. Gu Qingcheng glanced at Yi Fei once more before turning, her alluring figure swaying as she departed the private room. Indeed, she was a breathtaking beauty, captivating with her visage, physique, and charming allure. If only I had such a girlfriend, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. Yi Fei beamed at Gu Qingcheng's departing silhouette, smacking his lips. Impudent brat. Did you truly believe I kept you here chat? Song Zhuyu chuckled mockingly. Then what is it? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow, grinning. Could it be that young Master Rome wishes for my company over drinks? Indeed, this is rather commendable. I may contemplate it further. Damn it! Song Zhuyu vociferated at Yi Fei, his ire ignited at the mere mention of alcohol. Must you always resort to cursing? Did your elementary school teachers not instill in you the importance of civility and conduct? Aye. Damn it. Song Zhuyu was infuriated, shouting towards the door. You two, come in here at once. Immediately, two imposing figures clad in black suits entered. Their robust physiques were reminiscent of towering giants, their arms nearly rivaling the girth of Yi Fei's thighs. Subdue this wretch. Beat him mercilessly. I shall bear the consequences if anything goes awry. Song Zhuyu commanded with a sweeping gesture, retreating to the side. The bodyguards approached Yi Fei with sinister grins. Yet, Yi Fei merely glanced at them, and they were instantly engulfed by a chilling aura of lethal intent, causing them to involuntarily shudder. What are you two dawdling for? Attack! Song Zhuyu shouted again. The bodyguards, devoid of hesitation, bellowed and lunged at Yi Fei. One swung a fist the size of a sandbag towards Yi Fei's head, while the other launched a kick akin to a cannonball aimed at his waist. Their coordination was impeccable, indicative of their training from a professional security agency. However, Yi Fei merely smiled faintly, advancing rather than retreating, and delivered a hook that struck one of them squarely on the jaw. Crack! The jaw shattered, sending him staggering backward. Following this, Yi Fei grounded himself with his left foot, leaping a meter into the air, and lashed out with his right leg like a whip, striking the other man fiercely. Bang! Crack, crack! Several ribs fractured, and he was sent flying. The two immediately cried out in agony. Cease your senseless wailing. It is unbearable. Yi Fei's gaze sharpened as he stepped forward swiftly, delivering two precise strikes to the back of their necks. With a couple of resounding thuds, they fell unconscious. The skirmish concluded in less than a minute. The private room returned to an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Song Shuiyu stood there, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? Is this fellow even human? Those bodyguards are retired special forces, whom I hired at great expense. Yet they succumbed in mere moments to this man. Observing the dazed expression on Song Shuiyu's face, Yi Fei approached him with a smile. Chapter 27. Do not act yet. Young Master Song, I must say, you are indeed a prominent figure in Ninghai City. How is it that your choice of bodyguards proves so ineffectual? I hardly lifted a finger, and they have already fallen. Quite disappointing, wouldn't you agree? Yi Fei clapped his hands and jested. Young Master Song, how about this? You take care of my food and lodging, and I shall serve as your bodyguard. Sound good? Song Shuiyu, momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodded. How dare you? Yi Fei playfully smacked Song Shuiyu on the head, retorting. Do you think merely providing for my needs can win me over? Nonsense. Of course, if young Master Song were to provide not just sustenance, but also companionship, I might reconsider. How dare you toy with me? Song Shuiyu, regaining his senses, glared at Yi Fei, his eyes ablaze with fury. A humiliation, a profound disgrace. Having dominated Ninghai City for so many years, he had never been subjected to such indignities. He swore he would not let this insolent youth escape unscathed. What are you glaring at? I'm precisely toying with a scoundrel like you. If you're not satisfied, come bite me. Yi Fei chuckled mischievously, then picked up the wine bottle from the table, declaring, if you dare act brazenly before me again, believe me, I shall thrust this bottle where the sun doesn't shine. Upon seeing the imposing object, Song Shuiyu felt a shiver run down his spine, tightening in fear. The realization that his two bodyguards had been bested by this youth made him genuinely believe Yi Fei might follow through with his threat. What is your name? Song Shuiyu stammered. What do you wish to know my name for? Are you plotting revenge? Yi Fei grinned, replying, if you seek retribution, by all means. Remember this. I am Yi Fei, Yi of one leaf knows autumn, and Fei of flying high. If you desire vengeance, come at me directly, and do not direct your malicious intentions towards Miss Gu. Should I discover you employing underhanded tactics against her again, I will ensure you regret ever being born. With that, Yi Fei delivered a powerful punch to the sturdy marble coffee table, which subsequently collapsed into shattered pieces. Song Shuiyu stood in stunned silence. Upon exiting the esteemed club, Yi Fei spotted Gu Qingcheng standing at the entrance, gazing into the venue. As soon as she saw him emerge, she hurried over, scanning him from head to toe, and inquired, Yi Fei, Song Shuiyu did not harm you, did he? Huh, what can a worthless fool do to me? If anything, he should be thanking his stars I didn't retaliate, Yi Fei replied with a grin. Yi Fei, you are exceedingly impulsive. Gu Qingcheng raised her voice slightly, frowning. Song Shuiyu holds grudges and is known for his vindictive nature. Anyone who crosses him can expect a frenzied retaliation. Now that you have offended him, what do you plan to do? Are you genuinely concerned for me, Miss Gu? Yi Fei asked with a light-hearted smile. Of course I am worried about you, for you are under my protection. Gu Qingcheng clenched her delicate fists, affirming her concern. Mr. Gu cough. That statement sounds rather peculiar, Yi Fei remarked, a hint of awkwardness evident in his smile. What does sound peculiar? That phrase, I am yours. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, Gu Qingcheng's realization came swiftly, her cheeks flushing bright red. Yi Fei, at such a moment, you still have the leisure to jest. Gu Qingcheng shot him a glare. Rest assured, Ms. Gu, where there SA will there SA way. After the dark comes the dawn. I shall be just fine. Yifei waved his hand nonchalantly. Ms. Gu, please wait here for a moment while I fetch the car. With that, he hurried off to retrieve the vehicle. Watching Yifei's departing figure, Gu Qingcheng stamped her foot in frustration. She pulled out her phone, contemplating a call, but ultimately refrained. Since she had distanced herself from that situation, it would be unseemly to seek them out again. Such an action would portray her as lacking resolve. Ms. Gu, what are you daydreaming about? Come on, hop in. Brother Fei is here to elevate your spirits. Yifei leaned out of the car window, grinning and waving at Gu Qingcheng. Observing the man's playful demeanor and listening to his light-hearted banter, Gu Qingcheng couldn't help but chuckle. Shaking her head, she thought to herself, if this fellow is entirely unfazed, then why should she worry? Perhaps the situation was not as dire as she had imagined. With this in mind, Gu Qingcheng felt a weight lift from her heart and opened the car door to get in. Throughout the journey, Gu Qingcheng remained silent, gazing out of the window in a daze. Yifei glanced at her, pondering whether she felt disappointed. She had arrived, filled with anticipation for the business discussion, only to leave disheartened. Her mood was undoubtedly affected. Ms. Gu, don't overthink things. As the saying goes, what is meant for you will not escape you, and what isn't cannot be forced. Although this deal fell through, there will always be another opportunity, Yifei said cheerfully. Gu Qingcheng turned her head, staring at Yifei blankly. Yifei, do you really believe that our Qingcheng International can secure this contract? Absolutely, Yifei replied without hesitation, nodding confidently. Ms. Gu, I must confess, when I first saw the Qingcheng International building upon arriving at the company yesterday, I was utterly astounded. 36 stories. I couldn't help but wonder who possessed such capability to manage such an expansive enterprise. But then I met you, and all made sense. With a president like you, who embodies both beauty and wisdom, heroism and chivalry, it is only a matter of time before Qingcheng International soars to new heights. Giggling, Yifei, I didn't realize you were such a comforting presence. Gu Qingcheng winked, laughing playfully. Tell me, where did you learn such charming rhetoric? Wow, the beautiful president is smiling, and she looks stunning doing so. Good heavens, this woman is utterly enchanting. If it weren't for my strong will, I would hardly be able to resist her allure. Yifei chuckled and remarked, President Gu, your statement is rather inaccurate. What I express here are not mere learned phrases. These are my heartfelt sentiments, if you will. With a roll of her eyes, Gu Qingcheng dismissed his words. During the ensuing journey, Yifei engaged her in casual conversation, which notably brightened her mood. After half an hour, the vehicle arrived at the Qingcheng International building. Gu Qingcheng returned to her office while Yifei proceeded to the security department. Upon entering the company earlier, he had meticulously observed the surveillance cameras. Suddenly grasping an important realization, as he entered the security department, Yifei decided to visit the office of the head of security, for he was now the security director and deemed it appropriate to familiarize himself with his second office. Pushing open the door to the office, he found Zhao Qiguang sprawled across his desk, soundly asleep, snoring like thunder, resembling a lifeless pig. A strong aroma of alcohol lingered in the air. Yifei couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Qiguang was indeed a source of amusement, demoted to deputy director, yet still lingering in the director's office. He felt compelled to take action. With this thought in mind, Yifei summoned a few security personnel, including Luman Brother Fei. What brings us here? Luman inquirit. Yifei smiled and asked the others, Gentlemen, this is the security director's office, correct? Indeed, Director Yi, one of the security guards promptly replied. Then why is Zhao Qiguang still here, having yet to relocate? And how dare he sleep during working hours? Yifei stated coldly. Director, we informed Deputy Director Zhao that this is your office, but he refused to listen. Another guard explained, shrinking back slightly. Refused to listen, did he? Heh. Yifei replied with a faint smile, waving his hand decisively. Then throw him into the storage room next door. If he wishes to sleep, let him do so there to his heart's content. The guards were momentarily taken aback. Could one truly sleep in the storage room? It was a place designated for refuse. Were you all hesitating for? Get to it. Ye fiurgit. Yes, yes. They nodded vigorously, then proceeded to carry the snoring Zhao Qiguang out of the office. Oh, and Lu Man, after you're done, come see me. I have something to discuss, Yi Fei called out. Understood, Brother Fei. Chapter 28, The Beautiful Assistant. After Lu Man and the others departed, Yi Fei took out a piece of draft paper and began to jot down his thoughts. 10 minutes later, Lu Man walked back in. How's it going, Manzi? Has Deputy Minister Zhao awakened? Yi Fei inquired with a smile, lifting his gaze. Deputy Minister Zhao must have had too much to drink. He's currently sleeping like a log and probably won't wake up anytime soon, Lu Man replied with a slight grimace. Never mind him for now. If he wishes to sleep, let him enjoy it. Yi Fei chuckled before asking, by the way, Manzi, are you capable of adjusting the surveillance cameras? Adjusting the surveillance cameras? Lu Man paused, then replied, I can do that. Although I used to be a cook, I'll learn a bit about this as well. Why do you ask, Brother Fei? Yi Fei nodded, explaining, here's the thing, Manzi. This evening, could you take some time to adjust the rotation frequency and angles of all the surveillance cameras in the company? From my observations yesterday and today, I've discovered that there are numerous blind spots at Qingcheng International completely avoiding the cameras, and the rotation frequency of the cameras seems rather peculiar. If these cameras continue to operate at their current frequency, at least 5 routes could evade surveillance and access the office building, even the president's office. Therefore, I thought it prudent to adjust the cameras, as this would facilitate capturing the hidden adversaries lurking in the shadows. Brother Fei, the surveillance cameras in the company seem to be functioning well. Why then should we adjust them? Lu Man asked, perplexed. Of course it is to fish. Yi Fei replied with a grin. Fish? Lu Man looked around in confusion, scratching the back of his head, but there's no fishing pond here. How can we fish? Exactly, it is fishing, Yi Fei proclaimed confidently, then added, all right, Manzi, don't overthink it. Just follow my instructions. Yuman, trusting that Brother Fei had his reasons, nodded in agreement. Okay, Brother Fei, I will adjust the cameras tonight. By the way, what are the standards for the adjustments? Here, adjust according to what's written on this, Yi Fei said, handing Lu Man the draft paper. Lu Man accepted the paper and glanced at the data and diagrams, understanding most of it. All right, Brother Fei, I'll get to it tonight. I'll be on my way now. Good, go ahead. Yi Fei responded. Lu Man smiled, tucked the draft paper into his pocket, and exited the office. With a flick of his lighter, Yi Fei lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and released a smoke ring, murmuring, thinking of playing tricks in front of me? You're not quite worthy. Just as he finished his cigarette, a knock echoed from outside the door. Come in. The door swung open, and Qin Minglan entered with graceful strides, her waist swaying, a smile adorning her face. Upon seeing Qin Minglan, Yi Fei's eyes brightened, and he quickly stood up, grinning widely. It turns out Sister Lan has graced us with her presence. Please, take a seat. As he spoke, Yi Fei warmly invited Qin Minglan to take a seat on the couch, casting a fleeting glance at her decolletage. The familiar formula, the same old flavor. Quite ample indeed. Sister Lan, what tea would you like? I have Bilyuakun, Tiguanyan, Westlake Longjing. While chattering away, Yi Fei busied himself with the tea set. All right, you rascal, don't pretend to be enthusiastic with me. The moment you lift your backside, I know what you're up to, Qin Minglan chided playfully. If you truly wish to treat Sister Lan well, then make time to come visit me more often. Hee. Sister Lan, I've been busy today, but I promise to come by more often when I have the chance. Just don't shoo me away when I do. Yi Fei chuckled. You just love to banter, Qin Minglan laughed, shaking her head before continuing. I came to see you because I have something to discuss. What is it? Please, go ahead. Yi Fei smiled, then handed her a cup of Longjing tea. Sister Lan, have a sip to moisten your throat. Qin Minglan shot him a playful glare, took a sip from her cup, and remarked, You little rascal, I didn't expect you to brew tea so well. Hee, as long as Sister Lan enjoys it. Yi Fei grinned, scratching the back of his head. All right, let us get down to business, Qin Minglan said, setting down her cup. I heard from General Manager Gu that you're looking to hire security personnel? Indeed, we currently have only a handful of security staff, so we definitely need to recruit more, Yi Fei replied with a smirk. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. You've cleared out all of Zhao Qiguang's confidants right off the bat. The security department is a mess, and if we want it to be revitalized, we need to be a bit more stringent, she observed. Yi Fei raised an eyebrow, stating, There's an old saying, one must break before one can establish. Only through destruction can one create anew. Qin Minglan nodded in satisfaction, regarding the seemingly carefree and cheeky young man before her with newfound respect. At least he was decisive and efficient. And in this fast-paced environment of Tingcheng International, such qualities were indispensable. What does Zhao Qiguang think about all this? Qin Minglan asked with a smile. What thoughts could he possibly have? With two beautiful leaders backing me, would he dare to entertain any ideas? If he does, I'll just have him pack his bags. Yi Fei declared boldly with a flourish. A man who speaks and acts with such confidence is undeniably attractive. I find it quite appealing. Qin Minglan flirted, casting a coy glance at him. Sister Lan, not only am I assertive in speech and action, but I'm also quite formidable in bed. Yi Fei teased with a mischievous grin. You naughty boy, daring to tease me. Qin Minglan rolled her eyes at him before adding, I went to the HR department today and found you an assistant, and she happens to be a beauty. Really? Yi Fei's eyes lit up. Then he composed himself, saying, What beauty could possibly compare? No one can surpass you, Sister Lan. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful. Enough, enough. Don't flatter me too much, she replied with a smile. Qin Minglan chuckled softly and waved her hand, saying, I warn you, Yi Fei. When the girl arrives later, you mustn't bully her, understand? Do I look like that kind of beastly person? Yi Fei protested. Not just resembling, you truly embody it. She retorted. Yi Fei's expression fell, and he lamented, Sister Lan, can we not enjoy ourselves anymore? Who wants to enjoy themselves with you? Don't take advantage and then act innocent. Before Qin Minglan could finish her sentence, a knock echoed from outside the door. Yi Fei quickly tidied his clothes and hair, calling out, Come in. The door swung open, revealing a striking figure that made Yi Fei's eyes widen. The girl donned a sleek black business suit, her thick black hair elegantly tied back, showcasing a delicate visage. Her clear, bright eyes, gracefully arched brows, and long lashes fluttered slightly, while her porcelain skin radiated a subtle blush. Her thin lips resembled the soft petals of a rose, tender and inviting. The girl possessed an exquisite doll-like face, and as Yi Fei's gaze drifted downward, he nearly lost his composure. This doll-faced beauty boasted a figure that rivaled her facial charm. Her white blouse straining against her ample curves. What a splendid figure, Yi Fei thought, nearly drooling at the sight. Noticing the way Yi Fei's mouth was watering, Qin Minglan shook her head in amusement. Hello, Assistant Qin, the doll-faced girl greeted with a smile, turning to Qin Minglan. Qin Minglan nodded and introduced Curson. This is Yi Fei, the head of the security department. Yi Fei, this is our new employee from the HR department. She is called Xia Curson. Greetings, Ministeria. Xia Curson beamed, extending her small hand toward Yi Fei. Miss Xia, hello. Yi Fei stepped forward, grasping Xia Curson's hand firmly, even giving it a gentle squeeze. The texture of her hand was smooth and soft, a delightful sensation. Qin Minglan could no longer bear the sight. She cleared her throat and said, Yi Fei, this is the assistant I arranged for you. Are you satisfied? Absolutely satisfied. Yi Fei released Xia Curson's hand, feigning seriousness as he continued. The moment I laid eyes on Miss Xia, I could tell she is undoubtedly a capable and talented young woman. Xia Curson's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, Minister Yi, I just graduated from university and have only recently begun my internship. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei's face turned red with embarrassment. He found himself in a rather awkward situation. Chapter 29. Do collaborate well. What began as an attempt to flatter a beautiful woman inadvertently ended up as an embarrassing misstep. Beside him, Qin Minglan was giggling uncontrollably, while Xia Curson felt a tinge of awkwardness. Had she said something amiss? Yi Fei cleared his throat twice to mask the embarrassment and said, Miss Xia, what I meant was, if you dedicate yourself to learning during this period, your professional capabilities will undoubtedly flourish in the future. I have faith in you. Well then, I shall rely on your guidance, Minister Yi. Xia Curson replied with a sweet smile. Yi Fei chuckled. Guidance indeed, I shall provide. All right, Minister Yi. Do refrain from teasing the young lady, Qin Minglan said with a light-hearted laugh. Sister Lan, I am not teasing her. She simply reminds me of a classmate from primary school, and seeing her evokes a sense of familiarity. Ye fi repiet earnestly. At this remark, Qin Minglan was momentarily speechless. Thinking, primary school classmate? Why not mention playing eagle catching chicks with others too? Meanwhile, Xia Kersen seemed a tad shy, her charming face blushing a delicate crimson. An enchanting sight that left Yi Fei momentarily entranced. Qin Minglan gently shook her head and turned to Xia Kersen, saying, Kersen, over the next few days, do work closely with Minister Yi on the security recruitment process. If you excel, I will ensure your formal transition occurs ahead of schedule. Yes, Assistant Qin, I will certainly collaborate diligently with Minister Yi. Xia Kersen affirmed with determination. Good, then do put in your best effort. Qin Minglan smiled faintly and then addressed Yi Fei. Minister Yi, I leave her in your capable hands. Do not bully the young lady. Rest assured, Sister Lan, I am a model of the new generation. How could I possibly mistreat Miss Xia? Yi Fei declared, patting his chest confidently. Qin Minglan shot him a playful glance and said, Very well, you two engage in conversation. I shall attend to my duties. With that, she exited the office. Once Qin Minglan had departed, Yi Fei closed the door and, with a cheerful demeanor, said to Xia Kersen, Miss Xia, please feel at ease. Make yourself comfortable. All right, Minister Yi, Xia Kersen replied, still somewhat nervous. But she began to relax a bit in response to Yi Fei's warm demeanor. Miss Xia, would you prefer coffee or tea? Yi Fei inquired. Minister, there's no need to trouble yourself, Xia Kersen replied. Not at all, it's no trouble. A little refreshment is essential before we discuss matters. Ye Fei Grinut. Let us opt for tea. Too much coffee isn't good for one's health. Xia Kersen nodded softly, falling silent thereafter. As Yi Fei prepared the tea, he sought to maintain the conversation, asking, Miss Xia, are you not yet a formal employee? Not yet. Xia Kersen shook her head and explained. I just graduated from university and joined the company a week ago. According to company policy, I must complete 2 months of internship before becoming a formal employee. However, it's fortunate that if I cooperate well with Minister Yi on the security recruitment, I can expedite my transition to a formal position. Do not worry, Miss Xia. As long as you fully collaborate with me, I will ensure your early confirmation. As Yi Fei spoke, his gaze occasionally flickered towards Xia Kersen's chest, his thoughts wandering, contemplating how such a delicate and charming young woman must certainly be retained within the company, even if their relationship could not transcend professional boundaries. Her presence was undeniably pleasing to the eye. Yes, Minister Yi, I will certainly cooperate with you wholeheartedly, Xia Kersen replied, greatly encouraged, nodding enthusiastically. Come now, Miss Xia. Don't just sit there, have a cup of tea, Yi Fei offered, pouring a cup of tea and presenting it to her. By the way, which university did you graduate from? He inquired. After taking a sip, Xia Kersen responded, Minister Yi, I graduated from Ninghai University. Wow. Ninghai University is indeed ranked among the top 5 in China. Only a scholar like you could gain admission. As for someone like myself, unfortunately, I could not enter a prestigious university, and now, in the workforce, I'm left to toil in menial jobs. No, Minister Yi, how can you speak of yourself in such a manner? Your position as a department head at Qingqing International is truly commendable. My ascension to this role was merely serendipitous. Yi Fei chuckled, shaking his head. Besides, I have only just arrived at the company. Perhaps you possess more insight than I do. Xia Kersen found herself at a loss for words. With a gentle smile, she set down her teacup and suggested, Minister Yi, let us discuss the security recruitment matter. In truth, there was little to deliberate. It was merely about hiring a few security personnel, not recruiting elite talents. Yi Fei waved his hand dismissively. Should we draft a plan? What are the requirements for recruitment? And what are the essential standards? Xia Kersen leaned slightly forward as she spoke. Due to a button on her shirt coming undone, a deep cleft became visible, causing Yi Fei to lose his composure momentarily. Goodness, is this really necessary? Is this not an invitation to temptation? Minister Yi, are you all right? Xia Kersen noticed his lack of reaction and inquired. Oh, I'm fine. Yi Fei quickly averted his gaze and said, Actually, we needn't complicate matters. Just list a few key points and draft a simple recruitment announcement. Of course, once the announcement is prepared, it should be disseminated through various channels to attract a broader pool of talent. Yes, Minister Yi is absolutely right. Xia Kersen diligently noted his words. Hey, there's no need to be so tense. We aren't in a hierarchical discussion, just a casual exchange of thoughts on recruitment. He reassured her. All right, Miss Ya, please share your thoughts, he encouraged. Certainly, Minister Yi. Here is what I think regarding the recruitment selection criteria, salary, and benefits. As the discussion progressed, Xia Kersen articulated her views earnestly, while Yi Fei appeared to listen attentively, nodding occasionally. Seeing his approving gestures, Xia Kersen felt emboldened to express her ideas with even greater enthusiasm. However, it wasn't too long before she sensed that Yi Fei's gaze seemed somewhat misplaced. Why did he keep glancing at her? What was he observing? Xia Kersen followed Yi Fei's gaze downward and was instantly mortified to discover that one of the buttons on her shirt had popped open. Ah, she exclaimed, hastily covering her chest with both hands, her face flushed with embarrassment. She had no idea when the button had come undone, which meant that Director Yi had likely seen her in a most compromising state. Goodness, could it be that Director Yi intended to take advantage of her? Without a moment's hesitation, she decided to flee the scene. Yi Fei, equally flustered, quickly averted his eyes, managing a sheepish smile as he said, Miss Xia, I did notice your button was undone, but seeing you so earnestly engrossed in conversation, I felt it inappropriate to interrupt. Ah, Director Yi, I've expressed all my thoughts. If you have no objections, I shall take my leave to draft the proposal. With that, Xia Kersen sprang to her feet, like a startled rabbit, and dashed out of the office. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Fei couldn't help but chuckle to himself, lamenting how swiftly his indiscretion had been uncovered. It seemed this girl truly regarded him as a rogue. How could they ever enjoy their playful banter again? Shaking his head to dispel such errant thoughts, he pondered the imminent hiring of security personnel and how best to train them. Should he call upon an old associate to assist in their training? The thought of his ever-faithful subordinate, who had always followed him to keep tabs, brought a fleeting sense of nostalgia to Yi Fei's heart. He shook his head again, deciding to wait until after the recruitment process to address it. Subsequently, Yi Fei picked up the list and information pertaining to the security department, scrutinizing it intently. Just before the end of the workday, the door to the security office burst open with a resounding bang, and Zhao Qiguang stormed in, radiating fury. However, the sight was far from imposing. Zhao was covered in dust, his clothes in disarray, and a web clung to his hair, presenting the appearance of someone who had just emerged from a refuse heap, utterly disheveled. Ye Fi, did you toss me into the storage room? Zhao Qiguang glared at him with righteous indignation. Upon awakening, he had found himself unceremoniously discarded in the storage area, reeking of foul odors and surrounded by discarded shoes and socks, even stumbling upon a long-abandoned instant noodle container that nearly made him retch. Oh, Deputy Zhao, you're awake. How was your slumber? Yi Fei inquired with a grin, a cigarette dangling from his lips. I demand to know if you're the one who threw me into the storage room. Zhao Qiguang reiterated vehemently. And if I am? Ye Fi replied, exhaling a plume of smoke with a mischievous smile. Chapter 030, Being Followed. Why are you doing this? Zhao Qiguang glared fiercely at Yi Fei. Although he was tempted to unleash a torrent of curses, the thought of Yi Fei's current stature and formidable skills compelled him to suppress his anger. Why am I doing this? Yi Fei scoffed. Do you even have the audacity to ask? You blatantly disregard the company's rules and discipline, indulge in excessive drinking during work hours, and dare to come into the office for a nap. As the head of security, do I not have the right to discipline you? Listen closely, Zhao Qiguang. You are merely the deputy head of security now. Do not presume you possess the same power as before, thinking you can flout authority. If you provoke me, I will ensure your immediate dismissal. Zhao Qiguang's chest heaved with rage, his eyes blazing as he stared at Yi Fei, yet he found himself at a loss for words. What? Did I say something incorrect? Yi Fei disregarded Zhao Qiguang's fiery gaze, chuckling lightly. Deputy Head Zhao, you would do well to consider your actions. With that, Yi Fei shoved Zhao Qiguang aside and exited the office. Yi Fei, you won't be so arrogant for long. I will find a way to annihilate you. Mark my words. Zhao Qiguang shouted furiously at Yi Fei's retreating figure. Huh, I doubt anyone capable of ending me has even been born yet, Yi Fei murmured softly, flashing a confident smile as he made his way to the president's office. Upon arriving at the office, Yifei found Gu Qingsheng deeply engrossed in her work. He smiled and said, "President Gu, it's time to clock out." Hearing Yifei's voice, Gu Qingsheng lifted her head and replied, "Yifei, please go to City No. 1 middle school to pick up Xiao Ran and take her home. What about you?" Observing the weariness etched on her face, Yifei felt a pang of sympathy. This woman bore the weight of managing a vast company and the responsibilities of 1,000 employees. It was impossible for her not to feel exhausted. Gu Qingsheng tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said, "I still have work to finish. I will return home once I am done." President Gu, work is never-ending. It is vital to balance labor with rest and take care of your health, Yifei advised earnestly. "It's fine. I'm accustomed to it." Gu Qingsheng replied with a gentle smile, glancing at the time. "It's getting late. You should hurry and pick up Xiao Ran." "How about I pick up Xiao Ran first and then come back for you?" Yifei suggested. "No need. I will have another driver take me home later." Gu Qingsheng shook her head. "Just look after Xiao Ran for me. I worry about her." "Is it because of the listening device?" "Yes. Rest assured, President Gu. I will certainly help you resolve this matter." Yifei reassured her, his gaze softening. "Since the listening device was found in your office, it indicates that those individuals are targeting you. Xiao Ran should be safe." "Let us hope so," Gu Qingsheng smiled. "Now, don't waste any more time, go." Yifei nodded, realizing that he could not persuade Gu Qingsheng, and turned to leave the office. Once Yifei departed, Gu Qingsheng took out her phone and made a call. "Professor Su, may I inquire about the progress of the translation for that document?" "Ms. Gu, we have managed to translate several phrases, and it appears that the document pertains to genetics. However, we are yet to ascertain the specifics of its content. Thank you for your hard work. I shall come to the laboratory shortly." "Understood, Ms. Gu." After hanging up, Gu Qingsheng picked up a black Chanel handbag and exited the office. Meanwhile, Yifei had just arrived at the underground parking lot when he sensed a pair of eyes watching him from the shadows. Squinting slightly, he chose to ignore it and drove his Maserati Quattraport out of the parking area. It was peak commuting time, and the roads were congested. Nevertheless, Yifei noticed a persistent tailing vehicle some 20 meters behind, a black Buick Excel, closely following him. Inside, he could see a figure occasionally glancing in his direction. Although they were attempting to conceal themselves, Yifei quickly discerned their presence. With a slight smile, he mused, "Are they friend or foe? I suppose I shall observe for now." With that thought, he turned the steering wheel and drove in the opposite direction of the first municipal school. However, after a few minutes, he realized the black Buick Excel had vanished. Had they given up the chase? Just as he pondered this, a white Kia K2 appeared in his line of sight. "Ah, quite vigilant, I see." They simply switched to another follower. Yifei smirked before continuing on his way. Soon after, the white Kia K2 disappeared, only to be replaced by a silver Chevrolet, and shortly thereafter, a red Jetta. Enough of this cat-and-mouse game, Yifei thought, steering his car onto a quiet street and parking by the roadside. Exiting the vehicle, he walked a few steps and turned into a dim alley. Once he confirmed that no one was around, he halted. "Come out, you timid followers. If you're not tired, I certainly am." Yifei lit a cigarette and took a drag, expressing his mild frustration. Sure enough, after about a minute, soft footsteps echoed from the other end of the alley, and a figure emerged, gradually coming into view. Just at that moment, Yifei's phone rang at the most inopportune time. Frowning slightly, he initially intended to ignore the call, but upon seeing it was from Lu Yi, he felt compelled to answer. "Hello, Yi. What can I do for you?" Yifei asked in a calm voice. "Brother Yifei, do you have a moment?" Lu Yi's anxious voice came through the line. Yifei glanced at the approaching figure and replied, "I have time." "What's the matter, Yi?" "It is as follows, Brother Yifei. This evening the head teacher of a class has encountered an unexpected matter and has asked me to supervise a night study session. Therefore, I am unable to assist Chiener in procuring her medicine. If you have some time, could you kindly fetch the medicine for Chiener and deliver it to the welfare institution? Her illness cannot be delayed. Rest assured, once I acquire the medication, I will promptly deliver it to Chiener. As for you, focus on teaching your students without any worries, all right? Well then, thank you, Brother Yifei." "Haha, silly girl, no need for thanks. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, Yifei ended the call and slipped his phone into his pocket. At that moment, a figure drew closer. Yi Fei took a puff of his cigarette and scrutinized the individual before him. He was a slightly portly black man, standing at least 6 feet tall, with dark skin, a prominent nose, and protruding lips. He wore a black New Era baseball cap, a loose white t-shirt, and baggy dark blue jeans, embodying a quintessential street hip-hop style. "Are you Mr. Yi?" the black man inquired tentatively in fluent English. "Yes, indeed. I am Yi Fei," he replied nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at the man. The black man's face was etched with confusion as he asked, "Mr. Yi, how did you discover my presence?" He had believed his surveillance to be quite discreet, yet he was taken aback to find that this man had detected him so swiftly. It appeared that this individual was not to be trifled with. "Discover you?" Yi Fei exhaled a smoke ring and chuckled lightly. "It should be you who are the ones to be concerned. If I recall correctly, you switched vehicles 4 times, and along with you, 2 men and 2 women have been tailing me. Am I right?" "Why, you noticed all that?" The black man's pupils dilated in disbelief, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Buddy, don't be so surprised. Such trivial tactics of surveillance are of no consequence to me." Yi Fei smiled before continuing. "Judging by the tattoo on your neck and your accent, you must be one of the flamingo bounty hunters from Nakuru, Africa, right? I must admit, I am somewhat disappointed. Your tracking skills appear to have diminished considerably. This truly tarnishes the reputation of the flamingo." Chapter 031, Division of Labor. Upon having his identity unveiled by Yi Fei, the countenance of the African man shifted dramatically, his heart brimming with astonishment. This individual was undoubtedly no ordinary person. Indeed, Mr. Yi was far from simple. The African man smiled, revealing a dazzling set of white teeth, and remarked, "However, it stands to reason. If Mr. Yi were an ordinary individual, he could not possibly befriend Dr. Minerva." Minerva. At the mention of this long-forgotten name, Yi Fei momentarily froze, his mind conjuring an image of a woman with golden hair and azure eyes, possessing a figure of divine proportions and an angelic visage. She was a woman capable of awakening the most primal desires within the human heart. Alas, her slight neurotic tendencies prevented her from being truly perfect. Yi Fei furrowed his brow slightly in feigned confusion, inquiring, "What do you seek from Dr. Minerva?" The African man chuckled and shrugged, saying, "Mr. Yi, since you have managed to become a friend of Dr. Minerva, it stands to reason that your intellect is not lacking. Is it? Does Mr. Yi truly remain oblivious to the purpose of our visit?" "I apologize, but I am unaware of what you are referring to," Yi Fei replied, inhaling deeply to calm his racing thoughts. In truth, he had already deduced their intentions upon the mention of Minerva. "Very well, since Mr. Yi insists on playing the fool, I shall be direct," the African man continued, raising his shoulders. "Mr. Yi, could you kindly inform me of Dr. Minerva's whereabouts? Isn't it common knowledge that Dr. Minerva has passed away?" Yi Fei stated nonchalantly, yet his expression darkened. An aura of terrifying pressure emanated from him, chilling the air around as if it sought to freeze it entirely. Bounty hunters, who constantly danced on the precipice of danger, were particularly attuned to threats, and the African man was no exception. Feeling the weight of this pressure, his body involuntarily trembled. However, recalling the mission entrusted to him by his leader, the African man suppressed his fear and spoke again. "Mr. Yi, we wish to ascertain the whereabouts of the void that Dr. Minerva spoke of." "Why do you ask me? How could I possibly know?" Yi Fei flicked away the cigarette, but, in replied, "Perhaps it is merely a legend. After all, no one has ever ventured there, have they?" "Does Mr. Yi truly not know?" The African man fixed his gaze intently on Yi Fei, saying, "However, I have heard that before her demise, Dr. Minerva disclosed the location of the void to one of her acquaintances. Coincidentally, we discovered a notebook at Dr. Minerva's research facility, which contained an address. It corresponds to Huaxia, Ninghai City, Taiyan Community, which is precisely the address where you reside, Mr. Yi. Are you not tired of this? When I say I do not know, I genuinely do not know." Yi Fei's face displayed a hint of impatience as he waved his hand and declared, "I shall grant you 5 seconds to vacate my presence. Should you fail to disappear within this time frame, I regret to inform you that matters will take a turn for the worse." 5, 4. Upon hearing Yi Fei begin the countdown, the black man was struck by a sudden shock, sensing the looming threat of death. If he did not depart soon, he He might never escape. With this thought in mind, he dared not hesitate any longer and promptly turned to flee, leaping over a wall and vanishing into the alleyway. Once the black man had departed, Yifei let out a deep sigh, a complex expression flickering in his eyes, one of weariness, nostalgia, yet predominantly helplessness. He murmured, "Minerva, you madwoman, why must you disturb my peace even in death?" Yifei shook his head with a bitter smile, hoping that the Flamingo crew would refrain from leaking this information. Should the news escape, trouble would surely follow. He himself remained unconcerned, yet he feared for the safety of those around him, which could indeed become a source of considerable distress. Was it possible that his tranquil days were to be cut short so soon? It seemed necessary to reach out to his associates. Shaking off these chaotic thoughts, Yifei exited the alley and drove towards the municipal first high school. At the Ninghai International Lido Hotel, a white Kia K2 came to a halt at the entrance, and a black man hurriedly disembarked, rushing into the hotel. Upon reaching the door of a luxurious suite on the 12th floor, he opened it to find his 3 companions inside, 2 women and 1 man. A black woman with braided hair, clad in a tight black tank top and blue jeans, urgently inquired in English, "Miller, what on earth happened that necessitated our hasty retreat?" "Miller, do not forget, the leader instructed us to ascertain the whereabouts of Void as swiftly as possible. We could have learned Void's location from that guy. Why do we have to run?" Another black woman, adorned in flamboyant attire with curly hair, echoed her concern. Miller raised his hands to calm them, saying, "Everyone, please, do not panic. Allow me to explain." "All right, Miller, then enlighten us on what transpired," replied a bald man with earrings. Thus, Miller recounted the events that had just unfolded to his companions. "What did you say?" The guy had already detected our presence. The flamboyantly dressed woman reacted with surprise. "Julie, it is indeed the case. He even knew how many of us there were," Miller responded, exasperated. "That lad cannot possibly be toying with you, can he? We were tracking him so discreetly. How could he have discovered us?" The bald man expressed his skepticism. No, that fellow was not merely trying to frighten me." Miller shook his head repeatedly and stated, "You must understand that we are all bounty hunters, acutely attuned to the aura of death and malevolence. I suspect that individual is no ordinary person. To be honest, when I conversed with him earlier, my palms were clammy, and I dare not even breathe too heavily. I am certain that had I attempted to confront him, I would have already succumbed to the cold embrace of death." "How could that be, Miller? You are among the top 10 elite in our Flamingo organization," exclaimed the woman with dreadlocks, astonished. "What does that matter?" Miller replied with a rueful smile. "You must realize that China is a land of wonders, teeming with hidden talents. Unfortunately, the Mr. Yi we are up against in this mission is likely a formidable opponent. What shall we do then? Are we to abandon this mission?" The dreadlocked woman asked, furrowing her brow. "Abandonment is out of the question. After all, our Flamingo organization is currently the sole entity aware of Void's whereabouts. If we can locate Void, we will unlock the lifetime achievements of Dr. Minerva. Not only will we amass great wealth, but our strength will also surge, elevating the Flamingo to the pinnacle of power," Miller proclaimed with fervor. "Miller, what do you propose we do?" asked the bald man, unwilling to concede defeat. "Let me think," Miller replied, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he stroked his chin and declared, "I have a plan. No matter how powerful Mr. Yi may be, he is still a part of society, and, as such, he will have ties and people he wishes to protect. Moreover, I overheard him speaking on the phone with a woman. Therefore, we should first investigate that woman in his life, and we can strategize further from there." Indeed, Miller's suggestion holds merit. This approach seems the most prudent for us. The bald man nodded in agreement. The other 2 women also concurred, affirming the plan. Miller grinned broadly and said, "Excellent. Since we are all in accord, let us not delay any longer. We shall commence our assignments at once. Julie and Lisa, you 2 will be responsible for gathering information on that woman. Kakuza, you shall accompany me to select a suitable negotiation location." With their roles clearly delineated, the quartet of the Flamingo departed the room. Chapter 032, just in time. At the entrance of Ninghai First High School, the school day had concluded. Aside from the senior students who needed to attend evening study sessions, the other students were gradually making their way out of the school. Where on earth is Yi Fei? How much longer must this young lady wait? Gu Xiaoran, clad in a chic and distinctive canvas bag, stood at the school gate, nearly beside herself with frustration. Moments ago, her sister had called to inform her of a work commitment that prevented her from picking Gu Xiaoran up and had sent Yi Fei in her stead, providing Gu Xiaoran with his phone number. The mere thought of Yi Fei's face filled her with irritation. Thus, during the 20 minutes since leaving school, Gu Xiaoran had called Yi Fei over 10 times, yet he had not answered a single one. The mounting frustration was nearly driving her to madness. This incompetent bodyguard must be reported to my sister. She must dismiss him. Gu Xiaoran mused as she retrieved her phone, preparing to engage in some gaming. Suddenly, a cacophony of roaring engines filled the air. Gu Xiaoran looked up to see 5 sports cars approaching, including a Porsche and a Mercedes. Leading the procession was a striking royal blue Ferrari 488, exuding an air of extravagance. Upon sighting the Ferrari, Gu Xiaoran's brows furrowed. She recognized the owner of this vehicle, a person she found exceedingly odious, even more so than Yi Fei. In no time, the 5 sports cars came to a halt at the school entrance. Students paused in their tracks, drawn to the spectacle, eager to witness the unfolding drama. After all, the sight of 5 sports cars parked at the school gate was undeniably captivating. As the doors of the cars swung open, 5 stylishly dressed young men emerged, each holding a lavish bouquet of red roses. Despite their attempts to present an air of maturity, their youthful faces betrayed their tender ages. Descending from the Ferrari was a striking young man, approximately 17 or 18 years old. He sported short silver hair, with the collar of his white shirt slightly unbuttoned and the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing a tan complexion. His deep-set, expressive eyes and prominent nose contributed to his handsome appearance. The sight of this young man sent the female students into a frenzy. Wow, it's Hanbin, one of the 4 prominent figures of the First High. I've heard his family is quite wealthy. Truly, the epitome of a school heartthrob. Hanbin, I adore you. He is simply so handsome. How I wish he could be my boyfriend. This young man, Hanbin, was indeed the heartthrob of the school, one of its 4 elite youths. His father was the chairman of Feiyue Group, which, while not as colossal as Hongtu or Dihua, boasted a market value exceeding 100 million, making it quite impressive within Ninghai City. Thus, Hanbin exemplified the quintessential second-generation rich. With a slight smile at the infatuated crowd, Hanbin waved his hand grandly, declaring, "Gentlemen, let us commence." As the words left his lips, the other 4 young men scattered the roses before Gu Xiaoran, arranging them into a magnificent heart shape. As the last of the roses fluttered to the ground, Hanbin knelt on one knee a few meters away from Gu Xiaoran, gazing at her with profound affection. He declared, "Xiaoran, as long as you are watching me from a distance, no one else can enter my heart. My heart beats eternally for you. Dear Xiaoran, the day has finally arrived when I can muster the courage to confess my love for you. Will you be my girlfriend?" A gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd, igniting a fervor once more. Such a grand declaration of love. Some female students felt their hearts melt. If only a handsome boy would profess his love to them in such a manner, they would gladly surrender everything. Encouraged by the cheers around him, Hanbin's confidence soared. He believed that no girl could possibly refuse such a magnificent confession. Today, he was certain he would win Gu Xiaoran's heart. However, Gu Xiaoran felt no joy, only apprehension. "Hanbin, what on earth are you doing?" she shouted, her brow furrowed. "Of course, I am confessing my love. Please, Xiaoran, agree to be my girlfriend. I promise to love you dearly." Hanbin responded with a smile. "How ridiculous. Hanbin, are you out of your mind? If you are so bored, why not go home and occupy yourself?" Gu Xiaoran retorted, "I am serious. Please accept my invitation to be my girlfriend. I have prepared a song for you, and I shall sing it now." Hanbin smiled slightly, clearing his throat as he began to sing. "I have always wanted to tell you, you bring me unimaginable joy, like an oasis to the desert." Just as Gu Xiaoran pondered how to decline Hanbin, a Maserati Quattroporte sped towards her like a bolt of lightning, weaving through the crowd and executing a perfect drift to stop right before her. The window rolled down, revealing Yi Fei, who grinned and said, "Xiaoran, I'm sorry for being late." Startled at first, Gu Xiaoran's expression quickly transformed into one of delight. Was this timely arrival a stroke of fortune? With a radiant smile, she shook her head, exclaiming, "Not late at all. Yi Fei, your timing is impeccable. Let us go home." She opened the car door and slipped inside. Yi Fei took a moment to process before accelerating away from the school. Where had that guy come from? Hanbin seethed as he surveyed the crushed roses beneath the car tires. His meticulously planned confession had been utterly ruined by this mysterious interloper, igniting his fury. Han Xiao, we couldn't see clearly, stammered a boy wearing a baseball cap. Investigate. Find out who he is. Hanbin voted, throwing the roses he held forcefully to the ground. At this moment, Yi Fei was driving his Maserati Quattroporte smoothly along the road, while behind him, Gu Xiaoran was laughing incessantly, resembling a little lunatic. Yi Fei felt somewhat bewildered. What on earth was this girl laughing about? Was she out of her mind? Had she perhaps taken the wrong medication? Hey Xiaoran, what exactly are you laughing at? If you don't tell me, I might just send you to a mental institution. Yi Fei remarked. You're the one who is insane. Your whole family is insane. Gu Xiaoran retorted with a huff, then burst into laughter again. Yi Fei, do you truly not know what you just did? I genuinely have no idea. I only saw a large crowd gathered around you, and I was uncertain about their intentions. Yi Fei replied, pouting. Puffed. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, Gu Xiaoran could no longer contain herself and laughed once more. Enough. If you keep laughing, I will indeed send you to a mental hospital. Quickly, tell me what happened just now. Gu Xiaoran took a few deep breaths to suppress her urge to laugh and said, just now, a fool was confessing his feelings to me, and your arrival just happened to disrupt that fool's declaration. Moreover, you inadvertently trampled all the roses he had prepared. Do you think I should not laugh? Huh? Yi Fei was taken aback and then regretfully said, had I known it was like this, I should have waited a moment before approaching. Yi Fei, what do you mean by that? Are you actually hoping for that fool's confession to succeed? Gu Xiaoran glared at him with a fierce expression. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to disrupt a single marriage. Don't you think it's rather unkind of me to have interfered with someone else's confession? Yi Fei patted his thigh, lamenting, alas, in such a significant moment. How could I engage in destruction? It was truly inexcusable. With a girl as violent as you, I should be thankful that someone is willing to be with you. Yi Fei, I'll fight you. Gu Xiaoran clenched her small fists and playfully pounded Yi Fei's back. All right, enough of the antics. Now tell me, what is the story? You don't like that boy? Yi Fei asked with a smile. I have no interest in that childish fellow. Gu Xiaoran raised her chin defiantly. Alas, the sentimental are often wounded by the heartless. That boy truly is unfortunate, Yi Fei sighed. Chapter 033. A disgrace to the medical path. You are truly amusing. Concerned about others' misfortunes while neglecting your own. Gu Xiaoran shook her head and remarked. What do you mean by that, Xiaoran? Yi Fei asked, taken aback. With a sigh reminiscent of a small adult, Gu Xiaoran replied, isn't it quite evident? You disrupted that fellow's confession today. Do you really think he will let you off the hook? A mere child. Why should I fear him? Yi Fei chuckled. Though that guy is indeed despicable, he is one of the 4 young masters of our school. His family is affluent and influential, with connections in both the underworld and legitimate society. If he seeks revenge, I cannot assist you, Gu Xiaoran shrugged. Oh, have I offended someone formidable? Ye fi fine alarm. Well, that's more or less the idea, Gu Xiaoran nodded. What should I do? I only offended him to save you from dire straits. You must help me, Yi Fei exclaimed, his face a mask of fear. Gu Xiaoran tilted her head in contemplation and said, I have a solution. What is it? Run away right now. The farther, the better. If you escape to a place where they cannot reach you, you will be safe, Gu Xiaoran stated earnestly. Isn't your advice simply to chase me away? Yi Fei discerned her intent with a grin. Rest assured, fleeing is not my style. If that fellow dares to trouble me, I wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson in humility. Are you truly unafraid? Gu Xiaoran inquired, her big, watery eyes wide with curiosity. Fear? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. Ye fi simukit. You boast without a second thought. Gu Xiaoran rolled her eyes at him. Yi Fei chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the subject further. Xiaoran, Didn't we agree to keep our distance? You don't drive me away. And I won't accompany you to school. Besides, I help you today. Umph. Although you aided me, there is no negotiation on this matter. You must leave my home. Yi Fei was rendered speechless. What grudge did this girl hold against him? Was it merely because he had touched her foot and belly? Wasn't it said that modern girls are open-minded? A mere shake could lead to a hotel room. Alas, fairy tales are indeed deceiving. The journey continued in silence as Yi Fei drove to Villa Number 6 in the Maple Leaf Villa district. Upon entering, Gu Xiaoran immediately grabbed a bag of chips, turned on the television, and sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in show. Though Gu Xiaoran had a modest figure, her posture on the couch seemed to accentuate her curves. To see more clearly, Yi Fei stepped a few paces closer. Lowering his gaze, he indeed caught sight of her subtle allure. While it may not be overly enticing, it was still quite pleasing to the eye. What are you watching? Gu Xiaoran suddenly lifted her head, sensing something amiss in Yi Fei's gaze. I'm watching television. Yi Fei quickly diverted his gaze, pointing at a Korean actor on the screen. That guy seems to be called Song Joong-ya, right? It's Song Joong-ki. Don't speak nonsense if you don't understand. Gu Xiaoran waved her hand impatiently. Hey, all right. Yi Fei chuckled and turned to head to his room. As he reached the doorway, he paused momentarily, then smacked his lips and remarked, Xiaoran, you should be a bit more confident. AB is AB. Why must you wear a C cup? Isn't that uncomfortable? With that, Yi Fei slipped into his room like the wind. Yi Fei, I'm going to kill you. Gu Xiaoran's shrill scream echoed, followed by a cushion crashing against the door with a loud thud. Yi Fei chuckled, recalling that he needed to deliver medicine to Qian'er. So he took out paper and pen to write a prescription. Once finished, he exited his room. The moment he stepped out, a chill ran down his spine. He found Gu Xiaoran glaring at him with gritted teeth, her eyes filled with a wrath that seemed capable of devouring him whole. Yi Fei turned to face her, grinning. Xiaoran, please don't look at me like that. It's quite terrifying, you know? Besides, I didn't say anything wrong. You jerk. If you say another word, do you believe I will end you? I don't believe it. You're not stronger than I am. You can't kill me. Yi Fei, I'm coming for you. Gu Xiaoran, infuriated, seized all the cushions from the sofa and hurled them at him with reckless abandon. All right, Xiaoran, stop messing around. I'm heading out for a moment, so don't run amok. Your sister should be back soon. Yi Fei effortlessly caught all the cushions and tossed them back onto the sofa. Just go away. Seeing you annoys me. Gu Xiaoran waved her hand impatiently. Yi Fei sighed helplessly, stepped out of the villa, and got into his car. Where should he go for the medicine? He couldn't afford to be careless with Qian'er's illness. He needed to find a reputable traditional Chinese medicine clinic. After pondering for a moment, he searched on his phone and discovered a well-known clinic in Ninghai City called Jishitang, which had received excellent reviews from netizens. It seemed quite promising. Yes, this will do. Yi Fei smiled and drove straight to Jishitang. 20 minutes later, Yi Fei parked his car on Renhe Road in the city center of the South District and quickly located Jishitang. After parking, he walked towards the clinic and was greeted by an ancient sign hanging above the door, inscribed with the robust characters Jishitang. It exuded grandeur and authority. Crossing the threshold, he was enveloped by the familiar aroma of traditional Chinese herbs, reminding him of the days spent foraging for herbs on the mountain with his beautiful master. Those days were truly nostalgic. Yi Fei sighed softly, then stepped inside, spotting a middle-aged man attending to patients, with a long line forming in front of him. As Yi Fei approached the front, he noticed a young man diligently preparing herbal medicine and smiled, saying, Hello, could you please assist me in preparing some prescriptions? Of course. Please wait a moment, the young man replied, continuing to gather herbs from various small cabinets and placing them upon 4 sheets of white paper on the table. Intrigued by the young man's actions, Yi Fei followed suit, reciting 6 qian of poria, 3 qian of peach kernel, 3 qian of red peony. Hearing Yi Fei's voice, the young man paused momentarily, glancing at him with a hint of surprise. After all, aside from students from traditional Chinese medicine universities and those who specialize in the field, few people possess knowledge of these herbal remedies, which was indeed astonishing. However, the young man quickly resumed his task, 2 qian of cinnamon twig, 1 qian of licorice, 2 qian of ginger, 8 qian of koik seed. After preparing the herbs, the young man was about to package them when Yi Fei stepped closer, questioning, "Excuse me, have you perhaps made an error with this prescription?" "An error?" The young man furrowed his brows, responding, "How could that be? This prescription was written by our esteemed chief physician, Mr. Tang. So this medicine is for appendicitis?" Yi Fei inquired with a frown. "Ah, it seems you have some understanding of traditional Chinese medicine." "Indeed, this prescription is for treating appendicitis," the young man nodded, though inwardly he scoffed. How dare this individual question Mr. Tang as prescription? Was he joking? Is there currently any sign of pus in the patient condition? Yi Fei continued to probe. "Yes, there is." "Why?" The young man glanced at Yi Fei, responding curtly. "If the patient's condition is as you describe, then this prescription is undoubtedly incorrect," Yi Fei asserted decisively. "Hey, are you looking for trouble?" The young man chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "If that's the case, you might as well save your breath. We are at Jishur Hall, representing the authority of traditional Chinese medicine in Ninghai City. Our chief physician, Mr. Tang Yansheng, is a direct disciple of the renowned master, Mr. Chu. Mr. Tang's medical skills are second only to Mr. Chu, earning him the title of Little Divine Doctor. Do you think you're the foolish one, or am I? Can a divine doctor truly make a mistake in a prescription? Divine doctor? Huh, I would say more like a quack." Yi Fei's expression darkened as he retorted, "If this prescription was indeed penned by the Tang you mentioned, it would be a disgrace to the medical profession. Fewer tricks, more sincerity." Upon seeing this title, many readers might have guessed that this book is about to be published. Indeed, this book is set to launch. I suspect that many readers are least pleased to see the words to be published. Publication signifies that it will be a paid read, and free access will no longer be available. Many authors often claim that the cost of a month's worth of reading is equivalent to the price of a pack of cigarettes, or that the price of a bottle of water can afford a week's reading. Let us refrain from such statements, as they are merely ploys. Let us embrace less trickery and more sincerity. Those who appreciate foxes and enjoy this book will naturally continue their pursuit, regardless of whether it is published or not. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to these readers. It is your unwavering support and encouragement that has propelled me to persist through various adversities. Whether it be physical discomfort or mental strain, to reach this point, nearly 100,000 words are now freely available. While not an excessive amount, it is certainly significant, as it has established the framework for this book, paving the way for a series of captivating narratives to unfold. Regardless of your beliefs, I have faith in the journey ahead. For instance, what is the true identity of Yi Fei? What purpose does his jade pendant serve? Who is Yi Fei's enchanting master? Who is the old companion he refers to? What secret does Gu Qingcheng strive to protect? Who is the mastermind behind the eavesdropping? What kind of person is Dr. Minerva? Has this woman, with a devilish figure and angelic visage, truly perished? Where is the void left by Minerva? And why is the flamingo in such fervent pursuit of it? And so forth. With so many questions yet unanswered, should you choose to abandon this journey, I would feel a great sense of loss for you. The progress of a super expert of the female CEO is fundamentally driven by your support. This book is merely at its inception. Whether it reaches 1 million or 2 million words depends entirely on you. The encouragement from readers is the impetus for the author to tirelessly craft these words. Without it, how could the author sustain a living and continue writing? I believe this principle is well understood. If the book does not perform satisfactorily, it must conclude prematurely, as the operation of the platform incurs costs. And if the book yields no profit, how could the website possibly continue to support it? After all, we are all grounded in reality, and mutual understanding is essential, is it not? Thus, I strive to enhance the quality and excitement of the narrative, while the rest relies on you, dear readers. For those who admire the fox and wish to support the original work, yet find the recharging process cumbersome, you are not alone. Numerous recharge options are now available, making it considerably more convenient. If you truly appreciate this work, a slight effort to recharge is all it takes. Do not dismiss it as a hassle. When you feel inconvenienced, remember that the author is seated before the computer, laboring for an hour to produce 2,000 words, rendering your minor inconvenience trivial. Would you not agree? As for those who love to read, yet insist on consuming pirated versions, I shall refrain from further comment. nor do I wish to evoke pity with pleas for you to support the original. I am an author who earns a living through my own labor, not a beggar seeking alms. There is a saying, do not attempt to awaken someone who pretends to be asleep. I believe this applies here. No matter how much I say, those who choose piracy will continue to do so. Therefore, I shall say no more. Having elaborated extensively, I will now provide the recharge methods for those unfamiliar with the process. Recharge Method 1. Before recharging, you must log into your Hein account. Hein supports one-click login. If you possess a QQ number, WeChat ID, Baidu account, or Sina Weibo account, you can directly use one of these for seamless login. Upon logging in, click on the recharge option located at the top of the website's homepage and follow the prompts to complete the recharge process. As for the specific methods of recharge, Hein supports 8 different options: online banking, Alipay, WeChat Pay, SMS recharge, Tempa mobile phone top-up card, GamePoint card, and PayPal. Let me elaborate on each of these methods. Online banking requires you to have activated online banking services, which are generally supported by major banks. The exchange rate is 100, meaning one currency unit equals 100 Hein coins. Alipay is available for those who possess an Alipay account, with the same exchange rate of 100. WeChat Pay is accessible for users who have linked their bank cards to WeChat or have a balance within the app. The rate is also 100. Tencent Pay operates on the same principle as Alipay, maintaining an exchange rate of 100. SMS Recharge has a lower exchange rate of 140 and may experience some delays in processing. The mobile phone top-up card is a convenient and rapid recharge method. Hein accepts 3 types of recharge cards: China Mobile, China Unicom, and China Telecom. These can be purchased at newsstands, convenience stores, and supermarkets. The exchange rate is 185, which is lower than online banking due to a slight processing fee deducted by the service providers. GamePoint cards are similarly easy to acquire. However, Hein only supports specific types of GamePoint cards, so please ensure you purchase the correct ones: Junwang Yikatong, Shengda Game Card, Zhengte Game Card, Qcoin Card, Geo Card, Ibao, NetEase Card, Perfect World Card, Soachanyu Card, Zonyo Yikatong, Tianxia Yikatong, and Tianan Yikatong. The exchange rate for these cards is between 170 and 175. Please purchase only the aforementioned cards, as others are not supported. PayPal is specifically designed for our overseas friends, allowing international users to recharge using this method. Furthermore, for those utilizing the Hein Reading iOS client, please be aware that due to Apple's system settings, the exchange rate for recharges made through the iOS client is only 150, as half of the amount will be retained by the Apple system, making it less advantageous. It is advisable to access the Hein Reading website via a browser for recharging, and then log in to the client afterward to avoid the Apple fee. If you have any further questions, feel free to contact customer service via QQ 298-454-3729. The first chapter will feature a red envelope, which can be randomly claimed. The Hein coins obtained can be used for reading, and once subscribed, the claimed red envelope will be automatically credited to your account. I hope everyone can accompany me on this journey further. My name is Yi Fei, with Yi symbolizing the autumn leaf and Fei representing soaring to the skies. I write, and you read. This is a unique bond that I hope we all cherish. I need your support, and I am here, waiting for you. Hein Reading Network, January 16, 2016. Chapter 034. The Disdainful Contest. Young man, what nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, the young man immediately seethed with anger, pointing towards the door and declaring loudly, "You are not welcome here. Kindly leave at once." How can one conduct business by driving away customers? Yi Fei's expression instantly turned icy. Under different circumstances, he might have let it slide, but when it came to traditional Chinese medicine, he could not remain indifferent. His beautiful mentor had once imparted to him the essence of healing, emphasizing that a physician must possess compassion and virtue. We welcome others, but not those who seek to provoke. The young man sneered. Provoking? Yi Fei chuckled lightly and replied, "Have Mr. Tang come forward to confront me, and let's see if I am indeed provoking. Mr. Tang is quite busy at the moment and has no time for your frivolities. Please leave without causing us any further inconvenience." The young man retorted impatiently. "Xiao Wang, What are you making a fuss about? Can't you see I am attending to a patient? A stern voice interjected. The voice belonged to Tang Yunsheng, the chief physician of Jishir Hall. The young man shot Yi Fei a glare before turning to Tang Yunsheng and shouting, "Mr. Tang, there is a presumptuous young man questioning your prescription." "What? Questioning my prescription?" Tang Yunsheng was momentarily taken aback. It had been ages since he had heard the term questioning. Meanwhile, those waiting in line erupted in laughter. Who is this audacious young man daring to question Mr. Tang's prescription? Does he even understand traditional Chinese medicine? Perhaps he seeks notoriety. Mr. Tang, pay no mind to this young man. Attending to patients is of utmost importance. Tang Yunsheng chuckled, addressing the amused crowd. I apologize for the disturbance. Please bear with me as I investigate this matter. The crowd chuckled lightly, showing no objections. It was indeed a great fortune to receive treatment from a divine healer. Thus waiting a moment longer was only fitting. Tang Yunsheng approached and scrutinized Yi Fei, smiling as he inquired, "Are you the one questioning my prescription?" "Indeed, I am." Yi Fei nodded in affirmation. "Then pray tell, what issues do you find with my prescription?" A mocking smile graced Tang Yunsheng's face, though inwardly he shook his head, thinking the young man was rather naive. Yi Fei offered a faint smile, then took the prescription from the young man's hands and stated, "Mr. Tang, this prescription is for treating appendicitis, correct?" "Yes, it is indeed for appendicitis," Tang Yunsheng confirmed with a grin. "Then why are you not prescribing according to the patient's actual condition?" Yi Fei queried. "How could I not be prescribing according to the condition?" The smile vanished from Tang Yunsheng's face. As a revered physician, he could not tolerate such skepticism. Yi Fei spoke slowly. "Since this prescription is for appendicitis, it must be tailored to the patient's actual circumstances rather than based on assumptions." "How dare you imply that I am making assumptions?" Tang Yun, both angry and amused, replied. "Very well, enlighten me. Wherein lies the fault of my prescription?" Yi Fei chuckled softly, opting not to respond immediately. Instead, he remarked, "I just overheard the young man dispensing medicine mention that the patient suffering from appendicitis has developed pus at the site of infection. Is that true?" Tang Yun nodded in affirmation. "If the patient's ailment has indeed progressed to suppuration, why then did you omit a crucial herb from your prescription?" Yi Fei gestured with the prescription in hand, stating, "Following this prescription would not only fail to cure the patient, but would also exacerbate the condition over time. Eventually, a minor ailment could escalate into a serious one, rendering any medication futile. Is that truly the case, young man?" At that moment, a slightly plump youth hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming, "I have appendicitis. Pray tell, how long have you been afflicted with this condition?" Yi Fei inquired. "Almost a year now. During this past year, have you noticed any improvement in your health?" Yi Fei continued. "It seems like there has been some, but perhaps not. In fact, I suspect there has been no improvement at all, correct?" Yi Fei remarked with a subtle smile, scrutinizing the face of the plump young man. "Do you often feel nauseous and fatigued?" "Yes, yes. How did you know?" The young man's expression turned to one of astonishment, as Yi Fei had accurately pinpointed his symptoms. "And you occasionally experience low-grade fevers, do you not?" Yi Fei continued. "Indeed, I have been feeling unwell these past few days, and upon taking my temperature, I discovered I was running a low fever." This revelation deepened the young man's trust in Yi Fei's words. Yi Fei smiled and turned to Tang Yun, asking, "Mr. Tang, may I inquire why a condition that could be resolved in 3 months has been prolonged to a year without resolution? Do you not perceive a flaw in your prescription?" Tang Yun took a deep breath. Despite suspecting that his prescription might indeed be flawed, he, as a renowned physician, felt compelled to maintain his esteemed image and could not easily concede to error. Thus, he maintained a composed demeanor and replied, "Then tell me, which herb have I neglected in my prescription?" "Rhubarb," Yi Fei declared emphatically. "Rhubarb?" Tang Yun was taken aback, immediately beginning to contemplate the implications of this assertion. The others present also turned their gaze towards him, eager to discern whether the young man's claim held any merit. Minutes passed. The young man who had been dispensing medicine could no longer contain himself and asked, "Mr. Tang, is what he says correct?" With a deep sigh, Tang Yun nodded, admitting, "He is indeed correct. If suppuration has occurred, an additional herb must be included, namely, rhubarb. A mere 3 qian will suffice." Yifei seamlessly interjected, precisely. Only 3 qian. Tang Yin concurred. Yes, just 3 qian. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment. The young pharmacist was utterly bewildered. He never anticipated that this lad possessed a genuine understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Goodness, this young man spoke with remarkable insight. Could it be mere fortune that he stumbled upon the truth? Regardless, I find it hard to believe that such a youth could truly grasp the intricacies of traditional medicine. It seems this young fellow indeed possesses a commendable level of skill. Did you not notice how he swiftly identified the flaws in Mr. Tang's prescription? Could it be that he surpasses Mr. Tang in expertise? Young brother, since you claim to comprehend traditional medicine, might you be able to diagnose the ailments of these individuals? Tang Yunsheng cast a complex glance at Yi Fei, then pointed at the 5 individuals he had already assessed. He had 2 intentions in mind. First, to test whether Yi Fei was genuinely skilled, and second, to reclaim his dignity should Yi Fei make even a single error. Yi Fei shook his head and looked at Tang Yunsheng, replying in a solemn tone, Mr. Tang, I wish to convey a crucial truth. The art of healing is meant to save lives, not to fuel rivalries. If you regard medicine as a means to assert dominance, then your medical prowess shall forever remain confined, with no hope for advancement. With that, Yi Fei disregarded Tang Yunsheng and retrieved his own prescription from his pocket, handing it to the young pharmacist, stating, My friend, could you kindly prepare several doses as per the prescription? Please ensure you do not make any mistakes. Upon hearing Yi Fei's remarks, Tang Yunsheng was seized by fury, his body trembling with indignation. As a direct disciple of the esteemed national physician, Master Chu, how could he endure such an affront? This was utterly intolerable. Young man, are you not afraid? Tang Yunsheng glared at Yi Fei, coldly demanding. I am not afraid. I simply disdain the notion of competing with a mediocre physician, such as yourself, Yi Fei replied, glancing at the middle-aged man before shaking his head. Although this middle-aged man possessed commendable medical skills, he had succumbed to the allure of fame and fortune. To advance further along the path of medicine, he must relinquish his pursuit of renown. Otherwise, his skills would remain stagnant. Preposterous! How dare you label me a mediocre physician? Tang Yunsheng's face flushed with anger. I consider you a mediocre physician to be quite generous. In my eyes, you are nothing more than a foolish practitioner. Yi Fei retorted with a smirk. You! Tang Yunsheng was infuriated, ready to counter, when suddenly a robust voice echoed from outside. Divine healer! Who among you is the divine healer? Please, come and save my mother. Chapter 035, In Peril. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance, where a towering figure burst through the door, cradling a frail, middle-aged woman in his arms. The man, standing over 6 feet tall, sported a rugged short haircut and had a darker complexion. Clad in simple, coarse clothing, his countenance bore an earnest expression, and his large, bovine eyes were filled with anxiety, sweat beading on his forehead. As he stood at the threshold, he resembled a great brown bear, startling everyone in the room. Upon seeing this imposing figure, Yi Fei felt a jolt of recognition. This man was clearly a practitioner of martial arts. However, when his gaze shifted to the woman in the man's embrace, a wave of concern washed over him, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Are you the divine physician? The earnest man implored, rushing toward the clerk at the medical hall. The clerk, momentarily taken aback, gazed up at the bear-like figure and stammered, I am not the divine physician. Who is the divine physician? Please, save my mother. She is on the brink of death. The earnest man's bewildered expression was palpable as he pleaded anxiously. At that moment, Tang Yunsheng finally grasped the situation. His heart raced as he approached the earnest man, extending his hand towards the middle-aged woman in his arms. Who are you? Do not touch my mother. The earnest man glared at Tang Yunsheng, suspicion etched on his face. Tang Yunsheng paused, stating, I am the divine physician you seek. If you do not allow me to examine her, how can I assist in her treatment? You are the divine physician? The earnest man's expression shifted to one of shock, quickly followed by elation. He dropped to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling as he implored, Divine physician, please save my mother. I beg of you. Very well. Let me assess your mother's condition. Thank you, divine physician. Thank you. The earnest man nodded fervently as he brought the middle-aged woman before Tang Yunsheng. At this moment, Tang Yunsheng's demeanor grew solemn. He scanned the woman's face, noting its pallor and the presence of vomit at her lips. He then reached out, feeling her limbs. The woman was burning with fever, drenched in cold sweat. As he continued his examination, his expression grew increasingly grave, his brows knitting tightly together. The gathered crowd remained utterly silent, not daring to breathe. Finally, Tang Yunsheng took the woman's pulse, noting its frailty, her blood pressure plummeting, and her heart racing. 3 minutes later, suddenly, Tang Yunsheng's eyes widened, and he called out to the clerks in the medical hall, "Quick, fetch me some needles." The clerks, understanding the urgency, hurried off without delay. At this juncture, Tang Yunsheng was fully convinced that the patient was suffering from acute myocardial infarction. The fact that she was now unconscious indicated that her condition was deteriorating rapidly, in grave peril. If treatment was not administered promptly, her life would be in jeopardy. "How long has your mother been ill?" As Tang Yunsheng employed his massage techniques on the middle-aged woman, he inquired, "It has been nearly a year, hasn't it?" The honest man replied, "Indeed, almost a year." "What? Almost a year? Why have you not brought your mother for treatment sooner? Do you comprehend how perilous her condition is? A moment's inattention could lead to her demise." Tang Yunsheng spoke with a grave tone. Upon hearing these words, the honest man turned pale with fear, his demeanor resembling that of a child as he choked back tears and stammered, I have long wished to take my mother for treatment, but she refuses to allow me. She says our family is too poor to afford medical care." As his words hung in the air, a profound sympathy enveloped all present for this honest man. Indeed, in this society, the bonds of humanity often feel tenuous, and how can the impoverished afford health care? Tang Yunsheng sighed softly, regretting his earlier reprimand of the honest man. An elderly woman, wiping her tears, reassured him, "Do not worry, young man, Mr. Tang is a renowned healer in Ninghai City. He will surely cure your mother." "Yes, yes." The honest man nodded appreciatively at the elderly woman, exclaiming, "You are a kind person." At that moment, the clinic's assistant brought forth silver needles and other instruments. "Quickly, lay the patient on the nearby bed and prepare for acupuncture," Tang Yunsheng commanded, leading the honest man to a folding bed. Others gathered around, eager to witness the young physician's miraculous skills. Yi Fei approached with keen interest, wishing to observe Tang Yunsheng's acupuncture technique. "Young man, please lay your mother flat on the bed," Tang Yunsheng instructed the honest man, nodding in compliance. The honest man followed suit, placing his mother gently on the bed. "Hand me the round needle and disinfect it," Tang Yunsheng instructed, and an assistant promptly sanitized the needle with an alcohol lamp before handing it over. After receiving the round needle and briefly examining the patient, Tang Yunsheng's eyes widened, and with a swift motion, he pierced the Naguan point. Whoosh! His movements were as rapid as the wind, fluid and graceful. The silver needle glimmered as it penetrated the patient's inner gate. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Truly, a divine doctor possesses unparalleled skills, and such mastery of acupuncture could scarcely be acquired without decades of dedication. Warm up the needle. With the first needle inserted, Tang Yunsheng did not hesitate, taking the silver needle handed to him by the assistant, assessing it briefly before striking again, piercing the Bingtian point. With a gentle command, a flash of silver light appeared. Whoosh! The needle entered the patient's Zhueki point. Upon seeing the second needle, Yi Fei's mind raced. Could it be one of the 9 divine needles, the 5 elements needle? If Tang Yunsheng indeed mastered all the secrets of the 5 elements needle, then this patient would surely be saved. As the speed of Tang Yunsheng's actions quickened, his expression remained steady, yet the beads of sweat forming on his forehead betrayed the intensity of his focus. Piercing the Xiaozhong point, the silver needle ascended and descended without the slightest pause. At this very moment, Tang Yunsheng's mind was devoid of distractions. A singular thought consumed him. He must heal the patient before him. A physician embodies the essence of parenthood. The heart of a healer is imbued with compassion. This was a notion that Elder Chu had persistently imparted to him. Tang Yunsheng was now racing against the specter of death. A moment's inattention could cost the patient their life. 4 pricks at the Ren and Gue points in the northern water. 3 intersections. Whoosh! Tang Yunsheng's hands danced with incredible speed, dazzling all who beheld them. The hearts of onlookers raced, fully aware that the treatment had reached a critical juncture. The stout man fixed his gaze intently on his mother, his eyes reddened, fists clenched tightly. Tang Yunsheng grasped the final sterilized long needle and directed it towards the patient's heart tranquility point. He had mastered the first 5 needles, leaving only the last one. If this final needle failed to rouse the patient, he would truly be at a loss. Yet, for the sake of the patient and in honor of his master's teachings, he had to proceed. With determination, he clenched his jaw, casting aside any lingering hesitation. His resolve crystallizing. The hand rose, the needle fell. 5 pricks at the Wu and G Central Earth. Whoosh! The silver needle vanished in a flash beneath the illumination, piercing the patient's heart tranquility point. As the 5th needle settled, the patient's previously furrowed brow began to relax. Witnessing this, joy blossomed in the eyes of all present. Could it be healed? Yet why had the patient not awakened? Let us wait and see. The crowd murmured softly among themselves. However, at that moment, Tang Yunsheng's brow furrowed with concern. 5 needles had been administered. Why had the patient not revived? Just as he prepared to take the patient's pulse, a voice filled with incredulity rang in his ears. Continue with the acupuncture. Why have you stopped? Proceed with the 6th and 7th needles. The crowd turned in unison to look at Yi Fei, for these words had emerged from his lips. Young man, if you do not understand, refrain from speaking foolishly. Tang Yunsheng glared at Yi Fei, admonishing him. I don't understand? Huh. Ignoring Brother Fei's advice will bring misfortune upon you. Yi Fei sighed and shook his head. In that very instant, as Yi Fei's words hung in the air, the patient's body began to convulse violently. Tang Yunsheng's expression shifted to one of alarm. How could this be? What was happening? In the next moment, all the silver needles that had been firmly embedded in the patient's acupoints fell away. Chapter 036. Let me try. The patient began to foam at the mouth, her eyes rolling back. The situation was dire. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was struck with fear. How could the patient have seemed fine just moments ago, only to deteriorate so rapidly? It appeared that her condition had not improved, but rather worsened. Divine healer! Divine healer! What has happened to my mother? The sturdy man, filled with anxiety, gripped Tang Yunsheng's hand tightly, tears welling in his fierce eyes. Young man, do not panic. I shall ensure your mother is safe, Tang Yunsheng reassured him, gently patting the man's hand, prompting him to release his grip. Quickly, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wang, hold the patient steady. Don't let her move. Xiao Chun, prepare the needle and disinfect it. Swiftly, Tang Yunsheng commanded urgently, and his colleagues sprang into action. Tang Yunsheng then took the patient's pulse, feeling its erratic rhythm. He realized her condition was critical. If he could not stabilize her, all would be lost. There was no alternative. He had to resort to this particular needle technique. Taking a deep breath, he accepted the fine needle from a colleague and swiftly pierced it into the patient's philtrum. Whoosh! The silver needle glimmered as it sliced through the air, embedding itself in the patient's philtrum. Immediately, Tang Yunsheng gripped the other end of the needle and began to rhythmically flick it. Initially, he moved slowly, but before long, he accelerated the pace. The silver needle vibrated in response to Tang Yunsheng's deft movements. Seeing this, Yi Fei shook his head in resignation. The 5 elements divine needle could remedy many stubborn ailments and held miraculous effects. Yet Tang Yunsheng's understanding of it was superficial. If he could administer 8 needles at once, perhaps the patient would experience improvement. However, Tang Yunsheng was incapable of such a feat, and his hope to stimulate the philtrum to revive the patient was rather naive. Just as Yi Fei had surmised, the silver needle, embedded in the patient's philtrum, yielded no results. The patient continued to convulse violently. In the next instant, bang! The needle was forcefully expelled from the patient's philtrum. Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd. Tang Yunsheng's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. It was over. All was lost. Mr. Tang, are you all right? A colleague quickly came to his aid. I'm fine, I'm fine. Tang Yunsheng exhaled a heavy breath and approached the sturdy man. Divine healer, why have you stopped? The man looked at Tang Yunsheng in bewilderment, gripping his shoulders tightly and pleading, Speak, divine healer, why have you ceased treatment? With a heavy heart, Tang Yunsheng lifted his gaze and murmured, I'm sorry. Young man, I cannot save your mother. What? You cannot save her? Upon hearing this, sorrow etched itself across the faces of all present. If the divine healer himself declared it impossible, then it was indeed hopeless. At that moment, the sturdy man's ears echoed with the haunting words, cannot save. Mother! The earnest man clasped his hands atop his head and began to weep uncontrollably. With a thud, he knelt before Tang Yunsheng, seemingly oblivious to the pain, and fervently bowed his head, pleading, Divine Doctor, I implore you, please save my mother. I beseech you, if you can heal her, I would willingly toil like a beast just to preserve her life. The sincerity of his filial devotion moved all present, many unable to hold back their tears. Despite their desire to assist, they felt utterly powerless. After all, the divine doctor had already declared it hopeless. Young man, I'm truly sorry. My skills are insufficient to save your mother. Please rise. Tang Yunsheng's eyes glistened with sorrow, and in that moment, he comprehended just how lacking his medical prowess was compared to that of his master. If only his master were here, surely he would devise a solution. It seemed that intervention was necessary today. Yi Fei softly murmured, letting out a deep sigh as he maneuvered through the crowd and stepped forward, stating, Allow me to give it a try. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, all eyes turned towards him. Indeed, how could they have overlooked this young man? He had previously identified the flaws in Tang's prescription, suggesting his medical skill must be commendable as well. With this thought, a flicker of hope ignited within the hearts of the onlookers, yearning for a miracle. Can you heal my mother? The earnest man turned to Yi Fei, his eyes shining with hope. I should be able to. Yi Fei pondered for a moment before nodding. Really? A look of immense joy spread across the earnest man's face as he exclaimed, Brother, if you can save my mother, I will serve you like a beast. Serve like a beast? Huh, I think you resemble a bear more. Yi Fei jested. My mother always called me her little bear. If you too call me bear, then you must be a good person. The earnest man chuckled heartily. Yi Fei couldn't help but smile at this. The man was indeed refreshingly simple-hearted. Young brother, can you truly treat acute myocardial infarction? Tang Yunsheng gazed intently at Yi Fei. I have a 70% confidence, Yi Fei replied, nodding before adding, Of course, I do not possess a medical license. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yunsheng proclaimed, Young brother, proceed without reservation. If you succeed, our Jishur Hall will owe you a debt of gratitude. Should anything go awry, our Jishur Hall will bear the responsibility. A few associates wished to interject, but a single glance from Tang Yunsheng silenced them. In that instant, Yi Fei held a newfound respect for Tang Yunsheng. It appeared that the man's compassionate heart had not entirely faded. Excellent. Let us not delay any further. Let's begin at once. Without hesitation, Yi Fei rushed to the bedside, and the crowd once again gathered around, eager to witness the young man's capabilities. Young brother, may I ask what needles you require? Tang Yunsheng in Guit. No need. I have my own, Yi Fei replied. Yi Fei waved his hand and then retrieved a black cloth pouch from his pocket. Upon opening it, he revealed a collection of silver needles of varying lengths and thicknesses. Upon seeing the silver needles, a flicker of astonishment crossed Tang Yunsheng's face. This young man actually carries silver needles with him? It seems that he truly understands traditional Chinese medicine. Quickly casting aside other thoughts, Tang Yunsheng inquired, Young brother, do you require an alcohol lamp for disinfection? Not necessary, Yi Fei replied, shaking his head, and then picked up 2 silver needles. His eyes narrowed. He concentrated his internal energy, and with a swift motion, the needles were deftly plunged into the patient. The first needle struck the heart protector point. The second needle pierced the valley of harmony. Suddenly, hum. The 2 needles began to quiver gently at the 2 vital points. Everyone present was left in awe, stunned by this miraculous scene. The silver needles seemed to tremble autonomously upon the patient's body, Even the simple-minded, honest man felt an inexplicable sense of wonder. With the second strike, he engaged the masses in a transformative experience. The Tanjong point, the Zhu Sanli point. Yi Fei did not pause for a moment before deftly placing the needles again. Hum, hum. Four needles resonated in harmony, beginning to quiver slightly. This is actually the Qi fortune needle. At this sight, Tang Yunxing's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Mr. Tang, may I ask what the Qi fortune needle is? A bewildered apprentice at the clinic queried. Tang Yunxiang, suppressing his excitement, explained the Qi fortune needle, as the name suggests, is a technique that utilizes internal energy to induce the silver needles to vibrate. This acupuncture method is said to exist only in legends. Even my master, Mr. Chu, cannot achieve it now. What? This lad is so formidable. The clinic apprentice gasped in astonishment. This young man could no longer merely be described as impressive. His medical skills had reached an extraordinary level. Tang Yunxiang fixed his gaze intently on the four silver needles, murmuring, if no unforeseen circumstances arise, the patient will surely be healed. Upon hearing Tang Yunxiang's words, the eyes of everyone present shifted from skepticism to reverence as they looked at Yi Fei. With the third strike, he achieved perfect harmony. The Tongli point, the Inke point. Yi Fei's hands moved with increasing speed, so swift that only fleeting shadows remained, leaving those present unable to discern reality from illusion. At that moment, Tang Yunxiang, observing Yi Fei's acupuncture process, suddenly recalled something. The first strike, bringing the Arhat to the mortal realm. The second strike, transforming the masses and changing the heavens. It seemed he had heard his master mention this before. Chapter 037, A Priceless Prescription. What kind of acupuncture technique is this young man employing? Tang Yunxiang furrowed his brow, deep in thought. At that moment, Yi Fei had already commenced the fourth round of needle insertion. The onlookers were filled with fervor. The tiny silver needles seemed to come alive in Yi Fei's hands. With each needle that fell, gasps of astonishment echoed in the hearts of all present. This young man's medical prowess appeared to surpass that of Master Tang by a considerable margin. Everyone silently contemplated this in their minds. For pricks to revive the ailing, Yi Fei exclaimed, as two silver needles swiftly pierced the patient's Zhongcheng and Jiang acupoints. The air was filled with a humming sound. At that moment, the patient was adorned with 8 silver needles. All 8 needles trembled in unison, producing a cacophony that resonated throughout the tranquil clinic. The needles transformed into valiant guardians, fiercely safeguarding their own little realm. Any malevolent and damp energy dared not approach. Upon witnessing Yi Fei's fourth needle application, Tang Yunxing's eyes widened in shock, suddenly recalling the words of Elder Chu, who once spoke of a legendary acupuncture technique that ranked third among the 9 divine needles. This technique, known as the Tai divine needle, harnesses the essence of heaven and earth, the divine powers of celestial beings, and the spiritual energies of the vast universe. Now, Tang Yunxiang was 100% certain that the acupuncture technique employed by this young man was indeed the Tai divine needle. Overcome with emotion, tears streamed down Tang Yunxing's face. He never imagined he would witness the true Tai divine needle in his lifetime. If Elder Chu were to see this, he would surely be equally ecstatic. Divine Doctor, what troubles you? A simple-hearted man inquired, gazing at Tang Yunxiang in confusion. There is hope. Young man, your mother will be saved. Tang Yunxiang wiped away his tears, repeating the words with fervor. Is that truly so? Divine Doctor, do you speak the truth? The simple-hearted man asked, his face alight with excitement as he looked at Tang Yunxiang. Indeed, it is true. With him here, your mother will surely recover. Tang Yunxiang indicated towards Yi Fei. The simple-hearted man fixed his gaze upon Yi Fei's busy figure, his eyes shimmering with fervent hope. At this moment, the acupuncture was at a critical juncture. Not a single misstep could be afforded. Yi Fei had descended into his own world, oblivious to the gasps and discussions surrounding him. As he continued to manipulate 8 silver needles, Yi Fei began to feel the strain. He could distinctly sense the vital energy within him rapidly depleting. Whether he could execute the final needle would depend on this last effort. With determination, Yifei swiftly lifted his hand, his eyes glinting with resolve. 5 pricks, integrity, and virtue first. Shaman acupoint. Yifei shouted, and the final silver needle began to quiver violently before it even descended. Whoosh! The silver needle, gleaming with silvery light, arced gracefully and precisely landed upon the Shinmen acupoint. As the last needle fell, all 9 needles resonated simultaneously. 9 becomes 1. The first 5 forms of the Tai divine needle were entirely completed. Buzzing. At this moment, the patient lying in bed gradually regained a rosy hue on her face. Her body ceased its relentless convulsions, and even her furrowed brow unfurled. Minutes passed. A gentle cough broke the silence, awakening everyone from their reverie. The patient, once in a state of unconsciousness, had awakened. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Upon witnessing the patient's revival, Yifei exhaled a breath of relief. Then, with a flick of his right hand, all the silver needles returned to his grasp. Mother! The honest man wept tears of joy, rushing forward, exclaiming, "You have finally awakened at last." "Kuin, where are we?" The middle-aged woman, surveying the multitude before her, inquired weakly. "Mother, we are in the medical hall." The honest man cheerfully recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman uttered a sharp command. "Kuin kneel." The honest man, startled yet obedient, immediately knelt down. "Bow in gratitude to the 2 divine doctors," the middle-aged woman instructed. The honest man nodded, then turned to Tang Yunsheng and Yifei, beginning to prostrate himself. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his bows resonated in everyone's ears. The middle-aged woman did not call for him to stop, and thus the honest man continued his humble gestures of gratitude. Tang Yunsheng hastily supported the honest man, saying, "Child, cease your bows. It is the duty of a doctor to save lives, and it is this young brother who has truly healed your mother." He gestured towards Yifei, whose complexion was slightly pale. "Divine brother, please allow me to pay my respects." The honest man turned to Yifei and bowed deeply. "1 bow is insufficient," he exclaimed, and once again began to bow fervently towards Yifei. All right, stop bowing," Yifei chuckled, helping the honest man to his feet. "Do not refer to me as divine brother. I am unworthy of such a title. Just call me Brother Fei." "Yes, Brother Fei," the honest man exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. At that moment, the middle-aged woman gazed at Yifei. Although she perceived his youth, she thought little of it and said, "Young divine doctor, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Please allow me to bow in thanks." She struggled to rise. Yifei quickly approached her, saying, "Annie, your body is still quite frail. You need a rest." Thank you, young divine doctor." The middle-aged woman looked at Yifei with deep gratitude, repeatedly expressing her thanks. "Annie, please do not call me young divine doctor anymore. It was fate that allowed me to treat you today. My name is Yifei. You may call me Little Yi from now on," Yifei replied with a smile. Very well, very well." The middle-aged woman nodded, then said, "Little Yi, your great kindness is beyond my ability to repay. If you do not mind, Koiner, you may take him with you. He is capable of handling any menial tasks." Yifei was indeed intrigued by the honest man, so he inquired, "Brother, what is your name?" "I am Zhang Baokuan," the honest man chuckled. "What skills do you possess?" Yifei asked with a smile. Zhang Baokuan scratched his head and remarked, "Feigo, I am uncertain about my abilities, yet I possess considerable strength. Even the bears in the mountains are no match for me. If I were by your side, no one would dare to bully you." Astonished, Yifei scrutinized Zhang Baokuan, then replied, "Very well. As it happens, our Qingxing International will be recruiting security guards in a few days. You may come to find me then." "Yes, Feigo," Zhang Baokuan responded eagerly. Yifei nodded and turned his attention to Tang Yunsheng, saying, "Mr. Tang, may I trouble you with a request?" "What is it, young brother?" "Please do not hesitate to ask." Tang Yunsheng's demeanor had completely transformed, having been thoroughly impressed by Yifei's exceptional medical skills. "This lady is still quite frail. May I ask if she could recuperate here for a few days?" Yifei inwided. "No problem. Absolutely no problem." Tang Yunsheng immediately agreed with a nod. "Well then, thank you in advance, Mr. Tang," Yifei said with a smile. "No need for thanks," Tang Yunsheng chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. He then added, "Young brother, I wonder if you could visit us more often in the future? In a few days, my esteemed mentor, Mr. Chu, will be coming to Ninghai City. He has a lifelong wish to witness the true Tai divine needle. Certainly, when Mr. Chu arrives, just let me know, and I shall make time to come, Yi Fei promised with a nod. Subsequently, Yi Fei exchanged contact information with Tang Yunsheng, bid farewell to Zhang Baoquan and his mother, and departed from Jishir Hall with the prepared medicine in hand. Once Yi Fei had left, Tang Yunsheng arranged for someone to escort Zhang Baoquan and his mother to the back room. He then approached the front desk and inquired, "Xiao Wang, what medicine did Mr. You just prescribe?" "It's this." Xiao Wang promptly handed over the prescription Yi Fei had left behind. Upon examining the prescription, Tang Yunsheng's expression shifted to one of profound astonishment. This is indeed a complete prescription for treating congenital heart disease. Previously, he had only encountered a fragment of such a prescription in an ancient medical text. Never expecting to see the complete formula today, he understood that if this prescription were to be made public, it would undoubtedly trigger a seismic shift within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. After all, this formula is exceedingly precious. It is a treasure that money cannot buy. Could it be that Mr. Yi accidentally left it behind? Tang Yunsheng, clutching the prescription, hurriedly chased after Yi Fei, only to find that he had already driven away. Gazing at the receding silhouette of the vehicle, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Who on earth is this extraordinarily skilled young man?" Chapter 38. The Divine Needle of Bien Ke. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the sky over Ninghai City resembled a dark curtain being drawn, gradually descending into twilight. After leaving the Jishir Hall, Yi Fei drove to the Blue Sky Welfare Institute. Parking his car at the entrance, he grasped the medicine and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Who's there?" The gentle voice of Director Kai echoed from within the institute. "It's me, Yi Fei," he replied with a smile. As the door opened, Director Kai paused momentarily upon seeing Yi Fei, then inquired, "Yi Fei, what brings you here so late?" With a warm smile, Yi Fei explained, "Yi called me to say she couldn't make it to deliver the medicine, so I came instead." "Oh, that girl. If she is busy, she could have contacted me. I could have gone to buy the medicine for Chiener. You needn't have troubled yourself." Director Kai shook her head with a smile. "Come in and have a cup of tea." Yi Fei chuckled, stepping inside the Welfare Institute. "Director Kai, it's no trouble at all. I have time on my hands, and I wanted to check on Chiener again. After all, since I last performed acupuncture on her, I've been curious about her recovery. Chiener has improved significantly. She used to be unable to engage in vigorous activities while the other children played games. She could only watch from the sidelines. Now, she can join them in their games," Director Kai said, her face reflecting a sense of nostalgia. "I haven't seen Chiener smile so joyfully in a long time. Yi Fei, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude. I shudder to think what Chiener might have become without your help." "Ah, Director Kai, you needn't express your thanks. After all, I too emerged from this Welfare Institute. Now that I possess a bit of ability, it is only right that I contribute in some way," Yi Fei responded with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, indeed. I know both you and Yi are good-hearted children." Director Kai smiled, pouring a glass of water for Yi Fei. "Please wait a moment while I fetch Chiener." "All right," Yi Fei nodded. Shortly thereafter, Director Kai entered the room with Chiener in tow. Upon seeing Yi Fei, the little girl's face lit up with a radiant smile. "Hello, brother Yi Fei. Kiania, have you been behaving well lately?" Yi Fei affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. "Yes, brother Yi Fei. I've been very good. I scored first in the class on my recent exam," the little girl exclaimed proudly. "That is wonderful, Chiener." Yi Fei gave her a thumbs up then asked, "How have you been feeling lately?" I've been feeling much better. My heart doesn't hurt as much anymore," the little girl replied innocently. "Good to hear, Chiener. Very soon, brother Yi Fei will be able to completely cure you, and then you can joyfully play with your friends." "Really, brother Yi Fei?" "Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Brother Yi Fei is truly wonderful." Chiener smiled sweetly and then planted a kiss on Yi Fei's cheek. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Director Kai discreetly wiped away tears, a benevolent smile gracing his face. "Chiener, let brother Yi Fei examine you once more," he said. Yi Fei chuckled as he gently ruffled the little girl's hair, then checked her pulse. After approximately 2 minutes, Yifei released his hand and addressed Director Kai. Director Kai, Qian'er's pulse is quite stable, and her condition is gradually improving. Once she finishes this course of medication, I will administer acupuncture again, and she should be fully recovered. That is splendid news. Director Kai nodded excitedly and then turned to Qian'er. Qian'er, you must rest early tonight. Say goodbye to Brother Yifei. Goodbye, Brother Yifei. Qian'er chimed. Goodbye. Qian'er, Yifei replied with a warm wave. After Director Kai led Qian'er to her dormitory, he returned, holding a deep red wooden box, intricately carved and secured with a small brass lock, exuding an air of antiquity. Director Kai, what is this? Yifei inquired curiously, eyeing the box. You will find out soon enough, Director Kai replied with a smile, producing a key to unlock the box. Inside, nestled upon a golden satin lining, lay 9 varying lengths and thicknesses of bien stone needles, their tips blunt and their ends elegantly shaped into the likeness of a magpie, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Yifei gazed at the 9 bien stone needles for a considerable time, his heart racing with astonishment. Director Kai, could this be the fabled bien K divine needles? He asked, his expression one of sheer surprise. Bien K was revered as the ancestor of medicine, proficient in various fields including internal medicine, gynecology, pediatrics, and otorhinolaryngology, employing techniques such as bien stone therapy, acupuncture, massage, medicinal infusions, and hot compresses to treat ailments. Legend has it that Bien K possessed a set of bien stone needles throughout his life of healing, with whispers suggesting these needles bore the legacy of his medical prowess. Yifei had once encountered a reference to the Bien K divine needles in an ancient medical text, yet to behold them in reality was utterly breathtaking. Indeed, Yifei, this set of bien stone needles is known as the Bien K divine needles, Director Kai confirmed with a smile. Director Kai, from where did you acquire the Bien K divine needles? Yifei struggled to mask his astonishment, as the value of the Bien K divine needles was beyond measure. Although the legacy of the medical ancestor was merely a myth, many still yearn for the Bien K divine needles. After all, there is often truth within legend. Who could discern the real from the fabricated? Several years ago, a wandering Taoist passed through here. I offered him a cup of tea, and in return, he entrusted the Bien K divine needles to me. He cautioned that unless a destined individual appeared, I must not disclose the existence of the Bien K divine needles to anyone, for it would attract considerable trouble, Director Kai recounted. Yifei nodded and said, Director Kai, I believe the wandering Taoist's words hold merit. You should keep the Bien K divine needle safe. No, I am presenting the Bien K divine needle to you today, Director Kai replied, shaking his head. I believe you are the fated person the wandering Taoist spoke of. What? For me? Yifei was once again taken aback. Perhaps Director Kai was unaware of the needle's true worth, but how could Yifei not know? The Bien K divine needle was indeed a priceless treasure. Yes, it is indeed for you, Director Kai affirmed with a nod. No, Director Kai, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it, Yifei protested, shaking his head fervently. Yifei, I know you have a deep appreciation for this set of stones and needles. Please take it, Director Kai said with a gentle smile. After all, this set serves no purpose here. It is far better to entrust it to someone capable, allowing it to fulfill its greater potential. But Director Kai, I truly cannot accept it, Yifei said, his smile tinged with resignation. Yifei, just accept it, Director Kai insisted, pushing the box toward him with determination. You possess not only exceptional medical skills, but also a compassionate heart. Thus, it is only fitting that this set of stones and needles is placed in your capable hands. Yet, Yifei, if you refuse again, I shall truly be upset, Director Kai warned. With a soft sigh, Yifei conceded, since you insist, Director Kai, I shall accept it. Of course, should you ever wish to reclaim it, please do not hesitate to let me know. I promise to return it in full. My dear child, one does not take back a gift. Rest assured and keep it. Thank you, Director Kai. Yifei nodded earnestly. Afterward, Yifei conversed with Director Kai for a while regarding matters of the welfare institution before taking his leave. On his journey back to Villa No. 6 in Maple Leaf Villa District, Yifei occasionally glanced at the wooden box on the passenger seat, still unable to quell the tumult of emotions within him. He could hardly believe that this set of Bien K divine needles, which had driven all the traditional Chinese medicine families into a frenzy, had come into his possession. Truly, fate is a whimsical force. However, having accepted the BNK divine needle, he vowed to wield it with utmost responsibility to save lives and alleviate suffering, and to fulfill his duty to the world. Chapter 39. A conversation about life by the time Yi Fei returned to the villa. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. After parking his car in the courtyard, he embraced a wooden box and stepped inside. As he entered, he spotted Gu Qingsheng and her sister Gu Xiaoran seated in the living room, engrossed in a television show. Upon hearing the sound of the door, both turned their heads in unison, their gazes fixed on Yi Fei. He froze momentarily and chuckled awkwardly. Good evening, Ms. Gu Xiaoran. Good evening? Hardly. Seeing you puts me in a foul mood. Gu Xiaoran shot back, her eyes narrowing at Yi Fei, still irked by his earlier remarks about her modest bust, claiming she was suited for a B cup rather than a C cup. Just you wait, I'm not done with you. Xiaoran, how can you speak like that? Gu Qingsheng admonished her sister before turning to Yi Fei with a curious expression. Where have you been, Yi Fei? Oh, Ms. Gu, I was just meeting a friend. Yi Fei replied with a grin. Ha, it's quite a rarity for someone like you to have friends. Gu Xiaoran shook her head in disbelief. Of course, I have friends all over the world. Who doesn't he know me? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow playfully. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Have you inflated your ego to celestial heights? Gu Xiaoran rolled her eyes at him. Indeed, this little girl had her own charm, even when rolling her eyes. She was already captivating at her age, and if she blossomed further in a few years, she might become a true beauty, capable of causing quite a stir. All right, enough bickering, you two. If I didn't know better, do you think I was raising a pair of children? Gu Qingsheng remarked, shaking her head in exasperation. Yi Fei, have you had dinner yet? At her inquiry, Yi Fei smacked his forehead. Oh dear, Ms. Gu, hearing you say that reminds me that I haven't eaten. I knew it. Thankfully, I saved some food for you. Gu Qingsheng smiled before rising from her seat. But it's probably cold by now. Let me heat it up for you. Really, no need to trouble yourself. I'm quite a rough fellow. I can make do with anything. Yi Fei chuckled. Indeed, he is a rough man. He could eat slop and be satisfied. Gu Xiaoran chimed in. Xiaoran, can you keep quiet for a moment? It's getting late, and you have school tomorrow. Off to bed with you. Gu Qingsheng commanded her sister. Oh. Gu Xiaoran pouted, feeling a bit wronged, but she sulked upstairs. Just before ascending, she turned back and mouthed to Yi Fei, Yi Fei, just you wait, this isn't over. Yi Fei, still smiling, replied, a woman should be confident. You can be quite beautiful. His words nearly sent Gu Xiaoran reeling in frustration. She raised her middle finger at him in retaliation before stomping up the stairs. Don't take it to heart. She has been spoiled by me and doesn't know how to speak properly, Gu Qingsheng said with a hint of helplessness. It's quite all right, President Gu. It is typical for children in their rebellious phase to behave this way. I shall not take it to heart, Yi Fei said with a warm smile. Gu Qingsheng nodded and replied, Yi Fei, please wait a moment. I will go warm up your meal. With that, Gu Qingsheng donned an apron and entered the kitchen. Observing her graceful silhouette, Yi Fei felt a subtle smile tug at his lips, contemplating that this beautiful president was not only stunningly elegant, but also gentle and virtuous. To marry such a woman would surely be the dream of every man. Yi Fei chuckled to himself, placing the box in his room before heading to the living room to watch television for a while. Before long, the rich aroma of cooked dishes wafted through the air, and soon after, Gu Qingsheng emerged with the prepared meal. President Gu, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. I could smell the delightful fragrance from afar. Yi Fei praised sincerely. All right, enough flattery. Hurry and eat, then get some rest. Gu Qingsheng said with a smile as she removed her apron. Good night, President Gu, Yi Fei replied cheerfully. Good night. Gu Qingsheng nodded before ascending the stairs. Contentedly, Yi Fei finished his dinner and washed the dishes. Reclining on the sofa, he pulled out a red double happiness cigarette, preparing to light it when a sharp voice pierced the air. No smoking in the house. He looked up to see Gu Xiaoran, clad in a cartoon-themed pajama set, hands on her hips, glaring at him. Xiaoran, why are you still awake? Yi Fei asked, tucking the cigarette away with a mischievous grin. Could it be that the long night leaves you restless, yearning for company to discuss the intricacies of life. Discuss your own life. Gu Xiaoran retorted sharply. The light in my room has gone out. You need to fix it. The light is out? Yi Fei was taken aback. Really? Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you? Gu Xiaoran glared at him. Yi Fei, you can't possibly not know how to fix a light. You're a bodyguard, after all. Can you really not manage even that? Yi Fei felt somewhat speechless. What connection was there between being a bodyguard and fixing a light? Are you going or not? Gu Xiaoran pressed, growing impatient. Call me Brother Fei, and I shall assist you, Yi Fei said, reclining comfortably. Brother Fei, you. Gu Xiaoran was infuriated, ready to unleash a string of curses, but then realized she had dug herself a hole. If he refused to jump in, her efforts would be in vain. With that thought, she quickly shifted her tone, sweetly imploring, Brother Fei, won't you please help me? The enchanting lilt of her voice sent a shiver down Yi Fei's spine. This little girl was indeed a captivating sprite. Fine, just act normally, and I will help you fix it, he conceded. Upon hearing his agreement, Gu Xiaoran immediately returned to her usual demeanor, saying, Great, I will head upstairs. You go to the storage room and fetch the tools before coming up. With that, she scampered up the stairs. Observing Gu Xiaoran's swaying form, Yi Fei couldn't help but smirk, pondering whether the little girl was concocting some mischief. However, he dismissed the thought. After all, how could he not handle this playful child? It was quite the jest. Yi Fei retrieved a toolbox and a folding ladder from the storage room and ascended the stairs, arriving at Gu Xiaoran's chamber. He tested the switch, and, as expected, the light failed to illuminate. It must be a faulty connection. Glancing at the light bulb, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of something intriguing on the coat rack beside the desk. To his astonishment, there lay a lace bra and a thong. The mere sight of these items ignited a sudden warmth within him. I have no idea, you figured out. I'm off to take a shower, Gu Xiaoran said, sensing that she had successfully baited him. With a sly smile, she exited the room, closing the door behind her. Yet, instead of showering, she pressed her ear against the door, straining to hear the happenings within. At that moment, her imagination conjured up a rather vivid scene in her mind's eye. Yi Fei appeared rather lascivious, holding her intimate garments close to his nose. Oh dear, that image was far too provocative. Gu Xiaoran's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing as she thought to herself, if Yi Fei truly did that, her cherished garments would be tarnished forever. No way would she ever want something touched by a filthy man. After a few minutes, the corners of Gu Xiaoran's mouth curled upwards. Surely, the bait had been taken. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly flung open the door and exclaimed, Yi Fei, what are you doing? However, upon entering, the scene before her was not at all what she had envisioned. Yi Fei stood atop the ladder, diligently working on the light bulb, and her intimate apparel remained untouched on the rack. Startled by her abrupt entrance, Yi Fei feigned surprise, exclaiming, Oh my, Xiaoran, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought something was amiss. By the way, Xiaoran, weren't you going to shower? Didn't you finish so soon? Gu Xiaoran felt a surge of frustration. She wanted to shout at him, questioning whether he was even a man at all. Did he truly manage to resist such a tempting allure? Yet, acknowledging that such a reaction might be inappropriate, she suppressed her ire and replied, Oh, I thought it might be more convenient to wait until you fix the light before I shower. Chapter 040, I miss you so much. Yi Fei chuckled to himself, clapped his hands, and leaped down from the ladder. Give the switch a try. The light should be fixed now. Gu Xiaoran pressed the switch with a hint of skepticism, and the room, once shrouded in darkness, was illuminated once more. Wow, Yi Fei, not bad. I didn't expect you to be adept not only at fighting, but also at home repairs. Gu Xiaoran smiled brightly. Of course, I, Fei Gu, am quite the versatile one. Yi Fei raised an eyebrow and continued, All right, Xiaoran, get some rest. I'll head down first. With that, he began to gather his tools. Wait, Gu Xiaoran called out urgently. Is there something else? Ye fi fine ignorante. Gu Xiaoran's eyes sparkled mischievously as she said, To thank you for your immense help. Let us share a hug. Sure. Xiaoran, when did you become so agreeable? Yi Fei approached her with a grin and embraced her tightly. The proximity between them was palpable. Although Gu Xiaoran's figure was petite, it did not imply a lack of softness. In that embrace, Yi Fei felt an unexpected tenderness that stirred his heart. Suppressing her urge to curse, Gu Xiaoran squinted and whispered in Yi Fei's ear, "Yi Fei, if I were to suddenly scream assault right now, do you think my sister would rush in and throw you out? Come on, Xiaoran, this isn't assault." Yi Fei shook his head, then, with a playful smirk, added, "Let me demonstrate what truly constitutes an offense." Just as his words hung in the air, a sharp sound echoed. Yi Fei's right hand playfully smacked Gu Xiaoran's pert backside, relishing the moment. Quite a delightful sensation. "You jerk. Yi Fei, I'll get you for this." Gu Xiaoran's face flushed crimson as she lifted her right leg, aiming a playful kick at Yi Fei. Yi Fei's expression shifted, and he hastily released Gu Xiaoran, retreating a few steps. "Whoa, Xiaoran, you're ruthless. Is your first move meant to ensure my lineage ends here?" Gu Xiaoran's eyes blazed with fury as she pointed towards the door and shouted, "I don't want to see you. Get out now. Go." Yi Fei merely shrugged and picked up his tools, exiting the room. As he reached the doorway, he smacked his lips and remarked, "Xiaoran, your age. You should be wearing cute strawberry or ollie patterns. That lace stuff really doesn't suit you." With that, he dashed down the stairs. Yi Fei, you scoundrel. I'll kill you." Gu Xiaoran's piercing scream followed as she hurled a doll at the door. Once Yi Fei had left, a smirk crept onto Gu Xiaoran's face as she thought, the camera must have captured that entire scene, right? "Ha, Yi Fei, how dare you offend me? Just wait until tomorrow." Feeling triumphant, she rushed to the corner of her room near the wardrobe to retrieve her miniature camera. However, to her astonishment, she discovered that her black underwear was draped over it, perfectly obstructing the lens. "What on earth is happening?" Gu Xiaoran suddenly gasped, lifting her camera only to realize that aside from capturing the moments before Yi Fei entered the room, it recorded nothing further. Descending the stairs, Yi Fei grinned, chuckling to himself, "Little girl, attempting to play tricks on me is sheer folly." Casting a glance at Gu Xiaoran's room, he hummed a tune, carefully placing his tools before returning to his own quarters. After a casual shower, Yi Fei lit a cigarette, pondering the incident of being followed by the flamingo earlier that afternoon. He deemed it prudent to inform his associates to address the matter. Otherwise, the flamingo's crew would persist in creating disturbances, which was far from ideal. Taking a deep drag, he powered on his second-hand computer, swiftly typing an array of peculiar characters. The screen abruptly went dark, only to illuminate once more, revealing a lavish, European-style room adorned with gilded furniture, exquisite lamps with fringes, and silk-like drapes and bedding, all exuding opulence. "Elena, stop hiding. I can see your shadow. Come out." Yi Fei exhaled a smoke ring, articulating in fluent English, "Oh dear Mars, you are truly insufferable. I merely wish to play a game of hide and seek." A sultry voice responded. Soon after, a foreign woman clad in a flowing black chiffon gown, which elegantly outlined her alluring figure, appeared before the computer, a glass of red wine in hand, her expression radiating warmth. With cascading golden waves of hair casually draped over her shoulders, every strand exuded a tantalizing allure. Her thick lashes beguiling gaze, and sensuous lips all hinted at an irresistible charm. "Elena, how have you been lately?" Yi Fei inquired, a faint smile gracing his lips. His eyes filled with a nostalgic glimmer upon seeing the enchanting woman. "Dearest Mars, without you, how could I possibly thrive? Just look, Haven Tea, I lost a bit of weight," Elena replied, playfully supporting her chest and inching closer to the camera. Witnessing this scene nearly caused Yi Fei to lose his composure. "Come on now, with those 36D proportions, how much thinner could you possibly get?" Clearing his throat, he continued, "All right, enough of the frivolity. Elena, I have serious matters to discuss." "Very well, Mars, what is it?" Elena's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Today, a few members of the Flamingo approached me," Yi Fei stated casually. "The Flamingo? What do they want with you?" Elena's expression shifted, filled with concern. "They are targeting Void," Yi Fei replied. "What? A C-class bounty hunter organization dares to set their sights on Void? They are truly courting disaster." Elena's alluring visage instantly turned stern. "Mars, shall I dispatch someone to eliminate these ruffians at once?" "Ah, Elena, despite your striking beauty, Why do you exhibit such a penchant for violence in your speech and actions? Yifei found himself rather exasperated. Although Elena was undeniably stunning, she was also a veritable embodiment of aggression. Particularly when it came to matters concerning herself, this woman was exceedingly prone to anger. He still recalled an incident with a third-tier mercenary group, which met its doom merely because their leader had uttered a few disparaging words towards her. "They are unforgivable for having disturbed you," Elena stated coldly. Now, Elena, they haven't harmed me in any way. So could you please temper your fury? Yefi chocolate lightly. If you have the time, perhaps you could issue a warning to the leader of the flamingos. Should they remain obstinate, then you may reconsider their fate. Very well, Mars, Elena nodded in agreement. Yifei exhaled a puff of smoke and gently inquired, "Elena, how have the siblings been faring lately?" "Oh, it's the same as ever," Elena shrugged, adding, "but we all miss you quite a bit. When will you return?" It may take a while longer," Yifei replied. During this visit to Huaxia, aside from recuperating his health, he was also in search of his mother's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Elena's expression turned sour. "Dear Mars, what could possibly be appealing about Huaxia when we have our sanctuary here? Please return soon. I miss you terribly. Alright, Elena. I shall return once matters are resolved," Yifei replied with a faint smile. He then asked, "By the way, Elena, have you made any progress on the information I provided?" "Mars, it is rather peculiar. Our eye can retrieve data on any individual in the world. Yet we cannot locate the woman you mentioned," Elena remarked, taking a sip of red wine. "Could it be that the woman you speak of is not even on Earth?" "Do not indulge in such fanciful thoughts. Regardless, continue your investigation and inform me if you uncover any leads. Understood, Mars. For now, let us leave it at that. I shall reach out if anything arises." With that, Yifei typed a few commands on the keyboard, causing the computer screen to revert to its main display. Chapter 041. The Design of Revenge. After finishing a cigarette, Yifei turned off his computer and retrieved a box containing the BNK Divine Needles. Upon opening the box, he beheld 9 needles quietly resting within. Each of these needles was crafted from exquisite bien stone, gleaming black and perfectly rounded, with each needle differing in length and thickness. Yifei understood that each needle possessed its own unique function, all of which were indispensable. As he carefully examined each of the needles, Yifei could not shake the feeling that the BNK Divine Needles were no different from ordinary Bien needles. Could it be that these needles truly held the medical legacy of the legendary physician BNK? Perhaps it was all a ruse. With a slight curl of his lips, an idea suddenly struck him. Why not infuse his true energy into the BNK Divine Needles and see what happens? Without hesitation, he picked up one of the needles, summoned the true energy from his dantian, and gradually directed it into the needle. After a moment, Yifei was astonished to find that the needle had become even more lustrous, and a warm sensation emanated from its body. His expression shifted in surprise. Could there truly be a reaction? Seeing the BNK Divine Needle change before his eyes, Yifei did not pause. He continued to channel his true energy into it. However, the needle seemed to be an insatiable abyss, absorbing all the true energy he provided without yielding any further response. Goodness, this needle is like a bottomless pit. If I continue to pour my true energy, I might be drained entirely. Realizing this, Yifei hurriedly ceased the transmission of his true energy. Nevertheless, the BNK Divine Needle had been wielded by the great physician of yore. An ancient medical text recorded that it could revive the dead and heal the gravely ill, yielding remarkable results. Perhaps he should attempt to use the BNK Divine Needle next time. With a grin, Yifei retrieved a black cloth pouch from his pocket, took out a set of silver needles, and placed the BNK Divine Needle within, before returning the pouch to his pocket. Back on the bed, Yifei sat cross-legged and resumed his practice of the heavenly transformation technique. He cycled through several rounds until the true energy in his dantian reached a saturated state, after which he succumbed to a deep slumber. The night in Ninghai City was dark and heavy, as if an endless coat of ink had been smeared across the sky, obscuring even the faintest glimmer of stars. At midnight, in the Prestige Club's supreme VIP room, an elderly man with a thin, wiry frame and a mustache stood beside Song Juiyu, speaking. I have thoroughly investigated Yi Fei's background, he said. The man, named Sun Rui, despite his advanced age, was formidable, having dedicated 2 to 3 decades to the study of Xingyiquan, mastering it to an extraordinary degree. He was a master-level expert. It was precisely due to Sun Rui's exceptional martial prowess that he earned the admiration of Song Hongyu, chairman of the Hongta Group and Song Zhuiyu's father. Today, after witnessing the incapacitation of his 2 bodyguards by Yi Fei, Song Zhuiyu had summoned Sun Rui for assistance. The purpose is to bolster one's courage and seek vengeance against Yi Fei. Uncle Sun, please enlighten me about that scoundrel's background. Song Zhuiyu took a glass of red wine from a nearby young model and took a sip. All right, young Master Song. Sun Rui nodded and began to speak slowly. Yi Fei hails from Ninghai City. At the tender age of 8, his mother abandoned him, and his father passed away due to illness, leading him to be placed in an orphanage. After spending 2 years there, he was adopted by a mysterious woman. Subsequently, he went abroad and only returned last year, residing in the Taiyan community. Just a few days ago, he became Gu Qingqing's assistant and driver. In essence, he possesses no significant background, so whether we cripple him or eliminate him, there would be no repercussions. However, I believe for someone of such low stature, we need not be overly concerned. A lesson will suffice. What kind of lesson do you think would be appropriate? Song Zhuiyu asked with a smile. I believe breaking 2 of his legs should suffice. Sun Rui replied. All right, I shall heed Uncle Sun's advice and break his legs. Oh no, 2 legs are insufficient. We should break 3. Song Zhuiyu grinned menacingly, declaring, since this wretch dares to act arrogantly before me and compete for women, I cannot let him off so easily. I will break 3 of his legs and make him kneel and beg for forgiveness. Song Zhuiyu seemed to envision the scene of Yi Fei kneeling before him, apologizing. In his excitement, he inadvertently tightened his grip on the young model beside him, causing her to wince in pain while daring not to utter a sound. Sun Rui showed no signs of finding Song Zhuiyu's suggestion particularly cruel. He was already accustomed to such matters. Thus, he nodded and said, Young Master Song, I happen to know the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance's Tiger Hall in the Southern District. We could enlist his help to teach Yi Fei a lesson. It would only require a bit of extra money. Leader Lei? Song Zhuiyu scoffed. What strength could a thug possibly possess? Sun Rui chuckled, Young Master Song. You might be unaware. The leader of Tiger Hall, Lei Hu, used to participate in underground boxing matches and possesses decent personal strength. Moreover, he commands over 200 men, all of whom are hardened fighters. If Lei Hu brings along a dozen of them, they could certainly give Yi Fei a severe lesson. Goodness. So this Lei Hu commands such a following. Song Zhuiyu's excitement was evident as he said, Let us indeed enlist Lei Hu as assistance. Furthermore, I wish to witness Yi Fei being taught a lesson by those ruffians, and then I shall crush his manhood. Young master, I believe that may be unnecessary, Sun Rui remarked, slightly furrowing his brow. Having them teach him a lesson is sufficient. You should not involve yourself. Besides, I must accompany the elder on some errands in the coming days. If anything should happen to you, the elder will certainly hold me accountable. It is of no concern. Uncle Sunday, with so many under Lei Hu's command, even if he only brings a dozen men, Yi Fei will undoubtedly be left begging for mercy. Song Zhuiyu declared with an air of confidence. Sun Rui pondered for a moment, finding merit in Song Zhuiyu's words, and thus refrained from further dissent. He replied, Very well, young Master Song. Shall we set the time for tomorrow noon? Indeed, I can hardly wait to eliminate him. Song Zhuiyu responded with a chilling smile. However, young Master Song, there remains a pressing issue to address. What issue? Song Zhuiyu inquired. If that young man remains at Qingqing International and does not emerge, it would be difficult for us to take action. Sun Rui replied. Indeed, that is a dilemma. After all, I have yet to win over Gu Qingqing. Should I rashly invade Qingqing International, I would lose any semblance of goodwill in her eyes. Song Zhuiyu stroked his chin, suddenly breaking into laughter as he exclaimed, Uncle Sun, I have a plan. What plan? That fellow is quite the opportunist, relishing in taking advantage of others. Thus, tomorrow, I shall feign an invitation to dinner under the guise of an apology to lure him out. Once he agrees to meet, he will find himself at our mercy Nothing more than fish on our chopping board. Song Zhuyu erupted in hearty laughter, momentarily feeling like a genius for devising such a splendid scheme. Very well, young Master Song. I shall contact Lei Hu at once. Once he consents, I will relay his number to you. Thank you. Uncle Sunday, Sun Rui nodded and then exited the private room. Once the door closed, a fierce glint appeared in Song Zhuyu's eyes. He muttered, Yi Fei, tomorrow, I shall ensure your demise. And Gu Qingsheng, you will ultimately become my plaything. Just wait. With that, a surge of wicked fervor ignited within him. He glanced at the alluring model beside him, smirking as he said, You know what to do next, don't you? Of course, young master. The model nodded and promptly began to disrobe without hesitation. Enveloped in heated desire, Song Zhuyu. Chapter 042. Every word is true. As the morning sun streamed into the room, Yi Fei opened his eyes. Recalling the amusing moments spent in the company of Gu Qingsheng and Gu Xiaoran over the past few days brought a warm smile to his lips. The sensation of home enveloped him, instilling a sense of comfort. After lounging in bed for a while, he rose to wash up before stepping out of his room. The hour was still early, and the villa was enveloped in a serene silence, with no sign of life from the sisters upstairs. One of them toiled at work, while the other endured the rigors of school. He decided to let them savor a bit more sleep. With a chuckle, Yi Fei donned an apron and entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast. 20 minutes later, the breakfast was ready. As he carried a plate of fried eggs towards the living room, he heard a commotion from upstairs. The door to one of the rooms swung open, revealing Gu Xiaoran clad in a cartoon-themed pajama set, her hair tousled and her eyes still heavy with sleep. Yawning, she queried, Sister, why are you up so early today? Good morning, Xiaoran. Yi Fei greeted her with a smile. Huh? Upon hearing his voice, Gu Xiaoran froze momentarily, her eyes widening as they landed on Yi Fei. With a tone of disdain, she remarked, Why are you the one making breakfast? Is it even edible? What do you mean, edible? Xiaoran, once you taste my breakfast, you'll surely crave it again, Yi Fei replied cheerfully. Hee, I'm afraid of food poisoning, Gu Xiaoran retorted with a cold laugh before retreating into the bathroom. At that moment, Gu Qingsheng, clad in a silk nightgown, hurriedly emerged from her room, exclaiming, Oh no, I haven't prepared breakfast yet. Xiaoran will surely go hungry. Good morning, Miss Gu. Yi Fei greeted her amiably, his gaze roving over her figure. The black silk gown accentuated her curvaceous form, her long, fair legs and slender waist exuding an alluring charm that beckoned curiosity. Ah, good morning, Gu Qingsheng, oblivious to Yi Fei's gaze, blinked in surprise and asked, You're making breakfast? Indeed, it's all ready. Hurry up and wash up, so you can enjoy it. Oh, all right. Gu Qingsheng nodded and also made her way to the bathroom. At the dining table, as Gu Qingsheng savored her 7/10 cooked fried egg, she praised, Yi Fei, I never expected your fried eggs would be this delicious. Both Xiaoran and I love them. If I don't like them. Gu Xiaoran, still irked, vented her frustration through her appetite. Last night, she had intended to capture the moment when Yi Fei had crossed a line, only to find herself at a loss, having been touched by that rascal without securing the evidence she desired. Thus, Gu Xiaoran channeled her indignation into her meal, devouring the breakfast with a fervor that left no crumbs behind. Xiaoran, eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Gu Qingsheng chuckled, shaking her head. The girl likely has a fondness for the breakfast prepared by Yi Fei, though she feigns indifference and refuses to admit it. Gulping down several mouthfuls of milk, Gu Xiaoran wiped her mouth and glared at Yi Fei with indignation, exclaiming, Yi Fei, speak up. What was the deal with the camera last night? Kameda, what camera? I know nothing of it. Yi Fei feigned ignorance. You. Gu Xiaoran was nearly apoplectic with rage. This fellow had used her underwear to obscure the camera and still would not confess. How shameless could one be? Xiaoran, Yi Fei, what are you two discussing? Gu Qingsheng inquired with curiosity. Oh, President Gu, we were just chatting about photography last night. Yi Fei laughed awkwardly. Oh, Yi Fei, you enjoy photography as well? Gu Qingsheng smiled and said, Xiaoran is quite fond of it too. Perhaps you two can converse more on the subject. Coughing violently, Gu Xiaoran nearly choked on her milk upon hearing Gu Qingsheng's words. What was there to discuss with this guy? How to shoot a film that could be completed with just the two of them? Huh. She wasn't that audacious yet. Glaring at Yi Fei's face, which was nearly convulsing with laughter, she subtly raised her middle finger and whispered, "Yi Fei, don't get too pleased with yourself. We shall see." A delightful breakfast came to a close. Yi Fei drove Gu Xiaoran to school first before heading towards Qingcheng International. On the way, Gu Qingcheng set down her tablet and turned to Yi Fei, asking, "Yi Fei, is there any progress on the bugging device?" "Yes, we're starting to see some leads," Yi Fei replied with a smile. "Now we just wait for the fish to bite." Gu Qingcheng nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and said, "Yi Fei, I appreciate your efforts." "Not a bother." Yi Fei chuckled and shook his head. "By the way, Yi Fei, when do you plan to start hiring security? Do you need any assistance?" Gu Qingcheng asked. "Yesterday, Sister Lan sent me an assistant, so I should be fine for now," Yi Fei responded. "Well, in any case, please keep a close eye on both matters," she concluded. "Understood, President Gu." Soon, the car arrived at Qingcheng International. Yi Fei and Gu Qingcheng took the elevator to the 30th floor, and as the doors opened, they spotted Qin Menglan, dressed in a fitted black gown, approaching with an anxious expression. "President Gu, yesterday, President Zhang of Fengrui International stated he was unwilling to sell the land in the northern district for 20 million. Qin Menglan wasted no time and got straight to the point. Were their demands? Gu Qingcheng furrowed her brow and inquired. "They are asking for an additional 20 million. Qin Menglan's expression turned cold. "But I believe that land is not worth that price. Indeed, we have already offered 30 million. Adding another 20 million far exceeds our budget." Gu Qingcheng said, furrowing her brow. "Assistant Qin, please come to my office. We need to discuss this in detail." "Understood, President Gu." Qin Menglan nodded and was about to accompany Gu Qingcheng to the office when Gu Qingcheng halted her steps and addressed Yi Fei, saying, "Yi Fei, why don't you come over and listen as well?" "Huh?" Yi Fei was taken aback, chuckling awkwardly. "Director Gu, you and Sister Lan are discussing matters of business. It seems I wouldn't be of much use there." To be frank, he had no desire to meddle in such commercial affairs, which often felt like a tedious game of deception. "You should learn a thing or two about business. It will benefit you in the future," Gu Qingcheng remarked. Gazing at Yi Fei, "Do you really wish to be a security guard and bodyguard for the rest of your life?" Yi Fei contemplated for a moment, wanting to express that, indeed, he yearned for such a simple existence. Yet, the prospect of engaging in conversation with two beautiful women made it seem less tedious. Thus, he nodded and replied, "All right, Director Gu, I will join you to listen." Gu Qingcheng acknowledged him with a nod and proceeded with Qin Menglan and Yi Fei toward the president's office. As they walked, Qin Menglan leaned towards Yi Fei and chuckled softly. "Yi Fei, am I mistaken? You, of all people, wish to learn about business knowledge?" "Not at all. I merely wish to have a legitimate opportunity to be in the presence of you two lovely ladies," Yi Fei retorted, pouting slightly. "You little rascal." Still as frivolous as ever, Qin Menglan shook her head in amusement. "Sister Lan, you look exceptionally beautiful today." Yi Fei grinned and added, "Even more so than yesterday." "You little scoundrel, with your flowery words. Who can tell which are true and which are not?" Qin Menglan teased, playfully rolling her eyes at him. "I assure you, every word I utter is true, not a single falsehood," Yi Fei declared earnestly, holding up 4 fingers. All right, enough of your nonsense. Let us go in." Qin Menglan laughed and walked into the office alongside Yi Fei. "Sister Lan, Yi Fei, please take a seat," Gu Qingcheng offered, pouring them each a glass of water before sitting opposite Qin Menglan. "Sister Lan, could you elaborate on what exactly is happening?" Qin Menglan nodded and began. "Qingcheng, the land currently being sold by Fengrui International is sought after not only by our company, but also by 2 other firms. Thus, we now face 2 additional competitors." "2 other companies? Which ones?" Gu Qingcheng inquired. Chapter 43, Deception in Warfare. "One party is Micron Technology, and the other is Huaxin Group," Qin Menglan replied. "No wonder Fengrui International has hiked their price. It turns out there are other buyers," Gu Qingcheng remarked with a hint of indifference. Qin Menglan, with a serious expression, stated, "Fengrui International is utterly shameless. They previously discussed 30 million, and now, just a few days later, they have raised it by 20 million. How audacious." "Sister Lan, I believe there is nothing particularly shameless about this. After all, the marketplace is akin to a battlefield. Feng International's actions are merely an attempt to secure greater profits. Interjected Yi Fei with a yawn. Indeed, I concur with Yi Fei's perspective. Gu Qingxing nodded, her brow slightly furrowing as she continued. It appears we have been somewhat negligent. I did not anticipate Feng International would change their stance so swiftly. Qingcheng, what should we do now? Are we to acquiesce to Feng International's demands and add an extra 20 million? Qin Minglan inquired with a furrowed brow. Adding an additional 20 million is certainly out of the question. Gu Qingcheng shook her head decisively. We cannot compromise the reserve funds of Qingcheng International merely to acquire that piece of land. Are we to forego that land entirely? Qin Minglan pressed on. Absolutely not. Gu Qingcheng firmly replied. Qingcheng International is currently in a phase of rapid development. Acquiring that land is imperative. Then shall we revisit Feng International for further negotiations? Qin Minglan felt a twinge of displeasure, as this project was her initiative, and now it seemed she had been outmaneuvered. However, for the sake of Qingcheng International, she had no choice but to suppress her frustration and engage with them once more. Sister Lan, let us not rush. Perhaps we can devise alternative strategies. Gu Qingcheng asserted with unwavering resolve. Very well. Qin Minglan nodded and began to review the information on Feng International displayed on her tablet. Gu Qingcheng also examined the materials closely, pondering deeply. Meanwhile, Yi Fei's gaze flitted between the two women. Soon enough, he reached a rather amusing conclusion. Qin Minglan's figure was more voluptuous compared to Gu Qingcheng, who appeared slender yet had a more curvaceous feel upon touch. Yi Fei, what are you staring at? Gu Qingcheng noticed something amiss in his expression. I'm not looking at anything. Yi Fei awkwardly smiled, then added cough. Ms. Gu, didn't you mention I should learn about commercial knowledge? Could you share a copy of Feng International's materials with me? Of course, no problem. Gu Qingcheng replied with a smile as she handed him a printed document. Grasping the materials, Yi Fei began to scrutinize them earnestly. Sitting beside him, Qin Minglan found the situation rather humorous and shook her head in amusement. This guy clearly got caught sneaking glances at Ms. Gu. Yet he pretends to be interested in the documents. What a laugh. After approximately 5 minutes, Yi Fei suddenly exclaimed, the elongated sound echoing in the quiet office, prompting both Gu Qingcheng and Qin Minglan to turn their attention towards him. Yi Fei, what troubles you? Gu Qingcheng inquired with a hint of curiosity. Meanwhile, Qin Minglan shot Yi Fei a disapproving glance, remarking, Yi Fei, do not disturb President Gu's contemplation. If you find it unbearable to stay here, you may as well leave. That's not it. Yi Fei waved his hand dismissively, explaining, I am merely perplexed. The financial chain of Feng International has evidently encountered issues. So why have they not hastily disposed of their land? By doing so, they could immediately secure funds to stabilize their company. Do they truly wish to witness their own bankruptcy? If that is their intent, I can only express my admiration. What? You claim Feng International's financial chain is in disarray? Gu Qingcheng gazed at Yi Fei, astonished. Indeed, President Gu, if you do not believe me, take a look here, here, and here. As Yi Fei spoke, he pointed to several points within the Feng International documents, smacking his lips as he remarked, from these indicators, it is evident that Feng International is indeed facing financial difficulties. Gu Qingcheng scrutinized the points Yi Fei indicated, and, upon careful analysis, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. President Gu, could it be that Feng International's financial chain is genuinely compromised? Qin Minglan asked, her uncertainty palpable. It is true, Sister Lan, examine these areas. Gu Qingcheng reiterated her findings to Qin Minglan. As Qin Minglan analyzed the points highlighted by Gu Qingcheng, she was taken aback. Het gazet tovart, je fi transformet. This young man not only possessed remarkable reading skills, but also an exceptional capacity for comprehension. To review all the documents in such a short span was impressive enough. Yet what astonished her further was his ability to uncover the concealed financial information within the data. One could not deny that he was exceptionally astute. Noticing the astonished expressions of Gu Qingcheng and Qin Minglan, Yi Fei chuckled and continued, It seems the two lovely ladies have also recognized this issue. Since that is the case, allow me to share the solution I have devised. What? You have even formulated a solution? Gu Qingqing's astonishment deepened. Yes. Though I'm unsure of its feasibility, Yi Fei replied with a grin. Regardless of its viability, please share. Qin Minglan interjected with a smile. She had a nagging suspicion that he had indeed conceived a viable plan. She eagerly anticipated the surprise he might unveil. Very well, I shall disclose it. Yi Fei cleared his throat and spoke fluently. Since Fengrui International desires an additional 20 million from us, let us accede to their request, increasing our offer to 40 million. 40 million? Yi Fei, are you out of your mind? Why will we raise the offer instead of reducing it? Qin Minglan exclaimed in disbelief. Yi Fei smiled and explained, by augmenting our offer by 40 million, they will undoubtedly hesitate over whether to sell that plot of land. They will ponder why that land holds such value that Qingcheng International would invest so heavily in its acquisition. Could it truly possess such significant worth? In this manner, they would invest time to comprehend. Fengrui International is not only insatiable, but also exceedingly greedy. They will indeed act as such. Gu Qingqing nodded in agreement. Yi Fei chuckled and continued. What we desire is for them to take the time to understand. For when they finally realize the situation, they will find that they have missed the optimal selling opportunity. Moreover, such outrageous pricing will deter Micron and Huaxin from making purchases. Thus, in due time, Fengrui International will inevitably turn to us at Qingqing International. At that point, regardless of the conditions we propose, they will have no choice but to acquiesce, as they will be left with no alternatives. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, both Gu Qingqing and Qin Minglan were astounded. This fellow had devised such a brilliant strategy in such a short span. Yi Fei, how did you conceive of this idea? Gu Qingqing inquired, her mouth agape in astonishment as she gazed at him. It stemmed from your earlier conversation, coupled with my own analysis of the data. Yi Fei replied with a grin. Yi Fei, you are truly remarkable. It's impressive that you could devise such a cunning plan. Qin Minglan praised, giving him a thumbs up. Haha, the marketplace is sometimes akin to a battlefield, where one must embrace cunning tactics. Yi Fei remarked with a smile. However, I quite favor this approach. If successful, you will have avenged me, Qin Minglan said, looking at Yi Fei with a cheerful demeanor. This plan is foolproof. It must succeed, Yi Fei declared with a confident smile. Gu Qingqing's enchanting eyes were fixed intently on Yi Fei, pondering, had this individual truly relied on carrying burdens to sustain himself? Such a nimble business acumen is not something just anyone possesses. President Gu, why are you gazing at me like that? Yi Fei asked, feeling a bit unnerved under her scrutiny. I was contemplating whether placing you in the security department was the right choice. Perhaps I should assign you to a different position? Gu Qingqing stated with utmost seriousness. No, President Gu, let's not do that. I have grown accustomed to my freedom. If you reassign me, it would surely suffocate me. Yi Fei hastily shook his head, then added, President Gu, Sister Lan, I must visit the security department now, so I shall not disturb you any longer. With that, Yi Fei made a hasty exit, leaving the two women exchanging glances in bewilderment. Chapter 044. The struggle for power. Upon departing from the president's office, Yi Fei made his way to the security department. As he entered, he observed several off-duty guards gathered in lively conversation. A square-faced guard, frothing at the mouth with enthusiasm, proclaimed, from my observations over the past few weeks, I believe Assistant Qin holds the most influence in the company. The other ladies simply cannot compare. Old Zhang, I must disagree with you. I think our receptionist, Xiao Wang, could certainly stand up to Assistant Qin, retorted a guard with a closely cropped haircut. That is not right. In my opinion, our company's first goddess, Manager Gu, is quite remarkable as well, exclaimed a round-faced man with small eyes, excitement evident in his voice. You're all mistaken. In my view, the new HR personnel, the stunning Miss Xia, is the most formidable, asserted another guard, who, while fanning himself with a book, added, You simply must see her. She is like a real-life version of a youthful beauty. Yi Fei could no longer tolerate their banter. Goodness, these fellows are spending their break discussing nothing but women, he thought. As the head of the security department, he felt compelled to address them. How can such an intriguing topic be discussed without including me? Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Gentlemen, what are you discussing?" Upon hearing his voice, the guards immediately stood, bowing deeply and cheerfully greeting. "Hello, Minister Yi." All right. No need for such grand gestures. Your formality makes me hesitant to return." Yi Fei chuckled, tossing a cigarette to each guard. "And let us not congregate here discussing such matters. This is a workplace, after all. If you wish to chat, take it outside." At his words, the guards burst into laughter. "Minister Yi, do you think our analysis is accurate?" The square-faced guard jested. "You are all mistaken. Based on my observations over the past couple of days, I can provide you with a precise answer," Yi Fei declared, lighting a cigarette. "What answer, Minister Yi? Have you managed to gather all the information? Do share with us." The guards urged in unison. "Very well. I shall enlighten you to spare you from further speculation." Yi Fei replied with a grin, then, adopting a serious tone, stated, "Miss Xia is a 36D, Assistant Shin is a 34D, Manager Gu is a 36C, and Xiao Wang is a 34C. With that, he walked into his office, leaving the guards gazing in admiration at his retreating figure. Wow, it turns out Minister Yi is the real expert. Old Zhang gasped in astonishment. The guards were left utterly in awe of Yi Fei. Returning to his office, Yi Fei shook his head with a light-hearted smile. He suddenly felt that this life was rather pleasant. At least it was easy, relaxed, and joyful, unlike the past, which was filled with violence, coldness, and bloodshed. Yi Fei chuckled softly and then opened his computer, downloading the currently popular game, League of Legends. He logged into his account and began to dominate the battlefield. Just as he was getting into the game, a knock echoed from the door. Yi Fei quickly minimized the game screen and said, "Come in." As the door swung open, Lu Man hurriedly rushed in. "Brother Fei, Deputy Minister Chun has arrived." "Deputy Minister Chun?" Yi Fei paused and inquired, "Which Deputy Minister Chun?" "It's Deputy Minister Chun Xiaobing from our security department at Qingcheng International." Yuman replied, "Oh, Chun Xiaobing is responsible for the factory side, right?" Yi Fei recalled what Gu Qingcheng had previously mentioned. At Qingcheng International, there were two teams of security personnel, one managed by Zhao Qiguang, overseeing the company, and the other by Chun Xiaobing, overseeing the factory. "Yes," Lu Man nodded, then leaned closer to Yi Fei and whispered, "Brother Fei, do you think Chun Xiaobing's sudden visit is an attempt to seize power?" "Seize power? Ha! That would depend on whether he possesses the capability." Yi Fei grinned and said, "Manzi, please invite Deputy Minister Chen in." "Understood, Brother Fei," Lu Man replied before exiting. Moments later, a tall man, over 6 feet in height, with a sturdy build and dark complexion, entered the room. This man was none other than Chun Xiaobing. He appeared to be in his 30s, with slightly thinning hair at the temples, thick and well-groomed eyebrows, and a pair of lively eyes. He walked with a firm demeanor, suggesting a military background. "You must be Minister Yi," Chun Xiaobing said with a smile, though a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, clearly taken aback by Yi Fei's youthfulness. "Yes, I am Yi Fei." Yi Fei smiled and gestured, "Deputy Minister Chun, please take a seat. There's no need to be too formal." "All right, thank you," Chun Xiaobing replied, settling into the seat opposite Yi Fei. "May I ask what brings you to the company today, Deputy Minister Chun?" Yi Fei invited cheerfully. Well, Minister Yi, I came primarily to introduce myself," Chun Xiaobing smiled, then asked, "I heard the company is looking to hire security personnel. Is that correct?" "Yes. Interviews will begin in a couple of days," Yi Fei confirmed. "Minister Yi, I heard the company is short-staffed these days. Would you like me to bring a few of my brothers to lend a hand?" Chun Xiaobing offered. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "Deputy Minister Chun, you needn't worry about that. Although we are short-staffed for now, we can manage with a few rotations, haha. Minister Yi, I'm just bringing in my men as a precaution." Chun Xiaobing chuckled. Yi Fei smiled again, saying, "Deputy Minister Chun, truly, there's no need for your concern here. Just ensure the safety of the factory side. Would you agree?" As he spoke, a subtle yet palpable pressure emanated from Yi Fei. Chun Xiaobing had intended to counter, but upon meeting Yi Fei's piercing gaze, he felt a tremor of unease within himself. He understood that Yi Fei was warning him not to overreach, advising him to focus on his own responsibilities. "Ha! You are right, Minister Yi. I will trouble you to protect the company diligently. Chun Xiaobing replied with a smile. I will, Yi Fei nodded, dissipating his oppressive aura. Deputy Minister Chun, once the company hires security personnel, please bring the brothers from the factory over. I intend to make some reallocations. Understood. Ministerie, Chan Shabi nodded. Then added with a grin, if you have no further matters, I shall take my leave. Yi Fei acknowledged him with a sound, and Chen Xiaobing chuckled awkwardly before departing. Upon exiting the office, a shadow flickered in Chen Xiaobing's eyes as he hurriedly left the security department. Inside the office, Yi Fei, with a cigarette in his mouth, exhaled a ring of smoke, chuckling softly to himself. The bolder the man, the greater the harvest. If one lacks the ability, one should refrain from vying for power. Haha. At that moment, Lu Man entered. As soon as he stepped in, Lu Man closed the door and whispered, Brother Fei, what did Chen Xiaobing say? Does he have intentions of usurping power? He does. Yi Fei nodded, a smirk appearing on his lips. However, he lacks the strength, so he has chosen to compromise. He is a wise man. Oh, that is good to hear. Lu Man patted his chest in relief. Why are you so concerned about this matter, Manzi? Yi Fei asked with a grin. Lu Man chuckled. Because I believe the position of security minister is only suited for you, Brother Fei. Speak plainly, Yi Fei urged. Because as long as you are here, you can protect me. Get lost. Yi Fei laughed, giving Lu Man a playful kick. Manzi, you must grow on your own. You can't expect me to protect you for a lifetime. A man must either have a strong fist or a sharp mind to earn respect. Otherwise, it's all nonsense. Brother Fei, I understand. I will definitely work hard to enhance my abilities, Lu Man asserted with a determined nod. All right, enough talk. Anyone can say words. Show me, with your actions. Yi Fei waved his hand, then inquired, Manzi, was there anything unusual in last night's surveillance footage? Brother Fei, there were no anomalies. This morning, I inquired with the colleagues on duty last night, and they reported no irregularities. Lu Man shook his head. Chapter 045. Who is calling? Is there no anomaly? Yi Fei chuckled softly and remarked, It seems that the fish are not yet eager enough. Brother Fei, what are you talking about? What fish and what eagerness? Lu Man gazed at Yi Fei with curiosity. I mean, one must not be impatient when fishing. Otherwise, one will catch nothing. Yi Fei replied courtly. Of course, Brother Fei, patience is essential in fishing. Otherwise, the fish will be frightened away. And how can one catch them then? Liu Man responded earnestly epsilon. Indeed, Manzi, you are correct. Fishing requires patience. If one is hasty, the fish will flee. Yi Fei nodded with a smile. Although his fish was not the same as Lu Man's, the essence remained unchanged. It appeared that capturing the individual who had planted the listening device would require a patient wait. However, you lot better not keep Brother Fei waiting too long. Otherwise, I shall surely crush your eggs. Seeing Yi Fei's expression shift, Lu Man felt somewhat bewildered. What was Brother Fei contemplating? He waved his hand in front of Yi Fei's face and said, Brother Fei, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yes, go ahead. Yi Fei nodded and added, By the way, Manzi, remember to diligently review the surveillance footage every day. If you notice anything unusual, inform me at once. Understood. Brother Fei, this matter is in my hands. Lu Man chuckled and was about to exit when Yi Fei called out to him again. Manzi, wait. Brother Fei, is there anything else? Lu Man turned to inquire. Did you practice the meditation techniques I provided you last night? Yi Fei asked. Of course, Brother Fei. Liu Man nodded, then scratched the back of his head and said, However, it seems I haven't seen much effect. What about becoming a super scion? Even if I can't become a super scion, becoming Superman would suffice. Get out of here. Have you fallen into a delusional phase again? Yi Fei playfully slapped the back of Lu Man's head and scolded. Are you foolish? Do you think you're consuming some miraculous elixir? You expect to see results so quickly? Brother Fei, I merely wish to become stronger quickly. Then I could protect myself. Liu Man grinned. Yi Fei let out a gentle sigh and said, Manzi, one must not be overly eager in cultivation. If you practice diligently, I assure you that before long, you will witness results. Cultivation? Lu Man asked, perplexed. Brother Fei, what do you mean by cultivation? Are you suggesting that I could ascend to the heavens like those depicted in fantasy tales? Ascend my foot. I'll make you fly first. Yi Fei kicked Lu Man in the rear, exclaiming, "Get out." Bang! After sending Lu Man out, Yi Fei closed the door. This fellow, suffering from late-stage delusions, was utterly impossible to converse with normally. Yi Fei shook his head in amusement, and then opened League of Legends to play a few more matches. Ding ding ding. His QQ notification chimed. A dialog box opened, revealing a user with the username Mushroom Stewed Timo, whose avatar depicted a charming and lovely young lady. The user exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! Master, you have finally come online. Hurry, take me to Diamond. My rank has plummeted back to Silver." Upon reading this, Yi Fei could not help but smirk and replied, "My valiant warrior, I just elevated you to Diamond not long ago, and you have already fallen to Silver? Even if you were to play with your eyes closed, it wouldn't happen so swiftly." The other party responded with a series of crying emojis, accompanied by the plea, "Master, save me." Yi Fei chuckled and shook his head, replying, "If you wish for my assistance, there is a customary price." The user responded, "Master, I have exhausted my pocket money for this month. Could you perhaps help me with some training, and I will transfer the payment to you next month?" Yi Fei straightforwardly replied with a simple no. The user then asked, "What if I offer myself instead?" "Boo-hoo." Yi Fei mischievously grinned and replied, "If you were a beauty, I might consider it. However, if you resemble an eyesore, akin to Feng Jia, I would rather not. I wish to live a few more years." Just then, there was a knock at the door. Yi Fei quickly typed, "We'll continue this conversation later," before closing QQ and minimizing the game, saying, "Come in." The door opened to reveal Xia Kersin, elegantly attired in a pink OL suit, carrying a document. Upon seeing her, Yi Fei's eyes lit up, and he promptly stood, exclaiming, "Ah, Miss Xia, what a pleasant surprise. Please, have a seat. Allow me to pour you some tea." He eagerly motioned for her to sit, preparing to brew tea. However, Xia Kersin felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety at Yi Fei's warm demeanor. Could it be that Director Yi genuinely harbored interest in her, perhaps intending to take advantage? Oh dear, I must always be ready to flee. Yi Fei noticed Xia Kersin standing awkwardly at the door and chuckled, "Miss Xia, come sit down. Why linger at the entrance?" Director Yi, perhaps I should refrain from sitting." Xia Kersin awkwardly smiled and shook her head repeatedly. "Miss Xia, I promise I won't tea bite. Why are you so tense?" Yi Fei chuckled helplessly and, unable to resist, took her hand, guiding her towards the sofa. Xia Kersin was momentarily taken aback before hastily withdrawing her hand. Flustered as she said, "Director Yi, there is no need for such formality. I can sit by myself." Taking a few deep breaths, she finally settled onto the sofa. Yi Fei felt resigned. It seemed that after yesterday's incident, this girl truly regarded him as a rogue. He handed her a cup of tea, asking, "Miss Xia, what brings you here today?" "Oh, Director Yi, I have prepared the recruitment draft. Please take a look." Xia Kersin quickly offered the document to Yi Fei. Yi Fei received the recruitment advertisement and briefly skimmed through it before nodding in approval. The copy is quite well written and captivating. Thank you for your praise, Minister Yi." The acknowledgement of her work brought a smile to Xia Kersin's face. "Minister Yi, if there are no issues with the copy, may I proceed with the publication?" Yi Fei pondered for a moment and replied, "Miss Xia, this draft is fundamentally sound. However, you might consider adding one more criterion to the applicant requirements." "Certainly, Minister Yi. What should I include?" Xia Kersin nodded and took out a pen and paper to jot it down. Yi Fei couldn't help but chuckle at her earnestness. "Miss Xia, it's simply to add a note that veterans will be given preferential treatment. No need to take notes." "Understood, Minister Yi. I will add that right away. Once that is complete, you may publish it." Yi Fei handed the document back to Xia Kersin and then added, "By the way, please arrange for the HR director to clear the indoor basketball court on the first floor for my recruitment event the day after tomorrow." "Of course, Minister Yi." Xia Kersin nodded and then inquired, "Is there anything else you require? If not, I shall return to my duties." She began to make her exit. Miss Xia, how about we have lunch together today? After all, we are partners in this endeavor." Yi Fei glanced at Xia Kersin's figure. Minister Yi, I have already made plans with someone else for lunch today, so that's all right. I will treat you to lunch after the recruitment." Yi Fei waved his hand dismissively. "All right then." Xia Kersin reluctantly nodded before hastily departing. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Fei shook his head in amusement. It was abundantly clear that the young lady had developed quite the confidence. Ah, being too handsome is indeed a burden. It leaves others feeling insecure. With a slight grimace, Yi Fei opened a game and resumed playing. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Yi Fei stretched, closed the game, and was about to call Lu Man to join him for lunch, hoping to enjoy the company of the beautiful women in the office when his phone rang. He took out his phone and noticed an unfamiliar number on the caller ID. Who could be calling? Chapter 046, A Feast Without Joy. However, Yi Fei did not ponder for long and promptly answered the call. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Yi? A voice rich in charm resonated from the other end of the line. Upon hearing it, Yi Fei narrowed his eyes. It's that fellow Song Juiyu. I never expected him to reach out so soon after I dealt with his two bodyguards. How intriguing. Oh, it is indeed young Master Song. What brings you to call me today? Yi Fei replied with a jovial tone. Ah, Mr. Yi, I must confess that I was quite rude to you yesterday. Upon reflection, I realized it was wholly inappropriate. Therefore, I would like to invite you to dinner as an apology, if you would be so gracious as to accept. Yi Fei sneered inwardly. Such trivial tactics could only be concocted by a foolish rich heir like Song Juiyu. Noticing Yi Fei's silence, Song Juiyu continued, Is Mr. Yi unwilling to join me? I assure you, my invitation is sincere, and I hope you do not misunderstand. Yi Fei chuckled softly. Ah, young Master Song, what are you thinking? How could I possibly misinterpret your intentions? Moreover, I am not one to refuse an invitation when a meal is offered. Haha, I knew Mr. Yi was a straightforward individual. Let us meet at 12:30 noon at Ju Xian Lu then. Looking forward to it, Yi Fei replied before hanging up the phone. This fellow, who had harbored such animosity towards him just yesterday, was now displaying an unusual warmth. It was indeed peculiar. It seems this feast lacks joy. Nevertheless, Yi Fei was never one to shy away from challenges. Since this lad wished to engage him in a game, he would happily oblige. With a grin, Yi Fei was about to exit his office when he spotted Lu Man approaching with a cheerful demeanor. Brother Fei, let us head to the cafeteria for a meal together. You must tell me all about unmatched. Manzi, we shall not dine in the cafeteria today, Yi Fei replied with a smile. Why not, Brother Fei? Are you abandoning those beautiful ladies? Smack! Yi Fei playfully swatted Lu Man on the back of his head and retorted, Manzi, do I strike you as someone who would forsake beautiful women? Well, certainly not, Lu Man replied earnestly, shaking his head. Exactly. The beautiful women are all part of our company. They want to go anywhere. Yi Fei tossed Lu Man a cigarette, lighting one for himself as he cheerfully added, Today, someone has invited us to Ju Xian Lu for a seafood feast, and I thought, how could I possibly decline such an opportunity? You see, Lu? Lu Man's eyes widened with excitement. My goodness, Brother Fei, Ju Xian Lu is the finest seafood restaurant in Ninghai City. I've heard that a meal there starts at no less than 10,000. Wow, that expensive? Indeed. Brother Fei, who is this person inviting you to such an extravagant meal? They must be quite influential. Yi Fei pondered briefly before responding. The Hongta Group is indeed a behemoth in Ninghai City, with a market value exceeding $1 trillion. It's astonishing that it started from humble beginnings. Lu Man chuckled awkwardly and said, Brother Fei, I've never been to such an upscale place. Could you take me there today? I think it might be best if you refrain from going, Yi Fei replied. Why not? As the saying goes, brothers should share both fortune and adversity. Are you no longer acknowledging me as your little brother? Lu Man said with a sorrowful expression. All right, Manzi, that is not what I meant, Yi Fei laughed gently. It's just that the person treating me to dinner today isn't a friend, and we have a bit of a rivalry. Therefore, I fear that something unpleasant might occur during the meal. What? It's just dinner. How could anything bad happen? You m'en taught it. Regardless, I insist you don't go. Yi Fei shook his head. No way, Brother Fei. Didn't you say you would help me build my courage? I believe this is a splendid opportunity. Besides, as your little brother, what is the harm in accompanying you into the lion's den? You m'en exclaimed. Hearing those words, Yi Fei felt a wave of emotion. He understood that although Lu Man could be a bit foolish, he wasn't naive. His insistence on going stemmed solely from his respect for Yi Fei. However, Yi Fei was aware that Song Juiyu was a petty individual who would seek revenge for any slight, and he feared for Lu Man's safety. With a sigh, Yi Fei asked seriously, Manzi, are you truly determined to go? Of course. Why miss out on good food? Besides, we live in a harmonious society. Those evildoers can't act brazenly. Yuman replied. Very well, then we shall go together, brother. All right, Brother Fei. Yi Fei smiled, and together they exited the office. After leaving the company, they hailed a taxi and headed straight to Ju Xianlu. The restaurant was not too far from Qingxing International, taking only about 20 minutes to reach. True to its reputation as the premier seafood establishment in Ninghai City, Ju Xianlu was resplendently decorated. At the entrance, 2 rows of tall, beautiful women clad in high-slit kipeos, showcasing their long legs, greeted the patrons with smiles, capturing everyone's attention. Wow! Lu Man gulped, exclaiming, goodness! Those long legs, cute bottoms, all these beauties! Bang! Yi Fei playfully knocked Lu Man on the head, chiding him, look at you, let us go inside. All right. Brother Fei. Lu Man nodded enthusiastically, though his eyes remained glued to the lovely ladies. Yi Fei was amused. How long had this guy been single? It seemed he would need to find him a girlfriend soon, or it would be quite embarrassing to take him out. Upon stepping into Ju Xianlu, they were immediately approached by a stunning woman in a high-slit red qipao. Her beauty and figure were comparable to that of a model. Lu Man, however, was puzzled, overwhelmed by the abundance of qipao-clad beauties that he didn't know where to look. Hello, may I ask if you have a reservation for 2? The qipao-clad beauty inquired with a smile. Though Yi Fei and Lu Man were dressed rather plainly, the beauty in the Cheongsam did not exhibit any disdain upon her face. It appeared that she had been well trained. I am looking for young Master Song, Yi Fei replied with a smile. Oh, you must be Mr. Yi, the beauty in the Cheongsam inquired. Indeed, Yi Fei nodded. This way, please. Young Master Song is at the Haiwang Pavilion, she said, leading Yi Fei and Lu Man toward their destination. Along the way, they were surrounded by a flurry of Cheongsam beauties, leaving Lu Man awestruck, nearly drooling with excitement. Before long, the beauty in the Cheongsam brought them to the entrance of the Haiwang Pavilion. Mr. Yi, this is the place. Young Master Song is inside, she said, bowing slightly. Thank you, Yi Fei responded, and the beauty departed. As he pushed open the intricately carved door, he was greeted by an interior that was nothing short of magnificent. A Persian carpet adorned with marine life covered the entire room, soft and comfortable underfoot. The nearly 200-square-meter private room housed 2 large tempered glass aquariums, filled with exotic marine creatures of unknown origin. In the center of the room sat a marble round table where Song Zhuyu was sipping red wine. Upon seeing Yi Fei, Song Zhuyu's gaze flickered momentarily before he promptly rose to greet him with enthusiasm. Ah, Mr. Yi, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. You must indulge me with a few drinks later. Of course, young Master Song. I assure you I will keep you company, Yi Fei replied with a hearty laugh. May I ask who this is? Song Zhuyu inquired, looking at Lu Man, who was clad in a security uniform. Oh, he is my brother, Lu Man, Yi Fei introduced with a smile. Song Zhuyu paused briefly, a silent mockery crossing his mind. A loser befriends another loser. Ha! Let us see how I can deal with the 2 of you, he thought to himself, while maintaining a bright smile as he turned to Lu Man. Brother Lu, your name is quite distinctive. Don't be shy. Since you are Mr. Yi's brother, you are my brother too. Thank you, young Master Song, Lu Man stammered, still in a daze. Goodness, this fellow is clad in high-end brands. Tall and handsome, exuding an extraordinary presence. He clearly is a super wealthy individual. Could it be that Brother Fei truly has a grudge against him? Chapter 47. What is the calculation? Is it possible? If Fei Gu truly has a grudge against this fellow, wouldn't he be in for a world of trouble? Nevertheless, the thought of having set his quick dial to 110 provided Lu Man with a sense of reassurance. Should things escalate, he could simply call the police. Once Yi Fei and Lu Man settled into their seats, a stunning waitress clad in a qipao gracefully entered the room, warmly inquiring, "What would you 3 like to eat?" With an air of pretentiousness, Song Zhuyu tossed the menu onto Yi Fei's table and declared, "Mr. Yi, please take a look and order whatever you desire. Today, this young master treats." Observing Song Zhuyu's ostentatious display of generosity, The cheap-how-clad beauty cast a meaningful glance his way. After all, the more expensive dishes the guests ordered, the higher her commission would be. Feeling the allure of the waitress's gaze, Song Zhuiyu's heart ignited with excitement, contemplating whether he should invite her next time for a round of drinks. Yi Fei, with a playful smile, turned to Song Zhuiyu and remarked, "Young Master Song is indeed generous. Since you insist, I shall not hold back." "Ha, Mr. Yi, no need for formality. Please order freely," Song Zhuiyu replied with a smile, though inwardly, he took another jab at Yi Fei, thinking how a rustic like him probably had never even set foot in such an upscale establishment. "Well then, young Master Song, I shall indeed be unreserved." Yi Fei chuckled, flipping through the menu and began to order, "Let us have a pound of the almas caviar." At this pronouncement, both the cheap-how beauty and Song Zhuiyu's expressions twitched in disbelief. What on earth? Who sells almas caviar by the pound? Others sell it by the gram, and it costs $1,000 per gram. If one were to order a pound, it would lead to financial ruin. Lu Man, noticing the astonishment on their faces, gently patted Yi Fei's hand and whispered, "Fei Gu, what exactly is this almas caviar? Is it delicious?" "Delicious, of course. It is truly a delicacy of the world." Yi Fei enthused. "Hey, Fei Gu, I must have a taste later," Lu Man chuckled. Yi Fei flashed a grin at the cheap-how beauty and inquired, "Excuse me, do you have a pound of almas caviar available?" The waitress offered an awkward smile and replied, "I'm sorry, sir, but we only have 20 grams of almas caviar left at Ju Xian Lu." "All right then, I'll take 20 grams, Yi Fei said nonchalantly, waving his hand. Upon hearing this, Song Zhuiyu felt a pang of regret. Goodness, spending over 100,000 on a single dish? Even if he was wealthy, such extravagance was beyond reason. However, with the thought of Yi Fei begging like a dog for his mercy soon, Song Zhuiyu managed to suppress his discomfort. As long as he could eliminate this fellow, spending a bit of money was of no consequence. Suddenly, Yi Fei began to order 8 imperial crabs weighing 10 jin, 12 exquisite abalones, and 15 Australian lobsters. By the time he reached the 8th dish, the cheap-how-clad waitress was beaming with delight, while Song Zhuiyu's face turned a shade of green. Goodness, 8 dishes had already cost a staggering 800,000. Spending such an exorbitant amount on a meal, especially for someone he did not care for, left Song Zhuiyu infuriated. He could not allow this fellow to continue ordering. Quickly, Song Zhuiyu interjected, "Mr. Yi, there are only 3 of us dining. It is unnecessary to order so much. If we find ourselves lacking, we can always order more, all right?" The last 2 words were nearly forced out through gritted teeth. "Ah, very well then. Let's limit our order for now." Yi Fei suppressed his urge to burst into laughter, nodding in agreement, thinking to himself, "If you wish to play tricks on me, I shall outwit you." "Excellent. Please hold on. The dishes will be served shortly," the cheap-how beauty exclaimed excitedly before leaving the private room. Once she departed, Song Zhuiyu produced a bottle of exquisitely packaged red wine, stating, "Mr. Yi, this is a red wine I brought back from the Aobikang estate, which costs about 50 to 60,000 a bottle. To apologize to you, I have specially brought it for you to taste, as a gesture of my sincerity." He proceeded to pour the wine. "By the way, young Master Song, the 82 law fight you served me last time was quite delightful. Why don't you bring out another bottle for us to enjoy?" Yi Fei said with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, Song Zhuiyu's hand trembled with anger. Did he think the 82 law fight was as accessible as bottled water? He had only managed to procure 2 bottles, and one was already consumed and the other ruined. The thought of this filled him with rage. With a strained smile, Song Zhuiyu replied, "I apologize, Mr. Yi, but I no longer have the 82 law fight. If the opportunity arises, I shall procure another bottle for you." "I see. That is quite all right." Yi Fei waved his hand graciously. After pouring the wine, Song Zhuiyu raised his glass and said, "Mr. Yi, Lu brother, let us toast to our acquaintance. May we celebrate this fortuitous meeting." With a crisp sound, the 3 clinked their glasses and downed the red wine in one go. "Brother Fei, isn't this wine supposed to cost 50 to 60,000 a bottle? It tastes rather similar to Great Wall Dry Red," Lu Man remarked while smacking his lips. "Ah, my friend, the flavor of wine is rather subjective. It is about the experience," Yi Fei laughed. "Ah, I understand now," Lu Man nodded in comprehension. Song Zhuyu could no longer tolerate the exchange between these two unsophisticated individuals. He lifted his glass and addressed Yi Fei. Mr. Yi, I apologize for any offense caused yesterday. I toast this to you as a gesture of my contrition. Ah, it is no matter. I am quite magnanimous, and I have already forgotten yesterday's events, Yi Fei said with a smile. The two clinked their glasses and emptied their drinks. At that moment, the dishes began to arrive one after another. As they gazed at the sumptuous seafood arrayed on the table, Yi Fei and Lu Man could scarcely contain their appetites, launching into a feast without waiting for Song Zhuyu to utter a word. Good heavens! Are these two gluttons reincarnated from starting spirits? Huh! Enjoy your meal, but just wait until I make you regret it later. Song Zhuyu thought to himself with a fierce glare while he savored his meal leisurely. He had intended to scoop a small spoonful of Ima's caviar, but just as he reached for it, Yi Fei swiftly seized the small bowl containing the caviar and cheerfully remarked, "Young Master Song, you must be tired of this caviar by now, so let us indulge instead." With that, Yi Fei patted Lu Man and urged, Come, try this. It's truly a delicacy. Mm. Lu Man mumbled with a mouthful of king crab, nodding his head in agreement. Song Zhuyu, suppressing his rising anger, reminded himself to remain calm. Now was not the time for fury. He glanced at his phone, puzzled as to why Brother Lei had yet to arrive. Just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Song Zhuyu nearly shouted in excitement. It was Brother Lei calling, indicating he was likely on his way. He quickly answered the call. Oh, Brother Lei, hello. We're at the Sea King Pavilion, yes. All right, I'll wait for you after hanging up. Song Zhuyu cast a half-smiling, half-sardonic look at Yi Fei and inquired, Yi Fei, have you had your fill? Almost, Yi Fei replied, gnawing on a crab leg. His words muffled. Since you've had enough, shall we settle the accounts now? Settle accounts? What accounts? Yi Fei feigned ignorance, his mind racing. Young Master Song, you can't possibly expect us to foot the bill, can you? No. Even if I asked you to pay, you couldn't afford it. I'll cover this meal. However, considering the expense, let us just say I'm feeding the dogs. Song Zhuyu's expression darkened suddenly as he said, Shouldn't we address what happened yesterday? Young Master Song, what do you mean? Didn't you say that today's meal would erase yesterday's incident? Yi Fei replied, bewildered. Erase it? How dare you? Song Zhuyu erupted in fury, rising to his feet. You're just a mere assistant, yet you dare to compete for women with me. And you have the audacity to act superior in my presence? You must be tired of living. Seeing Song Zhuyu's sudden outburst, Lu Man trembled in fear, stammering. Brother Fei, what is going on? Just a moment ago, weren't we all enjoying our meal? Chapter 048, 3 Legs. Ye Fi Chocolate. Realizing that this fellow still needed to toughen up, a mere ruffian's outburst had frightened him. That simply would not do. He patted Lu Man's hand and reassured, Manzi, with Brother Fei around, you shall be safe. Though filled with trepidation, Manzi nodded resolutely. Yi Fei, you can barely protect yourself. Yet you have the audacity to comfort others. Truly laughable. Song Zhuyu sneered coldly. Yi Fei retrieved a cigarette, placing it between Lu Man's lips before lighting one for himself. Taking a deep draw, he remarked, Song, have you considered this debt? It will be settled. It shall indeed. Song Zhuyu scoffed. Yi Fei, spare me your pretense of composure. Do you realize you are finished? I had hoped you had grown wiser, but alas, I was mistaken. You remain as foolish as a pig. Yi Fei merely smiled faintly and shook his head. Go ahead and laugh. Soon enough, I shall have you beaten to the point where you cannot even weep. Song Zhuyu barked menacingly. Suddenly, a heavy knocking resounded from outside the door. They're here. Song Zhuyu dashed to open the door, revealing a bald man adorned with a descending tiger tattoo, flanked by over 20 men who appeared quite fierce. You must be Brother Lei, correct? Upon seeing the gang, Song Zhuyu felt a surge of confidence and ushered them inside. The spacious private room was nearly filled to capacity. Yes, I am Lei Hu, young Master Song. Where is that brat you mentioned? Lei Hu bellowed. Right over there. Song Zhuyu pointed towards Yi Fei and continued, Brother Lei, have your men take care of this boy. Just don't kill him. I will handle the rest. Once it's done, I'll treat everyone to a grand time. with ample money and women. All right, young Master Song. You are indeed generous. Now, how would you like us to deal with him? Lei Hu's gaze fixated on Yi Fei's back. Break his 2 legs. No, make it 3 legs. Let us see if he dares to vie for women with me again, or put on airs before me. Song Zhuyu declared viciously. TSK, TSK, TSK. Young Master Song, you truly are ruthless. You think you can just decide to break my 3 legs with a mere word? Yi Fei's voice rang out helplessly in the room. I am indeed ruthless. I will see you dead. What will you do about it? Song Zhuyu retorted arrogantly. Fei. Brother Fei, please, please, don't be impulsive. There are more than 20 of them. Lu Man glanced at the thugs, nearly terrified to the point of losing control. Yi Fei simply smiled and patted Lu Man's shoulder before turning around. Upon recognizing Lei Hu among the newcomers, he couldn't help but feel amused. It seemed fate had intertwined their paths once again. When Lei Hu spotted Yi Fei, his expression shifted dramatically, and an involuntary shiver coursed through him. Oh my, how is it this esteemed gentleman? This gentleman not only possessed formidable strength, but was also backed by Xiao Lingyu, the daughter of the infamous Xiao Tianlong, the leader of the greatest gang in Ninghai City, the Tiandao Alliance. Although the Heavenly Path Alliance disbanded following the death of Xiao Tianlong, its lingering influence remained. Even their leader dared not offend her. So what was he? But a mere insignificant presence in her eyes? However, Song Zhuyu failed to notice the shifting expressions of Lei Hu as he continued to arrogantly point at Yi Fei, exclaiming, Yi Fei, you dare to laugh? I shall beat you to a pulp. With that, Song Zhuyu dramatically waved his hand. Brother Lei, let the others take him down. Finish him off. Yet, to his surprise, none of Lei Hu's companions moved. Huh? Song Zhuyu was momentarily bewildered. He turned to Lei Hu and inquired, Brother Lei, what are you doing? Why aren't you letting the brothers go? Young Master Song, do you not perceive a misunderstanding between you and this brother? Lei Hu furrowed his brow. He understood that Yi Fei was not one to be trifled with and had already resolved to withdraw with his men. If he were to offend Yi Fei, not only could Yi Fei eliminate him, but the woman behind Yi Fei would undoubtedly issue a kill order, leaving him no chance of escape. After weighing the pros and cons, he determined to side with Yi Fei. Brother Lei, I have no misunderstanding with him. I intend to deal with him. This brat was exceedingly arrogant before me yesterday, and even dared to vie for women with me. I must eliminate him. Song Zhuyu insisted. Apologies, young Master Song, but we shall not be taking on this task today. I will return your funds, Lei Hu said apologetically, preparing to leave with his subordinates. What do you mean, Brother Lei? Song Zhuyu was taken aback. Nothing much, young Master Song. I advise you to reconsider your actions, Lei Hu replied, casting a glance at Yi Fei as he prepared to depart. Just then, Yi Fei's voice rang out. Xiao Lei, wait. Xiao Lei. Upon hearing this address, Song Zhuyu felt his mind go blank as he pointed at both Lei Hu and Yi Fei, stammering, Why you? Ignoring Song Zhuyu, Lei Hu approached Yi Fei with a smile, saying, Brother Fei, is there something you need? Yi Fei exhaled a puff of smoke, squinting slightly as he asked, Xiao Lei, what did that fellow just say? Brother Fei, he said he wants to kill you, Lei Hu replied. Before that, Yi Fei pressed. He said he wants to break your 3 legs, Lei Hu stammered. 3 legs, is it? Yi Fei smirked coldly, then stated, Xiao Lei, I have a task for you. What task, Brother Fei? Just say the word. Break this fellow's 3 legs. Yi Fei's eyes glinted with a chilling light as he commanded. Lei Hu was instantly dumbfounded. What's with the Are you unwilling? Yi Fei asked, narrowing his eyes. Brother Fei, isn't that a bit too harsh? Lei Hu expressed his concerns, knowing that Song Zhuyu was no ordinary person. His father was the chairman of the Hongta Group, and causing him harm would surely lead to considerable trouble. He initiated the hostility. I merely echoed his words. Yi Fei replied with a faint smile, gazing at Lei Hu. Are you not going to make a move? Upon meeting Yi Fei's gaze, Lei Hu felt a wave of desolate killing intent wash over him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Lei Hu gritted his teeth, made a resolute decision, and with a sweeping gesture commanded, Go ahead, break his 3 legs. At his order, a thug brandishing a steel pipe advanced menacingly towards Song Zhuyu. Instantly, terror washed over Song Zhuyu, his face paling as he retreated desperately shouting, "You can't touch me. You can't touch me. My father is Song Hong Yu. Song Hong Yu, what of it? I only he brother Lei," spat a buzzcut thug, who then swung the steel pipe down onto one of Song Zhuiyu's legs. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing echoed sharply. Ah! Song Zhuiyu wailed in agony, collapsing to the ground and rolling in pain. Yet, no one responded to his cries, for prior to his arrival, an agreement had been made with the manager of Juxian Lu, stipulating that no one was to enter Hai Wanggu, regardless of the circumstances. Second one, Yi Fei remarked, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed the scene before him. Lu Man stood beside him, bewildered. It was the first time he had witnessed such a cold, ruthless side of his brother Fei, a stark contrast to the person he had come to know. Crack! The second bone fracture echoed ominously. Song Zhuiyu's screams pierced the air once more harrowing than before. Third one, Yi Fei stated calmly. Just as a thug prepared to deliver a kick to Song Zhuiyu's groin, Lei Hu rushed forward exclaiming, "Step aside. Let me handle the third." He then delivered a brutal kick aimed at Song Zhuiyu's groin. Smack! Ah! Song Zhuiyu shrieked, his body curling in excruciating pain. Lu Man swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine as he quickly clamped his legs together. Yi Fei, cigarette between his lips, approached Song Zhuiyu, seized his collar, and lifted him up. His voice cold as ice. "Song Zhuiyu, I offered you a chance last time, one you squandered by seeking trouble with me, as the saying goes. One chance leads to another, but no third will be granted. Consider this a lesson. Should there be a next time, I shall send you to meet the King of Hell." With that, Yi Fei unceremoniously tossed Song Zhuiyu onto the ground and declared, "Man, Xiao Lei, let us leave." "Yes, Brother Fei." Lu Man nodded, quickly following suit. Lei, who cast a final glance at Song Zhuiyu, shook his head, and, accompanied by his underlings, exited the private room. Chapter 49. A call from the commander. As Yi Fei stepped out of the Juxian building, he noticed Lei, who frowning deeply. He approached him, offering a cigarette with a smile, and asked, "Little Lei, are you still worried about what happened earlier?" "Bah, what do I have to worry about? Who do you think I am?" "I am Lei Hu, the esteemed leader of the Iron Blood Alliance. Countless foes have met their demise at my hands," Lei replied, striking a pose as he lit the cigarette. Yi Fei took a puff and gently patted Lei Hu on the shoulder, saying, "Come on, little Lei, stop pretending. I know you're concerned about earlier. Brother Fei, I truly..." Lei Hu began, but he sighed. "Brother Fei, we've dealt with Song Zhuiyu today. This matter will not end quietly. Do not fret. When the road ahead seems daunting, a way will surely emerge. After the darkness, light will reveal itself." Yi Fei reassured him with a smile. "If they do come after you, just tell them it was my doing." "Brother Fei, you..." Lei Hu looked at Yi Fei in astonishment. After all, the incident with Song Zhuiyu was no trivial matter, and Brother Fei had taken full responsibility without hesitation. It was impossible not to feel moved. In this world, one relies on brothers and loyalty, a brotherhood that surpasses all, and loyalty that stands side by side. "I know what you want to say. Some things need not be spoken," Yi Fei said with a smile. Lei Hu took a deep drag from a cigarette, then flicked the butt to the ground, speaking earnestly. "Brother Fei, have you ever considered living this life?" "Living this life? Ha! I never have," Yi Fei chuckled, shaking his head, thinking to himself, "Why I ventured out, you were probably still an innocent child. Brother Fei, if you ever choose this path, I will surely follow you." Lei Hu's gaze burned with intensity as he looked at Yi Fei. "Follow me?" Yi Fei smiled faintly. "Aren't you already following your own leader?" "Brother Fei, I must speak candidly. The Iron Blood Alliance is in utter chaos. Each leader has their own ambitions, seeking to break away and establish their own factions." With a wry smile, Lei Hu replied, "As the internal strife of the Iron Blood Alliance escalates, perhaps one day I shall meet my end in the streets. When that day comes, Brother Fei, please burn a few cigarettes for me. Otherwise, the afterlife will be unbearable." Smack! Yi Fei slapped the back of Lei Hu's head playfully. "Chida, you fool, why speak of death? Have you not enjoyed this splendid life enough? All right, Lei Hu, although I don't intend to live this life, I can grant you one request. If you ever find yourself on the brink, give me a call, and I promise to pull you back from the gates of death." "Brother Fei, you truly won't live this life?" Lei Hu asked, still not willing to let it go. If I were to live this life, what would become of you all? Yi Fei laughed heartily, giving Lei Hu a hearty pat on the shoulder. Little Lei, do not persuade me further. Everyone has their own aspirations. With that, Yi Fei and Lu Man departed in a taxi from the Juxian building. Once Yi Fei was gone, one of Lei Hu's trusted subordinates hurried over, asking Brother Lei, "What did you discuss with Brother Fei?" Lei Hu did not respond to his words, but instead inquired, "Jiang Chao, what do you think of Brother Fei?" He acts decisively, dauntlessly, and with a cunning yet ruthless heart. Jiang Chao pondered for a moment and added, "Moreover, I always feel that Brother Fei is not an ordinary person." Lei Hu chuckled and remarked, "If Brother Fei were an ordinary man, how could he possess such formidable skills? If Brother Fei were an ordinary man, why would that woman protect him so fiercely? If Brother Fei were an ordinary man, why did he remain unfazed when we dealt with Song Zhuyu, as if it were a commonplace occurrence?" The trio of conditional statements left Jiang Chao utterly perplexed. Lei Hu sighed and continued, "I just asked Brother Fei if he was willing to join us, but he outright declined. What a pity. If Brother Fei were to join us, the underworld of Ninghai City might truly undergo a transformation." Jiang Chao responded, "There is no need to lament. Everyone has their own aspirations. Let us depart." "Indeed, Brother Lei." With that, Lei Hu led a group of men into a van and departed from Juxian Lu. On the journey back to Qingcheng International, Lu Man remained in a state of bewilderment. The events that had just transpired felt like a roller coaster ride, encapsulated by the term tumultuous. Sitting beside him, Yi Fei smiled, aware that today's experiences were indeed a thrill for someone as timid as Lu Man. This was also the reason he had hesitated to bring Lu Man along. "Manzi, what are you pondering?" Yi Fei inquired with a grin. Lu Man snapped back to reality, glanced at the taxi driver, and quietly said, "Brother Fei, after you incapacitated young Master Song today, will there be repercussions?" "Indeed," Yi Fei replied without hesitation. "Oh, what shall we do then?" Lu Man grew anxious, his hands trembling as he exclaimed, "Brother Fei, that young Master Song is clearly a powerful and wealthy figure. How can we, mere security guards, contend with him? Manzi, do you not trust my abilities?" Yi Fei asked playfully. "Brother Fei, I recognize your personal strength. However, that does not equate to being able to confront a wealthy young master. What if he seeks retribution next time?" Lu Man said, his face etched with concern. "With the winds of spring blowing and drums of war sounding, who do I, Brother Fei, fear?" Yi Fei replied with a light-hearted smile. "No matter how Song Zhuyu wishes to retaliate, I shall meet it head-on, and with even greater ferocity, should he dare." As he spoke, a glint of coldness flickered in Yi Fei's eyes, leaving Lu Man too stunned to utter a word. He suddenly felt that Brother Fei was an enigma, leading him to muse that Brother Fei must certainly have a story to tell. "Manzi, you're not frightened, are you?" Yi Fei teased with a smirk. "Rest assured, Brother Fei will not abandon you." "Thank you, Brother Fei." Lu Man nodded appreciatively. "Haha, what for? We are brothers." Yi Fei responded with a broad grin. More than 20 minutes later, the taxi arrived at the Qingcheng International. Lu Man went on duty, and Yi Fei returned to the security department office to indulge in games. Meanwhile, at the luxurious suite of the Ninghai International Lido Hotel, Miller sat on the sofa. Puffing on a Danaman cigar, inquired, "Julie, Lisa, how goes your investigation?" "We have uncovered all the details regarding the woman who called Mr. Yi yesterday," replied the flamboyantly dressed African-American woman, Julie. "Oh, please share your findings with us," Miller said, taking a drag from his cigar. Julie nodded and produced a tablet, stating, "The woman's name is Lu Yi. She is 23 years old and was raised in the Blue Sky Orphanage. Currently, she teaches Chinese in class 1 of the 3rd year at Ninghai City First High School, residing at room 601, Unit 2, Building 8, Huacon Community. She has no notable background and is quite an ordinary woman. It would be rather easy to abduct her." "Indeed, that is the case," Lisa concurred. "Thank you for your hard work," Miller acknowledged with a nod. "Miller, Kakuza, have you two settled on a negotiation location?" "Yuli inquired. We have selected a site, an abandoned auto repair shop near the outskirts of the South District of Ninghai City. It is desolate and perfect for negotiations," Miller replied with a smile. "It seems we have already accomplished half of our mission," Kakuza shrugged, commenting. Since the leader entrusted this task to us, we must not disappoint his expectations. We must secure the void, Miller declared, rising. He placed his left hand on his chest, facing the southwest, and recited in an indigenous African dialect, Flamingo, "May your flames illuminate your people. Bless us to fulfill our mission with success." The other 3 members mirrored his gesture, silently reciting the same incantation. This was their faith in the flamingo. Every time they undertook a mission, the members would engage in prayer. At that moment, a rhythmic beeping echoed through the room. Everyone fell silent. It was likely the leader calling, Miller remarked, then picked up the satellite phone from the bedside table. Chapter 050. Who should we approach? Greetings, esteemed leader. I am Miller. Miller stepped aside, slightly bowing, his expression solemn and his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Miller, have you commenced the task I entrusted to you? A hoarse voice emanated from the other end of the phone. Rest assured, esteemed leader, we have already begun the task. It won't be long before we uncover the whereabouts of Void, Miller replied with utmost reverence. After a brief silence, the voice returned. Miller, this mission has been canceled. You are all to return. What? Canceled? Miller was taken aback, momentarily believing he had misheard. Yes, canceled, the voice reiterated. Miller immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, Esteemed leader, you must be mistaken. Void is of paramount importance to our Phoenix group. How can you simply cancel the mission? This is an order. The tone from the other end grew more authoritative. Why, leader? Please provide me with a reason, a justification for canceling the mission. Miller's brow furrowed, his voice rising in intensity. At that moment, Kakuza and others exchanged bewildered glances. They couldn't comprehend why the usually respectful Captain Miller would argue with the leader. Had something gone awry? There is no reason. I am the leader. When I say it is canceled, it is canceled. Do you dare defy my orders? The voice on the phone suddenly turned cold. Leader, why? Why the abrupt cancellation of the operation? Feeling the weight of the leader's authority, Miller's tone softened. The man on the other end sighed deeply, saying, Do not inquire further. There is no reason. Return to headquarters in the next couple of days. With that, the signal was lost. Damn it. Miller hurled the satellite phone away, his expression darkening. What did the leader say to you? Julie approached, inquiring. Miller looked up abruptly and replied gravely. The leader has ordered me to cancel the mission and return to headquarters as soon as possible. What? The mission is canceled? Julie was momentarily stunned, and the others were equally taken aback. How could a mission be canceled so abruptly? Prior to their arrival in Huaxia, the leader had emphasized the importance of uncovering Void's whereabouts at all costs. Why had the leader now commanded the cancellation? This left everyone perplexed. Miller, why did the leader instruct us to cancel this mission? What was the reason? Kakuza asked in a low voice. The leader did not provide a reason. Miller shook his head, equally baffled. Damn, Kakuza cursed, then turned to Miller, saying, Miller, we have painstakingly evaded Dragon's soul and smuggled ourselves into Huaxia with the sole purpose of seeking out Void's whereabouts. Are we truly to abandon our quest? This is a directive from the leader. I have no choice. Miller felt equally frustrated, unable to fathom the leader's reasoning behind such a decision. Miller, are you willing to abandon the mission? Lisa inquired. Of course, I am not willing. Miller retorted through clenched teeth. Since you are unwilling, let us continue with the mission. Lisa shrugged and remarked, As long as we uncover the whereabouts of Void, I'm certain the captain will not hold it against us. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Julie chimed in. Kakuza, what are your thoughts? Miller directed his question towards Kakuza. I align with everyone's perspective. I too am reluctant to cancel the mission, Kakuza replied. Excellent. Miller rose, exclaiming, Since we are all in agreement, the mission shall proceed. Indeed, the other 3 responded in unison. At the presidential office of Qingcheng International, Gu Qingcheng, clad in a chic light blue OL suit, was engrossed in reviewing documents. Her smooth, long hair was elegantly tied back, revealing a face as exquisite as a sculptor's masterpiece. Sunlight streamed in, casting a radiant glow upon her brows, eyes, forehead, and even her hair, enhancing her breathtaking beauty amidst the blooming springtime. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted the moment. Please enter, Gu Qingxing replied without looking up. The door swung open, revealing a young woman dressed in a black professional outfit, possessing a delicate appearance and a slender figure, adorned with artistic gold-rimmed glasses, who entered holding a folder. This was Wu Lingling, the head of the finance department at Qingcheng International. Though young, her capabilities were commendable. "Oh, it's you, Xiao Wu. What brings you here?" Gu Qingcheng inquired, finally lifting her gaze. "President Gu, here is the financial report for the last quarter of Qingcheng International. Please have a look." Wu Lingling handed the folder to Gu Qingcheng. "Oh, thank you." Gu Qingcheng nodded and began to peruse the contents. 10 minutes later, Gu Qingcheng closed the folder and looked at Wu Lingling, her brow furrowing as she asked, "Has the outstanding payment from Yayun Apparel been settled?" "Not yet, President Gu." Wu Lingling confirmed, continuing, "Last month and a week ago, Minister He from the PR department sent someone to collect the payment from Yayun Apparel. However, both times they were unable to meet with General Jean, so the payment remains uncollected and continues to be overdue." Gu Qingcheng tapped her fingers on the desk, frowning as she remarked, "I have heard that Yayun Apparel is on the brink of bankruptcy. If we cannot recover the outstanding payment, it would mean we have effectively gifted them 2 million worth of goods. President Gu, I believe Yayun Apparel is deliberately delaying the payment. We should pursue legal action and sue them directly." Wu Lingling exclaimed with indignation. "While that approach is indeed the most secure, the time required for litigation and procedural processes is excessively lengthy, ranging from a few months to a year or two. We cannot afford to waste time with Yayun Apparel. If they declare bankruptcy, they will be incapable of repaying us." Gu Qingcheng analyzed. "Then, what should we do, President Gu?" "Xiao Wu, you may go about your tasks. I shall devise a plan." Gu Qingcheng gestured dismissively and spoke. "Understood, CEO Gu." Wu Lingling nodded and subsequently exited the office. Once Wu Lingling had departed, Gu Qingcheng contemplated for a moment before dialing Qin Menglan. "Sister Lan, could you come over?" "Yes, I have matters to discuss with you." After hanging up, it was but a few minutes before Qin Menglan arrived at the office. "Qingqing, what do you need?" Qin Menglan inquired. "Sister Lan, it concerns the outstanding payment of 200,000 from Yayun Apparel, which remains unsettled. Thus, I would appreciate it if you could handle this for me," Gu Qingqing explained, handing over the pertinent documents to Qin Menglan. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Menglan accepted the documents and nodded affirmatively. "Of course, Qingqing. I shall take care of this right away." With that, she turned to leave. "Sister Lan, wait," Gu Qingcheng called after her. "Is there something else, Qingqing?" Qin Menglan turned back, puzzled. "I fear that the people from Yiyun might give you a hard time. Perhaps I should assign someone to accompany you?" Gu Qingcheng suggested, still somewhat anxious. "It is only right to repay debts. Do they dare to trouble me, a delicate woman?" Qin Menglan replied, her expression darkening. "Better safe than sorry. Therefore, Sister Lan, I believe it wise to have someone accompany you for reassurance," Gu Qingqing insisted. "Finding someone else is fine, but who should it be?" Qin Menglan crossed her arms, pondering, before her eyes brightened. "Ye Fi." Both Qin Menglan and Gu Qingcheng exclaimed in unison, followed by a fit of laughter. "It seems we are of the same mind, Qingcheng." "Indeed, I believe Yi Fei is quite a suitable choice," Gu Qingqing nodded, smiling. "Sister Lan, I think Yi Fei is not only capable, but also quite resourceful. With him by your side, there should be no issues." "That is certainly true. That lad appears carefree. Yet he proves to be quite dependable," Qin Menglan agreed, nodding thoughtfully. "Qingcheng, I shall go find Yi Fei." "Very well," Gu Qingcheng smiled gently. As soon as Qin Menglan left, Gu Qingcheng rested her chin elegantly in her hand, gazing out the window and murmuring, "Yi Fei, I wonder what surprises you shall bring me this time." With that, a subtle smile graced her lips, a delicate curve blooming like a flower, radiating the most exquisite brilliance. Chapter 051. Accompanying Sister on an errand in the Security Department's minister's office, Yi Fei was engrossed in a game of League of Legends. Yet his expression resembled that of someone suffering from constipation, burdened by profound frustration. He had already played 10 matches. In 3, he encountered elementary school students. In 3 others, pretentious players. And in the remaining 4, novices, none of which were remotely competent. His heart was laden with distress. After completing the 10th match, Yi Fei decisively shut down the game, tossed the mouse aside, and declared he was done. What could he do against such adversity? He sighed, propping his feet up on the desk, lit a cigarette, and exhaled languidly, savoring the moment. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from the door. Upon hearing it, Yifei's mood soured instantly. Wasn't it commonly said that being a security minister was rather leisurely? Such notions were utterly misleading. His role as security minister was anything but idle. Who is there? Stop knocking and just come in. Yifei muttered with a hint of exasperation. The door swung open to reveal Qin Menglan, her arms crossed and a charming smile gracing her lips as she sauntered into the room with an alluring grace. Sister Lan, you've arrived. Please, make yourself comfortable. Yifei gestured warmly, a smirk dancing on his lips as he added, if you find yourself no place to sit, you are welcome to perch on my lap. I wouldn't mind at all. Qin Menglan giggled lightly, shaking her head. With your petite frame, I fear I might just break you. Come on, am I really that fragile? My physique is robust, as strong as a horse and sturdy as an ox. I could tackle a tiger on the mountain. Yifei grinned broadly, unabashedly eyeing Qin Menglan as figure. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it out. Is that so? Then perhaps I shall take you up on that challenge. Qin Menglan swayed her captivating waist as she approached Yifei. The intoxicating scent of her perfume mingled with a hint of Chanel No. 5 wafted into his senses. Stirring his heart, Yifei intended to pounce on her the moment she drew any closer, but Qin Menglan halted just in time. Her enchanting gaze swept over him before she laughed softly. Perhaps I should refrain. I worry you may not be able to handle it. Come on, Sister Lan, my body is perfectly capable. How could I possibly falter? Yifei protested, feeling a surge of confidence. I've never tried it, so how would I know? Qin Menglan cast him a teasing glance, her eyes playfully lingering on a particular area. Yifei grinned mischievously, suggesting, if you've never tried, why not find an opportunity to do so? That would depend on whether you have the capability, you little rascal. She winked at him, before changing the subject. Come, accompany me on an errand. What kind of errand? Yifei scratched his head awkwardly. Sister Lan, is it really appropriate to do that in broad daylight? What are you referring to? Qin Menglan momentarily didn't grasp his meaning. You know, the kind that involves checking into a hotel. Yifei chuckled. Are you that restless, my little rascal, that you can't go a day without teasing me? Indeed. Yifei nodded without hesitation. Get lost. Qin Menglan shot him a glare and added, let's get serious. Accompany me on an errand. Whatever it is, Sister Lan, just say the word. Whether it be a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. I, Yifei, will not hesitate. Yifei declared earnestly. Who said anything about climbing mountains or crossing seas? I merely need you to accompany me to collect some overdue payments. Qin Menglan replied somewhat exasperatedly. What? Someone dares to owe us at Qingqing International? Yifei's eyebrows shot up, and he exclaimed, Who is it? Sister Lan, tell me, and we shall make them pay. Hold on. Let's maintain some decorum. We're going to collect money, not rob them. Qin Menglan responded, a hint of disbelief in her voice. Yes. I will follow Sister Lan's lead. If you tell me to head east, I shall not stray west. If you command me to catch a dog, I will not pursue a chicken. Yifei said, standing at attention in a mock salute, fully committed to the mission. His earnest demeanor elicited a peal of laughter from Qin Menglan. All right, seeing your enthusiasm puts me at ease. Let's set off. With a wave of her delicate hand, they departed. Okay. Yifei chuckled and followed Qin Menglan out of the office. They took the elevator down to the underground parking lot. Upon seeing a magnificent black Range Rover before him, Yifei couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, it's an imported Range Rover, consuming 14 liters per 100 kilometers. Equipped with 32 valves, a 6-speed automatic transmission, it can reach a top speed of 210 km/h and accelerates in just 7.6 seconds. Sister Lan, this vehicle must be quite expensive. Indeed, it cost me over 2 million. Qin Menglan smirked. You little rascal. I didn't expect you to know your cars so well. One doesn't have to have eaten pork to have seen a pig run. Yifei chuckled. Well, comparing a Range Rover to a pig, you're the first. Qin Menglan laughed lightly before tossing the keys to Yifei. Let's go, you drive. All right. Yifei signaled with an okay gesture and hopped into the car. Sister Lan, where are we headed to collect the debt? He inquired. Yayin Apparel Company, Limited, got it. Let's hit the road. Yi Fei shouted as he slammed the accelerator. The car shot forward like a frenzied leopard. Following the navigation, they drove for over half an hour, arriving at a somewhat remote area outside the city center of the Southern District. There were no bustling streets or plazas, only a few dilapidated office buildings towering above. Sister Lan, are we at the right place? Is this it? Yi Fei asked, puzzled. Qin Minglan glanced at her documents and nodded. Yes, just drive a bit further. The building at the front is the one. Understood, Yi Fei replied, then steered towards the foremost building. Upon arriving at their destination and parking the car, Yi Fei and Qin Minglan alighted. They entered the office building and took the elevator. However, Yi Fei was somewhat at a loss, as this building not only lacked security personnel, but was also plastered with a myriad of advertisements in the elevator, promoting services ranging from document processing to locksmithing and medical treatments. It resembled a dilapidated neighborhood. Are you certain this is the place? Yi Fei remarked, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. How could our Qingsheng International possibly collaborate with a company like this? In truth, Yuyun Apparel had once thrived, strategically located in the heart of the Southern District. However, he had heard that it suffered losses and subsequently relocated here. Qin Minglan shrugged in resignation, stating, moreover, I've heard that Yuyun Apparel has been operating at a loss for the past year. The company is on the brink of collapse. Otherwise, President Gu wouldn't be so eager for us to collect the funds. Indeed, if they failed to retrieve the money now, it would be irretrievable once the company went bankrupt. Yi Fei nodded in agreement. This explains why President Gu is perpetually occupied with work, never allowing herself a moment's respite. Qin Minglan sighed deeply. A woman must bear the weight of such a large company without relying on anyone else. Naturally, it is exhausting. Yi Fei was taken aback by her words. To him, if a woman achieved success, it was either due to her powerful connections or her remarkable partner. If neither were the case, it truly commanded respect. As Yi Fei and Qin Minglan engaged in conversation, they soon arrived at the 12th floor. Exiting the elevator, they spotted a company to their left, Yuyun Apparel Company, Limited. This is the place. Let us go in. All right. Yi Fei nodded and followed Qin Minglan into the company. However, upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a receptionist slumped over the desk, sound asleep, with drool pooling on the surface. Observing this, Yi Fei nearly felt nauseated. It was no wonder Yuyun Apparel was facing bankruptcy. With such employees, it was a wonder the company had not failed already. Qin Minglan offered Yi Fei a resigned smile, then cleared her throat twice before addressing the sleeping receptionist. Hello, I am Qin Minglan, assistant to President Gu of Qingsheng International. Yet, the receptionist remained in her slumber, utterly unresponsive. Allow me, Yi Fei chuckled, then took a deep breath and shouted, Money to be collected. Money to be collected. If you don't come now, it will be gone. Chapter 052. An Unyielding Presence. Yi Fei's voice erupted like a thunderclap, resonating with such intensity that it seemed capable of shattering eardrums. At that moment, the receptionist was jolted awake by Yi Fei's shout, exclaiming, Money! Money! Where's the money? Observing the receptionist's flustered expression, Yi Fei couldn't help but chuckle. How fervently she seemed to covet wealth. Meanwhile, Qin Minglan cast a disapproving glance at Yi Fei before politely greeting the front desk attendant. Hello, miss. You're the only miss here. Your entire family must be Mrs. The receptionist retorted, visibly irritated. She had been lost in a dream, envisioning herself with Song Zhongji, the heartthrob from Descendants of the Sun, and had almost found herself entangled with him, only to be abruptly awakened by this disruptive pair. How could she not be vexed? Qin Minglan, seasoned by various tumultuous experiences, chose to disregard the receptionist's harsh words, maintaining her serene smile. The contrast was stark. Qin Minglan was a true goddess, while the receptionist seemed merely a superficial girl. Seeing that Qin Minglan did not rise to her provocation, the receptionist, with a tone lacking warmth, inquired, Who are you? Greetings, I am Qin Minglan, assistant to the CEO of Qingsheng International. She succinctly introduced herself. Qingsheng International? The receptionist blinked in surprise, then impatiently exclaimed, Haven't I told you that our company is financially strapped? Must you persist in coming here? With a calm smile, Qin Minglan replied, your financial troubles are your concern, but the debt owed to our company must be repaid. Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority that left the receptionist momentarily speechless. Noticing the receptionist's silence, Qin Minglan continued, young lady, while your age may be modest, your temper is rather pronounced. However, I shall not engage with you on your level, as you lack the standing to converse with me. Please fetch someone in charge from your company. Her commanding presence effectively stifled any retort from the receptionist. Gritting her teeth, the receptionist responded, fine, just wait. With that, she hurried into the office. What an impressive display of dominance. With just a few words, she had rendered the young woman speechless, radiating an aura of unyielding power. Yifei grinned and gave Qin Minglan a thumbs up. Today's young ladies truly seem increasingly oblivious. If they aren't put in their place, they might think I've been idling away these years. Qin Minglan remarked with a smile. Now that's the Qin Minglan I know. Yifei chuckled. Sister Minglan, based on your recent performance, I owe you a tribute. One is insufficient. I'll give you 32. All right, enough with the banter. Qin Minglan playfully rolled her eyes at him, saying, you little rascal, if anyone dares to bully me later, you must lend a hand. That goes without saying. Who would dare to bully our Minglan? I would deal with them decisively, Yifei declared confidently, as the sound of high heels echoed. A striking woman clad in a black uniform and stockings, possessing a curvaceous figure and an alluring visage, emerged alongside the receptionist. This was Secretary Pan. The receptionist gestured towards Qin Minglan and Yifei. Secretary Pan, swaying her hips gracefully, approached with a smile and inquired, are you two from Qingcheng International? Indeed, I am Qin Minglan, the assistant to the general manager of Qingcheng International. Qin Minglan replied with a slight nod. And this dashing gentleman is? Secretary Pan turned her gaze towards Yifei. He is also the general manager's assistant. Yifei, Qin Minglan succinctly introduced him. Oh, a pleasure to meet you both. I am Pan Shuang, secretary to General Jean, she said with a smile before asking, may I inquire what brings you here today? Last year, General Jean procured 3 million worth of goods from our company, but has only settled 1 million, leaving a balance of 2 million still outstanding. I would like to know when General Jean intends to clear this debt, Qin Minglan responded. Upon hearing that Qin Minglan and Yifei were there to collect the debt, Pan Shuang's expression shifted dramatically. Oh dear, I must apologize, but it seems today may not be fruitful for you, she said. What do you mean? Qin Minglan asked with a furrowed brow. With a sheepish smile, Pan Shuang explained, General Jean is out on business today and is not in the office, so. That's all right, we can wait, Qin Minglan interjected firmly. However, I cannot say when General Jean will return, so I have stated that we can wait. Qin Minglan's tone rose slightly while maintaining her smile. Very well, if you're willing to wait, please follow me, Pan Shuang replied, her brow furrowing slightly as she led Qin Minglan and Yifei into the office. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The office was sparse, with only a few old desks and a handful of dilapidated computers. The floor was littered with crumpled papers, and no one had bothered to clean. A few employees lounged about. 2 were engrossed in video games, 1 was shopping online, and another was watching an inappropriate film. This hardly resembled a professional workplace. In comparison, Qingcheng International felt like paradise to Yifei. Nevertheless, Yifei and Qin Minglan chose to ignore the chaos and followed Pan Shuang to a narrow, dimly lit office, misleadingly dubbed the waiting room. Please wait here. I will inform you when General Jean returns, Pan Shuang stated before departing, a hint of a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Hee, you wish to collect money? Just sit here and wait. After leaving Qin Minglan and Yifei in the cramped office, she neglected them entirely, not even offering a cup of tea. Yifei shook his head in resignation and remarked, Sister Lan, do you think we will be able to collect the money today? I find it rather astonishing that this company possesses wealth. Regardless, it is imperative to secure the final payment today. Otherwise, it will be even more challenging to obtain it later, Qin Minglan remarked. Very well then, let us wait here, shall we? Yifei smirked and then added, Sister Lan, please sit for a moment. I must urgently attend to the restroom. Those who are indolent tend to have more pressing needs. Qin Minglan waved her hand dismissively. Yi Fei chuckled and exited the office. However, once outside, he did not head to the restroom, but rather discreetly trailed behind Pan Shuang. He had sensed something amiss about this woman and decided to follow her to ascertain whether the voluptuous secretary's claim about President Jin's absence from the company held any truth. At that moment, Pan Shuang frequently glanced back, her demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety, as if she feared being discovered. It seemed there was indeed something suspicious afoot. Yi Fei chuckled softly and continued to shadow her while skillfully avoiding detection. The company was not extensive, and after traversing a corridor, Pan Shuang turned the corner and entered an unmarked office. Yi Fei, however, did not rush in but instead stood at the doorway, straining to hear the commotion within. Before long, a conversation began to unfold. Shuang, have those two left yet? A man's voice inquired. Not yet. I've instructed those two fools to wait in the same office. I suspect they won't linger for much longer, she replied. My Shuang is indeed clever. Come here, darling, give me a kiss. President Jin, you're incorrigible. It's broad daylight. I feel rather shy. No worries, it's precisely this thrill that I desire. Listening to their nauseating exchange, Yi Fei chuckled, opting not to barge in immediately, but instead leisurely smoked a cigarette. Soon, the sounds of clothing rustling emanated from within. Well, these two really have a flair for romance. Indulging in such antics during the day, it truly is a case of kindling meeting fire, igniting at the slightest spark. Yi Fei shook his head with amusement and continued to bide his time. In less than a minute, the low growls of a man and the soft moans of a woman reached his ears. Now is the moment. Yi Fei flicked away his cigarette, but retrieved his second-hand smartphone and activated the camera function. Without hesitation, he kicked the door open, raised his phone, and shouted, busting illicit activities. Chapter 053, A Sudden Turn. Yi Fei's abrupt entrance startled the two individuals within the office. Seated in a lavish executive chair was an unattractive middle-aged man, whose figure had grown portly, sporting a receding hairline and a conspicuous blemish at the corner of his mouth. This man was none other than Jin Dakuai, the general manager of Yayin Apparel, as referenced by Pan Shuang. Meanwhile, Pan Shuang herself, having shed her outer garments, was clad only in a delicate black lace bra. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she perched upon the middle-aged man. The air in the office was thick with a decadent aroma. Both individuals gaped at Yi Fei, their expressions a blend of shock and disbelief, rendered speechless for a moment. Hey, you two, please continue. Don't stop on my account. I'm a certified professional photographer, Yi Fei exclaimed with a grin, his finger incessantly pressing the shutter button on his phone. He even shifted his angles to capture the most exquisite shots. The incessant clicking of the camera echoed through the room, accompanied by the dazzling flashes of light. In a brief span, it was uncertain how many inappropriate photos had been captured. Finally, Jin Dakuai and Pan Shuang regained their composure. Pan Shuang hastily dismounted from Jin Dakuai and began frantically dressing, while Jin Dakuai scrambled to put on his trousers. Hey, why the rush? I haven't taken enough pictures yet, Yi Fei remarked with a smirk. Once Jin Dakuai had donned his pants, fury overtook him. He slammed his hand on the desk, rising to confront Yi Fei with a roar. Who the hell are you? Who am I? Why not ask this, Miss Pan? Yi Fei retorted, gesturing towards the still flushed Pan Shuang. Shuang, who is this guy? Jin Dakuai inquired, turning his attention to her. Mr. Jin, he is one of the debt collectors sent by Qingshang International, Pan Shuang replied. Oh, so you're here to collect a debt? Jin Dakuai sneered. Kid, go back and tell your boss that there's no money to be had, but there's a life to spare. It seems Mr. Jin has no intention of repaying this debt, Yi Fei remarked, casually cleaning his ears. Indeed, I have no intention of repaying. What can you do about it? Jin Dakuai glared at Yi Fei, seething with anger within. Damn it, just as he had geared up for a thrilling encounter, this brat barged in and left him utterly flustered. He wondered if he would ever regain his composure. If not, he would have to eliminate this pest. However, given the current harmonious societal norms, he realized he truly could do nothing to him. Yi Fei chuckled and continued, but I could offer a little incentive for all the single gentlemen out there by posting those galloping photos online. I would title it The Untold Secrets of the Boss and His Secretary. Once published, the click rate would surely soar. When the time comes, don't forget to thank me. Upon hearing this, Pan Shuang's face turned pale with fear. This was it. This time it was truly over. If that photo were to be released, how could she ever show her face to anyone again? Thank you for nothing. You brat, delete that photo right now. Jean Dakwai's face flushed crimson with rage, his body trembling uncontrollably. He understood all too well that we now lived in a digital age where even the slightest incident could spread like wildfire overnight. If this scoundrel were to post that compromising photo of him with his secretary online, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Delete it? Why should I? Just look at how splendidly it was captured. Yifei grinned widely, relishing the newly taken photo. The pose, the expressions, the movements. Simply exquisite, he added. I believe you, too, could thrive in the entertainment industry. I guarantee you would achieve instant fame. You little brat. I'll take you on. Jean Dakwai, in a fit of rage, seized an ashtray and charged at Yifei, brandishing it as if to strike him on the head. Pan Shuang screamed. If that hit landed, this lad would surely be left bloodied. At that very moment, Yifei, fixated on the screen of his phone, curled his lip in disdain. He then lifted his leg and delivered a swift kick to Jean Dakwai's abdomen. Bang! With a cry of anguish. Jean Dakwai's corpulent form was sent reeling by the force of Yifei's kick. The intense pain contorted his body into a shrimp-like shape. Mr. Jean, are you all right? Pan Shuang exclaimed as she rushed over to support him into a sitting position. Mr. Jean, can we finally have a proper discussion now? Yifei tucked his phone into his pocket, a smile gracing his face as he approached Jean Dakwai. Why you? Don't come any closer. Jean Dakwai stammered, retreating in fear. This lad was far too fierce. He couldn't afford to confront him head-on, or he would only suffer the consequences. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why are you so frightened now? Yifei teased with a smirk, squatting down beside him. Meanwhile, Pan Shuang gritted her teeth, preparing to retrieve the ashtray from the ground. Miss Pan, I strongly advise against any foolish actions. Otherwise, I will show no mercy. Yifei didn't even glance at Pan Shuang, his focus solely on Jean Dakwai. At his words, Pan Shuang froze in fear, unable to move. What do you want? Jean Dakwai asked, his voice trembling. I don't want much. I merely wish to collect a debt. Yifei chuckled softly. Mr. Jean, we have no enmity between us, correct? If you simply repay what you owe, I shall not trouble you further, nor will I release those photos online. I have no money, Jean Dakwai retorted defiantly. It seems Mr. Jean is still unwilling to cooperate. It appears that we must ignite your passion. With that, Yifei retrieved his phone from his pocket. I possess wealth indeed. Do not send it yet. I shall transfer it to you immediately. Jean Dakwai was genuinely terrified. He found himself unable to retaliate and was now at the mercy of another. His heart felt as though it were bleeding. How frustrating this was. Jean's own precisely. Yifei grinned widely, then continued, Jean's own, I kindly request that you accompany me. There is no need to transfer the funds to me. Simply direct them to Sister Lawn. Yes. Jean Dakwai dared not voice any dissent, nodding repeatedly as he rose from ground. Yifei smiled and led Jean Dakwai and Pan Shuang to the reception room. Qin Minglan, initially puzzled by Yifei's delay, was pleasantly surprised to see him enter with a smile, accompanied by Jean Dakwai and Pan Shuang. Yifei, why have you returned only now? I thought you had fallen into the restroom, Qin Minglan remarked. Then her gaze fell upon the middle-aged man behind him, and she gasped, Jean's own, you have returned? Yes. Jean Dakwai chuckled awkwardly, not daring to utter a word. With Yifei, a formidable presence, in attendance, he refrained from any audacity. Qin Minglan, curious about Jean Dakwai's peculiar demeanor, noted his apparent tremors but chose not to dwell on it. Instead, she stated, Jean's own, since you are back, let us discuss the matter of the final payment. Sister Lawn, no need for discussion. I have already reached an agreement with Jean's own. He has assured me that the payment will be made immediately. Yifei interjected cheerfully. Turning to Jean Dakwai, Is that not so, Jin Zong? Upon meeting Yi Fei's gaze, Jin Dakuai shivered involuntarily, nodding fervently. Indeed, indeed. I have already reached an understanding with this young brother. 2 million, correct? I shall transfer it now. By the way, Assistant Qin, what is your account number? Seeing Jin Dakuai's swift compliance left Qin Menglan somewhat bewildered. Wasn't he previously reluctant to repay? Why the sudden willingness? She glanced at Yi Fei, pondering whether he had orchestrated this somehow. I shall inquire further about this young man's circumstances later. Oh, Jin Zong, please transfer the funds to our Qingcheng International account. Qin Menglan said, providing her account number to Jin Dakuai. Chapter 054. Highway Robbery? Very well, Assistant Qin, I've noted down the card number, and I shall proceed with the transfer immediately. Jin Dakuai, wearing a smile, nodded and began the transaction on a computer. Before long, a faint smile crept across his face as he remarked, Assistant Qin, I've completed the transfer. Perhaps you could inquire with General Manager Gu if she has received a notification. A sum of 2 million has been transferred in an instant. Jin Dakuai felt a pang of discomfort at the thought. Qin Menglan nodded and then placed a call to Gu Qingcheng. The call connected shortly thereafter. General Manager Gu, this is Qin Menglan. Yes, I am currently at Yain Apparel. Have you received the funds? Good, excellent. After hanging up, Qin Menglan smiled and said, Mr. Jin, you are remarkably efficient. Our general manager has confirmed the receipt of the transfer. Oh, splendid. That is indeed good to hear. Jin Dakuai replied with a cheerful nod. In that case, Mr. Jin, we shall not take up any more of your time. Qin Menglan smiled gently and turned to Yi Fei, saying, Yi Fei, let us return. Of course, Sister Lan. Yi Fei responded, following her lead. Safe travels to both of you. Once Yi Fei and Qin Menglan departed, Jin Dakuai's expression immediately darkened. Mr. Jin, are we truly just going to hand over the money to them? Pan Shuang exclaimed, her face brimming with displeasure. Huh, to take money from me, Jin Dakuai. They must possess the necessary skills. Jin Dakuai's demeanor grew cold as he commanded, Shuang, go to the window and see what kind of car they arrived in. All right, I will check. Pan Shuang nodded and dashed to the window. After observing the vehicle parked below, she called out, Mr. Jin, they're driving a black Land Rover. Understood. Jin Dakuai replied with a sinister grin as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The call connected. Hello, Lao Jin, what brings you to call me? Came a sharp male voice from the other end. Lao Gao, I was attacked today and had a sum of money stolen from me. I need your assistance. What? Who has the audacity to lay a hand on you? Lao Jin, and to rob you as well. The scoundrel who robbed me possesses a bit of skill. Otherwise, I would trouble you, Lao Gao. Lao Jin, what is our relationship? Just tell me where those thieves are, and I'll gather a few brothers to help you reclaim your money. There are 2 of them, a man and a woman, who just left my company, driving a black Land Rover. All right, Lao Jin, I understand. Await my good news. Thank you. Thank you. I shall reward you handsomely once this is resolved. Of course. After a brief exchange, Jin Dakuai hung up, a malevolent smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he muttered fiercely, You little brat, daring to rob me and even strike me. Just wait and see what I shall do to you. After leaving the office building, Yi Fei and Qin Menglan entered their vehicle and began their journey back. Inside the car, Qin Menglan fixed her gaze intently on Yi Fei, her beautiful eyes unblinking. Ahem. Sister Lan, I am well aware of my charm, yet there is no need for you to gaze at me so intently. It leaves me somewhat bashful. Yi Fei chuckled. Ha, your skin is thicker than a city wall, impervious to swords and daggers, and yet you claim to be bashful? Qin Menglan rolled her eyes and replied, Sister Lan, you misspoke. My demeanor is rather delicate, truly. If you do not believe me, feel for yourself. As he spoke, Yi Fei leaned closer to Qin Menglan, nearly pressing his face against her chest, his gaze transfixed upon her bosom. Little rascal, do you find my chest appealing? Qin Menglan asked with a playful smile. Indeed, it is quite appealing, Yi Fei nodded earnestly. Appealing, you say? Away with you. Qin Menglan swiftly swatted Yi Fei aside and continued, Now, you little scamp, what exactly transpired earlier? Are you not going to share it with me? Huh? Sister Lan, what are you talking about? I fail to comprehend, Yi Fei replied, feigning bewilderment. Ha! Yi Fei, Do you think I am unaware of Jean Dakwai's character? That fellow is notorious for dodging his debts. Not only does he owe money to our Tsing Chung International, but to other companies as well. Convincing him to repay willingly is utterly impossible. Otherwise, we would not have been waiting so long for our dues, Qin Minglan explained with clarity and reason. Alas, it seems I am but a firefly in the night, shining brightly wherever I go, unable to perform even a small act of kindness in secrecy. Yi Fei preened as he adjusted his hairstyle, adding, Sister Lan, I previously mentioned I was off to the restroom. Yes, I am aware of that, Qin Minglan nodded. Upon my return from the restroom, I encountered President Jean, and we engaged in a discussion about life. Ultimately, I managed to impress him, which is why he agreed to repay the debt. Yi Fei stated with utmost seriousness. Ha, Yi Fei, your tale is far too implausible. Do you truly believe I will be convinced? Qin Minglan responded, exasperated. Sister Lan, I speak only the truth. How can this be deemed a fabricated story? Ye Fei protested innocently. Enough, enough. If you do not wish to share further, so be it. As long as we retrieve our money, that is what matters. Qin Minglan waved her hand dismissively, then turned to see a group of men clad in tank tops and shorts, adorned with tattoos, standing in the middle of the road. Smoking. What are they doing? Why are they blocking the road? Qin Minglan remarked with displeasure. Upon noticing them, Yi Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and honked the car horn several times. Hearing the horn, the group turned but did not disperse. Ha! It seems they have been waiting for us. Yi Fei chuckled. What do you mean? Qin Minglan inquired, still trying to grasp the situation. Sister Lan, please remain seated in the car. Lock the doors and do not exit, Yi Fei cautioned. Why not? Qin Minglan suddenly felt alarmed. Could these individuals be highway robbers? Robbers they are not, merely a band of ruffians, Yi Fei responded dismissively. Yi Fei offered a faint smile before bringing the vehicle to a halt just 5 or 6 meters away from the group. As anticipated, no sooner had the car stopped than a gang of ruffians approached, puffing on cigarettes and wielding steel pipes. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a shaved head and a prominent scar across his forehead, followed by a band of young thugs in their 20s. Bang, bang, bang. The middle-aged man rapped on the car with his steel pipe and shouted, Get out of the vehicle! Yi Fei shook his head in resignation and opened the door, preparing to step out. Yi Fei, are you going to be all right? Qin Minglan expressed her concern. Do not worry, Sister Lan. I shall be fine. Yi Fei replied with a grin as he exited the car. With a cheerful demeanor, he approached them, saying, Hey there, brothers. What business do you have blocking the road? Who the hell are you calling a brother? Don't presume a connection. The middle-aged man retorted, pointing his steel pipe menacingly at Yi Fei. Where do you hail from, kid? Oh, just from that office building over there. Yi Fei gestured to the nearby structure. So you just came from unapparel? The middle-aged man inquired further. Indeed. My friend, how did you know? Are you some kind of fortune teller? Ye Fei finds surprise. However, he quickly deduced the truth. This gang was undoubtedly sent by Jean Dakwai. It seemed that the fellow was not ready to let go. Huh. Don't concern yourself with how I know. We've been waiting for you. Waiting for me? Why on earth would you be waiting for me? Yi Fei was taken aback, then chuckled. Could it be that you gentlemen wish to join me for some delightful fun? Fun, you say? You wretched fool. The middle-aged man spat, then commanded, Enough chatter. Hand over the money. What money? I have none. Yi Fei shrugged. Quit feigning ignorance. You just visited Yun Apparel to get money, didn't you? Hand over every last cent you acquired, and let me break one of your arms, and we'll let you go. The middle-aged man boasted arrogantly. Oh, so you're sent by General Jean, then? Yi Fei inquired with a smile. Mind your own business regarding who sent me. Just know that if you do not relinquish the money today, you shall not leave. The middle-aged man growled fiercely. Chapter 055. Post a Weibo. What if I refuse to pay? Yi Fei narrowed his eyes and countered. If you refuse, we will eliminate you. The middle-aged man declared with a fierce demeanor. In that case, Yi Fei smirked. I suppose I shall deal with all of you. As soon as the words left his lips, Yi Fei stepped forward, swiftly lifting his leg and delivering a powerful kick directly to the middle-aged man's chest. Bang! The man had yet to register the impact before he was sent flying with a wretched scream. A group of thugs stood dumbfounded. Good heavens! This guy is incredibly formidable. Kicking someone 7 or 8 meters away with one blow. Young, tis brat derestu strake young. Brothers, take him out. One of the thugs finally reacted, shouting as he raised a steel pipe and charged at Yi Fei. Swish! The steel pipe swung towards Yi Fei's head. If it struck, it would surely cause severe injury. With a low growl, Yi Fei slightly tilted his head, evading the blow, and then delivered a vicious uppercut to the thug's jaw. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the thug's jaw shattered. Swish! 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 At that moment, 3 others approached from behind, swinging their steel pipes in attack. Shadows danced and cold glimmers shone. Yi Fei grinned, pivoting to execute a spinning kick. Bang! 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 3 loud thuds resounded as the thugs were struck in the face and sent sprawling backward. Without a moment's pause, Yi Fei surged forward like a descending tiger into the fray. In the midst of the crowd, Yi Fei moved with remarkable agility. Anyone who dared approach was met with a fist or a kick that sent them flying. Bang! 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 The sounds of punches and kicks filled the air, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. Meanwhile, inside the car, Qin Minglan watched in wide-eyed astonishment at the spectacle unfolding before her. Though she had always known Yi Fei was adept in combat, witnessing it firsthand today made her realize she had underestimated him. There were at least 20 thugs here, yet the scene before her left her questioning reality. Was this a brawl or a one-sided slaughter? This guy is quite impressive. Qin Minglan smiled softly, a glimmer of admiration appearing in her eyes. The battle commenced swiftly and concluded even more rapidly. In just a few minutes, half of the combatants lay incapacitated on the ground. Still want money? Yi Fei's gaze swept over the remaining dozen thugs, his eyes sharp as daggers, instilling dread within them. Under Yi Fei's piercing gaze, the remaining thugs felt as though they had plunged into a freezing abyss, and they dared not advance, shaking their heads vigorously. Then you better scram, Yi Fei bellowed. The remaining thugs trembled in fear, discarding their steel pipes and fleeing. With such little courage, they dared to imitate others by robbing on the road. How absurd. Yi Fei clapped his hands and returned to the car. Is this really over? Qin Minglan felt somewhat dazed. Otherwise, are you planning to celebrate the new year here? Yi Fei chuckled, then pressed the accelerator and departed from the location. On the way back, Qin Minglan's enchanting eyes occasionally glanced at Yi Fei, as if she had something to say but hesitated. Sister Lan, if you have something to say, please speak candidly. Whether it is praise or admiration, I am open to it. However, your indecision only makes me anxious, Yi Fei remarked with a slight pout. Taking a deep breath, Qin Minglan fixed her gaze on Yi Fei and inquired, Yi Fei, who exactly are you? Who am I? A human being, of course. Am I supposed to be an alien? Yi Fei replied with a smile. That is not what I meant. I am asking what you used to do. Qin Minglan interjected sternly, her eyes narrowing at Yi Fei. Sister Lan, did I not mention in my profile? I was just an ordinary person. Having served a few years in the military, spent some time studying abroad, delivered parcels, drove a taxi, carried bags, and moved bricks. Stop, Qin Minglan interrupted. If you choose not to disclose, then I shall not pry further. I have no desire to know. Why is it that when I speak the truth, no one believes me? Yi Fei sighed with a look of melancholy. If you were truly an ordinary person, I would not believe it, even if you were to die for it. Qin Minglan shook her head vigorously. I have never seen an ordinary person remain so composed when confronted by underworld thugs. I have never witnessed the leader of the fierce tiger gang, Lei Hu, bowing to anyone ordinary. I have never encountered an ordinary person with such an agile business acumen, capable of absorbing nearly 10,000 words of business information in mere minutes. Yi Fei merely chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, it was better for fewer people to know about his past. The more who knew, the more complications arose. At that moment, with one hand on the steering wheel and the other retrieving his phone, he sported a mischievous grin as he tapped on the screen. Qin Minglan, curious, glanced at Yi Fei and asked, What are you doing? Oh, nothing much. Just posting a Weibo, he replied. Posting on Weibo? Qin Minglan blinked in surprise. What are you posting? That's a secret, Yi Fei chuckled. Fine if you won't tell. I am not particularly interested anyway. Qin Minglan pouted. With a smile, Yi Fei uploaded the sensational photos he had just taken to Weibo, accompanied by a striking headline. Since that rascal Jean Dakwai wants to mess with me, he should not blame me for retaliating. This time, let us have you all make some noise. Once the photos were uploaded, he tucked his phone away into his pocket. Half an hour later, the car arrived at Qingqing International. Qin Minglan returned to her office to attend to work, while Yifei headed back to the security department to indulge in some gaming. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was time to clock out. Seizing a moment of reprieve, Yifei logged onto QQ. As soon as it opened, the incessant beeping of incoming messages filled the air. Yifei was momentarily taken aback. Upon opening the chat window, he was greeted by a plethora of offline messages, all sent by Mushroom Braised Timo. You. How dare you compare me to phones, yeah? I can tolerate it, but a beauty cannot. I am a universe's super invincible beauty. Do you know that the number of admirers I have could circle the earth? The messages continued. Great God, please. Can you help me reach Diamond? As long as you can elevate me to Diamond, I will comply with any conditions you set. After perusing the numerous messages, Yifei couldn't help but chuckle. He could almost envision Mushroom Braised Timo furiously typing these messages, possibly damaging the keyboard in the process. After a moment's contemplation, Yifei replied, I cannot ascertain your beauty, as I have yet to see you. Having sent the message, he closed QQ, stretched languidly, and headed towards the CEO's office. Upon entering the office, he spotted Gu Qingsheng exiting. Director Gu, you're not working overtime today? Yifei inquired with a smile. Gu Qingsheng returned the smile, replying, If I worked overtime every day, I would have less time to spend with Xiaoran. Today's workload is relatively light, so I can leave on time. You truly are a wonderful sister. Xiaoran is indeed fortunate to have you, Yifei remarked. I hardly consider myself a competent sister. Over the past few years, I have devoted so much time to the company's development that my time with Xiaoran has diminished. Although she does not voice it, I am certain she harbors resentment towards me for being such an absent sister, Gu Qingsheng said with a resigned smile. How could that be? I believe Xiaoran will definitely understand you. Let us hope so. Gu Qingsheng nodded. Come, Yifei, let us go fetch Xiaoran. Certainly. Yifei nodded in agreement, and together they took the elevator to the underground parking lot. Soon, Yifei was driving them out of the parking structure, heading towards the first middle school. At that moment, Gu Qingsheng, who had been browsing financial news, set down her tablet. She glanced at Yifei and asked, Yifei, could you enlighten me on how you and Sister Lan managed to secure the final payment? Why did Sister Lan attribute the credit to you? Aha! Sister Lan is merely being modest. Without her intervention, I doubt we would have received the payment today. Yifei chuckled. Is that so? However, Sister Lan did not convey it that way. She mentioned that she did nothing and that President Jean voluntarily agreed to repay the money. Well, I actually find President Jean of Yuyun Apparel quite agreeable. I simply engaged him in conversation about life, and he consented to repay, Yifei replied with a cheerful demeanor. Thus, it seems that our fortune played a significant role in this matter. Chapter 056, Encountering a Scam. Good luck? I hardly think so. Gu Qingsheng shook her head and remarked, I am well aware of Jean Dakwai's character. The debts he owes extend beyond just our Qingsheng International. Yet, everyone who has approached him for repayment ultimately leaves empty-handed. Therefore, I suspect that your ability, along with Sister Lan, to procure funds from Jean Dakwai is not merely a stroke of good fortune. Upon hearing this, Yifei felt a stir within, though he maintained a cheerful demeanor, replying, Manager Gu, perhaps Jean Dakwai fears we might take legal action against them. Perhaps. Gu Qingsheng nodded, albeit with skepticism. At that moment, the traffic light switched from red to green. Yifei advanced a few meters, just as he prepared to accelerate. Suddenly, an elderly man dashed toward them recklessly. Damn! Yifei exclaimed, slamming on the brakes. The tires screeched against the pavement, and the vehicle came to a halt. The immense inertia nearly caused Gu Qingsheng, seated in the back, to collide with the front seat. Yifei, what happened? Gu Qingsheng inquired, her expression one of confusion. It seems we might have hit someone? Yifei turned his head, offering Gu Qingsheng a helpless smile. What? We hit someone. Gu Qingsheng's complexion shifted immediately. Quick, let's get out and check. They opened the car doors and exited. There, sprawled in front of their vehicle, was a gaunt, gray-haired old man, his feet positioned between the two wheels. Yifei merely glanced at the old man and smirked inwardly. The old man bore no injuries. Yet he lay in front of the car. This could only signify one thing: a staged accident. Upon seeing them approach, the old man immediately cried out, "Oh dear, my old arms, legs, and back are all broken. It hurts so much." Gu Qingcheng, unaccustomed to such situations, momentarily panicked. "Sir, what is wrong? Are you all right?" She hurriedly bent down to assist the old man. However, he shoved her away, exclaiming, "How could I possibly be fine in this state? Yes, you. This matter is far from over." At that moment, passers-by began to gather, drawn by the commotion. Some pulled out their phones to record videos, while others snapped photos to post online. In any case, they were eager to witness the spectacle, pointing and whispering among themselves. "Goodness, these two young people have hit the old man, and won't even help him. The youth today are so heartless. Who knows? The old man doesn't seem injured. Could it be these youngsters have fallen victim to a scam?" Regardless, it was none of their concern. They were simply there to watch the drama unfold. Gu Qingcheng noticed the crowd growing larger and furrowed her brow in trepidation. She is the president of Qingcheng International, and every word and action of hers is under scrutiny. If she fails to resolve this matter today, she may face significant criticism. With this thought in mind, Gu Qingcheng inquired, "Sir, what do you suggest we do about this situation? What should we do?" "Of course, we must compensate." The old man shouted hoarsely, then began to groan. "Oh dear, it hurts. I wonder if I will ever stand again." "Sir, we will indeed compensate you, but the most pressing matter is to get you to the hospital." "What do you think?" Gu Qingcheng replied. "I can go to the hospital myself. You just need to pay." The old man retorted. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingcheng's expression changed. Sensing something amiss, the old man also realized he had misspoken and quickly called out, "Oh dear, you have hit me, and you won't even compensate. I will call the police to arrest you." Unable to bear the scene any longer, Yifei stepped forward with a smile, crouched down, and said, "Old man, please stop the charade. Your acting is simply dreadful. I can hardly watch." "What? How dare you speak to me like that? You dare say I am acting?" The old man glared at Yifei and turned to the onlookers, shouting, "Come, let us judge this. These two have struck me, and when I ask for a little medical compensation, they refuse and claim I am acting. What kind of world is this? Yifei, perhaps we should just pay him a little." Gu Qingcheng furrowed her brow. Although she sensed something was off, she thought it better to avoid further trouble and considered settling with some compensation. "President Gu, leave this to me." Yifei winked at her, then turned to the old man with a smile, asking, "So, sir, how much do you think we should compensate?" 5,000. "Yes, just 5,000. Upon hearing the amount, the old man was momentarily elated and held up 5 fingers. "Only 5,000? That seems a tad low." Yifei chuckled, shaking his head. "How about this, sir? I'll round it up to 10,000. How does that sound?" All right, all right." The old man felt a surge of delight, thinking that this young man was quite astute. Yifei nodded, pulling out a black cloth bag from his pocket, and said, "If we were to compensate 10,000, it is certainly feasible. However, you appear uninjured. How about I inflict a little wound for you? That way, you could claim more. 10, 20, or even 30,000 would be possible." As he spoke, Yifei withdrew a gleaming, dark needle from the bag, its tip shining ominously. Seeing this needle, the old man's throat went dry, and his body trembled. "If that needle pierces me, it will surely create a hole. Come now, old man, where would you like me to administer this? Your leg, your arm, or perhaps somewhere else? You choose." Yifei smiled broadly, reaching out as though to grasp the old man's leg. "Ah!" The elderly man, startled, exclaimed, "No, no, no, I don't want any money." With that, he quickly scrambled to his feet and turned to flee. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in jeers. "Goodness, that old fellow is clearly trying to scam us. Utterly shameless." One exclaimed. Indeed, in the past, helping the elderly was a virtue, but now it seems aiding them is merely a sign of foolishness with too much money. Another added, "Quite right. There's no spectacle left to see. Let us disperse." The onlookers sighed and gradually began to depart. After stowing the cloth bag into his pocket, Yifei turned to Gu Qingcheng with a cheerful smile, saying, "President Gu, the matter has been resolved. Let us be on our way." "Resolved?" Gu Qingcheng paused, inquiring Yifei what just occurred. Was that old man unharmed? Of course he was fine. Did you not see? That old fellow ran off faster than a young man. How could he be in any trouble? Yi Fei retorted, rolling his eyes. But why was he moaning and lying on the ground just moments ago? Gu Qingqing asked, puzzled. Really, President Gu, you're unfamiliar with the concept of scamming? Yi Fei responded, bemused. I've only heard of such scams. I've never encountered one myself. Gu Qingqing nodded in realization. So this is what scamming is. Exactly, Yi Fei affirmed, genuinely astonished by the beauty of his president. In the company, she was astute and exceptionally clever. Yet when faced with everyday situations, she seemed utterly bewildered. He was certain that had Gu Qingqiang been alone in that situation, she would have paid any amount to resolve it. Indeed, the old adage rings true. No one is perfect, and even someone as seemingly flawless as Gu Qingqiang has her moments of ignorance. President Gu, let us go. Stop pondering and let us pick up Xiaoran. Yi Fei chuckled, shaking his head before sliding into the car. Once inside, Gu Qingqiang immediately grabbed her tablet, swiftly browsing through it. What are you looking at, President? Yi Fei asked. Oh, I'm investigating the intricacies of scamming, Gu Qingqiang replied, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. Feel free to look it up. There should be plenty of news on it. Yi Fei responded, a slight smirk gracing his lips, thinking to himself. It seems this beautiful president is not only elegant and gracious, but also possesses a certain endearing quality at times. Chapter 057. I haven't learned it 20 minutes later. Yi Fei arrived at the entrance of the first high school of the city. By this time, classes had already been dismissed, and students were gradually streaming out. A glance revealed Gu Xiaoran, accompanied by a group of fashionably dressed youths, laughing and chatting as they exited the school. It was evident that amongst them, Xiaoran held a position of prominence, with her peers orbiting around her. Quite interesting. This young lady seems to enjoy considerable popularity at school. Yi Fei chuckled and turned to inquire, President Gu, which grade is Xiaoran currently in? She is in her third year of high school, Gu Qingqing replied. So she is on the brink of university entrance exams, Yi Fei remarked. Indeed, but Xiaoran's academic performance has plummeted recently. Her homeroom teacher has reached out to me multiple times, expressing concern that if her grades continue to decline, her chances of attending university are uncertain, Gu Qingqing lamented, a frown creasing her brow. I find her quite intelligent. How could her grades suffer so? Yi Fei asked, intrigued. Xiaoran's grades were commendable, but ever since that incident, she has lost her motivation to study and often skips classes to visit internet cafes. Gu Qingqiang sighed. That incident? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow, inquiring, What incident are you referring to, President Gu? It's nothing. Gu Qingqiang hesitated, quickly directing her gaze out the window. Here comes Xiaoran. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes, pondering that Xiaoran's academic struggles must be linked to the matter Gu Qingqiang had alluded to. Yet, since she was reluctant to discuss it, he refrained from pressing further. With a smile, Yi Fei asked, President Gu, what will happen if Xiaoran does not gain admission to university? Gu Qingqiang exhaled deeply. If she does not get into university, I will send her abroad for 2 years of study, and then she can work at my company. Of course, if Xiaoran wishes to start her own business, I will wholeheartedly support her. You truly are a wonderful sister, Yi Fei replied. Gu Qingqiang merely shook her head with a smile, though Yi Fei noticed a hint of weariness in her expression. This woman not only manages her household, but also oversees a large corporation. She must be quite exhausted. However, Yi Fei felt curious about the whereabouts of the sister's parents. Sister, you're here. At that moment, Gu Xiaoran's face lit up with a radiant smile as she greeted Gu Qingqiang, completely overlooking Yi Fei. Xiaoran, hop in. Gu Qingqiang encouraged with a smile. Once in the car, the sisters began chatting animatedly. Sister, I have a particularly amusing story to share, Gu Xiaoran exclaimed. What amusing story? Gu Qingqiang asked, intrigued. Today, during geography class, our teacher asked a classmate why he hadn't completed the world map assignment. Sister, can you guess how he responded? Gu Xiaoran stifled her laughter. Did he forget? Couldn't draw? Gu Qingqiang queried. Not quite. Not quite, one of our classmates replied to the teacher with great conviction, stating that he feared his drawn map might alter the world. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoran could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. With a giggle, Gu Qingsheng covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Your classmate certainly has quite the imagination." Yi Fei smirked and added, "You sure have a vivid mind." "Shut up. It's none of your business." Gu Xiaoran retorted, glaring at Yi Fei. "Xiaoran, is that how you speak?" Gu Qingsheng gently admonished. "Enough, enough." Gu Xiaoran stuck out her pink tongue at Yi Fei and cheerfully turned to Gu Qingsheng, saying, "Sister, a new Western restaurant called Polando has just opened on Anyang Road in the Southern District. I've heard their Italian cuisine is exceptionally authentic and delicious. How about we go there now?" Gu Qingsheng hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Is the food hygienic there?" "Sister, you can rest assured," Gu Xiaoran replied, smacking her lips. "Polando has been awarded 3 Michelin stars. If it's a Michelin-rated restaurant, it is indeed worth a visit," Yi Fei interjected. "The Michelin evaluations are quite rigorous, fair, and even somewhat stringent regarding hygiene. They surely maintain strict standards." "As if you know anything," Gu Xiaoran rolled her eyes at Yi Fei. He merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. If you were to tell her that Edward Michelin, the current president of the Michelin Group, was a personal friend, she would undoubtedly dismiss it as nonsense. "Since it's worth a visit, let us go." Gu Qingqing nodded and instructed Yi Fei, "Head to Polando." "All right," Yi Fei responded, then drove directly to the restaurant. After about half an hour, they arrived at Polando. It was a quintessential Italian-style establishment, comprising 2 floors, with a decor that was both simple and stylish, offering a delightful ambience. The second floor featured an outdoor terrace for guests seeking a romantic setting. Stepping out of the car, Gu Xiaoran gazed at the impressive Polando and exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, what a beautiful restaurant." "Indeed, it's quite lovely," Gu Qingqing concurred. "If the food is delicious, that would be even better," Yi Fei remarked, scratching his ear. "All you think about is eating. Are you a pig?" Gu Xiaoran teased from the side. "Oh, birds of a feather flock together. You must be a pig too, since you understand me," Yi Fei replied with a grin. "You." Gu Xiaoran stomped her foot in frustration and shook Gu Qingqing's arm, saying, "Sister," he asked, bullying me. "You two have been bickering the entire way. I truly don't know what to say about you both," Gu Qingsheng said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "All right, enough of that. Let's go inside." Gu Xiaoran waved her tiny fist at Yi Fei, then bounced into the restaurant. Yi Fei smiled and followed closely behind. Upon entering the restaurant, the opulent crystal chandelier cast a soft glow, rendering the entire space both elegant and tranquil. The gentle strains of a saxophone permeated the atmosphere, imbuing all who arrived with a profound sense of comfort and reassurance. At that moment, the establishment was half filled with patrons, including couples on romantic dates and businessmen engaged in discussions. The majority of the staff were foreigners, with a few locals working alongside them, guided by an Italian waitress. Gu Qingsheng and her companions settled into a window-side table. "May I ask how many of you would like to order?" the waitress inquired in fluent Italian. "Sister, what's she saying?" Gu Xiaoran asked, momentarily taken aback. "She seems to be asking what we would like to eat," Gu Qingsheng replied, possessing a rudimentary understanding of Italian, enough to grasp simple greetings. "Oh, let me order," Gu Xiaoran exclaimed, hastily grabbing the menu. However, upon seeing the Italian text, she was instantly bewildered. "What on earth is this? Is this some kind of cryptic script? I cannot decipher any of it." Embarrassed, Gu Xiaoran forced a smile and handed the menu back to Gu Qingsheng, saying, "Sister, perhaps you should order instead." Gu Qingsheng, well aware that her sister was struggling with the language, chuckled softly and took the menu. Yet, as she opened it, she too found herself perplexed. Although she understood a few basic Italian phrases, the intricate language eluded her comprehension. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she suggested, "Let us ask the waitress to bring a menu in our native language." "Miss Gu, there's no need to trouble yourself. Allow me to order." Yi Fei interjected with a smile as he took the menu. "TCH, putting on airs as if you know it all." Gu Xiaoran could not help but scoff. "Yi Fei, do you speak Italian?" Gu Qingsheng asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Just a little," Yi Fei replied, raising an eyebrow before engaging in conversation with the Italian waitress in impeccable Italian. "La bellezza, la prego di aiutarci a favore di un vitello, pollo parmigiano." The sisters, astonished by Yi Fei's fluency, found themselves momentarily speechless. They had not anticipated his proficiency. Showing off again. Gu Xiaoran thought, feeling a twinge of annoyance. After listening to Yi Fei, the waitress smiled and responded, Okay, signore, ti prego aspetta. Va bene, grazie. Yi Fei returned her smile with a nod. Yi Fei, I truly did not expect your Italian to be so proficient. Gu Qingcheng remarked, her expression one of astonishment. Have you studied Italian before? No, not really. Yi Fei pondered briefly before shaking his head firmly. Chapter 58. Unexpected Situation. Have you never studied? Upon hearing Yi Fei's response, Gu Qingcheng was taken aback. Are you pulling my leg? If you have never learned, how could you speak Italian so fluently? Gu Xiaoran remarked incredulously. Yi Fei shrugged and replied, Whether you believe it or not, I truly have not studied it. I merely spent some time in Italy and frequently conversed with the locals, and before I knew it, I had picked it up. Indeed, you are quite the linguistic prodigy. Gu Qingcheng complimented with a smile. Sis, he's lying. How can you believe him? Gu Xiaoran retorted with a hint of annoyance. My dear child, just because you cannot do something, does it mean others cannot? Gu Qingcheng gently ruffled Gu Xiaoran's hair and said, Xiaoran, you see, you should learn more languages from other countries. Otherwise, you might struggle to order food someday. Cease. You're lecturing me, but you can't do it either. Gu Xiaoran muttered softly. What did you say? Gu Qingcheng narrowed her eyes. It's nothing. Nothing at all. I didn't say anything. Gu Xiaoran laughed and waved her hands dismissively. By the way, Yi Fei, what did you order? Gu Qingcheng inquired with curiosity. She could understand a few words, but a string of sentences eluded her comprehension, as she had never studied specifically. I ordered a few signature dishes from the Italian restaurant. A serving of Marsala wine sauce beef, a serving of Parmigiano Reggiano chicken, and a serving of braised veal shank. Yi Fei smiled and added, You could try them later. I assure you they're delicious. Don't be so smug, as if you come here often. Gu Xiaoran rolled her eyes playfully at Yi Fei. Yi Fei was momentarily speechless. It seemed he hadn't done anything to provoke this girl, yet she continuously targeted him. Perhaps it was because I am too handsome, provoking envy. Yi Fei consoled himself with this thought. After a while of conversation, the waiter began to serve the dishes. Plates of exquisite Italian delicacies were laid out before them, making mouths water in anticipation. They look incredibly delicious, Gu Xiaoran exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she licked her lips. All right, you little glutton, we can start eating now. Gu Qingcheng chuckled. At the dining table, Yi Fei and Gu Xiaoran were engaged in a playful food battle, whereas Gu Qingcheng maintained a more refined demeanor. However, witnessing the banter and playful exchanges between Gu Xiaoran and Yi Fei filled her heart with a gentle warmth. It had been a long time since she felt this way, especially since her parents' disappearance. Just as Gu Qingcheng was lost in thought, a young man dressed in a casual Givenchy outfit, standing over 6 feet tall and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, approached with a wine glass in hand. Hello, beautiful. May I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance? The young man raised his glass and smiled at Gu Qingcheng. Despite his gentle smile, his eyes roamed over Gu Qingcheng with an unsettling intensity. Gu Qingcheng had long since grown accustomed to such advances. She smiled politely and replied, I apologize, but I do not cultivate friendships with strangers. The young man chuckled confidently. My dear, friendships evolve gradually from strangers. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wei Shiyan, a recent graduate from Vanderbilt University School of Medicine, where I earned a master's degree in Western medicine. Currently, I serve as the attending surgeon at the First People's Hospital of Ninghai City. Listening to the man's self-introduction, Yi Fei shook his head in amusement, thinking this method of courtship was rather cliché. As expected, Gu Qingcheng remained expressionless upon hearing his introduction and stated, I'm sorry, Mr. Wei, but I have no interest in your credentials. Wei Shiyan's expression stiffened, perplexed. After all, he was an elite with both a car and a house. Moreover, this tactic had previously proven effective in his endeavors. Why was it failing him today? At that moment, Gu Xiaoran lifted her head to gaze at Wei Shiyan and inquired, Hey, refined gentleman, are you attempting to woo my sister? Wei Shiyan awkwardly smiled, uncertain of how to respond, as the implication was quite evident. Enough. Don't say another word. With your demeanor, you think you can pursue my sister? Not a chance. Gu Xiaoran waved her hand impatiently, urging, Let us go. Don't disturb our meal. Wei Shiyan cast a frustrated glance at Gu Xiaoran and Gu Qinsheng before departing in discontent. Gu Xiaoran mused to herself, recognizing him as a well-mannered scoundrel who was even less appealing than Yi Fei. Xiaoran, I did not realize you were your sister's shield, Yi Fei remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, for the sake of my sister's happiness, I must diligently select a suitable brother-in-law. Someone like you or that fellow just now is far from my standards, Gu Xiaoran asserted earnestly. What nonsense are you spouting? Gu Qinsheng's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her beauty captivating Yi Fei's attention. Suddenly, a piercing scream from a woman echoed through the restaurant, drawing the attention of all present. The formerly serene atmosphere erupted into chaos, with several waitstaff anxiously making phone calls. What's happening over there? Gu Xiaoran asked, glancing in that direction. Sister, let us go see. Come on. Without waiting for Gu Qinsheng's objections, she grasped her sister's hand and ventured towards the crowd, with Yi Fei following closely behind. As they pushed through the throng, they discovered a man lying on the floor beside a gracefully dressed and elegant young woman. The man, appearing to be in his 40s, sported a sharp crew cut and was clad in a meticulously tailored black Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of composure and charisma. At this moment, the middle-aged man had succumbed to unconsciousness, his complexion appearing rather grave. Yi Fei cast a fleeting glance at the man, and an unsettling realization struck him. The man was convulsing, frothing at the mouth, drenched in cold sweat, and breathing rapidly. These alarming symptoms indicated that his fainting was entirely due to anaphylactic shock caused by a food allergy. Without prompt intervention, dire conséquences lourdes. Is there a doctor present? I implore you to save my husband. The anxious woman gazed desperately at the crowd. Miss, please remain calm. We have already called for an ambulance. A waiter promptly replied. How can I remain calm? This place is so remote. We don't know how long we'll have to wait for the ambulance. The woman retorted indignantly, then urgently continued. Is there a doctor here? Please, someone help my husband. I promise a generous reward. I am a doctor. At that moment, Wei Shiyan stepped forward with an air of pride. You're a doctor? The woman inquired, her voice tinged with skepticism. Indeed, I am Wei Shiyan, the attending surgeon at Ninghai First People's Hospital. As he spoke, he deliberately cast a glance at Gu Qinsheng, as if to say, see, disregarding me was unwise. A doctor's role is indeed crucial. Thank you, Dr. Wei. Please, I beg you, examine my husband. What is wrong with him? The woman implored, her expression filled with hope. Saving lives is our duty as physicians. Please do not panic. I will assess the situation, Wei Shiyan reassured her, proceeding to examine the middle-aged man. A few moments later, Wei Shiyan's expression darkened. If I am not mistaken, the patient is in shock, and it is indeed caused by a food allergy. What do we do? The woman exclaimed in alarm. Wei Shiyan turned to the waiter and inquired, when will the ambulance arrive? It should be about 20 minutes. The waiter responded hastily. That is unacceptable. 20 minutes is too long. We must take immediate action. Wei Shiyan furrowed his brow, then retrieved 2 sturdy wine boxes from a nearby table, placing them beneath the man's head to elevate his neck and support his chin, tilting his head back. Simultaneously, he turned the man's head to the side and began to apply pressure to his chest slowly. The onlookers fell silent, observing the unfolding scene. Seeing this, Yi Fei smiled faintly. It appeared that this fellow possessed decent medical skills, understanding how to manage an emergency. However, given the urgency of the situation, even emergency measures seemed unlikely to yield significant results. Dr. Wei, will my husband be all right? The woman asked anxiously. At present, I lack the specialized equipment necessary for treatment. I can only strive to ensure the patient's airway remains unobstructed, but the definitive treatment must occur at a hospital, Wei Shiyan replied, then again pressed the waiter. How many more minutes until the ambulance arrives? They said, it will be another 15 minutes. The waiter stammered. The restaurant manager had previously advised them that this unconscious middle-aged man was of considerable standing and required careful attention. However, this middle-aged man has encountered an unfortunate incident at the restaurant. What shall we do about it? Chapter 059, Indire peril. What? Another 15 minutes? Wei Shiyan was taken aback for a moment, then furrowed his brow and said, if the ambulance does not arrive within 8 minutes, By the time we get the patient to the hospital, it will already be too late. Dr. Wei, what do you mean by that? The young woman was instantly bewildered upon hearing this. What I mean is, if we cannot transport the patient to the hospital immediately, we will miss the optimal window for treatment, and the patient may. At this point, Wei Shiyan hesitated to continue. My husband may what? Please, tell me what may happen. The woman grasped Wei Shiyan's clothing, urgently pressing for an answer. Taking a deep breath, Wei Shiyan replied, I must say, if the patient is not delivered to the hospital in a timely manner, there's a possibility that he may die. What? The woman gasped in horror, clutching Wei Shiyan's collar tightly, trembling as she implored, Dr. Wei, you must save my husband. He is still so young. Something terrible cannot happen to him. Please remain calm. I only mentioned the possibility, and that implies there is still a chance for treatment. Wei Shiyan explained, albeit with a hint of guilt. Deep down, he understood that if the middle-aged man did not receive professional medical attention within 8 minutes, he could indeed perish. Doctor, I beg you, please save my husband. I implore you. The woman pleaded desperately, tears streaming down her face. I am truly sorry, but without professional medical equipment, I am powerless, Wei Shiyan said, pulling away from the woman's grasp and stepping aside, his gaze evasive as he added, let us wait for the ambulance. Overcome with despair, the woman collapsed onto the ground, her eyes vacant as she repeatedly murmured, please save my husband. I beg of you, I beg you. However, among the onlookers, although there were doctors present, none dared to step forward. It was evident to all that the middle-aged man was in critical condition. Should one intervene and fail, it would only lead to further complications. At that moment, Gu Qingqing observed the scene before her, feeling a pang of sorrow. She had once witnessed her grandmother succumb to a heart condition due to a lack of timely medical intervention. Little Gu Xiaoran's eyes were also moist with tears, as she recalled her deceased grandmother. Yi Fei, don't you possess medical skills? Can you save this man? Gu Qingchang suddenly thought of something and turned her intense gaze towards Yi Fei. Indeed, you scoundrel, didn't you help me with my diarrhea last time? Your medical expertise should be quite commendable, no? Gu Xiaoran chimed in, looking at Yi Fei expectantly. I can treat him, but I do not possess a medical license. Yi Fei replied with a resigned smile. Oh, come on. Why are you being so obstinate? At a time like this, who cares about a medical license? Saving a life is what truly matters. Gu Xiaoran exclaimed, her large eyes wide with discontent. All right then. Yi Fei conceded reluctantly. Yi Fei let out a gentle sigh before stepping forward, declaring, allow me to give it a try. As he spoke, all eyes in the room turned toward him, reflecting a myriad of emotions, astonishment, confusion, but predominantly derision. Many believed that Yi Fei's decision to intervene was a foolish one. Young man, are you a doctor? The young woman, who had nearly succumbed to despair, felt a surge of hope upon seeing Yi Fei. In that moment, she regarded this young man as her last lifeline. Meanwhile, Wei Shiyan looked at Yi Fei as if he were a fool, pondering how the young man could be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Just wait and see the trouble that awaits you. I'm not a doctor, Yi Fei replied with a smile, shaking his head. Then you. The young woman grew slightly irritated. Was this young man merely toying with her? If he was not a doctor, why did he step forward? However, I do possess some medical skills, Yi Fei added. You have medical skills? The young woman's expression brightened as she exclaimed, young man, if you can help, please save my husband. Yet, I do not have a medical license. Yi Fei shrugged in response. TCH, you lack a medical license. Yet you have the audacity to step forward? Without a license, how can anyone trust you to treat him? Wei Shiyan could not help but mock. Who would have thought this young man could dine with two beautiful women while he himself could barely muster the courage to befriend one? It was utterly frustrating. Hey, just because you can't help doesn't mean others can't. Why don't you take your negativity elsewhere and stop casting disparaging remarks? Gu Xiaoran interjected, placing her hands on her hips and directing her ire at Wei Shiyan. Seeing Gu Xiaoran speak up for him deeply touched Yi Fei. It seemed as though this girl was finally on his side. Gu Xiaoran noticed Yi Fei grinning foolishly at her and rolled her eyes, stating, don't get the wrong idea. I just think saving a life is paramount. Yi Fei merely smiled and nodded, choosing not to elaborate. This girl had a sharp tongue, but a kind heart. After a moment of hesitation, the young woman turned to Yi Fei and said, "Young man, what this girl says is true. Saving lives is crucial. If anything were to happen to my husband, I wouldn't hold you responsible." Her last words were nearly choked with emotion. Yi Fei smiled gently and confidently replied, "Madam, since you have chosen to place your trust in me, I assure you, I will not let you down." "All right." The young woman nodded, wiping her tears. What a show-off. Let us see how this fool intends to treat him." Wei Shiyin snickered inwardly. As Yi Fei turned his attention back to the middle-aged man lying on the ground, his demeanor shifted. It became calm and composed, shedding the earlier frivolity. Yi Fei began by employing a unique massage technique on the man, varying the pressure and speed with precision. The seemingly chaotic techniques exhibited an extraordinary sense of order. Meanwhile, the onlookers, both Chinese and foreign, observed the unfolding scene with great curiosity. Before long, the middle-aged man suddenly coughed, expelling the foreign object from his mouth. Fortunately, timely intervention had occurred, and it was still not too late. Yi Fei let out a sigh of relief, and once the man had cleared his mouth, he produced the miraculous needles of Bien K from his pocket. At that moment, Yi Fei's expression turned solemn, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. He took a moment to assess the situation, then retrieved 2 BNK needles, channeling his vital energy into them. With a gentle lift of his right hand, he performed an incantation akin to summoning the Buddha from the heavens. A soft command escaped his lips. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 BNK needles shimmered with dark, lustrous brilliance. In the next instant, they precisely landed on the patient's Rinzhong and Yongquan acupoints. Buzzing, the 2 BNK needles began to quiver immediately. The deep vibrations resonated remarkably throughout the entire restaurant. Moreover, Yi Fei was pleasantly surprised to discover that the trembling of the BNK needles was swifter than that of silver needles. Witnessing this spectacle, the gathered crowd was rendered speechless in astonishment. "Good heavens! Is this the acupuncture technique of China? It's truly miraculous," exclaimed a foreign waitress in awe. In fact, it was not only the foreigners present who were astonished. All the Chinese spectators shared the same sentiment. After all, they had never witnessed such a wondrous acupuncture technique before. Conversely, Gu Qingsheng was left speechless in amazement. Although she had suspected Yi Fei possessed medical skills, she never anticipated the extent of his prowess. Even without a deep understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, she sensed the exceptional nature of Yi Fei's abilities. This fellow's medical expertise is indeed formidable. Gu Xiaoran fixed her gaze intently on Yi Fei, murmuring softly. However, Yi Fei paid no heed to the astonished crowd. His expression remained focused, directing all his attention toward the middle-aged man. Once the 2 needles were in place, Yi Fei drew forth 2 more. With a swift motion, he performed the technique of 2 stabs to transform the world, targeting the Bai Wei and Qihai acupoints. With a flick of his right hand, the 2 BNK needles, seemingly possessed of their own spirit, traced graceful arcs through the air, simultaneously embedding themselves in the man's Bai Wei and Qihai acupoints. Buzzing, the 4 BNK needles began to quiver in unison. Due to the rapidity of their vibrations, wisps of white vapor began to emanate from the 4 acupoints. Chapter 060. The thoughts of a girl witnessing an exceedingly rare scene before him. Yi Fei was rendered speechless by his astonishment. The miraculous Bien K divine needle was indeed formidable. Had he employed ordinary silver needles, he would have felt compelled to execute at least the first 5 forms of the Tai divine needle. However, armed with the Bien K divine needle, he believed that merely invoking the first 3 forms would suffice. This extraordinary needle could harness the least amount of true energy to achieve maximum therapeutic effect. Truly, it was the legendary needle once wielded by the medical sage BNK. With a sigh of admiration in his heart, Yi Fei no longer hesitated and retrieved another BNK divine needle, specifically the lancet needle used for superficial bloodletting. Grasping the needle between his index and middle fingers, he gradually infused it with true energy. With a swift motion of his right hand, he executed the triple prick of perfect harmony, targeting the 10 declared points. Whoosh! Thanks to his precise control over the force, the lancet needle pierced only superficially. A gentle hum accompanied the tremor as bright red blood flowed from the middle-aged man's declared point. "Young man, what is happening?" The woman, witnessing her husband's bleeding, suddenly grew anxious. Yifei merely gestured for her to remain silent. Trusting in his medical expertise, she promptly complied, silencing her concerns. Yifei's gaze was fixated on the lancet needle, and as the blood flowed for a brief moment, he swiftly withdrew the needle from the middle-aged man's declared point. Once the needle was removed, the bleeding ceased instantly. For bien que divine needles remained embedded in the man's body, standing in opposition yet interconnected, each vibrating in its respective acupoint, performing its unique function. At that moment, the onlookers beheld a miraculous sight. The previously pallid middle-aged man's complexion began to regain its color, and his body ceased its convulsions. Yifei smiled, then resumed his specialized massage technique on the middle-aged man. After a brief interval, the man's eyelids fluttered, and he opened his eyes. Simultaneously, Yifei retracted the bien que divine needles. As Yifei stood, the crowd finally regained their composure, their gazes toward him filled with an indescribable fervor. Most of those dining here were affluent individuals, and what do wealthy people fear most? Naturally, it is death. Having witnessed Yifei's miraculous medical skills, they all began to contemplate the prospect of befriending him. Every individual experiences the inevitability of aging, illness, and death. Thus, knowing such a divine physician undoubtedly added a layer of security to their lives. "Aotsong, are you all right? You are finally awake," the woman exclaimed joyfully, rushing to her husband. "War Moon, what has happened to me?" The middle-aged man inquired weakly. "Aotsong, you truly scared me. We were enjoying our meal when you suddenly fainted." The woman recounted all that had transpired to her husband. Upon listening to the young woman's explanation, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically. He hurriedly exclaimed, "War Moon, where can I find that little divine doctor? I must meet him. This is a life-saving grace that I cannot repay." All right, Aotsong, do not be overly excited. I shall summon the little divine doctor at once." The young woman replied with a nod before promptly rising to her feet. Just then, Yifei had already turned down 5 or 6 businessmen who appeared eager to befriend him and was preparing to depart with the Goose sisters when he heard the young woman call out from behind. "Little divine doctor, please wait. What is it?" Yifei turned his head. "My husband wishes to meet you." The young woman gazed at Yifei with immense gratitude. Yifei nodded in acknowledgement and approached the middle-aged man. "Uncle, are you looking for me?" he inquired, observing the dignified middle-aged gentleman before him. "Young man, were you the one who saved me just now?" The middle-aged man's face was etched with deep gratitude as he regarded Yifei. "Yes, I merely pulled you back from the brink of death temporarily. However, your body remains quite frail and requires a period of recuperation in the hospital." Yifei replied with a slight grimace. "I am profoundly grateful for the little divine Doctor's life-saving grace. I, Lin Ao Song, have no means to repay you." The middle-aged man fixed a keen gaze upon Yifei, then produced a card from his pocket and handed it over. "Little divine doctor, this is my business card. In Ninghai City, should you ever require anything, do not hesitate to contact me. I shall do my utmost to assist you." Yifei received the card and glanced at it. It was black, bearing only a name and a phone number, devoid of any embellishments. Without further thought, he casually tucked it into his pocket. Observing this action, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered with admiration. How many would covet their own business cards? And yet this youth seemed unconcerned. Such noble character is indeed rare among the young. Just as the middle-aged man was about to continue speaking, the sound of an ambulance echoed from outside. Soon, several medical personnel rushed in, guided by a server. As a medical team carried the middle-aged man away, he turned to Yifei once more and reiterated, "Little divine doctor, whatever you may need in the future, be sure to reach out to me." Once the ambulance had departed, Yifei chuckled and shook his head. This uncle possesses quite an interesting character. Yifei, that gentleman appeared to have an extraordinary demeanor. Who exactly is he? Gu Qingchang inquired as she approached. Who knows? Never mind him. Let us return. Ye Fi Shuruk then departed the Palando Western restaurant with the Goose sisters. On the way home, Gu Xiaoran surprisingly refrained from arguing with Yi Fei, instead staring blankly out of the window, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Gu Qingchang fixed her gaze upon Yi Fei and asked, "Yi Fei, have you studied medicine before?" "Oh, I learned a bit from a traditional Chinese medicine master," Yi Fei replied. "Just a bit? It seems rather more than that, does it not?" Gu Qingchang gazed intently at Yi Fei and continued. "The individual named Wei Shiyin is a master of medicine from Vanderbilt University in the United States. It stands to reason that his medical skills must be quite impressive. However, he was unable to treat that gentleman, yet you succeeded. This serves as evidence that your medical prowess surpasses his." "Ah, Miss Gu, that gentleman practices Western medicine, while I am trained in traditional Chinese medicine. Although both belong to the realm of medicine, their natures are vastly different. He was hindered by a lack of medical equipment, whereas my ability to treat that middle-aged man was merely a stroke of luck." Yi Fei chuckled. "Is that so?" Gu Qingchang smiled and replied, "Yi Fei, I know you are certainly not an ordinary person, but since you are reluctant to speak further, I shall refrain from pressing you." Yi Fei chuckled, offering no response, instead focusing intently on driving. Before long, Yi Fei arrived at Villa number 6 in Maple Leaf. Upon returning to the villa, Gu Qingchang exchanged pleasantries with Yi Fei before ascending the stairs with Gu Xiaoran. Yi Fei then retreated to his own room. Once inside, he retrieved the Bien K divine needle from his pocket and began to scrutinize it closely. Initially, he intended merely to test whether the needle possessed the extraordinary qualities described in ancient medical texts. However, after today's trial, he realized that the Bien K divine needle was indeed remarkable. In the past, while treating severe illnesses, he often felt a depletion of his vital energy, unable to sustain it. Yet, with the Bien K divine needle, he sensed that such shortages would likely be a thing of the past. Moreover, he had a vague inkling that the magical properties of the needle extended far beyond what he had yet discovered. However, at present, he could not unravel its mysteries. So he simply returned the needle to his pocket, shed his clothes, and stepped into the bathroom. In the second-floor bathroom, Gu Xiaoran had finished her bath but lingered, lost in thought as she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. No matter how she looked, she felt undeniably beautiful. The girl in the mirror possessed a stunning visage rivaling that of Gu Qingchang, with a tall, graceful figure, skin as fair as snow, and a smooth, delicate complexion. Her slender waist sculpted a perfect curve. Nearly flawless in every aspect, there was but one area that seemed slightly less than perfect, her chest, which appeared rather small. This was also the source of Gu Xiaoran's greatest insecurity. Due to her modest bust, she had often been subjected to ridicule, earning nicknames such as Princess Flat and Fried Egg, among others. Although she feigned indifference on the surface, deep down, she was quite affected by it. After all, every girl aspires to be a little more perfect, and Gu Xiaoran was no exception. Chapter 061. Why the Laughter? Gu Xiaoran bit her lip gently, her cheeks flushed, and her sparkling eyes shimmered with vibrant light. She couldn't help but recall the words that Yi Fei had previously spoken to her. That insufferable scoundrel seemed to have claimed that with his intervention, he could facilitate her second development. She wondered if there was any truth to it. If it were indeed true, she too could attain a perfection akin to her sister's. Previously, Gu Xiaoran had dismissed Yi Fei's words as mere flirtation. However, after witnessing his miraculous medical skills on 2 occasions, her perspective had drastically shifted. Perhaps that rascal could truly deliver on his promise. Should she seek him out for a trial? With this thought in mind, Gu Xiaoran hurriedly donned a cartoon-themed nightgown and stealthily emerged from the bathroom. She glanced around the living room, finding it empty, and then peered into her sister Gu Qingchang's room, pressing her ear against the door to listen for any sounds. Confirming that her sister was sound asleep, a sly smile crept onto her lips as she dashed downstairs, making her way to Yi Fei's door. As she prepared to push the door open, hesitation gripped her. Given her previous disdainful attitude towards him, what if he refused to assist her? Or worse, what if he harbored ulterior motives? Nevertheless, Gu Xiaoran quickly steeled her resolve, driven by the desire for beauty and to rid herself of those irksome nicknames. She resolved to take the plunge. Adopting an air of heroic sacrifice, she inhaled deeply and turned the doorknob. With a soft click, the door swung open. Upon entering the room, she found the lights on, yet Yi Fei was nowhere to be seen. Where could he be at this hour? She pondered, stepping forward only to have her expression shift dramatically. On the bed lay a few pieces of clothing, and she could faintly hear the sound of humming emanating from the bathroom. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open. Yi Fei emerged clad only in a pair of shorts, towel in hand, still humming a tune. Hey, a graceful lady first enjoys the view. Then the fiery temptress takes the plunge. After 3 arduous years of study, only the grand bed remains. Just as he reached the crescendo of his song, he raised his head and caught sight of Gu Xiaoran standing nearby. She, in turn, was frozen in shock at the sight of Yi Fei's bare torso. The room fell into an uncanny silence, which lasted a mere 3 seconds. Both Yi Fei and Gu Xiaoran exclaimed in unison. Hey, don't scream. If you wake your sister, we'll never live it down. Gu Xiaoran, oblivious to Yi Fei's plea, continued to scream. Good heavens, you mustn't keep yelling. If you do, my innocence will be irrevocably tarnished. In a swift motion, Yi Fei tossed aside the towel and lunged forward, enveloping Gu Xiaoran in his embrace while deftly covering her mouth. At that moment, they were in absolute proximity, their bodies pressed tightly together. Although Gu Xiaoran was clad in a nightgown, its thin fabric offered little protection. Feeling the youthful essence and the delicate fragrance of Gu Xiaoran, Yi Fei was instantly captivated. Gu Xiaoran's heart raced, her cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, exuding an irresistible charm. Despite her vigorous attempts to push Yi Fei away, his strength was insurmountable, and she found herself unable to budge him. Stop squirming, Yi Fei admonished, realizing that her movements only intensified the precarious situation. With a defiant glare, Gu Xiaoran lifted her leg to strike at Yi Fei, exclaiming, How ruthless! Are you trying to ensure my utter defeat? Yi Fei, unwilling to let her succeed, swiftly maneuvered his legs to trap hers. The smooth, supple texture of her thigh sent a jolt through him, and as she raised her leg higher in her nightgown, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of her white undergarment, nearly causing him to lose composure. Gu Xiaoran, sensing his lingering gaze, widened her eyes in shock and resumed her struggle. Yi Fei, exasperated, sighed, Xiaoran, if you cease your protests, I shall release you, all right? He observed her innocent face, adding, just nod or shake your head. Her captivating eyes twinkled as she contemplated, ultimately nodding in agreement. Beware, if you deceive me, I shall silence you, Yi Fei teased, still harboring some doubt. Gu Xiaoran, incensed by his words, flushed with indignation. How dare you threaten me? She retorted, her face aflame. Fine, I won't be angry. I shall let you go. As he released her, Yi Fei swiftly retreated a few paces. True to form, the moment he loosened his grip, Gu Xiaoran prepared to retaliate. Stop! Yi Fei quickly raised his hands in a gesture of truce, saying, Xiaoran, you cannot contend with me. Engaging in a scuffle will yield no benefit for you. Moreover, your attire is quite impractical. Should I inadvertently touch where I should not, or if you were to inadvertently reveal more than intended, I cannot be held accountable. You insufferable rogue. Gu Xiaoran clenched her fists, her chest rising and falling with indignation. Aware of the impracticality of her clothing, she paused her advance. Who is truly the rogue here? Yi Fei exclaimed, feigning innocence. I was enjoying a bath when you intruded. Mind you, I. Gu Xiaoran was at a loss, pointing an accusatory finger at him. This is my home. I can enter and leave as I please. Do you have any say in this? Arguing with a woman was akin to conversing with a madman, Yi Fei thought, chuckling as he shook his head. Xiaoran, what brings you to my room at such an hour? Is it truly a long night? And are you seeking to converse about life with me? Gu Xiaoran retorted, hands on her hips. What life? Get dressed before you speak to me, you exhibitionist. Come on, am I really an exhibitionist? I'm still wearing something, you know. Silence. Hurry and put on your clothes. All right, I'll dress. Yi Fei, unable to contend with the girl, casually donned a short-sleeved shirt and beach shorts. Once clothed, he plopped onto the bed and glanced at the girl's round, fair thighs, inquiring once more, So, tell me, what brings you here? And nothing. Gu Xiaoran stuttered. The words caught in her throat. She simply could not vocalize such things. What was she to say? Come help me with my... Is there really nothing at all? Yi Fei pressed. It was hard for him to believe that this quirky girl had come to see him without a purpose. No, Gu Xiaoran replied. Oh, if that is the case, you may leave. Yi Fei gestured toward the door, then patted the bed and added, of course, if you wish to sleep here, that would be fine too. We could have a chat about life. Shut up, you lecher. Gu Xiaoran glared at Yi Fei, then said, Yi Fei, I do have something to discuss with you. What is it? Yi Fei asked with a smile. Ye Fei, your medical skills are quite impressive, aren't they? Gu Xiaoran inquired, her cheeks flushed. Fei digent, Ye Fei nodded. Then, is what you said before true? Gu Xiaoran asked somewhat shyly. What did I say? Yi Fei was becoming increasingly confused by her words. That statement. Could you please be clearer? Which statement are you referring to? Gu Xiaoran took a deep breath and enunciated, Didn't you mention that if you help me, you could promote my second development? Yes, Yi Fei nodded. And then? Then, could you help me? Help me with that area? Her voice dwindled to a whisper, resembling a mosquito's buzz, and her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a monkey's rear. With that, Yi Fei could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Why are you laughing? Gu Xiaoran exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Chapter 062. I promise not to speak. However, Gu Xiaoran's indignant exclamation was utterly ineffective. Yi Fei continued to chuckle incessantly. What could he do? After all, this girl was simply too amusing. If you keep laughing, I will call my sister down and say you are harassing me. Gu Xiaoran pouted angrily, glaring at Yi Fei. A man of integrity has nothing to fear from shadows. Look at me. I'm dressed appropriately, unlike someone who would harass you. Yi Fei retorted with a smirk. Very well. Then I shall summon my sister and see whom she believes. Gu Xiaoran declared proudly. All right, my dear lady, I shall refrain from laughing, Yi Fei said, raising his hands in surrender. Little rascal, do you think I cannot handle you? Gu Xiaoran lifted her chin defiantly, radiating a mix of playfulness, cuteness, and charm. This girl was truly a little enchantress. Yi Fei chuckled and remarked, Xiaoran, does that mean you want me to treat your chest? Yes, Gu Xiaoran nodded eagerly. That's easy. Yi Fei grinned widely and said, just call me Brother Fei. No way. Gu Xiaoran resolutely shook her head. Oh, if you won't call me that, then you may leave. Yi Fei yawned and said, rather than accompany you in this nonsense, I might as well catch some more sleep. You. Gu Xiaoran gritted her teeth in frustration, then forced a smile, calling out sweetly, Brother Fei. What did you say? The signal is poor. I can't hear you. Yi Fei placed a hand to his ear. Brother Fei, Gu Xiaoran exclaimed, her face stern. Now, that is more like it. Yi Fei nodded in satisfaction. Gu Xiaoran took a deep breath, thinking to herself, you scoundrel, just wait. Once you've helped me with that, I will make sure to send you away. Absolutely. I've already called you Brother Fei. Surely that guarantees your help? Gu Xiaoran said with a smile. Yes, I can help, but the area you wish to treat is rather unique. Yi Fei glanced at Gu Xiaoran's chest and said, what makes it unique? Gu Xiaoran asked, puzzled. Well. Yi Fei cleared his throat twice, appearing troubled. If I assist you with that, my hands will inevitably come into contact with that area. If you become displeased and accuse me of harassment, wouldn't I be wronged? After considering his words, Gu Xiaoran found some merit in his reasoning. Can't you use acupuncture? That way, your hands won't need to touch me, Gu Xiaoran suggested. But even without touching, I would still see it. Yi Fei shrugged and replied, of course, if you don't mind, then I certainly wouldn't either. Could you please close your eyes while treating me? Gu Xiaoran bit her red lip and asked, that won't do. If I close my eyes, what if I make a mistake? Yi Fei shook his head and said earnestly, no, I think it's best to leave it be. I believe you're quite fine as you are. So, let us not proceed with any treatment, lest I accidentally pierce the wrong spot, and that would certainly not be amusing. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoran hesitated. Indeed, if this fellow were to close his eyes and recklessly jab at himself, wouldn't that cause unbearable pain? What should she do? After pondering for a moment, Gu Xiaoran inquired, Brother Fei, is it possible to perform acupuncture through clothing? How could one perform acupuncture through clothing? You can't see the acupoints, and there remains the possibility of missing them. Yi Fei retorted, secretly amused, and added, Xiaoran, you should give it some thought and make sure you are certain before proceeding. No, it must be done today. Gu Xiaoran shook her head and declared resolutely, let us just go ahead and see. But I warn you, no funny business. If I catch you at it, I will call my sister. Gu Xiaoran's words astonished Yi Fei. Goodness, this girl is quite determined to enhance that area. In reality, Yi Fei could perform acupuncture with his eyes closed, as he was intimately familiar with the 720 acupoints throughout the human body, including 52 single points, 300 paired points, and 50 extraordinary points. Even with his eyes closed, he could pinpoint them with precision. However, having just stated that one could not perform acupuncture with closed eyes, admitting otherwise would surely lead to trouble with her. Thus, it was best to keep that to himself and consider a little perk for himself. Notijing ye fi silenge. Gu Xiaoran curiously asked, what are you thinking? Are you going to help me or not? Of course. Yi Fei grinned and said, let us begin now. All right. How should I assist you? Gu Xiaoran inquired. Please sit on the bed, Yi Fei instructed. Gu Xiaoran complied without hesitation and obediently sat down. Yi Fei then pulled out a black cloth pouch from his pocket. Xiaoran, you should lift your clothing. Yi Fei attempted to maintain his composure. Gu Xiaoran blushed, softly responded with an and then glared at Yi Fei, saying, you mustn't look around or harbor any ulterior motives. Do you understand? In the eyes of a doctor, there is no distinction between genders. I am purely professional, Yi Fei quipped solemnly. Gu Xiaoran exhaled deeply and began to lift her clothing gradually. Upon catching a glimpse of her fair skin and rosy hue, Yi Fei felt as though his head had exploded, leaving him momentarily dazed. Fortunately, he remained composed. Otherwise, he might have lost control entirely. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoran tightly shut her eyes, too shy to witness the scene unfolding. However, after a prolonged wait, Gu Xiaoran felt no further movement from Yi Fei. She immediately opened her eyes, only to see Yi Fei swallowing hard, which instantly ignited her anger. If you dare to glance again, I will poke your eyes out. Gu Xiaoran warned coldly. Oh, splendid. The treatment is about to commence. Yi Fei swiftly gathered his focus, and a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. With his right hand, he deftly grasped two elongated needles, channeling his vital energy into them before lifting them high. He struck down like a celestial being, the Tianzong and Zhongfu acupoints. Whoosh, whoosh. The two glossy, sharp needles flew forth, firmly embedding themselves into the Tianzong and Tianfu acupoints. Buzzing. The divine needles quivered slightly upon the acupoints, their buzzing sound piercing the stillness of the dimly lit room. Next, Yi Fei seized another pair of needles, infused them with his vital energy, and with another flourish, he struck to transform the world. The Wu Yi and Tan Zhong acupoints. Whoosh, whoosh. The fluidity of his movements surpassed even those of before. In an instant, 4 silver needles formed a poised configuration, beginning to tremble. Yi Fei remained intently focused on the oscillation of the needles at the acupoints, striving to maintain his concentration. 5 minutes later, why is it not over yet? Gu Xiaoran inquired softly, feeling rather embarrassed in her current posture. Shu, keep quiet, just a little longer, Yi Fei gestured dismissively. Another 5 minutes passed, and as wisps of white vapor began to emanate from the acupoints, Yi Fei's right hand flicked, and the 4 divine needles returned to his grasp. However, Gu Xiaoran still kept her eyes closed. Is it not over yet? Surely you're not doing this on purpose? She remarked. It's already finished. Yi Fei replied with a cheerful laugh. Huh, finished. Gu Xiaoran gasped, glancing down to confirm the absence of needles. She quickly adjusted her clothing. Why hasn't there been any change? Gu Xiaoran gestured with her hands. My dear lady, do you think this is akin to an inflatable balloon, where one simply wishes for it to enlarge? Yi Fei shook his head in mild exasperation. Today marks merely the first round of treatment. It will occur once every month, and 3 sessions are required. After the 3rd, you shall witness the transformation. 3 sessions, you say? Indeed. No medication, no injections, and no silicone implants. This is already quite expedient, wouldn't you agree? All right. Gu Xiaoran conceded with a nod, recognizing that beauty requires sacrifice. She then fixed her gaze upon Yi Fei and added, "You must not tell my sister about my treatment. Otherwise, I shall end you. Yes, you. I shall remain silent." Yi Fei replied, "Umph, I doubt you have the courage." Gu Xiaoran playfully waved her fist. "I'm off now, good night, you scoundrel." With that, she exited the room. Once the door closed, Yi Fei chuckled. This girl is truly adorably naive. He lifted his hand to his nose, catching a lingering trace of Gu Xiaoran's fragrance, which was quite pleasant. Yi Fei flashed a smile, carefully stored the divine needles, and then reclined on the bed, drifting off into a delightful slumber. Chapter 63. A Fiery Fury. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the First People's Hospital of Ninghai City was brightly lit within a special VIP ward. A young doctor clad in a white coat and a nurse were diligently recording data beside an opulent hospital bed. Lying upon this luxurious bed was a strikingly handsome young man, Song Zhuyu, who had suffered the tragic loss of his legs at the hands of Lei Hu earlier that day. At this moment, however, Song Zhuyu was devoid of his former splendor, lost in a deep slumber, with an 4 drip attached to his arm. His legs encased in thick plaster, propped up on a stand. The third leg bore a heavy layer of bandaging, rendering him a pitiful sight. Seated beside the bed was a distinguished, robust, middle-aged man, Song Hongyu, the chairman of Hongta Group and the father of Song Zhuyu. At this moment, Song Hongyu's countenance was grim, littered at his feet with cigarette butts. His face was taut, and beneath his furrowed brows his eyes, inflamed with rage, gleamed coldly. His lips, cracked and moving incessantly, bore the marks of his teeth. The news he had received earlier that day, while attending a meeting at a provincial branch, that his son had been assaulted, had thrown him into a fury. Upon hearing this harrowing news, he abandoned the meeting and hastily boarded a flight to the hospital. When he learned that all 3 of his son's legs had been rendered useless, he nearly fainted from the intensity of his anger. He vowed to track down the perpetrator and exact 100-fold vengeance. At that moment, the young doctor timidly approached Song Hongyu. "Speak plainly," commanded Song Hongyu, his gaze fixed on his son, not lifting his head. The young doctor swallowed hard, trembling as he spoke. Young Master Song's vital signs are stable. Aside from some heightened nerve activity, he is not in immediate danger. However, his leg fractures are quite severe, and he will require hospitalization for a minimum of 3 to 6 months to show improvement. Furthermore, the young doctor hesitated, daunted by the palpable pressure from Song Hongyu. "Furthermore, what?" Song Hongyu pressed, struggling to contain his fury. "Why, yes, Mr. Song," the young doctor stammered, nodding. "Additionally, young Master Song has suffered significant trauma in that region, and a full recovery will take at least 2 years. During this period, he must not engage with women, as it could pose serious risks." "That is enough," Song Hongyu interjected sharply, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the young doctor. "I ask you this. Will my son ever return to his former self?" "Perhaps. He might," the young doctor replied cautiously. "I require a definitive answer," Song Hongyu insisted, his voice steady but laced with authority that left the young doctor trembling. With great difficulty, the young doctor swallowed again and finally answered, "He will." "Very well. That is your assertion. Should my son fully recover, I shall reward you with 5 million as a token of gratitude. However, if my son does not return to his former state, I will ensure that your legs are rendered useless, and you will be expelled from this hospital," remarked Song Hongyu, his eyes glinting with a sinister smile that sent chills down the spine of the young doctor. The gravity of his words was unmistakable, as the middle-aged man possessed the means to act upon his threats. Thus, the young doctor found himself with no option but to exert every effort to save the patient in the bed before him. Noticing the young doctor's fear had rendered him speechless, Song Hongyu chuckled softly. "Do not be anxious. There is still time. I can wait. As long as my son can be cured, I am willing to wait a year or 2. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand." The young doctor nodded fervently, pounding his chest in assurance. "Mr. Song, I will do everything within my power to treat young Master Song." Song Hongyu retrieved a leather envelope from beside him and pressed it into the young doctor's hands, saying, "This is for you. Take it." No, Mr. Song. I cannot accept this money," the young doctor protested, shaking his head vigorously. "Take it. This money is not a gift. What I seek is your utmost effort in saving my son. Song Hong Yu insisted. Yes, Mr. Song, I will certainly do my utmost to save young Master Song. The young doctor nodded hastily, accepting the leather envelope. Now please step outside. Should anything arise, I will summon you. Song Hong Yu waved his hand dismissively. Understood, Mr. Song. The young doctor nodded again before departing the room with the nurse. Once the young doctor had left, Song Hong Yu rubbed his face vigorously. He had been sitting for nearly 10 hours since noon. It was impossible not to feel fatigued. Yet, the sight of his son in such a state left him restless and unable to sleep. With a snap, he lit a cigarette and resumed smoking. Rest assured, my son, I shall ensure that vengeance is served, Song Hong Yu vowed. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the door. Come in, Song Hong Yu replied. The door swung open to reveal Sun Rui, a gaunt figure with graying hair and a scruffy beard. Seeing Sun Rui eased Song Hong Yu's expression slightly as he inquired. Old son, what have you discovered regarding the matter? Sun Rui approached respectfully, lowering his head slightly. Mr. Song, the investigation has been completed. It was Lei Hu and his associates who inflicted this harm upon young Master Song, and they were acting under the orders of Yi Fei. Lei Hu? Song Hong Yu frowned. Isn't he the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance's Tiger Hall? I have no enmity with him. Why would he target my son? Mr. Song, the situation is as follows. The individual named Yi Fei had previously offended young Master Song, prompting him to enlist Lei Hu's assistance for retribution against that Yi Fei character. However, it appears that Lei Hu shares a close relationship with Yi Fei, and he seems to be quite obedient to that young man. When Yi Fei commanded him to incapacitate young Master Song, he acted without hesitation. Sun Rui's knowledge of this matter came from bribing one of Lei Hu's subordinates, who was present at the scene and witnessed the entire incident. Who exactly is this Yi Fei, and why have I never heard of him before? Song Hong Yu inquired, perplexed. Mr. Song, I have also investigated Yi Fei's background, Sun Rui acknowledged, saying this young man, named Yi Fei, hails from Ninghai City. When he was 8 years old, his mother mysteriously disappeared, and his father passed away in the same year. Subsequently, he was sent to an orphanage. Sun Rui recounted Yi Fei's information in its entirety to Song Hong Yu. After listening, Song Hong Yu remarked, Is there any more concrete information about this young man while he was abroad? Unfortunately, there is none. Sun Rui shook his head and continued. However, it can be concluded that aside from knowing Lei Hu and possessing some martial skills, Yi Fei has no significant background. A mere youth with neither power nor influence dares to harm my son. He truly must be seeking his own demise. Song Hong Yu's expression darkened as he demanded, Old son, I command you to eliminate Lei Hu and Yi Fei immediately. Mr. Song, that would be unwise. Sun Rui quickly responded. Why is that? Song Hong Yu furrowed his brow. Though the Iron Blood Alliance is merely a second-tier force in the Southern District, their strength should not be underestimated. If we were to kill Lei Hu outright, we would inevitably become enemies with the Iron Blood Alliance. Then what do you propose we do? Song Hong Yu exhaled a cloud of smoke and asked. I believe that since young Master Song's greatest adversary is Yi Fei, we should first focus our efforts on him. Sun Rui's eyes glinted with a hint of malice as he stated, Yi Fei is currently an assistant to Gu Qingsheng, following her wherever she goes. Therefore, we could arrange for General Su of Donghen Group to meet with Gu Qingsheng under the pretense of negotiations, laying an ambush with several assassins to eliminate Yi Fei in one fell swoop. Thus, we need not dirty our hands directly, as this approach serves to confuse the situation. After Yi Fei's demise, we can slowly settle accounts with Lei Hu. A mere gang lieutenant poses no substantial threat. That would be most advantageous. Song Hong Yu smirked coldly and inquired, Old son, do we have suitable candidates for the assassins? Rest assured, Mr. Song, I've already identified the right individuals. Very well. Old son, I entrust this matter entirely to you. Understood, Mr. Song. Chapter 064, What Nonsense? At 3 o'clock in the morning, the area surrounding Villeneuve 6 lay in serene silence. The inky darkness of the night enveloped the surroundings, exuding a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere, while a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft whisper. Before long, a figure clad in black, shrouded in mystery, began to approach Villa number 6 with deliberate stealth. The faint sound of footsteps echoed, growing closer and clearer. Inside the villa, in Yi Fei's room, the previously slumbering Yi Fei suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as daggers, glinting with a cold light. In an instant, Yi Fei sprang from his bed with the agility of a fish leaping from water, disregarding his shoes. With a resounding bang, he flung open the window and leapt into the night. "Who goes there?" Yi Fei called out softly, catching a glimpse of a shadow flitting past the villa's entrance. Almost immediately, the shadow darted out of the villa's courtyard, fleeing towards the woods with astonishing speed. Thinking to escape? Huh, no way. Yi Fei's expression hardened as he pursued the shadow. Channeling his inner energy into his legs, they transformed, becoming powerful and formidable. He raced forward, leaving a path of destruction akin to autumn winds scattering fallen leaves. Flowers, grass, and branches snapped beneath his forceful stride, leaving deep impressions on the ground. At that moment, Yi Fei's body resembled an armored vehicle, crashing through the woods in a furious chase. However, he soon discovered that the shadow's speed was nearly equal to his own. Furthermore, the shadow exhibited exceptional evasion skills, skillfully maneuvering into the wood's blind spots, preventing Yi Fei from closing in. A master. The fleeing figure must be a formidable opponent. Yi Fei marveled internally, yet he remained undeterred in his pursuit. Just then, a chilling glint shot toward him from the shadow. Instinctively sans signe danger. Yi Fei turned his head aside. Swish! A black projectile whizzed past his ear, embedding itself firmly into a tree trunk. Utilizing the moonlight, Yi Fei caught a glimpse of the weapon and gasped in surprise. Was that a shuriken? In that fleeting moment of distraction, the shadow had vanished into the night. Damn it! Let that scoundrel escape. Yi Fei cursed under his breath, halting his chase. Although he had a significant chance of catching up, he chose otherwise. Without distinguishing friend from foe, he realized that if this were a diversionary tactic, leaving would surely lead him into a trap. Next time, you won't be so fortunate. Yi Fei sneered, then retrieved the projectile lodged in the tree trunk. This weapon, entirely black and four-pointed, was unmistakably a shuriken, a tool frequently used by ninjas from the islands. As Yi Fei examined the deep indentation in the tree, his eyes narrowed. It seemed this individual possessed remarkable strength, at least at the master level. But who was this person, and what was their purpose? Was it to uncover the whereabouts of Void, or to unveil the secrets concealed by Gu Qingsheng? Yi Fei pondered for quite some time, but could not arrive at a conclusion. So he decided to abandon the thought entirely. Since he had thwarted the adversary's plans this time, it was likely that they would return. When they did, all mysteries would inevitably be unveiled. Yi Fei stifled a yawn, secured his shuriken, and swiftly made his way to Villa number 6. Upon arriving at the villa, he took a moment to survey the surroundings. Once he confirmed that there was no one in sight, he retreated to his room to rest. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Yi Fei opened his eyes. Although it was merely around 6:30 and he had gone to bed late the previous night, he felt remarkably refreshed. He knew this was a benefit derived from practicing the heavenly transformation technique. Ever since he commenced his training, he had noticed a significant enhancement in his vitality, allowing him to remain alert even after sleepless nights. With a smile, he swung his legs over the bed, dressed, and proceeded to the bathroom for a quick wash before stepping outside his room. It was still early, and the villa was enveloped in silence. The Goose sisters were still fast asleep. Yi Fei chose not to disturb them, and instead ventured into the courtyard to engage in some physical activity. However, his movements were rather ungraceful, bending, kicking, and punching, each action seemingly devoid of structure. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern that his movements followed a certain rhythm, flowing seamlessly from one to the next. After nearly half an hour of practice, a few beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Just as he was about to conclude, a mocking voice reached his ears. "Hey, Yi Fei, what are you doing? Is this morning exercise?" He looked up to see Gu Xiaoran standing on the balcony, clad in a cartoonish nightgown. "Good morning, Xiaoran. I am practicing," Yi Fei replied with a smile and a wave. "Huh, what kind of practice is this? It's even uglier than our school's morning exercises." Gu Xiaoran retorted with a pout. "This isn't practicing. It looks more like a chaotic free-for-all. Yi Fei merely chuckled, choosing not to respond, and instead inquired curiously, Xiaoran, why are you up so early today? I couldn't sleep, obviously. How frustrating. Gu Xiaoran rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that it was all because of him, the scoundrel. The intimate encounter they had shared the previous night, along with their bare confrontation, made her heart race and her body flush at the recollection. Consequently, Gu Xiaoran had experienced a sleepless night, plagued by nightmares in which she found herself entangled with Yi Fei, seemingly enjoying the scenario. Goodness, just the thought of that dream shatters my worldview, she thought, feeling a pang of embarrassment. All right, hurry and freshen up. I'll go prepare breakfast. Yi Fei did not notice the change in Gu Xiaoran's expression. Instead, he smiled and waved his hand before heading towards the villa. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he paused, raised his head, and earnestly said to Gu Xiaoran, Xiaoran, I would like to remind you of something. What is it? Speak quickly. Gu Xiaoran retorted impatiently. Yi Fei hesitated for a moment, then continued, Xiaoran, in the future when standing on the balcony, it would be best not to wear a skirt. Why? Gu Xiaoran asked, perplexed. Because you might expose yourself. After saying this, Yi Fei hurriedly dashed into the villa. Yi Fei, you shameless rogue, you scoundrel. I will make you pay for this. Gu Xiaoran's furious screams echoed behind him. Almost immediately, a loud crash followed as a flower pot was hurled down from upstairs, shattering into pieces. Once inside the villa, Yi Fei, feeling a bit apprehensive, patted his chest and murmured, This girl is simply outrageous. I merely pointed out her potential exposure. Not only did she not thank me, but she also threatened me. Truly violent and ungrateful. I curse you to a lifetime of sunny-side-up eggs. After his murmurs, Yi Fei donned an apron and entered the kitchen. When breakfast was ready, Gu Tingcheng and Gu Xiaoran came downstairs. Yi Fei, good morning. Gu Tingcheng greeted him with a smile. Good morning, Miss Gu. Yi Fei responded cheerfully, then turned to Gu Xiaoran, adding, Xiaoran, good morning. Gu Xiaoran glared at Yi Fei with gritted teeth, completely unwilling to acknowledge the shameless rogue. Hee, it seems this girl is still upset. Yi Fei thought to himself with a chuckle, then waved, Miss Gu, Xiaoran, come and have breakfast. Seeing the exquisite breakfast laid out, Gu Tingcheng smiled slightly and said, Yi Fei, I truly appreciate your efforts. You've prepared breakfast again today. Oh, it's no trouble at all. I wake up early anyway. Yi Fei waved his hand dismissively with a smile. Well, it seems I should consider giving you a raise. Gu Tingcheng replied with a laugh. That sounds wonderful. Yi Fei nodded in agreement. Gu Tingcheng smiled and then turned to Gu Xiaoran, saying, Xiaoran, quickly thank Yi Fei. Oomph. Gu Xiaoran huffed, turning her head away. The thought of wanting to eliminate this guy was strong, and thanking him was out of the question. What nonsense. Chapter 065, yet again at the bottom. A breakfast concluded amidst concealed tensions. Yi Fei drove the car, ferrying the sisters Gu Qingqing and Gu Xiaoran towards the direction of the first middle school. Along the way, Gu Qingqing occasionally glanced at Yi Fei and her younger sister, sensing an oddity in their demeanor. What could possibly be amiss? Had they quarreled again? Yet something fell off. Within her sister's gaze, Gu Qingqing discerned not only anger, but also a hint of shyness. However, with Gu Xiaoran present in the car, she refrained from inquiring, opting instead to question Yi Fei later. Thus, she picked up her tablet and began to browse the news. What? Yuyun Apparel has declared bankruptcy? A gasp escaped Gu Qingqing's lips. Sister, what are you saying? Let me see. Gu Xiaoran snatched the tablet from Gu Qingqing's hands. Her curiosity piqued as she began to peruse the article. Oh, Yuyun Apparel went bankrupt so swiftly? Yi Fei feigned ignorance and inquired. Yes, I just saw in the morning news that Yuyun Apparel is embroiled in numerous violations, and the relevant authorities have initiated an investigation. By 1 o'clock in the morning, Yuyun Apparel officially declared bankruptcy. Gu Qingqing replied, nodding. Well, if they're bankrupt, then so be it. Companies like that are merely a drain on resources. Their early demise is a boon for many, Yi Fei remarked, feigning indifference, though internally he was quite astonished. Goodness gracious! The power of the internet is astounding. Just yesterday afternoon, he had uploaded photos of Jean Dakuei and his secretary, and so swiftly the authorities were involved? The efficacy of the network effect is indeed impressive. Otherwise, how could the authorities act with such alacrity? Fortunately, we managed to recover the final payment yesterday. Had we waited until today, that sum would have been irretrievable. Gu Qingchang sighed in relief, then turned to Yi Fei, saying, Yi Fei, I must thank you for this matter. President Gu, why thank me? I hardly did anything yesterday. If gratitude is due, it should be directed towards Sister Lan. You should have seen how commanding she was yesterday. With just a few words, she left Yun Apparel's representatives speechless. Yi Fei smacked his lips and continued. Had Sister Lan not been present yesterday, I would never have reclaimed the funds. Gu Qingchang smiled. Regardless, the credit for this belongs to both you and Sister Lan. I shall reward you both in due course. Then I thank President Gu in advance. Yi Fei chuckled. TCH, it was merely a stroke of luck. Gu Xiaoran interjected. Unimpressed. Xiaoran, is that how you speak? Gu Qingchang shot her a disapproving glance. If it's true. Gu Xiaoran stuck out her tongue at Yi Fei. You little rascal. Gu Qingchang shook her head, saying, Xiaoran, you must focus on your studies today at school. If I find out you skip class to go to an internet CAF again, I will. All right, sister, I understand. I promise to study diligently and improve every day. Gu Xiaoran weakly replied, and at that moment, the car arrived at the school. Without waiting for Gu Qingchang to speak again, Gu Xiaoran hurriedly grabbed her bag, said goodbye to her sister, and jumped out of the car, running into the school. Gu Qingchang sighed softly and remarked, This child is becoming increasingly disobedient. As her elder sister, I truly do not know how to handle it. President Gu, you need not worry too much. Xiaoran is quite manageable compared to my own rebellious phase at her age. I used to skip classes and engage in fights. Look at me now, I turn out fine. Children in this age group all experience a rebellious period. Once it passes, Xiaoran will surely mature. Yi Fei said with a smile. Let us hope so. Gu Qingchang sighed again and then inquired, Yi Fei, is there anything going on between you and Xiaoran? Nothing at all. Why do you ask, President Gu? Yi Fei was startled, but feigned confusion. Could it be that Gu Qingchang knew about his treatment of Gu Xiaoran? This could lead to serious trouble. Are you truly certain there's nothing? Gu Qingchang fixed her gaze on Yi Fei, asking once more. Absolutely nothing. Yi Fei decisively shook his head. Gu Qingchang nodded, refraining from further questioning, as she felt that Yi Fei was quite decent based on their interactions over the past few days, so she dismissed her concerns as overthinking. Seeing that Gu Qingchang did not press further, Yi Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Goodness, that was frightening. Why does it feel like we are having an affair? This is quite vexing. The car ride continued in silence, and they soon arrived at Qingcheng International. Gu Qingcheng went off to attend to her duties, while Yi Fei made his way to the security department. As he entered, he saw a group of security personnel animatedly engaged in conversation. Good morning, everyone. Yi Fei greeted cheerfully, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he approached. Hearing his voice, the security guards quickly stood up, all smiling and greeting him, shedding their previous seriousness and formality. Through their interactions over the last couple of days, they had come to understand that as long as they did not oppose Director Yi, he was in fact quite amiable. Yi Fei smiled and nodded, asking, I noticed you all were deep in discussion. What were you talking about? Director Yi, you truly do not know what we are discussing? A stern-faced security guard inquired. Not at all, Yi Fei shrugged. Oh, that makes sense. You have only been here a few days. After all, the slightly older Zhang chimed in. Director Yi, we were talking about the upcoming Friendship Cup basketball tournament next week. Basketball tournament? Yi Fei was taken aback and asked, what is that about? Director Yi, you must not be aware of it. There are 6 companies in Ninghai City excelling in the fields of apparel, cosmetics, and biomedicine, and our Qingqing International is undoubtedly one of them. Zhang continued with a smile. In order to strengthen the bonds of camaraderie among ourselves, Qingqing International, along with 5 other companies, organizes an annual basketball tournament. Consequently, each company boasts its own basketball team, and we are no exception. Upon hearing this from old Zhang, Yi Fei began to grasp the underlying intention. To put it plainly, these companies are using the guise of a basketball tournament to foster closer cooperation and promote resource sharing among themselves. Old Zhang, don't tell me that our company's basketball team is composed solely of your lot? Ye fi ti sit. Indeed, Minister Yi, our company has an abundance of female employees, and only the lads from our security department can muster a basketball team, old Zhang replied. Oh, I see. Then you all carry on. I shan't intrude any further. Yi Fei, disinterested in the basketball tournament, was about to step into his office when old Zhang called out to him. Minister Yi, wait. What is it, old Zhang? Yi Fei turned back. On behalf of the dream team of Qinsheng International, I formally extend an invitation to you. Minister Yi, please join our dream team in battle alongside us in the Friendship Cup basketball tournament. With a flourish of his hand, the other security personnel echoed in unison, Minister Yi, please join our dream team and fight with us in the Friendship Cup basketball tournament. Dream team? What on earth is that? These fellows certainly have the audacity to adopt such a name, even borrowing it from the USA's national basketball team. Yi Fei chuckled in disbelief and waved his hand dismissively. No, thank you. I'm not interested in basketball. I think I shall pass on this. That simply won't do. A rather slender security guard, alarmed, immediately stepped forward, exclaiming, Minister Yi, with your strength, it would be a shame not to play basketball. Indeed, Minister Yi, if you were to join us, our company might not finish at the bottom this year. Another round-faced security guard chimed in. Wait a moment. What do you mean by finishing at the bottom? Ye Fi waited. The round-faced guard sheepishly scratched his head and explained. You see, Minister Yi, our security team's physical fitness varies greatly, and our basketball skills are rather mediocre. Thus, every year during the tournament, our company ends up in last place. Chapter 66, For Honor, Always at the Bottom. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei was left both amused and bewildered. What level of basketball skills must one possess to consistently finish last? Clearing his throat, Yi Fei remarked, Since you all feel this way, I certainly shall not participate. Why not? The round-faced security guard inquired. To join your perennial bottom-dwelling dream team would be an embarrassment of epic proportions. Yi Fei shook his head resolutely. If you want me to join, that is out of the question. With that, he turned to leave. Director Yi, can't you reconsider? Another security guard urged. Yes, Director Yi. This concerns our company's honor. They chimed in. If we could just advance a few places this time, we would be hailed as the company's heroes. Then, the beautiful ladies in the office would admire us and regard us with newfound respect. Several guards rushed forward to block Yi Fei's path. The prospect of catching the attention of the office's beauties stirred something within him, yet he remained firmly obstinate. I said I want to join, so I want to. You may as well look for someone else. With that, he turned to walk away. Brother Zhang, it seems this year we are destined to finish last again, sigh. The beautiful ladies in the office will surely look down upon us. What a pity about that generous prize money. It will once again be claimed by those rascals. As Yi Fei approached the office door, he overheard the guard conversation, which piqued his interest, prompting him to turn back toward them. Brothers, is there a prize for participating in the basketball tournament? Yi Fei asked with a cheerful smile. Indeed, the guards replied in unison. And how much is the prize? Yi Fei invited, Gidining. Director Yi, every year a basketball tournament is held, with each company sponsoring 200,000 as a prize. The teams that secure a place in the top 3 can claim substantial rewards, said the round-faced guard. What are the prizes for the top 3 positions? Yi Fei asked, his smile widening. The first place receives 500,000, second place 400,000, and third place 300,000, a square-faced guard chimed in. Goodness, so much. Yi Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, but it's a pity we always finish last. We can hardly even dream of the prize money, the square-faced guard lamented. Is the prize money required to be submitted to the company? Yi Fei asked eagerly. We're not sure about other companies, but Manager Gu is quite generous. She said as long as we can win the prize, we do not have to turn it in, the round-faced guard added. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei's eyes brightened considerably. He looked at the guards and said earnestly, Gentlemen, I have given it some thought, and, as the head of the security department, I believe I should take the lead and fight for the honor of our company. Therefore, I have decided to join the Dream Team. The guard were greatly inspired and shouted in unison, to fight for honor. By the way, Director Yi, can you play basketball? Old Zhang asked with a grin. Not at all. Yi Fei replied. Yi Fei chuckled and shook his head, leaving the onlookers speechless. In the ensuing moments, Yifei coordinated a training schedule with the security personnel, promising to diligently practice basketball at the appointed time. Once the security staff had departed for their posts, Yifei returned to his office. Just as he was about to indulge in a few games, a knock resonated from outside the door. "Come in," he beckoned. Lu Man hurriedly entered, brimming with enthusiasm. "Brother Fei, have you joined the Dream Team?" "Indeed, what of it?" Yifei replied. "Hee, Brother Fei, I've joined as well. I wish to fight for the honor of the company." "Yes, for honor we shall contend." Yifei solemnly patted Lu Man's shoulder before inquiring, "By the way, Lu, were there any anomalies in the company's surveillance footage last night?" "Brother Fei, I just checked the monitoring room and found no irregularities or suspicious individuals," Lu Man responded. Yifei nodded. "Then please continue to monitor." "Understood, Brother Fei," Lu Man affirmed before exiting. Knock, knock, knock. Mere minutes later, another knock echoed from the door. "Come in," Yifei responded. The door swung open to reveal Xia Kersin, clad in a sleek black office uniform. "Ah, Miss Xia has arrived. Please, let us sit and discuss whatever is on your mind," Yifei said with a warm smile, rising to invite her to take a seat. However, Xia Kersin promptly declined. "Minister Yi, I think not. I have come to report on my work, and I must return to my duties immediately after." Very well," Yifei shrugged, refraining from pressing further. He sensed that this young lady was growing increasingly wary of him, leading him to ponder whether he truly bore a resemblance to a rogue. Xia Kersin flashed a sweet smile and announced, "Minister Yi, as of now, over 180 individuals have submitted their resumes to apply for the security positions, and the number continues to rise." "So many." Yifei was momentarily taken aback before requesting, "Miss Xia, could you present the resumes to me?" "Of course, Minister Yi." Xia Kersin nodded and proceeded to access the back end of the recruitment website, retrieving the submitted resumes. "Please take a seat while I review these," Yifei suggested. "Certainly, Minister Yi," she replied, thinking that perusing over 100 resumes would certainly require some time, so she decided to wait. Unbeknownst to her, Yifei had honed the skill of rapid reading. 20 minutes later, he tossed the mouse aside and declared, "Miss Xia, I have finished reviewing." "What? Finished?" Xia Kersin's bright eyes widened in astonishment. Yifei nodded before articulating, "The seventh resume, Lu Baohua, despite having 8 years of experience as a security guard, is already 48 years old and does not meet our requirements." The 21st resume belonged to Li Dadong. Despite his 3 years of experience as a security guard, he had changed jobs a staggering 30 times during that period, a frequency of job hopping that does not align with our expectations. Over the next 10 minutes, Yifei articulated dozens of substandard resumes, meticulously memorizing every detail within them. He demonstrated an uncanny ability to pinpoint the reasons for their inadequacy, leaving Xia Kersin, who had studied human resources, feeling utterly outmatched. As the discussion progressed, Xia Kersin found herself completely astounded. Initially, she assumed Yifei had merely glanced at the resumes. However, she was taken aback to discover that he had indeed scrutinized each one with earnest attention. Observing Xia Kersin's dazed expression, Yifei chuckled and inquired, "Miss Xia, did you remember the individuals I mentioned?" "Oh yes, I remember," Xia Kersin replied, slightly flustered. "Good. Those unqualified candidates should be dismissed outright. We will review the others when they arrive at the recruitment site." "Understood, Director Yi," Xia Kersin nodded. "Do you have any further matters to attend to?" "Oh, nothing more," he replied. "Then I shall return to my tasks," she said before departing the office. Once Xia Kersin left, Yifei indulged in some gaming until noon, at which point he turned off the game and invited Lu Man to join him for lunch in the cafeteria, taking the opportunity to admire the beautiful women in the company. After their meal, Yifei shared a few words with Lu Man before leaving Qingqing International, intending to visit Zhang Baoquan and his mother. In the Nanhui district of Ninghai City at Jishitang, despite it being lunchtime, many customers continued to flock to the establishment for medicine and consultations. The business at Jishitang had surged beyond previous levels, fueled by the events that transpired their day prior. Although the young stranger ultimately healed the patient, the community's trust in Tang Yunsheng had grown significantly. His heartfelt assertion that the patient has been cured, and Jishitang owes you a debt of gratitude. Should the treatment fail, the responsibility lies with us, resonated deeply with many. However, the most attention-grabbing figure remained Zhang Baoquan, resembling a human-shaped brown bear. With his honest demeanor and ever-present, endearing smile, he garnered affection from both the staff at the clinic and the patrons who visited. Chapter 067, A Medical Exchange. Baoquan, how is your mother's health? A kindly old woman, dressed modestly with graying hair, looked at Zhang Baoquan with a warm smile. Thank you for your concern, Grandma. My mother is feeling much better. Zhang Baoquan replied with a simple grin, then inquired, How is your leg, Grandma? Good child, my leg has improved significantly, thanks to you carrying me from my home yesterday. Otherwise, I fear it might have become worse. The old woman chuckled. Yes, you're a good person, Grandma. Your leg will be just fine, Zhang Baoquan said with a cheerful laugh, scratching the back of his head. Baoquan, these baskets of herbs are rather heavy. Could you lend a hand? A voice called from the back of the clinic. Sure thing, Xiaolu. I'm on my way, Zhang Baoquan responded. Turning to the old woman, I'll be off to help now. Please sit for a moment. All right, go ahead, dear, the old woman smiled and waved him off. At that moment, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz slowly came to a halt in front of the clinic. Two bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses swiftly exited the vehicle and opened the rear door. A young man and a middle-aged man stepped out. The young man, quite handsome and dressed in an Armani casual outfit, sported short, spiked hair and possessed sharp, glimmering eyes, exuding an energetic aura. The middle-aged man wore glasses and had medium-length hair, dressed ordinarily, with an appearance that could easily blend into a crowd. Uncle Han, this must be the Ji Shirtang, right? The young man glanced at the sign before turning to the middle-aged man, speaking in fluent Korean. Yes, young Master Park, this is indeed Ji Shirtang. The middle-aged man replied in the same language. Excellent. Let's proceed inside, the young man declared, eager to enter the clinic. Young Master Park, do we truly intend to go through with this today? The middle-aged man asked, frowning slightly. Absolutely. Everyone claims that Ji Shirtang represents the pinnacle of traditional Chinese medicine in Ninghai City. I've also heard that one of the esteemed disciples of Chubu Yi, a prominent figure among the four associations of traditional Chinese medicine in Huaxia, is here, renowned as the Little Divine Doctor. I am curious to engage in a friendly exchange to see whether traditional Chinese medicine or Korean medicine holds greater prowess, the young man explained. However, young Master Park, I doubt your grandfather would approve of this, the middle-aged man cautioned. Uncle Han, it's not as though my grandfather will find out. You needn't mention this to him, the young man insisted. But, the middle-aged man began. There's no but about it. It's settled, Uncle Han. With that, the young man strode into Ji Shirtang, while the middle-aged man, shaking his head in resignation, followed closely behind. As they stepped into Ji Shirtang, the young man inhaled deeply, glancing at the small cabinets filled with medicinal herbs, and remarked, The aroma of the herbs is rich, the variety is comprehensive, and the ambience is tranquil and elegant. It is indeed quite impressive. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement with the young man's observations. As they entered the establishment, a staff member promptly approached them. With warmth, he inquired, Good day, gentlemen. May I ask if you are here to procure medicine or seek treatment? Hello. We are looking for Mr. Tang, the young man replied in a somewhat unpolished rendition of the Chinese language. Oh, you seek Mr. Tang for treatment, I presume? The staff member smiled and gestured toward a long queue not far away, saying, Then please, gentlemen, wait over there for a moment. Actually, I am not here for treatment. I wish to engage in a discussion on traditional Chinese medicine with Mr. Tang, the young man said with a smile. What? Discuss traditional Chinese medicine? The staff member was taken aback momentarily, then chuckled as he responded, Mr. Tang is quite busy at present and lacks the time to engage in such discussions. Furthermore, Mr. Tang is renowned as a skilled physician in Ninghai City, and his medical expertise is beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. I kindly ask you not to press the matter further. To him, not every young person possessed extraordinary medical skills akin to Yi Fei. Such individuals were indeed rare, and this Korean gentleman hardly appeared to be one of them. I am not being disruptive. I genuinely wish to exchange medical insights with Mr. Tang. The young man's expression darkened slightly as he declared, Why can't I engage with Mr. Tang? Is it that the esteemed physician fears my abilities? His voice resonated loudly, attracting the attention of everyone in the clinic, including Tang Yunsheng. All eyes turned toward the young man. Xiao Wang, does this gentleman have a matter to discuss? Tang Yunsheng inquired, puzzled. Mr. Tang, this gentleman claims he wishes to exchange medical knowledge with you. Xiao Wang replied, a look of resignation on his face. Exchange medical knowledge? Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback, then laughter erupted. Young man, do you know where you are? And do you understand who this gentleman is? A middle-aged man asked with a smile. Of course I do. The young man responded proudly. This is Ninghai City's largest traditional Chinese medicine clinic, Jishihal. And this gentleman is renowned as the Little Divine Doctor, Tang Yunsheng. You know me? Tang Yunsheng expressed surprise. Indeed. The young man grinned, continuing. I also know that you are the esteemed disciple of the revered national physician, Chu Bai. Tang Yunsheng felt a jolt of astonishment. It appeared that this young man had come well prepared. What is your name? He inquired with a smile. My name is Park Chong-ho, the young man replied, his lips curling into a smile. My grandfather has often expressed his concern for both you and Mr. Chu. Your grandfather? Tang Yunsheng's expression shifted as he asked. Is your grandfather the esteemed Korean physician Park Jong-in? Yes, precisely. Park Chong-ho nodded affirmatively. Since you are the grandson of the venerable Mr. Park, your medical skills must be commendable, I presume? Well, they are decent. At least I have yet to bring shame upon my grandfather. Park Chong-ho declared with a proud countenance. Since you are a descendant of Mr. Park, you indeed possess the qualifications to engage in a discussion of medical arts with me. Tang Yunsheng nodded in acknowledgement and stated, however, before we delve into our medical discourse, I have a small challenge to present to you. Would you be willing to accept it? Please, do not hesitate, replied Mr. Dang. Tang Yunsheng gestured towards the queue of patients and inquired, my dear friend Park, there are a total of 15 patients here. Can you diagnose their ailments within half an hour? What difficulty lies therein? Park Chong-ho retorted, half an hour is far too long. I require merely 15 minutes. 15 minutes? Tang Yunsheng's pupils contracted in astonishment. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Park Chong-ho chuckled and approached a slightly stout young man. Do you need to take my pulse? The young man asked. No need for that. Park Chong-ho shook his head and confidently proclaimed, this gentleman suffers from chest distension. Tang Yunsheng, astonished, queried, you can ascertain the patient's ailment solely through observation? Why employ all 4 diagnostic methods when we must expedite the process? We must diagnose the patient's condition in the shortest time possible. This is the rapid diagnosis we are currently practicing in Korean traditional medicine. Rapid diagnosis. Indeed, rapid diagnosis. Do you know how to prescribe this remedy? Park Chong-ho continued. 1 tael of dried tangerine peel, half a tael of pinelia, 6 fun of licorice, half a tael of white atractylodes, 6 fun of cardamom, 1 tael of cyperus, 3 slices of ginger, and boiled in water for consumption. Completely correct. Tang Yunsheng nodded in admiration. Please continue, my dear friend Park. Park Chong-ho nodded and approached a middle-aged woman. After a mere 20 seconds, he smirked and said, this lady suffers from damp cold athlete's foot. The prescribed remedy is 1 tael of Sichuan pepper, a handful of scallions, 3 large slices of ginger, boiled in several bowls of water for steaming and washing to alleviate swelling and pain. With that, Park Chong-ho moved on to the next patient. Chronic cough due to phlegm fire. The prescribed remedy is 4 taels each of ginger juice, radish juice, pear juice, and white honey, 2 taels of sugar, and 1 tael each of perilla and almonds, ground into a paste and cooked into a syrup to be taken at any time. For acute heart pain, the prescription consists of 5 stalks of aged scallion, peeled and pounded into a paste, which should be administered with 4 taels of sesame oil. For wind heat arm pain, take a generous handful of mulberry branches, chopped finely, boiled in 3 liters of water until reduced to 2 liters, to be consumed within a day. Several doses will suffice for recovery. Chapter 68. An Unwelcome Visitor. If Tang Yunsheng was previously unaware of the prowess of rapid diagnosis, he was now thoroughly enlightened. Each patient examined by Park Chong-ho took no more than a minute. Even the most complex ailments were addressed within 2 minutes. As Park Chong-ho conducted his examinations, Tang Yunsheng followed suit, observing closely. Remarkably, Park's diagnoses were infallible, and his speed surpassed Tang's own. The medical skills of this young man were truly impressive, prompting Tang Yunsheng to feel a deep admiration. With such a skilled grandson, Mr. Park must be quite gratified. At that moment, everyone in the clinic maintained a hushed silence, quietly observing Park Chung-ho's diagnoses. Time passed, second by second. Soon, Park approached the last patient, a middle-aged man with a corpulent physique. "Young man, do you know what ailment I suffer from?" The portly man inquired. "Indeed, I do." Park Chung-ho replied with a nod. "What is it, then?" The man pressed. With a smile, Park said, "Sir, during this period, have you been experiencing dizziness, fatigue, accompanied by dryness of the mouth and throat, as well as insomnia filled with vivid dreams?" "Yes, how did you know?" The man exclaimed in astonishment. "And I presume that your intimate life with your wife has not been harmonious lately?" Park chuckled. The man's face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Nearby, several young men erupted into laughter. "So, what exactly is my condition?" The man queried once more. "You're suffering from liver and kidney deficiency. The remedy is quite simple. 6 chien of yam, for chien of sour jujube seeds, and 3 chien of poria. Grind these ingredients into a fine powder and prepare it as congee. Consume 1 dose daily, and you shall be cured within a week." Park Chung-ho proclaimed with a slight lift of his chin, exuding pride. "Really?" The man gasped, then turned to Tang Yunsheng, asking, "Mr. Tang, is what this young man says correct?" "Absolutely," Tang Yunsheng affirmed with a nod. He added, "Moreover, every diagnosis made by young Park just now was impeccable, and the prescribed remedy is exceedingly precise." At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. All eyes were filled with admiration for Park Chung-ho. It was evident that this young man possessed genuine talent. No wonder he dared to engage in a medical exchange with Mr. Tang. How long did I take just now?" Park casually inquired. 14 minutes and 23 seconds, replied the bespectacled middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, the crowd once again erupted in excitement. This young man was indeed remarkable. He had claimed 15 minutes, and his time was barely less than that. Relishing the admiration and the multitude of awed gazes, Park Chung-ho smiled. He reveled in this recognition, which filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction, especially in the land that proudly claims to be the birthplace of traditional Chinese medicine. This adoration was particularly exhilarating. 10 years prior, his grandfather had lost to Chu Bai in a traditional medicine competition. 10 years from this day, I returned bearing the honor of my grandfather, with the sole intention of redeeming our family's name. Today, my purpose is merely to collect the interest and assert dominance over the disciples of the Tsubu school. Mr. Tang, I have spoken and shall act upon my words. May I inquire if we can engage in a friendly contest?" Park Chung-ho's sharp gaze fixed upon Tang Yunsheng, his eyes brimming with fervent determination. "Certainly," Tang Yunsheng nodded and replied. "Young friend Park, how do you propose we engage?" In traditional Chinese medicine, diagnosing ailments holds great importance. Yet the significance of herbal medicine is paramount, as it directly influences a patient's potential for recovery. Park Chung-ho spoke slowly, then suddenly opened his eyes wide, declaring, "Thus, let us contest our abilities in identifying herbal medicines. How shall we proceed with the contest?" Tang Yunsheng inquired. "May I ask how many varieties of medicinal herbs are housed within the Jishir Hall?" Park Chung-ho questioned. "Currently, we possess a total of 325 varieties of medicinal herbs." Tang Yunsheng zponde. "Very well. Let us conduct our competition under the stipulation of 10 minutes. The one who correctly identifies the most herbs within this time frame shall be declared the victor." Park Chung-ho smiled and asked, "Mr. Tang, what say you?" "Agreed," Tang Yunsheng nodded. Having devoted decades to the study of traditional Chinese medicine, he had engaged daily with herbal remedies and was confident in his ability to prevail in this identification challenge. Soon, Tang Yunsheng instructed for the 325 numbered herbal varieties to be brought forth, with their labels turned face down. Each participant was provided with a pen and a sheet of paper. At that moment, a staff member from the clinic approached with a timer. "Are both of you ready?" The clinic attendant inquired. "We can begin at any time," Park Chung-ho replied with a smile. "I am ready," Tang Yunsheng affirmed. The patients and staff within the clinic gathered around, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Commencing the herbal identification contest now, the clinic attendant announced. Both Park Chang-ho and Tang Yinsheng rushed towards the array of herbs. Tang Yinsheng opted for a cautious approach, carefully bringing each herb to his nose for a thorough sniff before inscribing its name on paper. In contrast, Park Chang-ho prioritized speed, merely scanning each herb with his eyes. He would write down those he was certain of immediately, while skipping those he was uncertain about. As the contest commenced, the competition quickly escalated in intensity. In the early stages, Tang Yinsheng was able to identify each herb promptly. However, as they progressed past 70 varieties, his pace began to wane. The myriad of scents overwhelmed his senses, causing temporary olfactory fatigue. Meanwhile, Park Chang-ho maintained his rapid pace, his pen racing across the paper without pause. The spectators were nearly beside themselves with anticipation. Time ticked away, and the contest reached a fever pitch. Park Chang-ho's speed began to diminish as he returned to identify the herbs he had previously overlooked. Conversely, Tang Yinsheng maintained a steady rhythm, gradually documenting each herbal variety in succession. In the blink of an eye, only 3 minutes remained. Outside the Jishir Hall, a blue taxi came to a halt at the entrance. The door swung open, and Yi Fei emerged. Upon entering the medical hall, he was greeted by a throng of people gathered in a circle. Within the crowd, exclamations of awe and murmurs of disapproval punctuated the air. What was happening? Yi Fei paused momentarily, just as a staff member from the hall caught sight of him. Dr. Yi, the attendant was about to call out when Yi Fei gestured for silence. He approached and inquired, "What is Mr. Tang engaged in?" Dr. Yi, Mr. Tang is currently exchanging medical techniques with a young man from Korea. It is as follows. The attendant relayed the events that had transpired with precision. After listening, Yi Fei's lips curled into a smirk as he remarked, "It seems that this Korean lad is not here with good intentions." Huh? Not here with good intentions. The attendant was momentarily taken aback, asking, "Dr. Yi, what do you mean by that?" "I am merely speculating. Let us observe the situation first," Yi Fei replied. The attendant nodded and accompanied Yi Fei as they edged closer to the scene. At this juncture, only 1 minute remained. Tang Yinsheng and Park Chang-ho had filled their papers with a plethora of names of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. Both had paused deep in thought, their gazes fixated on a specific herb. This herb was entirely green and possessed 8 angles, resembling the shape of leaves. Tang Yinsheng furrowed his brow. His eyes locked onto the herb as his mind raced. Was it star anise or 8-pointed gold plate? The two were so similar that distinguishing between them proved challenging. Park Chang-ho, mirroring Tang Yinsheng's thoughts, also found it difficult to identify the herb. Observing the furrowed brows and concentrated gazes of the two, Yi Fei smiled, already aware of the answer. Only 10 seconds remained. 10, 9, 8. The attendant began the countdown. At this moment, Tang Yinsheng's previously tranquil mind became tumultuous. 3, 2, 1. The competition ceased. As the count reached 1, the attendant called out loudly, and, simultaneously, Tang Yinsheng and Park Chang-ho penned their answers. With a swift motion, the sound of pens gliding across paper echoed. Yi Fei caught a glimpse of the answer Tang Yinsheng had written, and he gently shook his head, realizing that Mr. Tang could not concede gracefully. Chapter 69. The blind search for the right herb. The competition has concluded. Within the confines of the medical hall, silence reigns, so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone awaits the final verdict. Who has emerged victorious in this contest? Tang Yinsheng and Park Chang-ho have both set down their pens. Park Chang-ho wears a smile, his demeanor betraying no hint of anxiety. His confidence in securing victory is unwavering. In stark contrast, Tang Yinsheng's expression is clouded, his brows knitted tightly together. From a moment he put pen to paper, he realized that he had made an error with the final herbal ingredient. After decades devoted to the study of traditional Chinese medicine and an intimate acquaintance with various herbs, he had believed himself infallible. Yet he faltered. Perhaps the temptations of recent years had unsettled his mind. At this juncture, 2 assistants from the medical hall collected the papers filled with herbal names from Tang Yinsheng and Park Chang-ho, beginning the meticulous process of verification. The atmosphere in the hall was so tense that not a soul dared to breathe. Everyone hoped fervently that the ultimate victor would be Mr. Tang, not this Korean contender. For the past 2 years, relations between China and Korea have been fraught with tension. Koreans assert ownership over everything, claiming the Dragon Boat Festival, the Yellow River Civilization, movable type printing, and even revered figures such as Confucius, Laozi, and Shi Shi as their own. Such shameless acts of thievery have provoked the ire of many patriotic Chinese individuals. Soon, the results of the competition were announced. The assistant verifying Park Chang-hao's answers cleared his throat and proclaimed, Mr. Park Chang-hao has listed a total of 189 herbal ingredients, all of which are correct, achieving a perfect accuracy rate of 100%. At this revelation, the assembly was left in stunned silence. Goodness, this fellow is astonishingly adept. Amidst such a tense atmosphere, he can maintain such flawless precision. This spells trouble. It appears Mr. Tang is likely to lose tonight. He simply cannot afford to lose. Or else these Koreans will claim that traditional Chinese medicine belongs to them as well. While whispers of concern filled the air, another assistant, tasked with verifying Tang Yunxing's herbs, hesitantly stepped forward. All eyes turned toward him, for at that moment, the fate of the contest lay in his hands. The assistant's countenance shifted, and he re-examined the papers once more. Yet, no matter how many times he checked, the outcome remained unchanged. Xiao Wu, it's all right, speak up, Tang Yunxiang urged with a composed expression. Why, yes, Mr. Tang, the assistant replied, nodding heavily before continuing in a grave tone, Mr. Tang has listed a total of 189 herbal ingredients. The first 188 are correct, but the final herb is incorrect. What? The last one is wrong? This cannot be true. The crowd erupted in disbelief. How could Mr. Tang, a renowned healer, possibly make a mistake? Please, don't tell me this is real. How could we possibly lose to those shameless Koreans? The assembly erupted into chaos, each person expressing their outrage. Mr. Tang, I apologize, but it seems I have won this match, Park Chang-hao said, his smile unwavering, devoid of any semblance of remorse. Observing Park Chang-ho's self-satisfied demeanor, everyone in the medical hall was filled with indignation. They now understood that this Korean individual, while professing to engage in the art of medicine, was merely here to provoke. Such behavior was utterly detestable. Tang Yunxiang let out a heavy sigh, then bowed to the crowd, stating, I apologize everyone in this contest. I have been defeated. Upon hearing Tang Yunxing's words, silence enveloped the room, leaving a bitter taste in their hearts. After all, traditional Chinese medicine is the rightful heritage, yet it has been overshadowed by a Korean practitioner, leaving them feeling humiliated. Could it truly be that Chinese medicine is inferior to its Korean counterpart? Please, Mr. Tang, do not lose heart. You shall have another opportunity in the second match, Park Chang-ho remarked with a smile. Tang Yunxiang steadied his thoughts and inquired, Friend Park, what will the second contest entail? Acupuncture, Park Chang-ho replied with a grin. Excellent, Tang Yunxing nodded. Having devoted years to the study of the 5 elements acupuncture under his master's guidance, he felt confident in his skills, though he had yet to reach mastery. However, before the competition commenced, I would like Mr. Tang to agree to one thing, Park Chang-ho stated. What is it? Tang Yunxing asked, puzzled. Uncle Han, please bring it forth. Park Chang-ho directed towards the middle-aged man who had remained silent. Certainly, young Master Park, the man nodded and produced a golden silk scroll from his pocket. Unfurling the scroll, it revealed the signatures of more than a dozen individuals. What is this? Tang Yunxiang inquired, his expression one of confusion. The others were equally captivated by the scroll. Park Chang-ho smiled and explained, Mr. Tang, this is a challenge order I created. Each time I challenge a medical hall, should they lose, they must sign their name here. What? Tang Yunxiang was taken aback. Have you truly challenged over a dozen medical halls and triumphed? Indeed, Park Chang-ho affirmed with a nod and a smile. Goodness. Dang Junsheng Ga Pet. Rin Ruifeng, the king of herbal medicine from Zhangkaju, Tang Jingyang, the king of medicinal cuisine from the Imperial Kitchen, and Zhao Tianyu, the cupping king from Yuanda Hall. These 3 illustrious masters in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine have all succumbed to him. This young man's medical prowess is astonishing. Moreover, it is rather ruthless to defeat opponents in their area of expertise. Such an act is a humiliation for anyone. Witnessing this scene, Yi Fei narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, this Korean is indeed audacious. How dare he challenge the entirety of traditional Chinese medicine single-handedly? Does he truly believe there is no one left to stand against him? Mr. Tang, you wouldn't be too fearful to accept, would you? Park Chan-ho teased. Of course, if you truly lack the courage to agree, I shall consider it a forfeit, and your name shall be inscribed as well. You go too far? Dan Zunsheng Fumet? This is hardly a contest of medical skills. Engaging in such a manner is a blatant insult to traditional Chinese medicine. Mr. Tang, you are mistaken. I harbor no intentions of being overly aggressive. My intention in this undertaking is merely to convey to the people of Huaxia that our Korean traditional medicine stands strong, if not stronger than that of Huaxia. Park Chan-ho asserted vehemently. Do you genuinely believe that? Tang Yunxing's expression darkened. Indeed, I hold this belief. Very well. You propose a comparison of acupuncture. I shall accept your challenge. Tang Yunxing replied resolutely, adding, however, I have a stipulation prior to our contest. What is your stipulation? My demand is that should you lose, you must withdraw from Huaxia and cease your incessant provocations towards our medical establishments. Tang Yunxing stated with gravity. Agreed. Park Chan-ho responded with a smile and a nod. So, how shall we proceed with this comparison? Dan Junsen in Guit. Clap, clap. Park Chan-ho applauded. Soon, two bodyguards clad in black entered, carrying an object swathed in red cloth. Uncover it, Park Chan-ho commanded. As the red cloth was removed, an acupuncture model, approximately 45 centimeters in height, was revealed to the astonished onlookers. What on earth is this? It appears remarkably lifelike. Has this Korean individual brought forth a mere toy model? Gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd. Is this the acupuncture model? Dan Junsen Guetstein. Indeed, it is. However, this is merely a replica. Park Chan-ho chuckled, continuing, although it is a copy, its resemblance to the authentic version is striking. The outer shell is detachable, and the chest cavity can be opened to reveal the internal organs, with their positions, shapes, and sizes accurately proportioned. Like the genuine article, it contains 354 acupuncture points. Tang Yunxing nodded and asked, how do you wish to compete? Blindfolded acupuncture. Park Chan-ho smirked, stating that it means finding acupuncture points while blindfolded. The one who locates the most points within a minute shall be declared the victor. Very well. I accept. Tang Yunxing responded without hesitation. Wait. Yi Fei interjected with a grin. Stepping forward, I shall represent Mr. Tang in this contest. Yi Fei's emergence was prompted by Tang Yunxing's current state, coupled with the fact that this replica acupuncture model had been brought forth by the Korean. It was evident that this Korean had thoroughly familiarized himself with the model, rendering the contest decidedly unfavorable for Tang Yunxing. Chapter 070. The Divine Needlework. As Yi Fei stepped forward, a hushed anticipation enveloped the room. All eyes swiftly turned towards him. Dr. Yi is here. Dr. Yi. This audacious young man from Korea has been insufferably arrogant. You must teach him a lesson. Indeed, let him be expelled from our Ji Shi Hall. The familiar faces within the medical hall erupted in fervent exclamations. Yi Fei, with an air of confidence, smiled and proclaimed, Dear friends, please remain calm while I am present. No one dares to act recklessly in our midst. Nods of consensus echoed among the crowd, as none harbored doubts about Yi Fei's words. After all, they had witnessed his extraordinary medical prowess firsthand. His remarkable skill had long since earned him their unwavering admiration. Young friend Yi, upon seeing Yi Fei's arrival, Tang Yunxing was equally exhilarated. This young man's medical expertise had not only surpassed his own, but could undoubtedly stand shoulder to shoulder with his master's. Yi Fei chuckled softly. Addressing him, Mr. Tang, you have exerted yourself greatly today. Allow me to take charge of the upcoming match. However, Tang Yunxing hesitated, yearning to personally vanquish Park Chan-ho, to restore his dignity and uphold the honor of Ji Shi Hall. The reputation of Chinese medicine was at stake, especially since even the kings of herbal medicine, medicinal cuisine, and cupping had succumbed to him. Failure was not an option. Mr. Tang, may I ask who this is? Park Chan-ho inquired, his gaze fixed on Yi Fei, laced with disdain. He believed this young man fancied himself a savior of Chinese medicine. Yet he had never even laid eyes on him before. "Greetings, I am Yi Fei, a friend of Mr. Tang," Yi Fei replied, beaming at Park Chong-ho as he extended his hand. Park Chong-ho disdainfully ignored Yi Fei's gesture, scoffing, "On what grounds do you presume to represent Mr. Tang in this contest? Does your family own a medical hall?" "No," Yi Fei shook his head. "Is your master a renowned physician of China?" Park Chong-ho pressed further. "Not all. Yi Fei reiterated. Or are you particularly famous in the realm of Chinese medicine?" Park Chong-ho asked with a mocking tone. "Notre honnête, Yi Fei grinned," shaking his head once more. With a derisive laugh, Park Chong-ho retorted, "You are neither a descendant of a medical lineage, nor a disciple of a distinguished master, and you lack fame. What gives you the right to compete with me?" The onlookers in the medical hall were incensed by Park Chong-ho's mockery of Yi Fei. This young man was, in fact, a true divine healer. His miraculous acupuncture skills could bring the dead back to life. What could this Korean know? Unperturbed by Park Chong-ho's taunts, Yi Fei scratched his head and chuckled. "Ah, Mr. Park, if we adhere to your reasoning, I indeed lack the qualifications to compete with you. So, what shall we do? Young friend Yi, feel free to compete. We at Jishir Hall stand firmly behind you," Tang Yinsheng declared. Stepping forward to address Park Chong-ho, "Mr. Park, Yi is my friend, and I have faith in him. Should he falter, I shall sign your challenge notice without hesitance. My Wort is my bond." "Excellent. Since Mr. Tang has expressed his opinion, I shall reluctantly engage in a competition with him." Park Chong-ho cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fei, a smirk of triumph gracing his lips. He mused to himself, "How foolish Mr. Tang truly is to send a mere unknown to compete against me. It hardly stirs any competitive spirit. I shall merely entertain this young man." Yi Fei chuckled and said to Park, "Mr. Park, as this is my first time participating in such a formal contest, I feel a tad anxious, so please be lenient." "Do not worry. I shall accommodate you," Park Chong-ho replied with a bemused shake of his head before asking, "Mr. Yi, are you clear on the rules of the competition?" "Yes, I understand. It's merely a matter of who can identify the most acupoints. Quite simple." "Ye fi shuruk." "Simple, you say? You shall find yourself in tears soon enough." Park Chong-ho retorted with a cold smile, then turned to the middle-aged man beside him, saying, "Uncle Han, bring the needles." "Yes, young Master Park." The middle-aged man nodded and brought forth a box containing silver needles. Opening the box, Park Chong-ho procured 2 long needles and proudly declared, "Mr. Yi, these are our Korean invention, nanopigmented silver needles, with the tips dipped in black and red ink. When they come into contact with water, it will instantly turn black and red. This will help us distinguish the acupoints we identify." Mr. Park, are these needles not inferior imitations? If they break during the competition, it would not be amusing," Yi Fei retorted with a smirk. "If you're concerned, Mr. Yi, feel free to test the durability of these 2 needles," Park Chong-ho offered, handing them to Yi Fei. Yi Fei took the needles and tested them, finding them indeed quite resilient. "Well, these needles are impressively sturdy. They're not inferior products," Yi Fei nodded. "Shall we commence now?" Park Chong-ho inquired, eager to defeat this oblivious challenger. "Certainly," Yi Fei replied with a smile. Soon, the attendants of the clinic brought forth 2 strips of black cloth. Yi Fei and Park Chong-ho blindfolded themselves. Although their eyes were covered, Yi Fei felt as though he could see clearly, as his perception of the people and surroundings remained acute. Once Yi Fei and Park Chong-ho were in position, the atmosphere in the clinic grew tense. The onlookers holding their breath in anticipation. "Are both of you ready?" an attendant asked. "Ready," Yi Fei and Park Chong-ho responded in unison. "All right, Mr. Park will wield the black needle, while Mr. Yi will wield the red needle. The time limit is 1 minute. Whoever identifies the most acupoints within this time shall be declared the winner," the attendant succinctly announced, then exclaimed, "The blind acupoint searching competition begins now." At the sound of the signal, Yi Fei and Park Chong-ho lunged toward the acupuncture mannequin, their hands exploring its surface in haste. 1 minute is a fleeting moment. Thus, both individuals were racing against time, utterly focused and relentless. Park Chong-ho, with his left hand seeking acupoints, swiftly followed with his right hand bearing the needle. plunging it into each discovered point with remarkable speed. His hands moved so rapidly they appeared as mere shadows. Could this be the legendary acupuncture technique known as falling rain of petals mastered by the esteemed Mr. Park? Tang Yunxing's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Such astounding speed and needlework could only be achieved through decades of dedicated practice. Yet, Park Chang-ho had fully grasped the essence of falling rain of petals. With each needle that emerged, it scattered like a sudden downpour, marking every acupoint with precision. Mr. Park was indeed a medical sage of Korea. How remarkable that his grandson possessed such exceptional skills. In less than 20 seconds, Park Chang-ho had identified dozens of acupoints. The copper figure now adorned with countless small black dots. However, when he turned to observe Yi Fei, he was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of curiosity. What was Yi Fei doing? Why was he only locating acupoints without inserting needles? At that moment, Yi Fei held the needle in his right hand while his left danced across the copper figure's surface like a pianist, the tempo alternating between slow and fast, yet gradually accelerating. His technique was graceful and gentle, a visual delight. Yet, half a minute passed, and Yi Fei still had not inserted a single needle. The onlookers in the clinic were becoming increasingly anxious. Nevertheless, Tang Yunxiang remained fixated on Yi Fei's hands, sensing something amiss with his method of locating acupoints. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth forming a Na shape. Could it be the long-lost technique of divine acupuncture? At that moment, Yi Fei had completed the upper half of the copper figure and was now focusing on the lower half. As 40 seconds elapsed, his left hand ceased its movements, and his right hand sprang into action. In that instant, Yi Fei's right hand moved with astonishing speed, the silver needle glimmering brilliantly in the air. Within seconds, the copper figure's head and neck were covered with a multitude of red dots. Moments later, both arms were similarly adorned, the process methodically advancing towards the lower half of the figure. As the competition neared its conclusion, the copper figure was now a canvas of red and black dots. Divine acupuncture. It truly was the fabled technique. Only at this moment did Tang Yunxiang become certain that Yi Fei was employing the long-lost art of divine acupuncture, an ancient method of locating acupoints. With 10 seconds remaining, the clinic staff began the countdown. 10, 9, 8. The other spectators joined in, counting along as the crowd swelled and the atmosphere intensified. Suddenly, the speed of both Yi Fei and Park Chang-ho surged again, their movements multiplying in velocity. Onlookers felt their eyes struggle to keep pace with the two young practitioners. The spectacle dazzling and overwhelming. It was astonishingly fast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, two intertwining silver beams flickered in the sky, reminiscent of shooting stars. "Time's up," shouted the attendant from the medical clinic. Yi Fei and Park Chang-ho ceased their search for acupoints. Time seemed to stand still in that very instant. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the bronze figure, not daring to blink. At that moment, two attendants from the clinic helped Yi Fei and Park Chang-ho remove the cloth from their eyes. Both Yi Fei and Park Chang-ho displayed relaxed smiles upon their faces. "Mr. Yi, you seem rather pleased. Do you believe you have emerged victorious?" Park Chang-ho jested. "Whether I have one or not, I cannot say, but I am certain that I have discovered more acupoints than you," Yi Fei replied with a grin. "Is that so? Do you possess such confidence in yourself?" Park Chang-ho laughed, feeling as though he had heard an outrageous joke. "Brother Fei, I have always been confident. If you don't believe it, just wait and see." Yi Fei shuruk nonchalantly. We shall see." Park Chang-ho scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Yi Fei before stepping aside. Meanwhile, the two attendants began tallying the number of acupoints found by Yi Fei and Park Chang-ho, while the onlookers clenched their fists in anticipation of the final outcome. The results were in. An attendant from the clinic announced loudly. How many acupoints did Mr. Yi find?" Someone eagerly inquired. "And how many acupoints did that Korean fellow discover?" Another asked. The attendant cleared his throat and proclaimed. Mr. Park Chang-ho found a total of 178 acupoints. Upon hearing this, Park Chang-ho smiled. This result was within his expectations, reflecting a normal performance. However, Tang Yinsheng felt a shiver run down his spine. His heartbeat quickened. To discover 178 acupoints within a minute was astonishing. Even he could manage only 136 acupoints at most in a minute. Mr. Yi found a total of. At that moment, another attendant raised his voice. How many? Exactly how many? Indeed, how many? Speak quickly. For heaven's sake. Hurry up, it's exasperating. The crowd began to urge. 201. The attendant beamed as he announced the figure. 201. Upon hearing this, Tang Yinsheng was left speechless in shock. To find 201 acupoints in a minute, even Mr. Chu could manage only around 190, right? The most astonished of all was Park Chong-hao. He stared at Yi Fei in disbelief, his lips quivering. Why you? Alas! How could he have underperformed? Yi Fei scratched the back of his head and flashed a grin at Park Chong-hao. What? Underperformed? Those words struck Park Chong-hao like a thunderbolt, leaving him breathless. To discover 201 acupoints in a minute, and that was considered underperformance? What did that make his own 178 acupoints? Chapter 071. The Essence of Chinese Martial Arts. Upon hearing that Yi Fei had triumphed over Park Chong-hao, the crowd within the medical hall erupted in jubilant cheers. Though merely a modest contest, it served to affirm the authenticity of traditional Chinese medicine, demonstrating its superiority over Korean practices. Tang Yinsheng, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling in his eyes. This young man was indeed extraordinary, consistently delivering delightful surprises. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves forward. At such a tender age, one can only speculate how profound his medical skills will become in the years to come. Meanwhile, Park Chong-hao trembled with rage, glaring at Yi Fei, yet rendered speechless. This was a resounding slap in the face. Yi Fei approached Park Chong-hao with a grin and remarked, "Oh dear, it appears that I have one. You deceived me." Park Chong-hao finally managed to utter after a long pause. "You claimed not to be a descendant of the medical hall, not a renowned disciple, and that you held no fame in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. What do you call this?" In a mere minute, he had identified 201 acupoints. And blindfolded at that, even his grandfather could not achieve such feats. How cunning the Chinese truly are, Park Chong-hao thought bitterly. Deceive you? What lies have I told? Yi Fei chuckled and inquired, "Did you not assert that you are not a descendant of the medical hall, not a famous disciple, and lack notoriety? How then can your medical prowess be so remarkable?" Park Chong-hao's face flushed crimson as he posed the question. "Your words are quite comical. Just because I am not a descendant of the medical hall, nor a famed disciple, nor do I have fame, does that imply my medical skills must be lacking?" Yi Fei scoffed. "What a ridiculous logic you espouse." "You." Park Chong-hao was once again infuriated, nearly choking on his own frustration. This Chinese individual was utterly shameless. "What? Are you unwilling to accept defeat?" Yi Fei teased, a smirk gracing his lips. "You." Park Chong-hao's face turned beet red, utterly speechless. "Young Master Park, this individual is a master of the medical arts. We are no match for him. Let us depart," a nearby ordinary middle-aged man whispered in Park Chong-hao's ear. "Very well. Uncle Han, let us go." Park Chong-hao gritted his teeth and nodded, preparing to turn away. "Wait," Yi Fei called out. "What more do you want?" Park Chong-hao spun around, fury radiating from his gaze. Yi Fei flashed a smile and said, "Since you have lost, you ought to leave that worthless challenge decree behind." "Why should I leave it?" Park Chong-hao retorted haughtily. "Those listed on it are my defeated subordinates. I intend to take this scroll back to Korea. I shall publicly display this scroll in major newspapers and media outlets to exalt the prestige of our great Republic of Korea." Upon hearing this, Yi Fei's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. If the recent match was merely a display of medical skills, the outcome might not bear significant weight. However, when elevated to a national level, it transcends the mere exchange of traditional Chinese medicine. Thus, this scroll must be preserved. Moreover, it must be destroyed. If you leave the scroll behind, you may depart. Yi Fei stated calmly. "Indeed, how shameless. Leave the scroll behind. As a defeated foe, do you still have the audacity to take it back to your homeland? Do you no longer have any sense of shame? To challenge us in Huaxia with such feeble medical skills is akin to illuminating a toilet seeking death. Park Chang-hao's words ignited the fury of all present. He chuckled. And what if I choose not to leave it? Will you prevent my departure? Yi Fei's voice turned icy. I shall repeat myself. Leave the scroll, and you may go. I'll be damned if I do. What will you do about it? Park Chang-hao glared at Yi Fei with a defiant expression. Suddenly, a crisp sound pierced the air. Yi Fei delivered a sharp slap to Park Chang-hao's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Who do you think you are, demanding that everyone cater to you? I kindly requested you leave it. Yet you insist on provoking me. Are you not forcing my hand? Yi Fei retorted. You dare strike me? Park Chang-hao exclaimed, clutching his left cheek and pointing at Yi Fei. Do you even know who I am? I care not for your identity. Ye Fei Archit Anayibrov. I merely wish to remind you that this is Huaxia, not your Korea. What gives you the right to act so arrogantly? You are finished. Park Chang-hao pointed at Yi Fei and then shouted in Korean, Zhong, Zayong, come in here. Upon hearing their master's call, 2 bodyguards in black rushed in. Young Master Park, what is your command? One with a short haircut inquired. Give this brat a thorough beating. Park Chang-hao bellowed, pointing at Yi Fei. Yes. The 2 bodyguards nodded and charged at Yi Fei. Witnessing the conflict, the people in the clinic hurriedly retreated. Meanwhile, Tang Yunsheng contemplated whether to call the authorities. At that moment, one of the bodyguards with a horse-like face let out a loud cry, leaping into the air in a dramatic high kick aimed at Yi Fei's head. Such a glaring flaw. This is Korean martial arts, Taekwondo. Ye Fei Simidit Koldi. Bang! Just as the bodyguard's foot was about to connect with Yi Fei's head, Yi Fei's right leg shot out, striking first with lightning speed and thunderous force. It landed squarely in the bodyguard's groin. Oh! The bodyguard screamed in agony, flying out of the clinic. Park Chang-hao was left dumbfounded as he witnessed Yi Fei incapacitate his bodyguard with a single kick. What the hell? This kid is not only skilled in medicine, but also possesses formidable martial prowess. Another bodyguard with a square face, upon witnessing his comrade being sent flying with a kick, trembled in fear and, without hesitation, lunged forward. He executed a dramatic 360-degree spinning kick aimed directly at Yi Fei's chest. The force of his leg was formidable, creating an impression of unmatched prowess. Jumping so high while spinning. Did he think he was performing ballet? Yi Fei chuckled mockingly, and in a swift motion, he slightly angled his body and delivered a powerful punch to the square-faced bodyguard's abdomen. A dull thud echoed, accompanied by a pitiful scream, as the bodyguard was sent hurtling through the air. Park Chang-hao, witnessing Yi Fei effortlessly dispatch his 2 bodyguards, felt as if he had been struck by the weight of Sparta. Was this fellow truly necessary? This lad must be cheating, right? He was astonishingly formidable. Observing Park Chang-hao standing there in a daze, Yi Fei smiled and approached him, saying, Brother Park, what I just demonstrated was traditional Chinese martial arts. How does it compare to your Taekwondo? Stop flaunting it. I will definitely return to seek revenge. Park Chang-hao, realizing he could not defeat Yi Fei, threw down the scroll and fled the medical hall alongside a middle-aged man. Once Park Chang-hao and his companions had departed, the crowd erupted into cheers once more, their gazes towards Yi Fei shifting from admiration to awe. Yi Fei picked up the scroll and handed it to Tang Yunsheng, saying, Mr. Tang, what do you think we should do with this scroll? I believe it should remain with us at Jishir Hall. It serves as a warning for everyone in the medical hall, Tang Yunsheng replied. Indeed, that sounds reasonable. Yi Fei nodded in agreement. Tang Yunsheng smiled, instructed someone to take the scroll away, and then inquired, Young friend Yi, I am truly grateful for your assistance today. Without your help in that contest, we at Jishir Hall might have faced defeat. Ah, Mr. Tang, it was merely a trivial matter. Contributing to traditional Chinese medicine is only right. Yi Fei replied with a hearty laugh. Indeed, having a young physician of your caliber is a true blessing for our traditional Chinese medicine. Tang Yunsheng laughed heartily before asking, Young friend Yi, did you come here today for a specific reason? Oh, I came to visit Zhang Baoquan and Auntie, Yi Fei replied with a smile. Very well. Young friend Yi, Auntie, and Baoquan are in the back room. Allow me to escort you, Tang Yunsheng said, leading Yi Fei towards the rear. Soon, they arrived at a room filled with antique charm. Upon entering, Tang Yunsheng cheerfully called out, Baoquan, guess who has come to see you? Chapter 072. their downfall. Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Baoquan, who was seated at the bedside administering medication to his mother, turned his head. Spotting Yi Fei, he broke into a broad, innocent smile and hurried over. Fei Ge, you're here. Indeed, Baoquan. I came to check on you and your mother, Yi Fei replied. Hey, Fei Ge. My mother and I are doing well, Zhang Baoquan exclaimed with a naive grin. The people here are all good folks. They treat both my mother and me kindly. Yi Fei chuckled and patted Zhang Baoquan's arm before approaching the bedside. Xiao Yi, you've come, the middle-aged woman on the bed said with a gentle smile. Auntie, how is your health? Yi Fei inquired. I'm feeling much better, the middle-aged woman replied with a smile. Xiao Yi, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude. I'm unsure how to express my thanks. Auntie, there's no need for excessive gratitude, Yi Fei interjected with a wave of his hand. Allow me to check your pulse once more. All right, Xiao Yi, the middle-aged woman nodded, extending her hand. Yi Fei felt her pulse, closing his eyes to concentrate for a moment. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes. Auntie, your health has significantly improved. With some further care, you will recover completely, he stated. Wonderful, thank you, Xiao Yi. The middle-aged woman nodded appreciatively. Zhang Baoquan, overhearing Yi Fei's words, joyfully exclaimed, Thank you, Fei Ge. You are my mother's savior, and thus mine as well. From now on, I will do whatever you ask. I promise to listen to you. That's all I need to hear, Baoquan. Yi Fei nodded in response, then turned to Tang Yunsheng, saying, Mr. Tang, I will write a prescription for you. Please procure the necessary medicine for Annie. This will expedite her recovery. Absolutely. Tang Yunsheng was visibly thrilled at the prospect of receiving a prescription from Yi Fei, knowing that each of his prescriptions was invaluable. In no time, Yi Fei wrote out a prescription and handed it to Tang Yunsheng, who promptly hurried out to fetch the medicine. Once Tang Yunsheng had departed, Yi Fei turned to Zhang Baoquan and said, Baoquan, you should come to Qingqing International tomorrow morning to apply for a security position. Sure thing, Fei Ge. Zhang Baoquan scratched the back of his head, beaming with delight. Yi Fei smiled and then addressed the middle-aged woman. Auntie, I must take my leave now, but I will visit you again soon. All right, you go ahead, dear child, the middle-aged woman nodded. After bidding farewell to everyone at the clinic, Yi Fei took a taxi and departed from Jishitang. Upon returning to Qingchang International, Yi Fei first toured the security department before heading to Qin Minglan's office. Intending to pay her a visit, since he had promised the lovely lady to come by frequently, he felt compelled to uphold his word, as it was not in Yi Fei's nature to disappoint. Arriving at the office door, he knocked gently. Talp, talp, talp. Please come in, came Qin Minglan's intelligent voice from within. He pushed the door open. Upon entering, Yi Fei beheld Qin Minglan seated at her desk, a document laid before her. Her almond-shaped eyes fixated on the computer screen, and her porcelain-like hands gracefully dancing over the keyboard. The woman sat upright, adorned in a fitted dress that accentuated her exquisite S-curve, while her long, wine-red hair shimmered under the sunlight, exuding an enchanting allure. She was a captivating woman, capable of igniting the fervor of any man with a mere gesture. Ah, you little rascal, you've arrived. Qin Minglan lifted her gaze, offering a charming smile as she remarked, It seems you finally found the time to visit me, showing a sliver of conscience. With a light chuckle, she added, I'm a bit busy at the moment, so feel free to make yourself comfortable. Help yourself to a drink. No need to be polite. Of course, I wouldn't dream of being polite. Yi Fei grinned, settling onto the sofa and preparing a pot of tea for himself. Moments latte. He carried a cup of tea and circled around to stand behind Qin Minglan. This angle had been calculated beforehand. A slight bow of his head would grant him a glance at her alluring figure. Sister Lan, what are you occupied with? Yi Fei inquired, his eyes discreetly wandering, feigning curiosity. Unaware of his mischievous gaze, Qin Minglan replied, I'm translating information regarding the French LV group. President Gu mentioned that representatives from LV will be visiting Ninghai soon to discuss potential collaborations in the fashion sector. LV Group, Yi Fei exclaimed, his lips pursing in thought. I've heard that LV is among the top 10 luxury brands in France, a colossal entity with a century-long legacy. If Qingqing International can partner with LV, that would be incredibly impressive. Indeed, Qin Minglan chuckled. That's why President Gu values this collaboration greatly. I need to translate these documents swiftly. Knowing our counterparts is crucial for gaining the upper hand in negotiations. Yi Fei, lacking interest in the intricacies of business, refrained from probing further, choosing instead to sip his tea and relish the delightful scenery. Memories of that day at the hotel lingered in his mind, recalling the laughter and the lightness that filled the city as they strolled down the lengthy street together. At that moment, Qi Minglan's phone chimed, the warm and gentle ringtone perfectly mirroring her essence. She answered the call. Hello? Qinsheng, what is the matter? All right, I'll be there shortly. After ending the call, she rose, prompting Yi Fei to divert his gaze. Little rascal, stay put for a moment. If you have time, could you assist me in reviewing the translations of this document to ensure accuracy? By the way, you don't speak French, do you? There's a French translation software on the computer. With that, Qin Minglan hurriedly exited the office. Yi Fei chuckled softly, then plopped down into the chair. A delightful fragrance, distinctly feminine, wafted into his nostrils, pleasantly intoxicating. He picked up the document on the desk, briefly scanned its contents, and shook his head with a smile. The French material is quite simple, devoid of any obscure vocabulary or sentences. Not to mention, it poses no challenges for translation. Yi Fei smirked, thinking that since he had nothing better to do, he might as well do a good deed and help the woman complete the translation. Setting down his teacup, he moved the mouse to review the previous translations. Aside from a few erroneous words, there were no other issues. It seemed that the woman's proficiency in French was commendable, likely at the C2 level. Yi Fei chuckled softly and corrected the mistakes before continuing with the translation. As he perused the document, his eyes fixated on the computer screen, his fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Should anyone have been present, they would surely be astonished by Yi Fei's typing speed, which surpassed that of even the most seasoned typists by several folds. Merely half an hour had passed when Yi Fei completed the translation. He had taken a couple of tea breaks and made a trip to the restroom during the process. After conducting a final review and confirming the absence of errors, he stretched lazily. Just as he was about to pour himself another cup of tea, Qin Minglan hurriedly entered the room. Sister Lan, what were you discussing with General Gu just now? Yi Fei inquired with a smile. Oh, it was merely about the acquisition of the land being sold by Fengrui International. Qin Minglan replied with a playful laugh. As you predicted, when we offered a purchase price of 40 million, Fengrui International hesitated and said they needed to think it over. Haha, it seems Fengrui International has taken a bait, Yi Fei remarked, pouring her a cup of tea. Indeed, Fengrui International is rather greedy. It's surprising they haven't bitten the hook yet. Qin Minglan took a sip of her tea and added, it's their own fault for being untrustworthy. This time, we must outsmart them. Yi Fei shrugged and said, that old adage rings true. It is better to offend a petty person than to cross a woman. By the time Fengrui International realizes what's happening, they will surely be in tears. Haha, borrowing your words, the marketplace is akin to a battlefield, and deception is a necessity. They deserve it. Qin Minglan quipped with a grin. Suddenly, she exclaimed, oh no, I need to finish this material today, but I've only translated a third of it. This is a disaster. Chapter 073. To be overthrown? Qin Minglan, in a fit of anxiety, raked her fingers through her hair before settling down at her desk. She was poised to continue her translation, but was taken aback to discover that all the materials had already been translated. What on earth? She mused, maneuvering her mouse. I distinctly recall that I had only translated a third of this document. Suddenly, Qin Minglan lifted her head, astonished, and exclaimed, could it be that you translated all of this? Well, I had nothing better to do. Yi Fei shrugged nonchalantly. You can speak French? Qin Minglan asked in disbelief. Just a bit, Yi Fei replied with a grin. Qin Minglan regarded him with skepticism, saying, this is a business document. The grammar and vocabulary are quite obscure. It would be exceedingly difficult to translate without a solid foundation in French. Surely, you didn't rely on translation software for this, did you? Yi Fei merely smiled, offering no explanation. This woman does not believe in my capabilities. I am nothing short of versatile. How could she think I would resort to such trivial tools? I must verify this. If you've translated it poorly, I'll have to redo it, Qin Minglan declared, casting a glance at Yi Fei before meticulously reviewing the work. She randomly selected over 30 words in a dozen sentences. Yet, to her astonishment, each word was translated with remarkable precision, and every sentence was devoid of grammatical errors. You little rascal, did you truly translate all of this? Qin Minglan gazed at Yi Fei in disbelief. Of course, Sister Lan. Are we not strikingly handsome? Does it not stir a desire to devote oneself to me? Yi Fei teased playfully, giggling. You little rascal, you dare to entertain such thoughts about me? Do you have any idea how many men pursue me? Qin Minglan replied, her smile enchanting. I don't care how many there are. If anyone dares to compete with me for Sister Lan, I shall break their legs. Yi Fei declared with bravado. Hee, you are quite the tyrant, Qin Minglan chuckled, adding, but I do like it. The allure of a woman's smile ignited a fervor within Yi Fei. Just as Yi Fei was about to delve deeper into conversation, Qin Minglan shifted the topic, asking, by the way, little rascal, have you studied French? With your level, you must be at least C2 or higher, right? I'm not sure what level my French is. I've never taken a formal test. Yi Fei responded, raising his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. By the way, Sister Lan, you made a few mistakes earlier. I've corrected them for you. For instance, in the 67th clause, there a word markers. That a noun, which translates to patterns in Chinese, not the adjective patterned. Also, the last sentence of the third paragraph in the 81st clause is in the past tense, not the present continuous. Yi Fei pointed out several errors, and Qin Minglan meticulously checked each one. Indeed, as Yi Fei had mentioned, I had indeed erred in my previous statements. Were it not for Yi Fei's assistance in pointing out these mistakes, I might never have realized them. Reflecting on this, Qin Minglan felt an even greater shock within her heart. She lifted her gaze and fixed her beautiful eyes upon Yi Fei, which sparkled with an unusual brilliance. Under such intense scrutiny from the woman, Yi Fei felt a twinge of unease. With a chuckle, he remarked, Sister Lan, please don't look at me like that. It's rather embarrassing. Qin Minglan advanced step by step towards Yi Fei, while he retreated incrementally until he found himself seated upon the sofa. In a sudden move, Qin Minglan cornered him against the wall. What on earth is this woman attempting? Could it be that she's so impressed by my prowess that she wishes to take the initiative? Should I acquiesce or resist? Sister Lan, let's converse calmly. I'm not quite mentally prepared for this, Yi Fei said, awkwardly smiling. What is it that you need to be prepared for? Qin Minglan queried with a playful smile as she regarded him. I'm not ready to be overpowered by you, Yi Fei declared, his neck taut and his expression earnest. Ha, little rascal, what are you thinking? I'm not so easily swayed. Qin Minglan laughed, her laughter causing her chest to heave in a most spectacular manner. Yi Fei felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, nearly causing him to lose composure. Sister Lan, please stop. If you continue like this, I shall have to be rather forthright. Yi Fei gulped, stitting. Qin Minglan noticed his reaction and paused momentarily before rising elegantly, saying, All right, little rascal, I shall cease my teasing. Upon seeing her stand, Yi Fei exhaled in relief. Yet a sense of emptiness lingered within him. He longed to express, Sister Lan, how can you act thus? Do you not realize that one should see matters through to completion? If you were to take another step, I would be all too willing to succumb. Alas, what a pity. Qin Minglan observed the fluctuating expressions on Yi Fei's face and secretly chuckled. This little rascal surely harbored some mischievous thoughts. However, she also understood the importance of moderation. Once the fire is kindled too fiercely, it becomes perilous. She cleared her throat and stated, Little rascal, I did not expect you to be so talented. Perhaps placing you in the security department is somewhat beneath your abilities? Whether it is beneath me or not, I find my current situation quite satisfactory. Ye fi gudinut. Do you truly believe this is satisfactory? Qin Minglan smiled and coaxed. Why not follow my lead and become assistant to President Gua? That way, we could work in the same office. If we were to share an office, it would be entirely natural for something to transpire, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Yi Fei was tempted to agree. The prospect was simply too alluring. To share an office with a stunningly beautiful woman of captivating form was enough to excite any man. Should I acquiesce? Just as he was caught in this dilemma, his phone rang, jolting him back to reality. The call connected. Hello, is that you, Manzi? What's the matter? All right, you all hold them steady. I'll be right down. After hanging up the phone, Yifei remarked, Sister Lon, a group of ruffians has gathered at the company entrance, seemingly intent on causing a disturbance. I must attend to this matter immediately. With that, Yifei hastily rose from the sofa, preparing to leave the office. Wait, I'll accompany you, Qin Minglon interjected. Huh? Sister Lon, aren't you quite busy? It's all right for me to handle this alone, Yifei responded. It's fine. After all, you've completed my task for me. Qin Minglon waved her hand dismissively. Come on, let us go see what's happening together. Very well, Yifei nodded, and together they departed from the office. Upon arriving on the first floor via the elevator, they observed a raucous group of thugs causing a commotion at the entrance. While the security personnel formed a barrier at the door, both sides locked in a tense standoff. Quick, summon your superior, or we'll resort to violence. One ruffian shouted, Your company injured our brother. We demand an explanation. Yes, step aside. If you don't clear the way, we'll make you regret it. Several others echoed loudly. Manzi, how should we handle this? Where's Brother Fei? Old Zhang anxiously inquired, glancing at Manzi. Indeed. Manzi, hurry and bring Brother Fei here. Another security guard chimed in. Everyone, remain calm. Brother Fei said he would arrive shortly. Lu Man replied. A middle-aged thug, his arms in a cast, yelled at Lu Man and the others. What the hell? Are your superiors even coming? What are you all yelling about? This is a company. No loud disturbances are allowed. Yifei bellowed, striding forward alongside Qin Minglon. Upon seeing them approach, the security guards visibly relaxed and parted to clear a path. Yifei stepped forward and, upon noticing 7 or 8 thugs with bandaged limbs and leaning on crutches, couldn't he help but chuckle. Qin Minglon recognized the group as well, her brow furrowing in concern. These were the very thugs who had attempted to rob them the previous day. To think these ruffians had not learned their lesson and still dared to come to the company. Have today as street thugs become so brazen? Aren't you the gentleman who wanted to play with me yesterday? What's this? Did our encounter yesterday not satisfy you, and you wish for more? Ye fi tisith. Chapter 074. Extortion at the doorstep. The leading middle-aged thug instantly recognized Yifei. The memory of the beating he had received at Yifei's hands the previous day sent a shiver down his spine. This man was indeed formidable. The other thugs also recognized Yifei. After all, his impression on them was indelible. How could one not be intimidated by someone who could effortlessly incapacitate over a dozen men? Thus, as soon as Yifei spoke, the gangsters instinctively stepped back. Brother Fei, do you know these guys? Yuman Inkvilet, Uphoching Yifei. Of course, I know them, Yifei replied with a smile. Yesterday, I accompanied Sister Lon to collect a debt, and these ruffians obstructed our path with intentions to rob us. So, I decided to entertain them for a moment. Lu Man couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is that what you call entertaining? Did you not notice that none of these thugs are in one piece? Especially that yellow-haired fellow at the back, whose arms and legs are in plaster, and whose head is wrapped in bandages. His face is so swollen that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Brother Fei is indeed ruthless. However, recalling how Brother Fei had mercilessly incapacitated a young master at Zhu Xianlu the previous day, Lu Man felt a sense of relief. He silently reminded himself that one could only be friends with Brother Fei. Becoming an enemy would put even his 3 legs in jeopardy. Hey, gentlemen, what brings you here today? Yefi tisit, light ajigarete. Could it be that you're feeling unwell and wish for me to assist in loosening some bones? Kid, don't get cocky. The middle-aged thug shot back, glaring at Yifei. You severely injured so many of my brothers yesterday. We are here to demand compensation. Be sensible and reimburse us for our medical and emotional damages. Otherwise, we'll come here every day to make a ruckus, ensuring that your company cannot operate. You're shameless. Clearly, you were the ones attempting to rob us yesterday. We were merely acting in self-defense. Qin Minglon stepped forward, her face flushed with anger. You would do well to leave quickly, or we shall call the police. Oh, beautiful lady, please open your eyes and see clearly. We are the victims here. The middle-aged thug whistled at Qin Minglon, a smirk on his face. Even if you call the police, what difference would it make? Oh, allow me to share some unfortunate news. There were no surveillance cameras on that stretch of road yesterday. Even if you report us for robbery, there's no evidence. Do you think the police would take your case? You, shameless. Qin Minglan's face turned crimson with indignation. Yet she found herself unable to refute his claims. He was right. Without evidence, even reporting to the police would yield no benefit. What should she do? If these ruffians truly came to the company every day to stir trouble, the repercussions could be substantial, especially now that Sing Chung International was on the verge of going public. There could be no room for error. Just as Qin Minglan was at a loss, Yifei smiled at her and said, "Sister Lan, don't worry. Leave this matter to me." Qin Minglan stared blankly at Yifei. Although she was uncertain about how he would handle the situation, she chose to place her trust in him. Perhaps it was simply that this individual always managed to surprise her. With that thought, Yifei turned his head, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the middle-aged thug, saying, "Hey, buddy, didn't you mention that we owe you medical expenses and compensation for emotional distress? How much do you think we should pay?" Upon hearing this, the thug's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that this guy was genuinely intimidated and ready to pay to avert disaster? Excellent. This was a rare opportunity. He should demand a substantial sum. After a moment of contemplation, the thug responded, "We have a total of 8 brothers injured here. The medical and emotional damages would amount to around 500,000, right?" "What? 500,000? Qin Minglan's brows furrowed in disbelief. "You start by asking for 500,000? Why don't you go rob a bank instead?" Yet Yifei shook his head at Qin Minglan and then turned to the thug, declaring, "All right, 500,000 it is. Our Sing Chung International has more than enough funds to cover such a trifling amount." As soon as he finished speaking, the security guards were left dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Was Minister Yi truly prepared to compromise? This was not characteristic of his usual approach. The thugs, however, upon hearing Yifei's words, erupted in laughter, their eyes gleaming with excitement. To obtain 500,000 in one go was far more rewarding than robbing someone on the street. Should they consider doing this more often? Such easy money. Yifei narrowed his eyes and surveyed the gang of thugs before turning to Qin Minglan, asking Sister Lan, "Does the company have cash on hand?" "Yes, why?" Qin Minglan retorted. "Oh, since there's cash available, instruct the finance department to prepare 500,000. Yifei said with a smile. "Yifei, what exactly are you planning?" Qin Minglan suddenly grew anxious. "We cannot afford to pay that amount. Sister Lan, please trust me," Yifei said with a cheerful wink. Qin Minglan intended to argue further, but seeing Yifei's confidence, she relented. "All right, I will head to the finance department to retrieve the money." Nodding, she hurried towards the elevator. As soon as Qin Minglan left, several security guards quickly gathered around. "Brother Fei, are you really planning to pay this money?" Lu Man asked. "Exactly, Minister Yi. These guys are clearly here to extort us. We shouldn't pay them." Old Zhang chimed in. Yifei grinned and whispered, "Whether I pay or not is my decision, but whether they can actually take the money is another matter entirely." The security guards were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the true meaning behind Yifei's words. The middle-aged thug, upon realizing he was about to receive a large sum of money, was elated. Grinning broadly, he displayed his yellowing teeth and said to Yifei, "Buddy, I didn't expect you to be so decisive. It seems we've formed an unexpected bond. Perhaps we could become friends in the future." Yifei merely smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, Qin Minglan approached, carrying a briefcase. "Yifei, the money is ready. It contains 500,000 in cash." She handed the briefcase to Yifei, who nodded and accepted it. Upon sighting the briefcase, the eyes of several ruffians sparkled with greed, all fixated on the prize within. It was indeed a substantial sum. Clutching the briefcase, Yifei refrained from immediately handing it over to the middle-aged thug. Instead, he smiled and inquired, "My friend, I can see you covet this money, do you not?" "Absolutely. We are counting on this money to cover our medical expenses." The middle-aged thug stepped forward, attempting to seize the briefcase. However, Yifei took a step back and said, "Wait a moment. What else is there?" The thug demanded. His gaze locked on the briefcase. "Weren't you claiming that this sum was for medical compensation? Then I need to see your medical receipts," Yifei replied with a grin. "Get real. Just hand over the money." The middle-aged thug exclaimed, forcefully grabbing the briefcase. "Let go of me," he barked. "Hey, buddy, are you attempting to rob me?" "Ye fie fine astonishment. What's it to you if I am?" "Hand it over." The thug yanked the briefcase back, and at that very moment, Yi Fei released his grip. The thug stumbled backward, landing awkwardly. Yet, with the money secured, any discomfort was inconsequential. At this juncture, Yi Fei, filled with righteous indignation, shouted to the security personnel, "Brothers, a group of villains is brazenly robbing our company's funds in broad daylight, and we have surveillance footage as evidence. What do you think we should do?" "Of course, we must call the police." They echoed in agreement. "Call the police?" At this point, if we wait for them, these thugs will have fled. Ye Fei insisted. "The immediate priority is to reclaim the money." Each security guard expressed their views, and Yi Fei attentively absorbed their words. Soon, 8 guards, driven by their own convictions, charged towards the ruffians, their faces alight with fury. The thugs, initially intent on resisting, soon found themselves overwhelmed by fists and kicks. Chapter 075. Heartfelt Submission. "Ah, please. No more. Stop hitting me, it hurts. Ouch, not the head. If you keep this up, I might lose my senses. And please, spare my face. I earn my living through my looks." Before long, the ruffians were writhing on the ground in agony. Meanwhile, the security personnel transformed their wrath into strength, mercilessly striking at the thugs without any intention of relenting. Yi Fei realized that if the beating continued, it would surely lead to dire consequences. Thus, he stepped forward and said, "All right, that's enough. A lesson is sufficient. If you continue, they might truly perish." Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, the security guards ceased their assault, and naturally, the safe was reclaimed. "Here you go, Brother Fei. These scoundrels dared to steal from our company. They're simply courting disaster." Lu Man chuckled smugly as he handed the safe to Yi Fei. Initially, Lu Man had hesitated to engage, but witnessing the utter defenselessness of the thugs, he lost his fear. "Well done, Manzi," Yi Fei said with a smile, patting Lu Man on the shoulder as he accepted the safe. Subsequently, Yi Fei approached the middle-aged thug, squatted down, and with a grin remarked, "My friend, today we are merely imparting a lesson. We harbor no intention of causing you harm. However, should you remain unconvinced, feel free to call the police. After all, our company's surveillance has captured your robbery in its entirety. Thus, even if the authorities arrive, we shall not face any repercussions." Yi Fei's words left the middle-aged thug speechless with fury. Old wounds unhealed, he now bore new ones. What was worse, the money had yet to warm in his grasp before it was snatched back. This left him infuriated, frustrated, and heartbroken. "Kid, you are ruthless. I, Gao Yin, concede defeat today. But mark my words, if I ever see you again." Before Gao Yin could finish his threat, Yi Fei inadvertently stepped on his hand. Ouch! Gao Yin howled in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "I despise threats more than anything. Typically, those who threaten me do not meet a favorable end." Yi Fei grinned and said, "If I were you, I would immediately apologize and leave instead of foolishly posturing here. Do you understand?" Having spoken, Yi Fei released his foot and then, with a sudden shift in demeanor, his expression darkened, his eyes gleaming coldly as he commanded, "Now, disappear from my sight at once." Gao Yin trembled under Yi Fei's piercing gaze, disregarding his pain as he hastily got to his feet and, along with the other thugs, scrambled into the van that had just pulled up. Yi Fei shook his head with a smile before turning to Qin Menglan, handing her the safe as he said, "Sister Lan, please take the money back." Qin Menglan regarded Yi Fei with a bemused smile, replying, "Yi Fei, I expected you to drive them away through force. I did not anticipate you would devise a way for them to leave voluntarily. Quite impressive. Sister Lan, what are you saying? Do I seem like a violent person?" Yi Fei expressed his bewilderment. "It's not just a resemblance. You truly are." Qin Menglan laughed charmingly. "Sister Lan, I never imagined you viewed me in such a light. It truly saddens me." Yi Fei feigned sorrow as he spoke. "You're such a rascal, always with your witty banter." Qin Menglan playfully scolded, then, grasping her suitcase, she swayed her enchanting figure and departed. Yi Fei gazed at her gracefully swaying hips, licking his lips before turning away. His expression remained neutral as he scanned the faces of the security personnel, Manzi, today something has occurred at the company. Who among the on-duty personnel has not arrived? Yi Fei inquired in a low voice. Minister Yi, aside from Deputy Minister Zhao. Everyone else is here, Lu Man promptly replied. Why hasn't Zhao Qiguang shown up? Yi Fei narrowed his eyes and asked. He mentioned feeling somewhat unwell. Unwell, is he? Heh, I see. Yi Fei chuckled lightly and continued. Anyone who proposed directly reclaiming the money and acted upon it will receive an extra 1,000 yuan this month. Those who suggested calling the police will have 500 deducted from their bonuses. As for Zhao Qiguang, he will not receive any bonus this month, and half of his salary will be withheld. As soon as he finished speaking, those who had suggested the direct recovery of the funds erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, the security personnel who had recommended contacting the police looked dejectedly at Yi Fei, bewildered as to why their bonuses were being reduced. Yi Fei addressed the discontented security guards. I understand your grievances. However, allow me to elucidate the rationale. The company hired you as security personnel. What is the fundamental duty of a security guard? It is to safeguard the company's assets and ensure the safety of individuals. The ruffians have already caused a commotion at the company gates. If at this juncture, you choose not to retaliate immediately, do you believe you're fulfilling your responsibilities as security guards? If your first instinct in every situation is to call the police, then what purpose do you serve for the company? Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, the security guards who had proposed contacting the police fell silent, now genuinely accepting his argument. Minister Yi, we acknowledge our mistake. I wholeheartedly accept this bonus deduction. One burly security guard responded. Minister Yi, we are in full agreement. The others chimed in. All right. Everyone stopped shouting. This is a company, not a marketplace. Yi Fei chuckled as he gestured for calm. Now, everyone, there's no need to linger here. Go about your tasks. Before long, the security personnel dispersed to attend to their duties. Once they left, Yi Fei wandered around the company, ensuring that there were no anomalies with the surveillance cameras before returning to the security department to indulge in some gaming. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was time to clock out. Yi Fei stretched lazily, shut down his computer, and exited the security minister's office, making his way toward the president's office. Upon arriving at the door of the president's office, he knocked gently. Please enter, came the melodious voice of Gu Qingsheng from within. Opening the door, he found Gu Qingsheng diligently occupied at her desk. Sister Lan, you may leave work now. Simply place the documents on the desk. Gu Qingsheng did not lift her head, assuming it was Qin Minglan who had entered. Yi Fei grinned and said, General Manager Gu, it's me. Upon hearing his voice, Gu Qingsheng looked up, smiling as she replied, Yi Fei, you have arrived. General Manager, the workday has concluded. Shall we go pick up Xiao? Observing the weariness etched on Gu Qingsheng's face, Yi Fei sighed softly within. Gu Qingsheng managed a wry smile and said, I apologize, Yi Fei. I must trouble you once again to fetch Xiao today. What is the matter, General Manager? More overtime? Yi Fei inquired. Indeed. Gu Qingsheng massaged her aching temples and continued. Tasks have been incessant lately, and each day feels insufficient. General Manager, since the work cannot be completed all at once, why not take it slowly? Yi Fei offered with a smile. No. Qingqing International is in the final push for its public listing. We cannot afford to relax at this juncture. Gu Qingsheng shook her head. General Manager, while work is undoubtedly important, health is paramount. Only through a balance of work and rest can one achieve greater efficiency. Before Yi Fei could further persuade her, Gu Qingsheng interrupted, saying, All right, Yi Fei, please refrain from advising me. I will return shortly. You go ahead and pick up Xiao. Very well. I shall take my leave then. Yi Fei shook his head, preparing to depart. Suddenly, he paused and said, General Manager, if you're feeling fatigued, you might consider massaging the acupoints of Chu Qi, Yang Qi, Higu, and Ni Guan for no less than 3 minutes until you feel a sense of soreness. It will greatly assist in alleviating fatigue. As he spoke, Yi Fei demonstrated, indicating the precise locations of these acupoints. Oh, indeed, Yi Fei, you are quite the skilled practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. I nearly overlooked this. Gu Qingsheng smiled and then said, Thank you, Yi Fei. I shall try massaging these points shortly. No need for thanks. Yi Fei waved his hand, Then, General Manager, I shall take my leave. Be cautious while driving. She replied, Of course, General Manager. Yifei nodded and then exited the office. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, he drove his Maserati Quattroporte directly towards the first middle school of the city. Chapter 76. I am handsomer than you. Ninghai No. 1 High School. The school day has concluded. Gu Xiaoran stands at the entrance, idly fiddling with her phone. Occasionally, someone greets her, and she responds with a mere nod. The thought of having that obnoxious Yi Fei pick her up today fills her with irritation. That guy is nothing short of a notorious rogue. Within just a few days, he has seen her in all her vulnerability and even dared to touch her. It is utterly intolerable. If it weren't for needing his help to treat her chest issue, she would have banished him long ago. How can she endure his audacity? Damn Yi Fei, you insufferable nuisance. How much longer must I wait for you? Frustrated, Gu Xiaoran stamped her foot, wishing she could smash her phone. Suddenly, the roar of engines breaks the air. Looking up, she spots 5 flashy sports cars approaching the school entrance. Leading the pack is the eye-catching blue Ferrari 488. Gu Xiaoran doesn't need to guess. Only Han Bin could create such a commotion. Before long, the 5 cars come to a halt, drawing the attention of numerous students. The doors swing open, and 5 stylishly dressed youths stride toward Gu Xiaoran. At the forefront is the handsome school heartthrob, Han Bin. Upon seeing them approach, Gu Xiaoran's displeasure intensifies. Han Bin is like an insistent gum stuck to her shoe. Despite her indifference, he clings to her, which is exceedingly vexing. Even more irritating than Yi Fei. Xiaoran, I'm throwing a party at Starlight Entertainment today, and many friends will be there. Why don't you come join us? Han Bin suggests with a smile. Not going, not going. Leave me alone. Gu Xiaoran responds impatiently, waving her hand dismissively. Wow, I never expected our renowned Gu Senyang from No. 1 High School to be such a good girl, chimes in a boy adorned with ear studs, chuckling. Good girl, my foot. Go back and play with your toys. Gu Xiaoran retorts angrily. You. The boy, taken aback by Gu Xiaoran's blatant disrespect, bristles with indignation. Just as he prepares to retaliate, Han Bin pulls him aside. With a smile, Han Bin turns to Gu Xiaoran and says, Xiaoran, it's still early. Going home now will only be boring. Why not join us for some fun? Han Bin, are you ever going to get the hint? I said I'm not going. Gu Xiaoran glares at him defiantly. Xiaoran, you know I like you. I pursued you for so long and confessed my feelings multiple times. Why can't you give me a chance? Han Bin, please. A look of bittersweet longing in his eyes. With a deep sigh, Gu Xiaoran says, Han Bin, you are a good person, but we truly are not suited for each other. Not this again. Hearing those words, a wave of dissatisfaction washes over Han Bin. He is a wealthy and handsome young master, effortlessly charming women and never having received a rejection. Yet now, due to Gu Xiaoran, he finds himself on the receiving end of numerous rejections, a humiliation beyond measure. Kunsakanli, Fambin's attractiva bizaja darkanat. He fixed his piercing gaze upon Gu Xiaoran, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he said, Xiaoran, I truly do not wish to coerce you into anything. However, to be with you, I may have to resort to a bit of underhandedness. What do you mean? Gu Xiaoran asked, momentarily taken aback. Xiaoran, do you recall our last wager? Han Bin inquired. Wager? Gu Xiaoran feigned ignorance, her heart racing. Did we make any wager? Come now, Xiaoran, spare me the pretense. Han Bin replied with a smug grin. Last time we played League of Legends, you said that if you won, I would give you my Ferrari 488. And you stipulated that if I won, you would be my girlfriend. Yet, I emerged victorious. Surely, you haven't forgotten that wager so soon? The last wager doesn't count. Gu Xiaoran retorted, glaring at Han Bin with indignation. Han Bin, do you have no shame? It was a competition between the two of us. Yet you brought in a professional player to assist you. How could I possibly win against you? Shrugging nonchalantly, Han Bin replied, Xiaoran, we never stipulated that outside assistance was forbidden before the match. If you feel your skills are lacking, you could have enlisted help too. You, shameless. Gu Xiaoran felt her blood boil. This man had the audacity to justify his cheating with such brazen eloquence. Could it be that the illustrious Gu Sanyang from the first high school of Shishir refuses to acknowledge her defeat? A youth wearing a baseball cap chuckled. Gu Xiaoran clenched her fists, asserting that last match doesn't count. Unless we have a rematch, and I bring someone to assist me, it won't be fair. I'm indifferent. Regardless of who you enlist, the outcome will remain unchanged, Han Bin said with unwavering confidence. Thus, Xiaoran, prepare yourself to become my girlfriend. Oomph. The outcome remains uncertain, Gu Xiaoran declared, lifting her chin defiantly. My mentor is a gaming deity. Defeating your so-called professional player will be child's play. Very well. I look forward to that. Han Bin chuckled to himself, shaking his head. The professional player he had enlisted was none other than the captain of the top team in Ninghai City, known as the Demon King. With countless accolades and ranking among the top 10 in the nation, he could not fathom anyone in Ninghai City possessing greater prowess than the Demon King. Just you wait and see. Gu Xiaoran was about to boast further when a thunderous roar of an engine interrupted them. Han Bin and Gu Xiaoran turned to see a champagne-colored Maserati Quattroporte racing towards them. At the sight of the car, Gu Xiaoran finally exhaled in relief. At long last, he has arrived. With a deft flick of the wrist, Yifei smoothly parked his car at the school gate. Leaning out of the window, he apologetically addressed Xiaoran. My sincerest apologies for the delay. Traffic was quite congested. Who on earth is this guy? Han Bin glared at Yifei with a challenging gaze. Gu Xiaoran rolled her eyes and replied, This is Yifei, my boyfriend. Boyfriend? Both Han Bin and Yifei were momentarily taken aback. Yifei was perplexed. What was unfolding here? He glanced at Han Bin and Gu Xiaoran, and realization dawned upon him. Goodness, had he unwittingly become a shield? Impossible. How could he be your boyfriend? You've never mentioned having one. Han Bin vehemently shook his head, skepticism etched on his face. Gu Xiaoran mischievously winked at Yifei and then taunted, Actually, I've had a boyfriend for quite some time, you know? Not everyone is a perpetual singleton like you. If you were my boyfriend, then why did he get so upset when you confessed to me yesterday? And by the way, those roses you scattered were crushed by my boyfriend. Gu Xiaoran fanned the flames further, relishing the chaos. With a resigned shake of his head, Yifei understood he had to play along with her antics. He stepped out of the car, approached Gu Xiaoran, and firmly addressed Han Bin. Indeed, Xiaoran speaks the truth. I am her boyfriend. Therefore, I kindly ask you to refrain from pursuing her any further. Gu Xiaoran chuckled, amused by his cleverness. Well, I certainly want to believe that, Han Bin retorted coldly, directing his words at Gu Xiaoran. Xiaoran, do you think I'm unaware that you've merely found yourself a shield? With your lofty standards, you would never look twice at this guy. Hey, that statement displeases me. Yifei shot back at Han Bin, indignantly proclaiming, What is wrong with Xiaoran being interested in me? Her affection for me is undoubtedly her wisest choice. Why? Han Bin seethed. Because I am more handsome than you, Yifei declared emphatically. Ugh. At this proclamation, Gu Xiaoran felt a wave of nausea. This guy was utterly shameless. Meanwhile, Han Bin's companions erupted into laughter. Chapter 077. Taking advantage of me. I said, Young man, are you not a tad overconfident? The boy adorned with diamond earrings looked mockingly at Yifei and remarked, Han Xiao is the heartthrob of our city's #1 high school. Not only is he handsome, but he also hails from a wealthy family. And you? What do you possess? You're probably not even worth being considered weed. Hearing his companion's flattery, Han Bin felt even more elated. He regarded Yifei with disdain, puffed up with pride, completely dismissing him as a rival. After all, this fellow is simply not worthy. Young man, you must be Xiaoran's chauffeur, right? Han Bin inquired with a smile. Oh, Han Xiao, have you figured that out? Yifei chuckled, nodding and extending his hand. Indeed, I am Xiaoran's driver. I appreciate your kindness. Han Bin blatantly ignored Yifei's hand and said coolly, Since you are a driver, you should focus on your duties and earn your rightful salary. Do not indulge in dreams of a toad wishing to eat swan meat, for such fantasies can only exist in fairy tales. Do you understand? At that moment, Gu Xiaoran, who was nearby, felt a surge of excitement as Yifei and Han Bin clashed. Both were individuals she detested. It would be delightful if they could engage in a fierce confrontation. Oh my, truly a scholar. His words are filled with wisdom. Yifei raised an eyebrow and replied, Indeed, Han Xiao, perhaps in your eyes, I am merely a toad. Yet, it is evident that this toad has indeed tasted swan meat. and it is the tender swan meat that you will never attain. Before he could finish his sentence, Yifei reached out and wrapped his arm around Gu Xiaoran's soft waist, pulling her gently into his embrace. Gu Xiaoran was initially contemplating how to fan the flames, but she was taken aback when Yifei made his move. What the hell? This guy's taking advantage of me. Before Gu Xiaoran could scream, Hanbin shouted first, "Bastard, let go of Xiaoran." Witnessing his goddess in Yifei's arms, Hanbin's face flushed crimson with rage, nearly exploding with fury. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoran struggled in Yifei's hold. Yifei tightened his grip and whispered in her ear, "If you truly wish to shoo away this fly, then cooperate with me." Clenching her teeth, Gu Xiaoran thought, "I will settle the score with you later." Therefore, she ceased her struggles, leaning shyly against Yifei, and sweetly said, "Darling, I do not wish to see them. Please make them leave." "All right, Xiaoran, I will swiftly deal with those rascals. Just wait patiently for a moment." Saying this, Yifei playfully patted Gu Xiaoran's bottom. "Damn it, this scoundrel is taking liberties with me." Gu Xiaoran's face turned crimson with anger as she reached out and pinched the soft flesh at Yifei's waist, twisting it as well. Hiss! Yifei inhaled sharply. This little girl was indeed fierce. However, to Hanbin's eyes, this scene appeared as a playful flirtation. "Let go of Xiaoran." Hanbin seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury. "If you don't release her, I swear I'll make you regret it." With a sardonic smile, Yifei replied, "Xiaoran is my girlfriend. Why would I let her go? You, on the other hand, should cease your pursuit of her. She already has a boyfriend." "You say that again." Hanbin spat, pointing menacingly at Yifei, his companions, emboldened by his aggression, forming a threatening circle behind him. "I said Xiaoran is my girlfriend. Kindly refrain from bothering her again, or I shall be displeased," Yifei stated calmly. "Curse it." Hanbin erupted, "Brothers, arm yourselves. Let us take this punk down." At his command, Hanbin and the four others swiftly retrieved steel pipes, thick as a thumb, surrounding Yifei and Gu Xiaoran. The students at the school gate, witnessing the impending conflict, recoiled in fear, while a few brave souls gathered to watch the unfolding drama. "What should we do, dear? Yuan-Ti, let us leave." Gu Xiaoran whimpered, leaning into Yifei's embrace. "Do not worry. If I wish to depart, no one can hinder me. Especially not a bunch of children." Yifei narrowed his eyes at Hanbin and his crew, saying, "I advise you to leave. I do not engage with children." "How dare you call me a child?" Hanbin bellowed, waving his hand. "Brothers, teach this punk a lesson, but do not harm Xiaoran." As soon as he finished speaking, the five youths, led by Hanbin, charged at Yifei with their steel pipes. In that moment, Yifei moved, releasing Gu Xiaoran. He flickered before the eyes of the five boys like a specter. In the next instant, he wielded 5 steel pipes in his hands. "What the hell?" Hanbin gasped, utterly stunned, unable to utter a single word. The other 4 boys stood equally dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances, paralyzed by fear. What was happening? How did all the pipes end up in that guy's hands? The most astonished of all was Gu Xiaoran. She gazed in disbelief at Yifei's profile, her mouth agape. She distinctly sensed that he had briefly relinquished his grip. Yet, in mere seconds, he had returned to his position, silently seizing the steel pipes from Hanbin and the others. Gu Xiaoran sensed that if he wished to incapacitate Hanbin and his crew, it would take mere moments. This guy truly seemed formidable. Yifei smiled nonchalantly, addressing Hanbin and his companions. "I've stated I want to engage with children, so do not provoke me. Otherwise, you shall not enjoy the consequences with that." Yifei exerted a gentle force with both hands. Creak! The 5 steel pipes were effortlessly bent. "Oh my goodness!" The boy in the baseball cap trembled in fear, his legs shaking uncontrollably. This guy was nothing short of inhuman. 5 steel pipes combined were as thick as an arm. Yet he effortlessly bent them all with a single motion. Was he even human? Yifei paid no heed to the astonished expressions of Hanbin and the others. Instead, he exerted more strength, twisting the 5 steel pipes together. Clang, clang. He discarded the deformed pipes and then got into the car with Gu Xiaoran, departing from the school gate. Only after Yifei drove away did Hanbin and the others regain their composure from their shock. A youth with dyed red hair picked up one of the bent steel pipes and pulled it with all his might. His face flushed crimson, but the pipe showed no sign of bending. He swallowed hard and stammered, Han Xiao, that guy's not human at all. I can't even bend one of these solid steel pipes, yet he managed to bend all 5 in a single go. Oomph. What's so impressive about that? My family's bodyguards can do the same, Han Bin said, casting a glance at the 5 deformed pipes, though a hint of insecurity crept into his voice. Then what do you suggest we do, Han Xiao? With just the 5 of us? We are certainly no match for that guy, said the youth, adorned with earrings. Of course, I'm aware of that, Han Bin replied with a frown. In Ninghai City, he is not the only formidable one. My family's bodyguards are all retired special forces. One could easily take on 5 of us. No matter how powerful that kid is, he is still just one person. I can hire 5 bodyguards, and I'm not worried about handling him. Well, that makes sense, the earring-clad youth nodded. By the way, Xiao Tian, look into that kid's background, and be as thorough as possible, Han Bin instructed another youth. Understood, Han Xiao. I'll take care of it. The youth nodded in agreement. Han Bin fixed his gaze on the direction Yi Fei had departed, coldly declaring, "Dare to steal a woman from me, and I will make you pay dearly." Meanwhile, Yi Fei drove towards Maple Leaf Villa No. 6. Throughout the journey, Gu Xiaoran wore a frosty expression, fixated on Yi Fei without uttering a word. This silence persisted for 10 minutes. "Xiaoran, if you have something to say, just say it. Stop staring at me in silence," Yi Fei said, exasperated as he shrugged. Gu Xiaoran took a deep breath, glaring at Yi Fei, and demanded, "Now, tell me, why did you just take advantage of me?" Chapter 078. I'm going to compete with you. Oh, Xiaoran, what do you mean by me taking advantage of you? Yi Fei scoffed and replied, "Do I strike you as someone who delights in taking advantage of others?" "Not just striking, you do." Gu Xiaoran glared at Yi Fei, indignantly stating, "Just now, you were hugging and patting me. Is that not taking advantage of me?" "Oh, that was merely for the sake of the plot." Yi Fei shrugged, feigning seriousness. "If I don't act a bit more intimately with you, we'll surely blow our cover, don't you think? I'm furious with you." Gu Xiaoran clenched her delicate fists and punched Yi Fei lightly, exclaiming, "Do you think I'm oblivious to your intentions? You're just finding ways to be a rogue. Oh my, Xiaoran, you truly wrong me." Yi Fei raised an eyebrow and declared, "I swear by the moon, I had no intention of being a rogue towards you. I would be a fool to believe you." Gu Xiaoran retorted sharply, "In the name of the moon, I will vanquish you, you rogue." Bang, bang, bang. Gu Xiaoran swung her fists, landing them on Yi Fei's body. However, for Yi Fei, such light taps were akin to mere tickles, causing no discomfort whatsoever. Hey, Xiaoran, we're on the street. Don't go wild. If we accidentally crash, we'll be done for," Yi Fei exclaimed. "If we're done for, then so be it. I shall go down with you." Gu Xiaoran continued her relentless assault, showing no signs of stopping. All right, Xiaoran, if you hit me again, I might just retaliate." Yi Fei feigned anger. "You dare retaliate? Go ahead, if you have the guts." "Oh, so Brother Fei can't handle this little girl, can he?" Yi Fei focused ahead, gripping the steering wheel with his left hand while extending his right hand towards Gu Xiaoran. In the next moment, the car fell silent. Gu Xiaoran ceased her shouting and her assault. How did I subdue her so easily? What is this? It feels soft," Yi Fei pondered, his right hand instinctively squeezing. "Hey Xiaoran, why have you gone silent?" "What's wrong?" Yi Fei murmured, turning his head to discover that his right hand had inadvertently grasped Gu Xiaoran's bosom. Oh my goodness, how precise. As he beheld Gu Xiaoran's flushed face, a chill surged from his toes to his forehead. Xiaoran this. I didn't mean to. Truly, it was unintentional. Yi Fei chuckled awkwardly, reluctantly releasing his grip. The moment he let go, Gu Xiaoran shrieked, "You shameless rogue! You scoundrel! Pervert! I'm going to get you!" Gu Xiaoran, suddenly frenzied, clawed, punched, and even bit Yi Fei. "Goodness gracious! I truly didn't mean to touch you there. Can you please stop? If you keep this up, we might actually crash," Yi Fei exclaimed, torn between laughter and exasperation. You! Gu Xiaoran was well aware that Yi Fei had tough skin and resilient flesh. No amount of hitting or biting would prove effective. Thus, the little girl in the car was making a scene, yelling and fussing. Stop! Enough with the noise." Yi Fei rubbed his ears and then said, "Xiaoran, I have something to ask you. Speak quickly, don't waste my time." Gu Xiaoran glared at Yi Fei, her cheeks still flushed. Why does that Hanbin fellow keep bothering you? Ye Fei inwitted. Isn't it because this young lady is simply too beautiful? Gu Xiaoran pouted proudly, adding, and it's also because I made a bet with him last time, so he keeps pestering me about our wager. What kind of bet did you make with him? Yi Fei asked curiously. We wagered on a game of League of Legends. If he loses, his car becomes mine, and if I lose, I have to be his girlfriend. What on earth? Are you out of your mind? You're betting your own self. Yi Fei exclaimed in exasperation. Oof. You are the foolish one. Gu Xiaoran glared at Yi Fei indignantly, saying, if he hadn't brought in professional players, how could I have possibly lost to him? Yi Fei scoffed. As the saying goes, a bet is a bet. Since you lost, you ought to honor the agreement. Oof. I refuse to be his girlfriend. That's why I've arranged to challenge him again. Gu Xiaoran declared. Are you a fool? You know he has professional players on his side, and yet you still want to bet against him? Yi Fei asked, bemused. He can hire people, can't I? Gu Xiaoran smirked. Next time, I'll bring my master to the competition. My master is a League of Legends expert. With him in the game, he definitely crushed those so-called professionals. Well then, I wish you the best of luck, Yi Fei replied, falling silent thereafter. However, he couldn't help but think of the girl with the online name Mushroom, Stu Timo. Just like Gu Xiaoran, she was a fervent League of Legends enthusiast, but he wondered if she was as stunning as Gu Xiaoran. It certainly piqued his curiosity. Before long, the car arrived at Maple Leaf Villa No. 6. After disembarking, Gu Xiaoran, clutching a bag of chips, plopped down on the sofa to watch the Korean drama The Story of the Blue Sea. The protagonist appeared to be a pretty boy named Lee Min-ho, but Yi Fei had little interest in such frivolous dramas. Xiaoran, I'm going to prepare dinner, Yi Fei announced, donning an apron as he entered the kitchen. After about 10 minutes, Yi Fei emerged from the kitchen with a dish in hand. Xiaoran, you're at a growth stage. You need to eat fewer snacks and more proper meals. Otherwise, even if I help you with your chest, it won't matter if your body isn't nourished. Ye feed a market. Are you annoying or what? Why you sound like my sister, always nagging? Gu Xiaoran retorted. Just then, the villa's front door swung open. Xiaoran, what were you just saying? What do you mean, like me? Gu Qingqing entered, carrying her bag. Gu Xiaoran was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly said, no. No. It's nothing. Oh, President Gu, Xiaoran just mentioned that I can cook quite well, just like you. Yi Fei quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Yes, sister, that's precisely what I said. Gu Xiaoran chimed in eagerly. Hee, Xiaoran, you should learn to cook quickly. Gu Qingchang chuckled, then turned to Yi Fei, saying, I never expected you could cook, Yi Fei. When I lived alone and didn't want to eat out, I learned how, Yi Fei replied with a grin. Well, that's commendable. There are very few men who can cook these days. Gu Qingqing remarked, her smile brightening the room. Thus, I am quite the versatile individual. Yi Fei grinned widely. President Gu, please take a moment to rest. I will prepare another dish, and then we can dine. All right. I look forward to savoring your culinary skills. Gu Qingqing smiled and settled onto the sofa, watching television with Gu Xiaoran. The two sisters were both stunningly beautiful, and their mere presence created a picturesque scene. Observing the playful sisters, Yi Fei felt a gentle warmth envelop his heart. This feeling of home was rather delightful. However, he soon shook his head with a smile and walked into the kitchen. Approximately 15 minutes later, Yi Fei emerged from the kitchen, carrying the final dish. At 8 in the evening, at the first middle school of Ninghai City, a black Buick Excel was parked to the school entrance. By this time, all the students had left, with only a few teachers occasionally exiting the building. Inside the car sat two men of African descent, their gazes fixed intently on the school entrance. Julie, are you certain that Lu Yi teaches at this school? Miller inquired. Miller, do you doubt the intelligence that Lisa and I gathered? Julie responded. Julie, don't overthink it. I was merely asking, Miller shrugged. As long as our plan today succeeds, the whereabouts of Void will surely be within our grasp. At that point, our standing within the Flamingos will be quite elevated. Ha, Miller. Just thinking about it makes me exceptionally excited. Julie smiled and added, rest assured, it's merely the abduction of a defenseless female teacher. There is no need to be overly anxious. Chapter 79. A Flutter of Anxiety. Miller shrugged and remarked, Julie, I am not at all nervous. Every penny we earn as members of the Flamingo Bounty Hunters is forged amidst the flames and fished from boiling oil. Kidnapping an individual, especially an ordinary one, is merely child's play for us. With that, Miller lit a cigarette. Ha ha, Miller, why do I feel like you're particularly loquacious today? Julie inquired with a smile. Am I? Miller chuckled, replying, perhaps it's the excitement of potentially discovering Void's whereabouts. Julie, not dwelling on it, nodded in agreement. Indeed, learning of Void's location is certainly exhilarating. Miller merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, he felt an undeniable unease brewing within him, a sensation he had never experienced during prior missions. After all, he had crossed paths with Yifei once. Although they had never engaged in direct combat, he found that young man to be rather formidable. The reason for his apprehension eluded him. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Miller mused, perhaps I am overthinking this? I have prepared thoroughly for this mission. Success is assured. After approximately 20 minutes, as the clock approached 8:30, a woman emerged from the school, a bag in hand. The streetlights illuminated the area, allowing for a clear view of her features. The woman possessed fair, delicate skin, and her bright, clear eyes radiated a gentle warmth. Her exquisitely oval face featured a straight nose with a pleasing curve, and her long, jet-black hair shimmered brilliantly under the streetlights. This woman was none other than Lu Yi. Just off work. At that moment, Julie in the car also took notice of her. She compared a photograph to the woman several times. Once she confirmed the match, she announced, Miller, the target has appeared. It's that woman. Pointing toward Lu Yi, she continued. Miller looked in the direction indicated by Julie, his eyes brightening. I never expected our target would be such a stunning beauty. Looks like all men are the same. They become paralyzed at the sight of a pretty face, Julie replied, shaking her head. Enough of that. We must focus on the task at hand. Get ready to drive. I will bring her over. With that, Julie exited the vehicle and approached Lu Yi. As she drew closer, she could clearly see the woman's true beauty. It was no wonder Miller had been momentarily captivated. If she were a man, she too would find herself smitten. Approaching Lu Yi with a friendly smile, Julie spoke in hesitant Mandarin. Hello, are you Miss Lu Yi? Lu Yi glanced at Julie, not thinking too much of it, and replied, Yes, I am Lu Yi. May I ask who you are? Oh, so you truly are Teacher Lu. Julie appeared exceptionally excited. I had heard my friend speak of you, mentioning that you are a remarkably responsible teacher. My friend Child had previously struggled academically, but under your guidance, Mr. Lu, their performance improved significantly. Thus, I'm contemplating transferring my child to your school. It is indeed our duty as educators to nurture every child. As Lu Yi spoke, Julie's gaze kept drifting towards a female teacher nearby. It was only after that teacher departed in her vehicle that Julie smiled and raised her head, saying, Mr. Lu, why don't you accompany me for a moment? Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond in time. Julie then produced a canister of spray and aimed it at Lu Yi's face. Within moments, Lu Yi succumbed to unconsciousness. Forgive me, beautiful teacher, Julie chuckled, effortlessly lifting Lu Yi and sauntering towards the car. Soon, the black Buick sedan sped away. At Maple Leaf Villa No. 6, at the dining table, Yifei and Gu Qingsheng were relishing a delightful dinner. The meal consisted of only 4 dishes, sweet and sour ribs, braised crucian carp, mapo tofu, and 3-color stir-fried shrimp. Yifei initially feared that his culinary creations would not appeal to the sisters, but his worries were unfounded. Both sisters thoroughly enjoyed the dishes he prepared, especially Gu Xiaoran, whose cheeks were stuffed and mouth never ceased its movement. Gu Qingsheng picked up a shrimp and remarked, Yifei, I never expected your cooking to be so delicious. Hee, I merely whipped up a few dishes, and I was concerned that you and Xiaoran would not fancy them. Yifei replied with a broad smile. No, not at all. I find it quite tasty. Gu Qingsheng shook her head and turned to Gu Xiaoran, asking Xiaoran, do you think the dishes made by Brother Yifei are good? Just average, barely edible. Gu Xiaoran waved her hand dismissively, then continued, Yifei, have you ever studied cooking at New Oriental? Not at all. Yifei chuckled and shook his head. Gu Xiaoran licked the sauce from her lips and smacked her lips, saying, I believe if you open a restaurant, you'd never go hungry. Hee. Opening a restaurant is not for me. I have always cherished my freedom. I prefer to engage in small ventures that provide just enough to sustain myself. Yi Fei replied with a gentle smile. You're just a lost cause. Gu Xiaoran scoffed at Yi Fei. He merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Though still youthful, he was confident that his past experiences were perhaps more profound than what many might encounter in a lifetime. Darkness, bloodshed, brutality, and cruelty. Yi Fei had truly grown weary of that former existence. He now yearned for a comfortable, simple life, just as he was experiencing in that moment. At this juncture, Gu Qingchang chimed in, saying, Yi Fei, I think Xiaoran has a point. You are still quite young, and one day you will marry and have children. If you do not earn some money now, how will you find a wife in the future? Perhaps we could consider this. Yi Fei, I believe you possess a remarkable business acumen and a strong sense of responsibility. Sister Lan and I have been deliberating whether to offer you a different position. Wait. Yi Fei hastily gestured for mercy, forcing a wry smile. Ms. Gu, I sincerely feel that my current situation is quite satisfactory. However, there are no buts in this matter. The path I have chosen is mine to navigate, and I am accountable for my own decisions. Yi Fei promptly interrupted Gu Qingqing's forthcoming words. Very well, think this over carefully. If you come to a conclusion, do let me know, Gu Qingchang said with a smile. Certainly, thank you, Ms. Gu. Yi Fei replied with a cheerful nod. The dinner concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. Yi Fei, you and Xiaoran can go enjoy television on the sofa while I take care of the dishes, Gu Qingcheng announced as she rose to clear the table. Ms. Gu, honestly, I have little interest in what Xiaoran is watching. Allow me to assist you. Yi Fei responded with a grin. All right then, that would be much appreciated, Gu Qingcheng said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Not a bother at all. Yi Fei chuckled, shaking his head. How pretentious. How hypocritical. Gu Xiaoran teased, sticking her tongue out at Yi Fei before bouncing off to watch television. This child, truly. Gu Qingcheng smiled and then joined Yi Fei in the kitchen. While washing the dishes, it was unclear whether Yi Fei was intentional or merely coincidental, but he frequently brushed against Gu Qingcheng's hand, occasionally resulting in physical contact. An inexplicable flutter raced through Gu Qingcheng's heart, a delicate blush gracing her exquisite features. Yi Fei, why don't you let me handle this alone? You can go watch television, she suggested, feeling slightly uncomfortable despite the absence of any romantic implications. Yi Fei fine ignorante, secretly amused. This beautiful CEO was blushing. How intriguing. Not all, Ms. Gu. Permit me to assist you, he smiled, taking the dishwashing liquid from her hand. As fate would have it, their hands brushed once more, and Gu Qingcheng felt a jolt of electricity course through her body, causing her to involuntarily shiver. This overwhelming sensation was entirely new to her. Chapter 6 Yi is captured. Gu Qingcheng hastily took a step back, her cheeks flushed with a delicate blush, lowering her head shyly. Resembling a lotus emerging from the water, a peach blossom drenched by the rain, stunningly beautiful. As she observed Gu Qingcheng's bashful demeanor, Yi Fei found himself momentarily entranced. Suddenly, he felt a dryness in his throat, unable to suppress a swallow, and feigned confusion as he inquired, Director Gu, what seems to be the matter? Huh? Oh, it's nothing, really, Gu Qingcheng replied, shaking her head, and then made an effort to maintain some distance from Yi Fei. Yi Fei, too, understood the need for restraint. Teasing this captivating CEO was acceptable, but crossing the line might provoke her ire. As Yi Fei and Gu Qingcheng exited the kitchen, Gu Xiaoran's gaze darted over, immediately focusing on them. Her eyes flitted between Yi Fei and Gu Qingcheng, and with a hint of curiosity, she asked, Sister, Yi Fei, what were you two doing in the kitchen just now? Nothing at all. Gu Qingcheng insisted, shaking her head. Sister, if nothing happened, then why is your face so red? Huh? Is it? Gu Qingcheng touched her cheek, realizing it indeed felt warm. Instantly, her heart began to race again. Noticing that something was amiss with Gu Qingcheng, Gu Xiaoran's curiosity deepened. Surely, these two hadn't engaged in anything scandalous in the kitchen? Gu Xiaoran's imagination ran wild with inappropriate images. In her mind, Gu Qingcheng and Yi Fei were sharing a kiss, and that rogue Yi Fei was, oh no, could it be that my sister has developed feelings for this scoundrel? Absolutely not. This scoundrel not only lacks taste in attire and appearance, but also in speech. How could I allow my sister to leap into such a pitfall? It must not happen. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoran exclaimed loudly. Gu Qingcheng and Yi Fei turned to her in confusion. Xiaoran, what are you talking about? What must not happen? Gu Qingcheng asked, perplexed. Gu Xiaoran stood up and approached Gu Qingcheng, saying, Sister, you must not let yourself be blinded. This guy Yi Fei has nothing of value. You must not develop feelings for him. At this, Yi Fei could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. What nonsense was running through the mind of this young girl? Did they even comprehend the meaning of affection or love? It seemed these ridiculous Korean dramas were truly leading them astray. Gu Qingcheng's face turned crimson instantly. Knock it off, she scolded, lightly tapping Gu Xiaoran on the head. Xiaoran, what absurdities are you spouting? At your young age, you should focus on your studies instead of such ridiculous thoughts. Sister, I'm not talking nonsense. Gu Xiaoran protested, rubbing her head with a look of grievance. You two just came out looking rather odd. Anyone would think along those lines. Xiaoran, if you utter another word nonsense, I will have to discipline you. Gu Qingcheng raised her small fist in a mock display of anger. Oh dear, domestic violence. The sister is hitting the younger sister. Gu Xiaoran, ever eager to stir chaos, covered her head with a cushion, scattering fright throughout the room. Gu Qingcheng shook her head, bemused. She turned to Yi Fei, a hint of embarrassment in her voice as she said, Yi Fei, this girl enjoys babbling nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. Xiaoran's words are rather endearing. Rest assured, Miss Gu, I shall not take them to heart. Yi Fei replied with a broad grin. Gu Qingcheng nodded and added, Yi Fei, you can watch some television with Xiaoran. I shall head upstairs. Just as she took a couple of steps, Yi Fei called out to her. Miss Gu, wait a moment. I have a question to ask. What question? Go ahead. Gu Qingcheng turned around. Yi Fei scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. Miss Gu, you aren't truly developing feelings for me, are you? You. Gu Qingcheng's cheeks flushed, and with a hint of anger, she retorted, Why do you, like Xiaoran, enjoy such nonsensical talk? If you continue, I might just have to teach you a lesson. As she spoke, she playfully swung her delicate fist. Miss Gu, spare me. I promise I won't say another word. Yi Fei chocolate. I doubt you would dare. Gu Qingcheng shot him a glance before gracefully ascending the stairs. Watching her enchanting figure, Yi Fei licked his lips and murmured, This beautiful president is indeed intriguing. Hey, you lecherous rogue. What are you staring at? Grinning so lasciviously? At that moment, Gu Xiaoran stepped in front of Yi Fei with outstretched arms. I wasn't looking at anything, merely bidding your sister farewell as she ascends. Yi Fei shrugged and replied, I wouldn't believe you. Gu Xiaoran glared at him, saying, You scoundrel, I warn you, do not entertain any wicked thoughts towards my sister. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily. So you're saying I can entertain wicked thoughts about you then? Yi Fei teased. Absolutely not. Gu Xiaoran, hands on her hips, retorted fiercely, If you dare to plot against me, I will find someone to deal with you. Oh dear, please don't send anyone after me. I truly fear for my life. Yi Fei laughed, then added, Rest assured, I have no interest in children. You. I'm not a child. Gu Xiaoran fumed, shaking her fists and launching another flurry of playful punches at Yi Fei. At that moment, Yi Fei's phone rang. Noticing it was a call from Lu Yi, he quickly defended himself against Gu Xiaoran's playful assault, saying, All right, Xiaoran, enough of that. I need to take this call. Gu Xiaoran huffed, then lay down on the sofa to watch television. However, her ears perked up, eager to eavesdrop on Yi Fei's conversation. The call connected. Hello, Yi. What can I do for you? Yi Fei spoke gently. Hello, Mr. Yi, a rugged male voice responded from the other end, speaking in English. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Fei furrowed his brow and replied in English. Who are you, and why do you have Yi's phone? Mr. Yi, have you forgotten that we have met before? Soon. Yi Fei discerned the identity of the caller. You are the bounty hunter from Flamingo? Yi Fei inquired in a calm tone. Yes, Mr. Yi. I'm a bounty hunter from Flamingo. My name is Miller. Your name holds no interest for me. I merely wish to ask why Miss Lu Yi's phone is in your possession. Yi Fei's tone suddenly turned icy, as he realized that the bounty hunter's call could not bode well. It is as such. Miss Lu Yi is currently with us. Miller chuckled on the other end, continuing, "We heard that Miss Lu Yi is a friend of yours, so we invited her over. You are inquiring about the whereabouts of Void, are you not?" Yi Fei remarked coolly, an invisible pressure enveloping the conversation. Miller paused before responding, "Yes, indeed. We seek to ascertain the location of Void." "Where are you?" Yi Fei pressed. "Mr. Yi, you certainly know where Void is, do you not? I ask you again, where are you?" Yi Fei's demeanor grew even colder. Miller gulped nervously and replied, "We are at 231 Poyang Road, where an abandoned auto repair shop stands. We are there." "Very well. I shall come immediately," Yi Fei concluded, preparing to hang up. Miller's voice rang out once more. "Mr. Yi, you may come alone, but do not exceed 10 o'clock, or you shall never see Miss Lu Yi again. You shall pay dearly for your actions." With that, Yi Fei abruptly terminated the call, turning to exit. Hey, you scoundrel, where are you off to at such a late hour?" Gu Xiaoran queried. "I have a matter to attend to," Yi Fei replied flatly, swiftly departing the villa. Always sneaking out at night. He must be up to no good," Gu Xiaoran muttered, returning to her Korean drama. Once outside the villa, Yi Fei hopped in his car, pressing the accelerator forcefully as he sped toward the location Miller had mentioned. Chapter 081. Foolishness. The night had deepened, and a slender crescent moon hung high in the sky. In the southern district of Ninghai City, at 231 Poyang Road, within the confines of an abandoned auto repair shop, four members of the Flamingo stood fully armed in a vacant lot. Each of them bore their weapon of choice at their waists, ranging from trident daggers to Buck M9 military knives. Meanwhile, Kakuza's waist was notably bulging with a Browning M1911 handgun. This Colt pistol, featuring a caliber of .45 inches and a 7-round magazine, boasted a muzzle velocity of 250 meters per second and an effective range of 50 meters, delivering tremendous lethality. At the same time, Lu Yi sat bound to a chair, her hands and feet restrained by ropes. However, she remained unconscious, oblivious to her surroundings. "Do you think that lad, Mr. Yi, will come?" Kakuza inquired of Miller, a cigarette